Creates the gap, and this is Fnatic trying to bridge it with the black hole of the Morphling. They've caught him out, and Crystallis is down. Huge kill for Fnatic. On to Leshrac we go, but he's got himself an Aghanim Scepter. Turning on the Nihilism, trying to get away, but Raven with his BKB is the answer to that play. Team Secret lose 2 cores. Puppy's Eyes both on the run. And Fnatic, what a beautiful setup, going even deeper for more. DJ with the opening. He'll get a lot of damage on the jabs, but it's not enough to kill off the Enigma. Zayat slowed down to a crawl by Raven Skadi Slow, and Nisha Heavenly Jump not gonna work. Closed in on by Fnatic. 4 down on Secret. And the Southeast Asian squad striking back incredibly hard.
Adorable elbow. They're going with a duel here. They're trying to pull up Pure to them for damage. They do okay. Fun to find something, and now they look for more. Katomi doing so much damage on Pakas here. Takes down 2. Now running away. BKB is gone. So must heal, though. He's going to try and turn around and take down the Tempest double, because if he doesn't, it's just going to kill him. So they'll deal with that as well. Meanwhile, the sidelines of the fight. Spear out on Stormstormer and Fishman. They actually need to get out here, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to do so. They're stuck inside the arena. Dart Go getting off the damage and touching down Fishman. They want to bring down that Jakiro. Toby in around the sidelines trying to bring down Pakas. Pakas with the extra armor. They're just kind of trying to turn around and fight up into this one, but cannot do so.
Oh no, he's a Sheepstick. They're gonna get rid of Miposhka instantly. It's gonna be the buyback. Now Makoto pinned over to the wall, but the black hole set up from KP. It's beautiful. It's gonna be able to put a decent amount of damage, but it's just not going to be quite enough. Like you said, they have the Satanic, they've got the BKB, they kill Makoto, kill high, KP and Q to fall to Yatro. 23 Savage, he's trying to stay alive. The swap comes out from Mira, perhaps trying to close the gap, maybe trying to cancel out a TP or something, but still alive, but it doesn't look like he's gonna be alive for much longer. It's a triple kill now for Yatro.
Still have 30 seconds, no pudge. XXX has ultimate available. How on earth can they defend this? Drow, they're going in. Dubu is about to lose his life. No buyback for him. Right clicks onto Moon Meander, almost gets that kill, but instead they're going to be focusing on the cores. Saberlight and Braille. One is dead. Braille is corralled inside the fountain, and GG is called TSM. They know they cannot do it. They know they cannot beat Team Aster.
Oh, Terrorblade. Terrorblade gets jumped. Yeah, they have a save for him. They're going to try the false promises up, so Terrorblade pop in the Sunder as well. Going to stay alive for the time being. K1, though, he's feeling confident. He's feeling pretty good. The Satanic, the God Save the BKB. Now the beatdown up to Terrorblade. They kill Enigma already. The Global Science now comes out, and Terrorblade's just going to be too much damage to handle. He's out for 70 seconds. K1 getting low, but he's got a Mages. So at this point, he doesn't care. He's coming right back up, full life, full mana. So yes, a kill for Tundra, but can they kill him a second time without the Terrorblade and the Enigma? That seems like a near impossible task.
LGD, they want to charge in here.
Man, nothing to say. Breaks up the high ground, spots out Misha. Does get the toss back, and a blink ravage from Mamar, not connecting on anything. Faith Piana's aggressively blinked in on towards Tiger, getting the fear on the Oracle. Pango trying to slow down Uragi's retreat, needs the BKB Requiem to fear them up, but he's been caught out, stunned up by the Rolling Thunder, and finished off. GG call. GG. A tremendous victory, 2-0 in fact for LGD over OG. I thought this series would be a close one.
Look at this wrap though from EG. They want to try and break this up. They've smoked up all the way behind. They really want to find the Enigma or any other bigger target first. Arteezy still has access to the bubble. Who's he going to commit it on? He hasn't used it just yet. They've already blown up the Enchantress, and now the Chrono comes out. But in the freezing field, Arteezy can't put in the damage. They eventually do end up creating Crystal Maiden. Now Matu trying to get himself out of dodge here. He's in danger, losing his life slowly but surely. Does still have an Aegis though. The fear preventing Arteezy from getting the final kill. As Boxy somehow still alive, will eventually end up going down. But Arteezy getting turned around upon by Mickey and Matu. And they're able to get the kill. They don't even burn the first life of the Lone Druid.
You don't want to be on the low grounds.
A little bit
Mira.
Smoke's gonna pop. They're all grouped up. Mira gets a jump at the follow-up. Pronto Tokyo. He's in, crashing them left, right, and center. But Yatoro is hesitant to be able to fall up as well. They've got control with the Ravage coming out, clipping onto 3, but collapse in with the black hole. What an ultimate as they don't have a response. The damage is racking up too fast as Thunder. Some buybacks coming out for them, but can they be able to revive the team fight? Because he's been able to veer his attention over towards the Enigma, but they do not have an answer. Yatoro just freely right-clicking throughout the team fights, and Toronto Tokyo as well, looking for the Rampage, looking for the final kill to give him the fight, man. He won't be able to find it. Onto Picard's the finishing blow, and they'll give it to him. Rampage for the Pangolier, and now they can go for Sacred as well. That Tidehunter just brought back prior, and he'll be sent to the grave for another time. Nothing will stop them. No tier 3 tower will hold them back as Toronto Tokyo gets a double Rampage.
Ward is set up, though, just in time to scout this one from happening. But it's going to be Fata caught by the Scythe of Vice. BZM is all in with the Pulverize, but Amar's falling low. Yowers in with the BKB. Oh, the false promise at the last second for Amar. He's got 2 HP. Taiga got that false promise out on, and he's going to come out full HP. Taiga looks like he's going to die as a result, as Yuragi sicks the bear here onto MSS. Down he will go.
He's gonna jump in. He's got the black hole as well to play around with. Let's see if they can get the kill with the fall, but the Orca prevents Nisha's spell casting. They'll be able to deal with the Aegis, but that is an incredibly heavy commitment just to get rid of the advantage that Tundra were playing with. A song's gonna hold them in their tracks. No retreat will come out. Aurora as well to hold Chrysalis into place. What's looking like an insurmountable lead as Secret lose all 5 in the high ground, soon to be besieged.
Good morning, good morning. Here we are, more Dota 2 ahead of us here. Day 3 of the group stage gods as we're getting ready and underway for our first series of the day. Hakori against OG. How you feeling? All dressed up for this?
I guess so. I'm not quite as dressed up as you. I had the jacket on, but it was reflecting some light, so I was like, we don't need the jacket today. So, going a bit more loosey-goosey. How you doing?
I'm not good. Is it a basketball shirt? What are you wearing?
Basketball shirt. Houston Rockets, baby.
Okay.
This is repping Houston. I lived there for a while, so it's been a good week for Houston sports fans. So I'm feeling good now. I get to go from one high to another. To casting some TI Dota.
That's real nice. Maybe we'll see the Hakori Rockets here today against OG because they've been doing pretty well. Just thinking about this first series, we've seen and cast a lot of OG. They did very, very well in their first couple of series. Then they dropped a couple 0-2 series to EG and LGD. But Hakori, they've just been cruising 1-1 basically through their first couple of days of groups.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people maybe had them pegged as a potential bottom team to get eliminated, but they've been doing absolutely, I was going to say fantastic. I think fantastic compared to expectations. As far as actually getting the upper bracket, you can't just skate through with draws. You need to start getting some 2-0s.
Yeah, so that's damn true. And it's going to be a test up against OG. And there's our schedule for the day here for the B stream. Beast Coast against Talon, LGD against Boom, and then later on Talon Fnatic and Liquid against Boom. So plenty of Dota here across 5 streams as well. So make sure you're well hydrated, well caffeinated for all this Dota 2. As we can take a look at the standings as well, I believe, for the groups here. Heading into day 3 of TI 2022, as it's been an amazing ride through Last Chance qualifier now into day 3. What are you most looking forward to though out of those series? The first one, or I don't know, Beast Coast?
No, I think for me, LGD Boom maybe, or even Talon Fnatic, you know, the SEA versus SEA. I mean, we've seen Talon Fnatic a lot, so it's hard to say, like, oh, I'm hyped for a match we've seen so many times, but I would say the third and fourth series. LGD looked amazing, and I think Boom have some serious upset potential.
Oh, very nice, yeah. And the Southeast Asian Classic, Talon Fnatic, that should be absolutely very, very interesting. As the schedule that. Well, see if we can get some standings up on the screen and figure out where we're heading. Like I was saying, OG, they were 4-0 to start things off. A very, very solid beginning for them. A little bit shakier later on, though, as we do get them there.
Ooh.
RNG right up at the top.
Yeah, RNG for sure. EG too. I mean, that top of Group A, maybe not teams people would have expect. I mean, maybe they're teams people would have thought in third or fourth, but I think most people would have LGD, OG as top 2 in this Group A.
Yeah, and then over in Group B, Aster 8-2. Tundra doing very well. They were kind of a question mark coming into TI with their last couple of LAN performances, but it looks like they've hit their stride here. And I guess Liquid and Secret, the two teams coming out of regionals, last chance qualifier and everything, looking very good. Maybe securing upper bracket for themselves.
Yeah, 6-4 for both those two teams. Liquid will be kicking themselves. They didn't take that game 1 against LGD, which was an absolute nail biter. The classic Liquid experience, as their fans will know. But given Secret's currently tied in that top 4, Liquid's similar story. Both of them are in pecking distance for an upper bracket slot.
Yeah, and now, moving past the first couple of days, we've had time for improvisation, adaptation, and learning things here from your games. Because OG, they started off with some pretty quick tempo drafts, and then it felt like they maybe over-adapted or overreacted to maybe losing to EG, and were picking a little slower against LGD. And is this something that they're going to have, slept on, thought about, and going up against Hakori will change?
Yeah, I hope so. We saw them when they played against Gladiators, where it felt like it was like the classic run and gun OG, and then it seems like in a lot of their other games it's just a bit too much on the greedy side. So I'm curious to see how OG approach day 3 drafts. I think that's the biggest thing you can kind of change day to day is just your the kind of the macro picture of things, like not just like individual heroes which are good or bad, but like what's our overall playstyle going to be. Like if we're going too greedy, let's pick something that's a bit less greedy, and just making those little adjustments if certain things you're doing are getting punished. And I think for OG the big one is just playing a bit more up tempo.
Yeah, it looks like they did that against Sonics. They grabbed like a lone druid, giving BZM Ember Spirit, a lot of these tempo heroes to play around. A lot of focus still on this Oracle though, which is still a little bit of a surprise for me. The Tiger Oracle, not something that I was really expecting coming into TI group stage, but it seems to be working out now for them. As we move on to Hakori, the South American squad, I've covered a lot of them, and there's been a few roster changes here and there. We had this situation with Yuma, Lumiere, and Parker swapping, like a 3-way swap between teams at the end of last season. Lumiere ending up here on Hakori, along with a couple of Brazilian players in Analog and Theo, and Gardic, Vitali, the kind of mainstays of Hakori here, the captain and the offlaner, always looking very solid. They've definitely been a surprise in this group stage, like you said, taking games off of these big teams.
Yeah, coming in, they made a huge statement with their opening series against PSG LGD. I think Lumiere's looked really solid in the carry role, but it's Analog who I think has been the real star of this team in a lot of these games. Some of his mid SFs and just some of his performances have been absolutely fantastic. So curious to see if they can keep riding that momentum, or if now, that they've had some of those upsets, maybe people are going to focus in on them a bit more and really try and counter some of the stuff they're doing. Because, when you're versing non opponents, you can't put all the time in the world to prepare for everyone, but all of a sudden Hakori's standing out a bit more, and you've got a bit more draft day to go up because there wasn't a whole. Hakori actually played a third-party tournament. They played BTS Pro Series coming into TI, so maybe that actually helped them. Maybe they were warmed up because they came in making a statement.
Yeah, they came in hot, super warmed up, and I'm glad you brought up Analog, because having watched his progression over the past few seasons, it's been a really stellar run. He started out basically playing 2 heroes. He was playing Dragon Knight or Ember Spirit. And if he wasn't on one of those 2 heroes, he really did not look like the same player. So having, increased his hero pool, become more diverse with his picks, and just looking incredibly solid no matter what he's playing has been such an upgrade just in his own rights here for Hakori. It's been a nice road to watch.
Yeah, that's kind of great to hear about his journey. I think there's a lot of these players that you kind of like, for you, I guess, following a lot of the SA Dota scene, like you see them at the start of the year and they look a bit shaky, and then all of a sudden, 10 months later, they're playing a TI, and like you're like, hey, where was this guy 10 months ago? But just some serious improvement.
Yeah, I think Lumiere has always been very, very good. Maybe a touch on the greedy side, but I think that's pretty decent to have nowadays with the way the games are dragging out. If you've got someone or the ability for a team to play around someone that is able to really hit his stride in terms of farm, Lumiere is the guy to look for. He's almost up there with Pakaz in terms of farm.
All right. Well, that's high praise, because, I mean, gained a ton of fans, I think, at the Arlington Major, and a lot of people who didn't know his name now know it. So, you know, if Corey can keep going, Lumiere could be the next big one. Their opponents, yeah, OG. I mean, what do you make of them? Like, I mean, we talked a bit about some of their drafts being less greedy, but who do you think is like kind of the key player when it comes to OG?
I really think, I mean, I think it's BZM, honestly. You know, it's kind of easy to say Amar because he's the flashy offlaner. He pretends to be a carry player. I think Uragi's very good, but when BZM is popping off, you can feel the OG spirit. You know, you see the parallels between the old OG squads and that play style, the aggression, the no holds barred. When BZM is playing Ember Spirit as a particular example, it really does feel like they're a completely different team. They're just charging behind tier 3 towers before they've even killed off a tier 1. You know, they're playing hyper aggressive like that.
Yeah, I think it's cool that you bring him up, because like when you've got such a greedy offlaner, like you've kind of got to have this selfless mid laner. Like there's been a few teams in the past who maybe didn't go like full carry offlaners, but teams like with maybe ISS a bit and some of these other like offlaners like play Brood and stuff, where it's like you're playing greedy offlaners, your mid, someone has to suffer. Like you can't all three of your cores can't always have the best perfect games where they're all getting lots of farms. So BZM not only plays a bit more selflessly, but yeah, he does, you know, just kind of carry games through his playmaking, not through his farming from the mid lane. So it's, yeah, hopefully something we get to see a bit more here with, like you say, the Embers, the Bat Riders, these kind of big playmakers.
Yeah, it's like when he's Ember, he has like, you know, Boots, Bottle, Orb of Corrosion. It's 15 minutes in and he's like, okay, I'm ready to fight. I don't need Maelstrom. I don't need BKB, but we'll just go for this. See what we can make of it. As game 1 draft underway, OG against Hakori here. Day 3 of the group stage. And expectations coming into this in terms of first phase bans. I feel like Undying comes back to the forefront because of how much Hakori have played it for Gardic over the past several months and even in the first couple of days of groups. But there's still all the mainstay heroes, the Nyx, the Enigma, all these big heavy hitters, the Primal Beast out there as well. So it's really difficult. And I kind of feel like Valve are going to be thinking about adding another ban to the first phase next patch or something.
Yeah, I mean, with Primal Beast and Marcy coming in the pool, there's just a lot more to worry about. Marcy just seems like a must ban. And then I think for Hakori, you're versing OG, they have their own first phase heroes. They still play the MR Razors, the MR Vipers. I think particularly the Razor is something you have to be very wary of when it comes to these first phase bans.
Oh yeah, you sure do. As we can take a peek in there. Yeah, Razor first banned by Hakori. And it looks like Marcy, the first choice from OG. And then we start getting into the mind games around Morphling as well. Something that both of these teams like to and can play. So that that ability, especially for second pick, right? To have the Morphling last pick of first pick, when you got last pick of the stage, being able to take that and ban against it.
Yep. We'll see if there is some more, maybe some Shadow Fiend as well. I think Shadow Fiend's kind of this hero that you can pick without having to protect it. Like you can just straight up first pick a Shadow Fiend, but Morphling does need, you know, like you say, the last pick of this first phase is kind of where you want to grab the Morphling if you are going to take that approach. So it's really only Hakori who I feel like can go for a Morphling, at least with these openers.
Yeah, and there goes the Undying. Take away Gardic's mainstay hero. And first pick... What do you reckon? Is it Enigma time?
I'm not sure. I'm not too familiar with the current Hakori and what I've seen some of their drafts. I haven't seen their play quite as much, but the other option is you just get some of these strong stable supports. Like there's a lot of teams who'll just like first pick an Ench or a Silencer and just be happy with that. Yeah, Nyx, exactly. Maybe you're thinking about some of the block picks that are possible as well. Primal Beast, if it was still in the pool, I'm sure would be maybe first pick worthy, but wondering, yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the first pick hero necessarily is for Hakori's position.
I guess then you mentioned the SF as well as also like a Death Prophet. These heroes that give, I still like the way you frame it, an identity, a way to really play around it. And there is the Shadow Fiend for Hakori.
Yep, there's the SF, so that kind of signals then not going to go Morphling, but at the same time, SF has been one of their mainstays. They've played before, they've won games with this, so I think they'd rather build around the Shadow Fiend. I think it's a bit more flexible because it can go multiple lanes, but also has both the magic damage build as well as the carry build. You can go for these kind of push drafts around the minus armor, or you can just go for the more balanced draft like an SF plus Pudge as being kind of a classic duo or SF Beastmaster type draft.
Yeah, and this SF pick kind of throws a wrench in the works of what OG have been playing around with in terms of draft logic, where they'll second phase, or so they'll second pick a ET to try and block pick the Morphling. And that kind of makes people fearful of picking it up. But I think, like you say, if SF's picked here, it's unlikely they're going to go Morphling. So we'd probably see a shift from OG away from the ET and maybe back into like a Clockwork or a Tiny, or even the Tiger Oracle they've been picking up as the one of the pairing heroes here in the second pick spot.
Yeah. Wondering where they want to go. Yeah, like you say, a lot of these things kind of switch up the way you think about the draft. Now that you're not expecting the Morphling, I think it's a really good point. The ET is just not likely going to be as high a priority. They use a lot of reserve time early on, and they're going to go right into Amaz first phase Viper, raise a band, and they get Viper with Shaker. So they pretty much secured their offlane duo. A lot of the time, when OG are last pick, they wait to see Amar's lane and kind of give him a counter pick. But this is kind of already a bit of a shift from what they've been doing the last couple of days. They say, let's just go back to first phasing Amar's hero, giving him a good lane, because I feel like a lot of these games he's ended like, if you don't pick his hero in the first phase, like he gets put on something he's comfortable on, but it's not got like this amazing lane, and the Viper Razor are both the two big lane dominators.
Yeah, is there any way that it's like a mid Viper flex? Do you know how Viper does against Shadow Fiend anymore? Because I feel like that's not a matchup I've seen in like 5 years or something.
I would highly doubt it. I don't think Viper is a good mid hero. Period. Even if you have like a slight, like let's say 60-40 advantage over the SF, it just seems like a bad idea to me.
Okay.
I think you just get raised down. Even like you can go Corrosive Skin, get some magic resistance, but then you're not being as aggressive with the poison attack. Maybe I just feel like with the runes and whatnot, like SF mid is just always going to be happy.
Yeah, he'll shove out the wave and force you to play under your tower, so you're not able to play aggressively.
They get Beastmaster with the SF. Yeah, I mentioned the Pudge and the Beastmaster, I think, are the two kind of stable options to pair with SF. And Beastmaster is kind of nice because you can still go for that kind of all-in push style if you want, like the Lone Druid, the Leshrac later on, whatever it may be, because Beastmaster kind of synergize with that. But also if you end up in a game where you just want to have a more balanced draft where you're not all-in on push, Beastmaster gives you vision, gives you BKB piercing disable. It's just this hero that fits, I feel like, so many drafts.
And just being able to play in that dead lane as well. He's just soft shoving away, forcing people to play across the map. It's such an irritant on that macro game. And they're going to ban Pudge themselves.
Okay.
Take that out of the picture.
Pudge, definitely a Beastmaster counter. Doesn't really care about all the summons and whatnot because of the Flesh Heap being this flat damage block. So makes sense from that perspective.
What kind of supports do you want here? If, potentially SF safe lane, definitely Beastmaster off lane. Are we looking at our like Snapfires to pair with a Beastmaster, or what's your thought?
I would say you're looking for some kind of range damage dealing support, like a Snapfire type hero plus a melee support, maybe to pair with. I guess depending where Shadow Fiend goes, but like the Tusk, Clockwork type heroes seem pretty good for Hakori. Have a secondary way to start fights from the support role, because I don't think you can just rely on the Beastmaster. So I think some kind of like Tusk Snapfire duo seems pretty solid.
5 seconds remaining.
Depends a bit what OG get as well. Like if OG gets some Spirit Hero coming out, suddenly you're like, oh, maybe we should Lion or whatever. It is a bit dependent on OG.
Pull out a cheeky Shadow Shaman. Yeah, grab one of them. We might see the Gardic Ogre make a reappearance. That was one of his real big heroes the first couple of seasons of DPC. It's like 90% of his games were on Ogre, just to Bloodlust Lumiere. Definitely one of those POS 5 helping POS 1s the entire season kind of situations.
Could see some Rubik against the Shaker as well. Like a Rubik Beastmaster lane's pretty good. And then you've got the Fissure Steel later on. That's another option. So I think there's a lot of different directions for their supports to go. And also, yeah, the SF being that flex between mid and safe lane. SF versus Viper seems okay matchup to me. You know, there's nothing that's going to ever have like a dream matchup versus Viper, so you're just going to think of like what is the best of the, you know, the bad matchups.
Chen go along with the Earthshaker. I mean, Viper and ES, they don't really do any tower damage, so bringing Chen into the mix here with an early mech, you can fight around them and look for the tower pressure through him.
10 seconds.
Yeah, Chen against the Beastmaster, I guess they feel like is a good way to secure their safe lane too.
5 seconds
Just makes, you know, Beastmaster's lane tough. And we'll see what Hakori answer this one with. Mirana against the Chen creeps. That's kind of cool. That's such a like SA. When I think of Mirana, I think of like Southeast Asia and SA. These two regions love their Miranas, love their Tinies. Now you've got a way to kill the Chen creeps and just a great kind of, I think, roaming forward position that can play around the Roar. And ideally, I think you want to be picking a mid here that also sets up the arrow, like the Ember Spirit or something that has like
remaining.
at least some kind of root or stun that makes Mirana's roaming that much more potent.
Just something to have a little bit of catch there. So the Theolicourt Mirana going to come out. That's a beautiful hero. And what kind of mids outside of Ember Spirit? Like, what is there for mids with stuns? Like Tiny?
Yeah, it's a good question. Like, yeah, options are a bit more limited. Yeah, no, the Void Spirit, I guess, is not really a reliable stun. Maybe they have some idea. They're going to pick their support up for now, so they're saving their mid/carry for later. I mean, it could just be SF mid still. But Dazzle, that's looking to secure their lane a bit. They're looking to maybe fight this Viper a bit with a Dazzle plus SF, double range versus Viper.
Seconds remaining.
Does make sense if that's the route they want to go.
Yeah, and a lot of minus armor there to try and contend with the Viper. Also makes things nice for the Dazzle against the Earthshaker. It's kind of difficult here for the ES to have impact. If that is the dual lane, off lane for OG, Viper, Earthshaker, they have to play as a pair. Doesn't feel like ES, compared to like a Clockwork or a Tusk, is going to be able to zone back the Dazzle, as he'll just turn with a Poison Touch.
I think if you're OG, you're looking at this like, okay, a lot of minus armor, Dazzle, SF, Beastmaster as well, amping up the physical damage. And they want to be picking some kind of cores that deal well with physical damage, whether that's like these high armor carries, some kind of mid that just doesn't get locked down and wailed away on. And they go brutal.
Wait a second. Where's the Viper going then?
Good question. I mean,
Carry
where's
Viper?
OG? Also, where's OG playing the Brood? Like, is this an Amar here, or is there a BZM Yuragi Brood that could be coming out?
Oh, yeah. Good point. I mean, we've only really seen the 3 Brood, but this used to be a mid hero. I guess with Spiderlings being put on the ultimate has made it a little more challenging to play mid, but I would never put something past OG to try a bit of flavor here in the group stage.
Yeah, they haven't played any Broodmother so far, so this is going to be a new one for them as far as TI goes. Very interesting pick here, and even Brood just as a hero for them is something they didn't particularly. They haven't played it the entire last year. OG, they didn't play it during DPC. Like that's what I was like. That's what my first thought was like. Does Amar play Brood? I don't think he does, but who does play Brood on this team? I don't know all these players' full extensive history, but when it comes to being on OG for the last year, they've not played a single Broodmother game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking back, and I don't know if this is 100% accurate, but the last time they played Brood as OG was in 2018, when they still had Fly and Jirax on the team. And it was Notel playing at mid, so I assume that was the old Brood with your Spiderlings on a normal spell, not an ultimate.
Yeah. That means we have to look at the pub data. I'm going through these guys' public Dota buffs to see who's a Brood spammer, and I don't think any of them are big Brood players. But as you said, Brood is typically the offlaner, so logic kind of says Brood should be Amar in the offlane. But then you're like, well, Viper, isn't that the Amar hero? We've seen Secret play safe lane Viper for Crystallis, so lot of questions when it comes to Broodmother in OG's hands for me at least.
Yeah, it's a pretty wild one. I mean, Hakori going to be caught off guard by this as well. No amount of preparation would ready yourselves for that. And now out go the Kunkka and the Batrider. So they're two options there you were looking for. I think Kunkka was one we missed in terms of arrow setup. That would have been a gorgeous pick for
yeah.
Hokori.
All right, I've got the data. So BZM, pub games, 18 Brood games, 61% win rate.
Oh.
This is over like thousands and thousands of games. 18 is like basically zero in my mind. Like for a pro player, in his entire pub career, he's played 18 games. Yuragi, 24 games of Brood, 45% win rate. Also almost nothing. And then you've got Amar, 51 games of Brood, 41% win rate. 51's like his most played is Timbersaw. He's played 1,000 games of Timbersaw, 1,000 Marses, 500 Void Spirits, 500 Slaughter, 500 Razor. So playing 50 games of Brood and pubs is not a whole lot.
What about the supports?
Support Brood, let's go.
Hey, we saw it back in 2013 or something. There was a Ducky Brood. There was a Brood Tinkerlane, I think it was back in the day, but never again. So many Swedish players
back then, yeah.
Yeah, they did. Crazy stuff.
The Swedes, they need to stick to observing. That's what they're good at. We've got one of the best Swedish observers here, but he's probably hating me for saying it. It's like, hey, we won a TI back in 2013. Excuse me.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Keep our nation out of your mouth. And Chaos Knight going to add into that physical damage. And I mean, I said Brood Tinker, but I was joking, guys. What?
Let's go. Yuragi Brood. Okay.
Okay. A completely change in step and direction here. See, a wry smile there from Yuragi. Like, yeah, I'm ready. Prepping myself. Shake everything off. Prepare for this Broodmother game.
I mean, they came prepared with some strats today. I mean, they're whether through scrims or maybe on some of their Smurfs. Maybe they've been practicing. This has come out of nowhere. I think Hokori just when they did their prep for OG, Brood was just probably not a hero even mentioned at any point.
Yeah, I mean, who deals with the Brood here? You know, this Chaos Knight doesn't have any real AoE. Dazzle, Mirana, Beastmaster. It feels like Shadow Fiend is the only hero that can like clear Spiderlings.
Yeah, I think it's the Shadow Fiend's AoE combined with the Beastmaster's ability to like find the Brood with the Hawk and roar and burst her down. They've got to like kill on the Brood, which is I think always nice. Catch with the CK Mirana with the chain stun, the Beastmaster roar, the SF his damage output. We could possibly even see like magic damage SF this game. I'm curious to see if that's good. I'd say that, but you've got Dazzle, you've got CK. I think the minus armor and physical damage makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, absolutely does. And then the Tinker at the very end, BZM there. I'm going to be able to TP around all across the map to help out this Earthshaker Chen Viper trio that's going to be looking to leave the laning stage pretty early on and create that map pressure to claim objectives. It's going to be a difficult game for this Mirana, though, it feels like, with Spiderlings out there to try and land arrows. And we'll see how good Yuragi's micro is. And definitely a surprise pick here for them.
Yeah, Mirana's this hero that I don't know. We're not seeing a whole lot of, and I think it's very hit or miss, and like literally hit or miss with the arrows, and that's kind of where this hero, is made or broken. And if you're not landing these arrows, generally you're just not really offering much at all in a team fight. Starstorm is like a pretty mediocre nuke. Leap is just this mobility spell. Moonlight Shadow you get a lot of utility from, but yeah, it's this hero's picked for arrow.
It absolutely is.
Misha.
Got some setup here. Misha. Chaos Bolt into arrows ready.
There we go.
They're going now. Set up stun. It's a 1 second one. And the arrow still lands. Fortunate there for Hokori. They get the kill. And Analog picks it up with the razors. So an early bottle is going to be coming out for the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. Nice smoke moves, getting aggressive early on and finding a quick kill. It's going to help SF out a lot in this mid lane. And we'll see. As far as lanes go, if there's going to be any switch-ups, Brood's showing a web down bottom, so it does look like Brood's just going to be playing in the safe lane up against Beastmaster Mirana lane. Before the Spiderlings come out, that's where the Theodore can make some arrows happen, but doesn't really have a reliable setup from the Beastmaster to play around.
Yeah, I'm starting to rack my brain and think about how this is going to play out. Is this Broodmother, a hero that can stay alone in like a 1v2 and Chen starts rotating early? Or is this an oppressive lane? Is this the fact that Brood can keep sustained and won't get chipped away by this Beastmaster and Mirana that they can actually play aggressively constantly? I guess they've got options.
I think they do, and like playing around the Sync and Bowler makes it kind of annoying for Beastmaster maybe to last hit and play the lane itself. Even though it's a safe lane, quote-unquote carry brood, I think it's going to play very similarly to the off lane. Maybe the itemization's a little bit different. Oh, nice from Yuragi down bottom, tanking the arrow to stop the range creep going down. Although he does take a lot of damage. He did that intentionally, but, you know, comes at a price.
We're seeing a fair amount of that from players, right? Stopping these immediate kills on range creeps.
Yeah. Do whatever you can to block and keep it alive. Another arrow gonna he misses the range creep, but he gets the melee creep down bottom. Melee, of course, got his work cut out for him against the Chen here, who did grab a range creep. That's one less creep for Yuragi to farm. So I always like if I'm a carry player, I never like seeing my Chen or Enchantress dominate the enemy range creep because it's just like I want to farm that, man. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's meant to be mine. We'll see how much harassment he can do with it as we take a peek up top. Gardic and Lumiere, this Dazzle CK. They do offer kill threat once they get a couple of levels up. Now, still one on Dazzle, needs another creep. But this is where Tiger and Amar, they've got to be a little bit careful. Neither of them have the boots, and they're both pretty slow on the Earthshaker and Viper.
Yeah. Definitely a lane where any misstep can lead to a quick kill for Hakori, but kind of goes both ways. If the Hakori go for a kill and they overstep, like the Viper is like the best hero to punish, particularly against these melee cores. So CK has to be pretty careful himself about how he plays this lane.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, a curious snipe there for Theo. That's another great ability for the Mirana to get in behind enemy lines and find those. I'm looking into this mid lane. Tinker against SF, taking me back the good old days of mid lane matchups. I mean, this is pure skill right here, isn't it?
Of course, pure skill. At least it's back in the good old days where Tinkers maybe didn't level March, hopefully. Like then we entered the dark era, the dark days of Tinkers with March and the Machine spam delaying games. But some good old nuke on nuke action here. BZM going for laser missiles and SF going for the raises, of course. Hopefully we see some solo kills here is all I can say.
Yeah, I'm thinking a little further back to like the Dendi Tinkers where he'd max out laser rockets and like I think there's some real famous clips out there of him like level 4 roaming into lanes and getting 5 kills of people TPing into trying to save their teammates. He can definitely be active with a Tinker.
This Mirana's kind of owning so far, by the way. Like 2 couriers killed, that's kind of sloppy from OG, and just being really uncontested, getting some good side pulls off, and this Beastmaster Mirana lane are just really impressing me so far.
Yeah, not even bothering to level up the boar up against the Chen makes a lot of sense. Going for the 2 points in the wild axes, so giving a lot of harassment onto Misha, keeping the Chen at bay. But I think through the webs and through this divine favor, they've got so much HP regen. I mean, what is it when the Chen's nearby? 13.8, 14.8 on the Broodmother. It's just, unkillable. If you're chipping away at them, sure, nice, but they're never going to die.
Praising Theodore, he's still struggling to land these arrows on the Chen creeps. He gets a range creep at least, but that was not his goal. And now Vitaly's in trouble with the ghost slow. Yep, that's an easy kill, and that just comes down to not quite hitting the arrow on that ghost. Even micros into the tree to get back to safely. That's the great creep for this Chen to have this early on.
Yeah, Theo even leaping forward to try and get it. Holding a ring of regen on this Mirana. Just trying to keep sustained in that lane against all of that HP regen from OG. So far, very good in that mid lane. Analog 23 and 4 as they do get a kill on Tiger top. So it looks like he did overstep, and this Dazzle CK pairing showing how much physical damage they can do.
Yeah. See Amar going double Wraith Band, so he's looking to really fight early on and try and contest this lane. Back at mid, SF triple raises the misses. Needs to wait for it to wear off.
Ooh.
Keeps the salve as well.
Close one there, though, and BZM's getting handled in last hits, and he nearly just got solo killed by the SF.
Bottom tower is under attack.
SF does have a bit of a health disadvantage now. Has to be a little bit careful here. We'll have triple raise soon-ish, but doesn't quite have the mana for it yet.
Yeah, where's my bottle refill? Tinker has 2 supports in his lane coming to help him out. Like, Chen's even rotated here, and this is what I was wondering. With Broodmother able to just self-sustain in the bottom lane, how active does Misha get? And it looks like pretty active. We're not even close to 6 minutes, and he's already looking to guard runes.
Nice from Analog, backpacking his raindrops when the missile comes out, so he doesn't just lose his raindrop charges there. He really wants it for like a more key time. Plus, he had the salve, so he didn't really I'm going to just waste those raindrop charges, just small little micro plays coming out from him. You mentioned, yeah, the Chen rotating mid. Mirana doing the same thing. There was a Radiant Ward around the bottom river, so I'm not sure if Thelic will walk past it. But right now, any kind of arrow landing on BZM should be a kill.
Yeah, even being circled out there by Yuragi saying, hey, this is the area we've got vision of. Saw the Mirana moving. Haven't seen her come back. Probably lurking in that mid lane.
But yeah, bottom lane, the big one lane for OG. I was talking about Beastmaster and Mirana doing well early, but that kill completely tipped the lane back in OG's favor. And Brood looking like she's going to be getting a fast level 6. And level 6 Brood is just something that Beastmaster does not really have the tools to deal with. Has gone the Wild Axis build, but it's just very easy to kind of maneuver the Spiderlings around it. You can probably tank one Wild Axis with them. At least the Spiderlings won't get one shot. So not easy, I think, for Beastmaster to stay in this lane once Brood hits level 6.
Yeah, definitely going to be hard. Might have to bring the SF down there to deal with them as Gardic. Yeah, this ability for Amar and Tiger to Fisher and slow with the poison attacks gets in there on the Dazzle. And Lumiere attempting the trade, but now he's in a bit of trouble himself.
Yeah.
Tiger will close the gap. Another Enchant Totem. And Amar stacking up all the damage. Looking to kill off the CK, and even under this tier 1 tower, he's not safe. A double for Amar. And it's just like you said. Yes, the CK Dazzle offer kills onto this Earthshaker Viper, but it goes both ways.
Yeah. Just comes down to, yeah, who makes the kind of the big misstep there. Dazzle gets caught alone and isolated. You kind of got to play around your lane partner there. And Dazzle kind of feeding away his life means and then the CK is like, oh, you know, we're meant to be strong. We're meant to be the one getting kills. So he comes in, but it's already too late. So they've got to kind of sync up a bit better when it comes to how they play this lane. And Amar, yeah, itemizing to try and crush this lane. I mentioned the double Wraith Band. He's got boots and gloves. It's just really tough to kind of stick around now that he's hit level 5 with 3 points in poison attack.
Yeah, I kind of like this, having the 3 cores of OG. I mean, it's 3 cores and it's 3 potentially scaling ones, but it's also lane dominated at the same time. So a really nice balance there. It's down at bottom. Yeah, they get on top of the Brood, but Yuragi has turned and survived the raises. Not enough damage to kill off the Brood Mama, and she's back in the trees. BZM's keeping them at bay. Analog's looking for it, but he's duped around. Oh, one hits. The raindrops, though. Yuragi turns and looks to kill off the Mirana. Gets the takedown, and now the web's away. No medium or long-range raise left, so Yuragi's out of there with an additional bonus kill.
Yep, Tinker's coming back in too. SF maybe needs to be a little bit careful here, but I think just the Tinker alone can't kill him. This is... Tinker Brood is goddamn scary. I mean, not just the spider factor, but you've got this... not Boots of Trouble. You just TP in with your King Conveyance, and you can just be anywhere on the map and kind of combo with the Brood. Even though you need more levels before you can TP to the units, it's still just so damn strong.
Yeah, it's incredible. But yeah, back to the Viper scaling. He's going for this right-click build. You got Yuragi, who's definitely interested to see what he goes for. It looks like Tread Soul Ring for now, but from offlane Broods, we've seen a lot of these Aura builds. What do you reckon is from the safe lane Brood Mother? And do we go back for the Orchid kind of style?
I kind of want to see that. I feel like Yuragi going for like tons of kills here, as we're seeing in the mid lane. He's found the SF. Like, just play this active hunting Brood. You've got a Tinker in your team. They want to go for kills all over the map. They'll kind of camp probably Amar in the top lane, just pressuring the tower by himself with the threat of a Tinker TP in. But yeah, for Brood, let's go fight. There's the Orchid. He's queued it up now.
Oh, very nice, yeah. It's also neutering this Beastmaster's potential to push things out, because with the Brood Chen lane, he's not leveled up Call of the Wild. He's not even going Helm of the Dominator here, going straight into the Vlads, and definitely curious to see what comes after that, if it is the Wraith Pact or if he decides he needs a Blink or something to initiate.
They found Tinker, though.
BZM. Trying to farm Ancients.
Yeah, he was smoked up and trying to farm in smoke, but they had the Observer Ward to come in. I was saying Observer, I clicked it, says Sentry Ward. They're trying to bait us. Yeah, Gardic comes on in and finds a nice kill on the Tinker.
And Vitaly down bottom had to roar defensively. Yuragi, pushing back in this lane. You expect Beastmaster to be on your tier 1, not the other way around. Safe lane Broodmother pick really paying off. Top of the net worth for Yuragi at 4,800.
Here comes the rotation top, though.
Yeah,
and they hit the arrow.
Tiger, Amar, getting caught out by Gardic. He's going to get stunned up, though. The enchant into Fisher blocks away the CK Mirana. And with Misha's arrival, they can turn and fight this. Penitence on the Chaos Knight. Viper getting stunned up for a few seconds, but Lumiere dead. 8-3. OG stomping, coming out of these lanes, incredibly powerful. And Tiger, he's got the Tumbler's Toy into Echo Slam. Fisher catches the Mirana, but she's got 2 more leaps.
Missiles will do some good damage here. Has a range up though, so even if they get vision for another, I don't think it's a kill. But bottom lane, Brood is doing Brood things.
Oh goodness. That's the thing, you can't show someone down bottom lane unless it's the Shadow Fiend, because the Spiderling army is monumental here for Uragi's Brood.
He's just having such a free game on this Brood Mother. You know, going through the profiles, there hadn't been many Brood game on any of these OG cores, but Uragi looking very comfortable. And once this Tinker gets a Blink Dagger up, there's just going to be so much mobility and chase from this OG side. It feels incredibly scary. You've got this Viper that's really hard to play into in the top lane. You've got this Brood bound bottom. Both these side lanes just feel like these death traps for Hakori.
Yes. It's incredibly challenging to find somewhere to play into. Sit back on your own side of the river and continue farming seems like the game plan for Hakori right now. And OG under some dire vision. 3 heroes scouted out, so Hakori can play a little safer up here. Make sure they don't get caught out by the fissures and the poison attacks. By extension, this is just a lot of room for BZM to get his blink, for the Broodmother to farm and rush towards the Orchid. And then the tempo picks up again with these key items, because they're not taking a long time to build up. It's going to be, what, 13 minutes in, we'll have this synchronization between the Brood and the Tinker. Oh, nice dodge of the Fisher. The Phantasm and the turnaround play with the arrow onto Tiger. Hakori bring numbers top to defend their tower.
Yeah. Mid lane, that DDSF is pressuring, but there's a Tinker there to defend it. Bottom lane elsewhere, Uragi's taking tier 1. They kill the ES top, but I feel like that's such a desperation play. That's a level 7 Beastmaster smoking with Mirana to make like a Roar plus arrow play. You think Beastmaster, what you want to be doing at level 7? It's pushing the offlane tower. Like, the fact he's smoking and basically being played as this ganking offlaner is really concerning for me. They've completely got Beastmaster playing like out of his role. Like, you don't pick Beastmaster to run around the map using Roar. You pick him to get fast helm and use his board to kind of push the offlane, but he's just gone max wild axes to address the Brood, and he's the one losing his tower. It's kind of a disaster situation from my perspective when it comes to this Beastmaster's game.
It's like he's fully adapted and still failed. I mean,
yeah,
we've seen some value points in axes, 1 or 2 points, but I feel like this is the first time in a long time I've seen max axes on a Beastmaster 12 minutes in.
Yeah, it's a lot of commitment for it. They're smoking again, bringing the Beastmaster once more, and this is, they've just basically decided we can't play against Brood. We didn't draft any counters. If they find Tinker, it'd be great, but it's going to be Misha's Chen instead who they run into.
Oh, they don't even have the Roar. It's going to come down to axes and poison touch here to try and bring down Misha. I'll get him eventually. I'll try and clear out these ancient stacks as well to limit BZM's farm. It looks like Radiant, though, with the vision up on the high ground, they're able to spam out these homing missiles, or the heat-seeking ones, and try and keep Hakori at bay, but the ancient camp already cleared.
SF's low.
Fisher.
He may just die here.
Any more
Be a little careful. They're not going to commit.
Got Dazzle behind him, so Hakori, they come in and take the ancients, take the tier 1. But they still haven't dealt with the Brood. It looks like the name of the game is Ignore Uragi.
He's so farmed. 8k net worth, so far ahead of every other core in the game. He's scanning out. Oh, that's a dire scan. They were actually looking to hunt down this Brood. They need to catch her with a Roar. Vitaly's got it, but the movement speed, almost 500 in the webs. Uragi is just not really being found here. Some axes, you kill some Spiderites or whatever, but you're not really achieving much here if you're Beastmaster.
Yeah, and Tiger tumbling forward, looking for the Fisher lineup. They've got so much damage, they need the Grave on the Beastmaster just to try and keep Vitaly alive. It looks like they've done that at the least. But this was the move from Hakori. They were stepping forward, looking for a play, and OG responding with 4 heroes here.
Yep. They respond with 4 heroes. They bring in numbers. They're ready to kind of defend it. CK commits his ultimate just to kind of farm a couple of creeps, and then you overcommit down bottom on Hakori. There's still this Viper top who just solo pushes a tower. So OG just playing the map that much better.
Oh, arrow.
Yeah. Okay.
Does Theo have the damage? Level
Don't
2
think so. No.
Starstorm. Yeah. Never mind. Just always so exciting when you see an arrow like that on a Tinker. It's like, oh, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe? No.
Orchid now.
Oh, the Orchid. Oh, dear. Well, that's what you get for arrowing my Tinker. Yuragi absolutely ready to play. He's got Manta Style queued up next as well. As they go straight in for that tier 1 mid lane. Chen creeps, Spider Army, easily brought down.
Just got chewed up. Yeah, Chen's got the mech now, so a lot of heal potential for the entire OG side. Makes it so that some of these cores in these sidelines can play kind of... we've been seeing Viper play solo top. We've been seeing Brood play solo bottom. You've just got that... all that save that the Chen brings to the table now as well.
Another Orchid. Just to kill off some Ancients. Yuragi using it to increase his farm speed, which is already pretty nuts to begin with. But he might
Nice
get
shadow.
caught here. The Roar, well placed by Vitaly on the hero, and the arrow connects as well. Trying to kill off the Brood Mama with a couple of raises, but Yuragi down to the low ground, still alive. The Starstorm second hit lands, but Misha, oh, the axes! They get the Brood Mother. 2 down now as Hakori defend their Ancients area. Again, heavy commitment as 5 heroes there, but still seems worth it to get Brood Mother off the map.
Yeah, that's amazing. Killing the Brood, any kill in the Brood, doesn't matter how many heroes you commit, you're going to feel good about. Korea running at the Roshan pit, they really go for it. I think Brood got giga unlucky there. I think he was going to block the arrow with a spider link, but it expired. I don't think it even died. I think it expired. It was trying to like micro it in front of the arrow. It was just like the most unfortunate timing for him, but Korea are going to be thrilled with the outcome as they can walk themselves into the Roshan pit. So a great swift move from them, and that's what they needed. They're kind of all in on making these kind of plays and fights because they've gone for a Vlad's Beastmaster. They're not going for the pushing build, going for that Wraith Pact, and they want to take fights early because both CK as well as SF are kind of coming online with these early game items, and they're being outfound.
And this shard from Tiger is incredibly annoying, just getting a Fisher down and spamming enchant to aftershock back the CK. Something they've got to be very wary of here, Hakori, is that ability for Tiger to split up these team fights and cause issues when you're trying to initiate with Raw Arrow. That is your team fight starter. A Fisher can block that out quite quickly.
Yeah. But such good counterplay from the OG side. But we'll have to see. The Tinker we saw yesterday didn't look all too hot. But that was a very greedy draft. They had Tinker Brood, but this time around I think the Viper and the Shaker make the OG draft a bit more balanced, and we'll see if they can continue to scale and make things work here. Yuragi's Brood, mentioned the Manta style. It's going to be kind of key that he continues to accelerate. Brood, this hero, kind of known for falling off the longer the game goes, and playing into SFCK, there's plenty of late game scaling on the Hakori side.
Yeah, and you're right. Kind of syncing up these item timings. BKB on SF isn't too far away. Just needs another 700 gold. And Chaos Knight, he can disassemble his Echo Saber to try and get his BKB a little faster here. Went for that Armlet Echo just to try and fight as early as possible. It's OG though, smoking up. Amar with Tiger. Smoke
Spiders
broken.
out. They scout the Illicore.
Oh, we got off the Moonlight Shadow, but a quick sentry placement there. 2 sentries, in fact.
It was good micro from Yuragi. He was sending Spiderlings up both ramps. It always feels so nice. Talked about in some of the other casts we've done where it's like you have these summons to scout things. When you're making these aggressive plays from low ground to high ground, you want to be able to send something up, whether it's a rocket flare or a summon or a helm creep.
Enchantress.
Yeah, yeah. You need something to put their body on the line to give you vision of these high grounds, and Brood is obviously a fantastic hero to do that with.
And these Spiderlings just heal up so quickly. The Beastmaster throws a set of axes, kills a couple. They need so many more to finish off the army. And OG, they come back. Tier 2, down in the bottom lane. Glyphed up for now by Hakori, as it looks like they're trying to move across here. 2 heroes ready behind the tower, 3 in the mid smoking across and looking to bypass the Ancients into fight OG. Even TPing the SF front lines there. Immediate Fisher though, and he's got no BKB, has the Aegis, trying to fight into the Viper while the CK battling Yuragi. But Amar has a BKB of his own. Back into the tree line, getting away from the Chaos Knight as the Wraith Pact expires, and Tinker, he TPs forward. They have the Fisher landing on the Chaos Knight, trying to chain stun down Lumiere. Hakori spend quite a lot there. They didn't waste the Aegis, and the BKB did come out from Analog towards the tail end of the fight, but nobody dying.
Yeah, no harm, no foul. Just struggling to find these good initiations. Arrows are just so hard to land with all the summons from Chen and Brood. CK even going to ulti for this one.
Well, they see the Brood. They catch a
Perfect.
glimpse of it with a Hawk. Didn't expect the Hawk to be up on that high ground, and Yuragi gets punished heavily. Now OG on the run. Big pole from Viper, the Tumbler's Toy from Tiger. A little bit of mobility there allows OG to retreat with only one casualty.
Yeah, great fight. I mean, both teams winning 5v5 down in the bottom lane. Tinker just hit his level 12, so he could kind of join in as well. That's kind of why OG were making that move, knowing that Tinker was going to be able to back them up. But the vision, the Hawk, you mentioned it, and Corey get a tier 1 tower to follow. And this is, I mean, they had the SF BKB, but they're about to also get CKs, so I feel like this entire Hikori team is about to get that much stronger. Drums coming out on Beastmaster, so he's going all in on the kind of teamfight auras and just buffing up his 2 cores. It's going to be a scary window for Hikori, particularly while they've got this Aegis that they can, you know, kind of take any fight they want.
And he finally leveled up Call of the Wild and immediately gets a brood kill with the Hawk. Forget the balls, seriously. It's all about the Hawk vision.
Yeah, that's where there's, like, just getting a value point earlier on with the Hawk just seems like it would be so value.
Oh, looks like the tier 2 is all theirs. Nothing to stop them. OG pivoted up towards top to farm the Dire jungle and get a bit of pressure on the opposing tier 2. Hikori readying themselves though with a Moonlight Shadow and a mass TP top. But Amar, it looks like he's out of there with a pig pole. Analog not going to be able to catch up to this, is he? Vitali, phase boots and a roar. If Amar sticks around, Requiem's going to come from Analog to fear up the Viper, open up the roar, but Tiger's there. Blocks them with a Fissure and the enchant. Stops them in their tracks yet again.
Yeah, maybe you should just knock on for the Requiem Fear kind of pushed them in the direction he wanted to go anyways. Vitali had to get close enough for a roar. Even then, Tiger was ready for it positioned. BZM similarly almost got caught in the mid lane on his Tinker. The CK pulled him in with the Reality Rip, but just didn't get the stun off.
Yeah, this BZM Tinker working on that Shiver's Guard. Seems like we're getting towards these big items for OG. We've seen how much damage that can do as well. Giving vision, spamming out the Shiver's Guard. I guess, assuming he goes BKB, overwhelming blink, as we've seen from the Storm's Tinker yesterday in the group stage.
Yeah, I think build makes a lot of sense. Seems to be pretty common from the pub players on Tinker I've seen as well. But right now, it really feels like Hikori have weathered the storm. The Broodmother, her big power spike with this early Orchid. They've killed her a couple of times, and it feels like they're the ones who get to kind of dictate play now. Even with Aegis expiring, they're still grouping up as 5, ready to take a fight. But here come OG.
Yeah, the Yules out of Mirana stopping Amar from chasing forward for a second. Has to leap away now, though, as Yuragi focusing the CK on the top side of the fight. A lot of damage, and they need the BKB and the Grave on Lumiere. Losing Theo and maybe Shadow Fiend too. Analog hunted down by the Viper and clicked into Oblivion. It didn't feel like an actual team fight. That was just OG charging up high ground and finding the turnaround on Hikori.
Yeah, just playing around their vision and getting the jump on all these heroes here and having all that vision around their triangle. They just kind of saw exactly where they were. The Fissure from Taiga, his Shaker play in that team fight was absolutely amazing. They get the SF down to like 10% health before he BKBs, and then he's just trying to run away from the right clicks during his BKB. So Hikori just didn't get any spells off because they're the ones getting jumped. They're the ones getting scouted. It's like kind of whoever sees the other team and gets the jump is going to have the advantage in these fights. And in this case, it was OG.
It was the All-Into Major, right, where we had Seb playing the Earthshaker, and we had this kind of shift towards the Shard. And initially, it felt like Shard first item was a in a situation where I can't buy Blink. I'm not going to get there. I'll just buy the Shard as my first item. But here, Tiger showing it is absolutely a viable, pre-item to the Blink Dagger for the Earthshaker. A lot of utility from it. As Misha, quick catch there from Hikori.
This is life on the line just to de-ward, but it's the Moonlight Shadow being committed, so that tool being taken away from Hikori for a potential upcoming Roche engagement. It's a long, almost 3 minutes, yeah.
Long spawn.
Not really sure who that. I don't really feel like either team has like a massive edge and was hoping for the fast Roche respawn. If anything, both teams are feeling like we can win a fight if we're the ones, getting the jump and outplaying them. Whoever plays around their vision better is going to be the ones who win a fight, I feel.
And Hakori always having to come back and maintain these lanes. Against the Tinker and the Brood, you look at your side lanes that are just being pushed consistently in towards the Dire base. And Analog even getting chipped away out there by BZM and his spam. With the rest of the team looking to connect in as well. They'll find Vitali. And quick dispatch of the Beastmaster there. Again, all set up by this enchant with the Fissure from the Earthshaker.
OG, I mean, not just playing around your vision, but playing around your smokes. They've done a really good job just using these aggressively, finding pickoffs whenever they can. Unfortunately for them, no Roshan's going to be spawning, so they'll get this pickoff and turn it into this kind of map control around the Rosh pit, take out all the enemy wards around their cliffs on the right side of the Rosh, and gonna actually be a Hakori smoke here. 4-man smoke. They see the Brood, they see Yuragi, but they don't get the sun.
They can't catch her. Tiger, right place, right time again. They'll have to kill the Earthshaker first instead. As OG, they're sticking around here. Even without Tiger ready, they've got Centaur Stomps to chain stun Analog, but he's got BKB Requiem, gets off the fear. Pushes back Brood, and now onto Amar they'll move. Find the Viper kill, and a double, in fact, for Lumiere.
Yeah, they're just playing around their numbers here and charging forward. What a great fight in the end for them. Even though they don't kill the Brood with the initial jump, they still make the most of it. And it's finally, it feels like finally Hakori will kind of make a smoke of their own that really comes up big there. Just unfortunate that the Brood managed to dodge the stun, I think, or the stun was on like a spiraling with the CK stun, but even with the Brood getting away, Hakori still poised to take Roshan, but they're going to be disappointed because Rosh is still not alive.
Well, Analog, it just raises up the high ground, expecting someone from OG to be standing there. They'll find nothing though. But it definitely feels like Hakori with this minus armor physical damage hitting their stride here, 26 minutes in. And with OG's draft, I don't know about you, but I'm struggling to have a read on how they fare progressing later on into the game. But I'm leaning Hakori with SF Beastmaster CK.
Yep. I'm the same as you. All these supports on Hakori have itemized against the Orchid too, so this Brood Orchid is unlikely to really do a whole lot. Like, she's still a pretty scary right-click carry. Manta, Basha, Lincoln soon to protect her against, like, the Roar and CK stun, but Hakori's scaling is just far superior.
It's like Broodmother's stat gain is pretty good for an Agi hero, but still a melee hero, still a little squishy. And I think, I don't know, itemization has always been a difficulty for Broodmother, deciding exactly what item you need in a given game. BKB next. It looks like Yuragi swapping things away from like Lincolns to BKB, not sure exactly what he wants or needs. And it's very clear cut from Hakori here. Now, Solar Crest is going to come up for this Beastmaster, keep those buffs stacking up on your CK and your Shadow Fiend. And SF has finished off a Manta style on top of the BKB, so it doesn't have to waste the magic immunity against an Orchid.
This is like old school Beastmaster. Just full auras for your carries. No helm, no playing around your summons, no playing selfish Dota. Solar Crest is not an item you see much these days.
Yeah, it really isn't. An Analog. He's just soloing Roshan. OG are in the vicinity. And Tiger does have the Blink Echo. Hakori have got to be very careful about that Earthshaker. Try and get a glimpse of him. Try and get some vision going. And even smoking up and playing forward.
Yep. Maybe waiting for Hawkeye to give them some scouting and vision. They don't really want to go charging up to this Radiant high ground without some kind of Hawkeye. OG do scan Roach, so they know it's not going on here. And they've actually vacated their triangle here, so not going to connect. Moonlight Shadow coming out. Hakori eagerly looking for OG, who have smoked up themselves.
They're coming in from behind. But OG have this advantage of split pushing lanes with the Tinker. Top shoved, mid pushed out now by the rest of them. And OG holding the dire side of the river. Coming down to low ground. Fissure catches CK. Trying to stun him up. But OG, they don't want to give up their positioning. Still holding back and not committing.
Just great job pressuring mid lane. They get the T2 tower. Because they had a spiraling in the Roshan pit, they just had full knowledge that Hakori weren't in there.
Another Fissure. Analog, a little scared there as they blow up Theodore with the Viper and Tinker.
This is not looking good for Hakori. They're getting kind of outplayed here and just chipped away at.
SF has the BKB Requiem. Expending some big cooldowns. Manta to run away now, but he's been chased down. The Grave will come out, but Analog looking dead. Tries
out.
to TP with a grave up on him, but the final bits of damage from OG will be enough. Catching Gardic in the back lines too. And 3 heroes swiftly removed. As OG, they're in the pit and taking Roshan for themselves.
Just outmaneuvered. And once OG get the vision on them and Hakori don't get a clean engagement, you're just getting spammed. You're getting the Tinker treatment, the heat-seeking missiles, the lasers. We'll see it all here again. The fissure from afar. All these nukes that you're not doing damage while you're losing like half your health pool and being forced to just BKB defensively. And as a result, OG just kite the BKB, then they re-engage. And it just feels like every single kill OG got there was like the freest, like no trade whatsoever, just pure easy pickoffs.
Yeah, BZM just solo killing Beastmaster, blinking around on top of him with this Shiva's Guard and rocket spam. Oh yes, that's a good way to put it. There's just no commitment. It's this guerrilla tactics, right? You go in, you force a few spells, you go out. There's no real heavy commitment. They didn't even use Blink Echo, did they? Tiger still has that for his next fight.
Yeah, it's just all set up by the great map awareness of OG, avoiding the smoke gank, making sure they don't get caught out by any of this, like, Roar initiation or CK Blink stun.
That's a great example of how that macro play. Oh, the catch on. Oh no, the range creep throws his body on the line. Get down, Mr. Tinker. BZM just continues that spam. But a good example of macro play winning a team fight. Yeah. The fact that they pushed top and mid meant Hakori were in this position where if they don't force a team fight and commit for Roche or commit for a battle, they're going to be pushed up onto their high ground. So they were in a position where they had to do something.
Yep. Hakori just kind of had the wrong read. Like, they smoked into the triangle and OG were actually pushing out mid, so they needed to find a better way to just run some of these heroes. Lumia has to BKB TP out. Looking to cancel that.
And look, that's the BKB as well. Okay. They've roared up the BKB Viper, trying to click him down, but Amar is incredibly tanky. He's got a Skadi, he's got a plate mail. Analog needs to be graved up, but he's been bashed now and should be finished off with a damage over time from Amar. Clearing up the SF, and BZM's diving base. Picks off Gardic inside that dire base behind the barracks, and the rest of OG pummel into the buildings.
OG is just everywhere. They're, forcing CK, BKB TP home while taking a fight elsewhere on the map. Using this Tinker mobility and gets sniped by the Fissure. Just absolutely despair here for Hakori, who looked like they were in an okay position to scale this game, but just got bested by the maneuvering of OG.
Yeah, I did not know what to expect coming into this with a Broodmother for Yuragi, a Tinker for BZM, but this feels like a prepared or pre-prepared draft from OG. They knew what they were heading into. They knew what to pick up here, and it was very, very well executed.
Yeah, absolutely. They looked like they played this Brood Tinker, 100 times before, so almost certainly something they practiced in scrim with, and it looked like, Yuragi knew what he was doing. He did an amazing jump kind of control in the early game. Did get, picked off a couple of times by some nice Hakori plays down in this bottom lane where they got the vision from him from the Hawk, but it was just so hard for Hakori to get these jumps. The times they did, the fights went great, but more often than not, they were just kind of running around trying to get initiation and getting scouted and then getting poked at and spammed by Tinker spells and Spiderlings without actually finding any hero to kill.
Yeah, it's really cool to watch. I think this is definitely a replay to go back and really have a deep dive into, because usually, as a play-by-play caster, my knowledge is reasonably limited, right? But usually I'm looking for some, key things, item timings, or, late game potential, early game laning domination, whatever it might be. And OG, they had some early game laning prowess through this Chen, Viper, Broodmother, Tinker even looking very good. But reading what they wanted to do on the map in terms of taking towers or playing things didn't seem super apparent until they happened. But I think the biggest thing was that with this draft, OG had a lot of options. They weren't locked into one play style or one set of items. They were able to do anything they wanted at any given time once we got out of the lanes.
Yeah, they itemized in different ways for the Brood to really scale into the late game too. And I think just understood, like, if both these two teams and 10 heroes were put into like a boxing ring, OG's going to lose that fight. They had to play around and like kind of play around the fog, play around the trees, play around the lane equilibrium as well, where they were pushing all these lanes out and putting Hakori kind of on this awkward position where it's like, do we go back to defend? Do we stay out on the map because we need to contest Roshan? They were just really, playing the macro game to perfection this game.
Yeah, and maybe understanding there, the BKB timings of Hakori around 20 minutes was something that OG could exploit, try and kite them and waste them. As Yuragi, I mean, what his first Broodmother game here for OG, maybe his first Broodmother Pro game, is the MVP of the match.
Absolutely. I mean, crushed his lane in game and forced Beastmaster to do the most non-Beastmaster things imaginable. When you have a level 7 Beastmaster smoking to the safe lane to use a roar plus arrow combo, it's like that took me back like 6-7 years ago to how Dota used to be played. But I don't think you'll see many Beastmasters at all this tournament not playing in their off lane, not trying to push that early tower. Usually the mid lane is rotating to the Beastmaster, but with the build he went with the axes plus not going for the helm and just the Brood crushing that lane, Yuragi was kind of the X factor here, because I think he kind of ruined Hakori's kind of key timings and strategy.
Right, I'm looking back at Yuragi's Broodmother history on his pro profile, and he had a 1v1 game in a Face-It League match against the Silencer. He had another 1v1 game against the Lich again in a Face-It match. He had a 5v5 Broodmother game against, I recognize none of these players or anything, so it looks like an in-house game or something. This was, in my eyes, his first professional Broodmother performance, and it was a spectacular one.
Yeah. It's absolutely, I mean, that's one way to make a statement to every other team in the tournament. It's like, hey, by the way, guys, OG have a Brood player. Something you have to worry about when you're drafting against it. They've already shown, like, they were first facing Slack in some of their games. Their drafts are already so unpredictable and so annoying sometimes to play against with some of the kind of heroes they like to pick. So this is just one more that teams are going to be, like, scratching their head about.
Yeah, absolutely. There we have it. OG with a Game 1 victory, as we'll head to a short break and return with game number 2.
and our swords. We pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality. We're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Well, Hikori had a lot of shields and swords, a lot of physical damage in game one, but apparently the grand battle plan drawn out by the great mighty pen of OG was the real strategy to defeat them there. Very well executed by OG in game number one, gods.
Yeah. Who needs swords and shields when you have a bunch of spiders running around? So we'll see if they swap things up here for game number two. I think for Corey, they probably, that's kind of comfort picks for them. Like the first phase SF, minus armor kind of strat going on. I feel like it's something they have done before and had good results with. It just came a bit down to execution, and also OG doing something they weren't quite ready for.
Yeah, something completely different from OG. Definitely going to be unsettling Hikori, and I think a lot of teams are going to be looking back on this and thinking, wait, hang on a second. Brood Tinker is their last couple of picks. We've got to be very wary of those now heading forward. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some second phase respect bans from Hikori here in game two, as it looks like we've got the draft just about ready and underway. I mean, no real needs to shift first phase bans though, right?
Probably not, but often teams will, just because they don't want to let teams just kind of like repeat the same draft. I think it was something, you saw a bit during like the true site of the last CI finals, where teams would just change their first phase bans almost to avoid having like a repeat draft from the previous game, where the other, where one team gets to like, the team who lost, you can kind of repeat the draft with like one minor tweak that fixes everything. So I think teams will sometimes try and get ahead of the change.
Well, previously it was Razor and Primal Beast, the bans from Hikori. OG took out Marcy and Undying, so we'll see if things do change or if we'll have the same opening here, as it looks like Hikori's starting the same anyway, the Primal Beast getting removed, and OG with the Marcy removal as well.
Yep. I think no major surprises with these two bans, particularly, Marcy just seems like this hero you have to ban when your opponents have first pick. Nobody seems to want to give up a first pick Marcy. For all the people who have Marcy as most banned in their companion predictions, I think you can kind of call it a day and take your points. I don't
Rest
think it's
easy.
changing. Yeah. What's even competing with it? I don't think Primal Beast is close. I don't think Enigma definitely isn't close. I know some people thought it might be Enigma.
I have to check. I put Marcy. I think I copied Knoxville's homework, but I put the majority of what he guessed over in my one as well. Yeah, it looks like it should be good for that one at the very least. Well, Viper does make his way into that first phase along with a Morphling, so we leave in the Razor and Undying for both of these sides. And it looks like Hikori again with the first pick. And last time going for the Shadow Fiend. Maybe this time it's time to crack out the Undying for Gardic.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of OG doing what I talked about, where it's like they're kind of predicting Hikori to change things. They're like, okay, we beat their SF. What's their game two draft going to be? And OG's expecting like okay, they have first pick again. They want to, this time around, rather than like first picking SF, OG's expecting them to do something like a second pick Morphling. So they just preemptively ban Morph to kind of address it. Also, they ban it because Razor was left in the pool. Hikori swapped out their bans, banning Viper instead of Razor. And I think Hikori's plan was like, let's give them Razor and pick Morphling as the Razor counter. So I think OG's approach to these first bans and this first two picks is incredibly clever.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, straight into the Razor, Snapfire to follow. So we've got that ability with Snap to pair up with any number of BZM heroes. I've really loved the Snap support duo with your Clockworks and your Tusks able to roam around the map and kill people. But there's also like Snap Parkour, Snap with an Ember Spirit that can be your gank squad and death squad killing partner.
Yep. Well, we'll see how things progress here with the Hikori second pick. This is the big one, the one where we'll see what kind of big game deciding hero they can kind of slot in. Maybe it's just an SF again. Like I it's not like the same impact as a Morphling in that you pick Morph, you ban the counters, and you've kind of set up your draft to build around. The other option is maybe the Enigma, but I don't know. I think SF, given that you've seen the Razor, probably makes the most sense, even though it's repeating what you did a bit in game 1.
Yeah, and just looking back, it seems Hikori they like picking Undying with the Snap. You know, Snap pick covers Undying pretty decently because little Shredder for OG here going to be able to clear through the Tombstone pretty nicely. And another bit of a change-up, Faceless Void, which I don't believe Hikori have played through the group stage yet. He's going to make a reappearance. He was absolutely the king of regionals and last chance qualifier, though. This was the big carry everyone looked towards. Comes back here for Hikori.
Yeah, this was what the China region kind of thought was the counter to Razor. And I think during the Arlington, Texas Major, anytime opponents picked Razor, they were just like, okay, we go Void now. And now I think the rest of the world has kind of caught on that, hey, Void is... I mean, everyone always knew it was good against Razor, but I think they really showed like you can actually first face Void against Razor because of how good the matchup is.
Yeah, like the puck ban. Like I was saying, very good partner with a Snapfire. And now we start getting rid of some of these Vitaly heroes. I mean, he's a Broodmother player himself, so we'll see if OG here, you know, ban out the Beastmaster, the Broodmother, some of these summons heroes that Vitaly likes to grab.
Yeah, I guess the Lycan's the other one, but I'm trying to think what you want to pair with a Faceless Void. I think Beastmaster always feels like one of the best when it comes to buffing up carries. Otherwise, I think one of the things Hikori lack right now is just damage into that Chronosphere. It doesn't have to come from the offlaner. If anything, there's more mid laners and supports that can dish out damage in the Chrono. Maybe something where OG's worried about like an Invoker type pick here. But I think Hikori definitely looking at Undying Void, the one glaring missing component is just damage.
That's where heroes like Zeus or something come in, right? There's raw damage from the mid lane. Dump it into that Chrono.
Zeus has not looked particularly good, unfortunately. I'm a big Zeus fan, but the hero's won 33% of his games so far, so it's not been a very good Zeus tournament.
No, not been super hot. I guess there's lots, like the power creep in terms of initiation spells. There's been a lot of heroes that have had buffs and tweaks to their mobility, and there's a lot of prominence of spirits and ability just to gap close onto the Zeus that makes his life pretty miserable.
Yeah, and we even saw that game where it was like Zeus against like TB and stuff, and it just felt like the Zeus just wasn't doing Zeus things in the game for whatever reason. And then getting the that's the thing. Everyone's like got so angry about this heavenly jump, giving Zeus a escape spell. That's not the identity of the hero, but Zeus lost some damage in order to get that spell, losing the passive. So as like a built-in spell. So it wasn't like it was a buff with a nerf kind of attached to it.
Yeah, it sure was. Digging deep here, Hikori. I got rid of the Slardar, which is kind of an interesting one, seeing the Razor is already out there and likely in the hands of Amar. But I guess, OG known for their lane swaps and being able to put heroes on multiple players. It could have been a Yuragi Razor and then put the Slardar against the Void, which makes things much more difficult for the Faceless Void. And looking at the way Yuragi's been playing, it feels... this is the thing. You ban out the Naga Siren now, and it feels like Yuragi's been practicing all of these summons and micro heroes or something, because Naga's been one of his big ones. Now the Broodmother he's shown. I mean, the next logical step for me is like a Meepo or something to be picked by Yuragi.
For now, they'll go for the support. They get a hero that Void doesn't particularly like playing into. It gives you a way to stun, silence him, prevent him getting that Time Walk and escape off. I was wondering if OG were going to consider going for another Broodmother, but at least not with their opening pick, their 5th pick. They're going to consider that.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, time to look for damage for Hikori.
Yeah.
They've got their 5, their 1, so a Theolacor hero or a Vitaly hero are likely to come out now.
They've used a lot of reserve time, and this is like the trickiest part of the draft to me, where it's like you got to pick 2 heroes pretty blindly. You've seen this Razor from the very get-go, and all you've seen since then is 2 supports. So you just have to pick stuff that fits your draft because you don't really see anything that needs countering. There's some damage, yeah,
some pretty big damage. Sharpshooter into Chrono, not too bad, and a bit of catch from your position 4, always very nice to have. This is where I'd like to see, I don't know, like a DP or something for the position 3, because none of these heroes really hit towers or you play off of tempo. They're all very good in lanes, decent at team fighting, but having someone who can actually frontline and break down buildings, okay, all the Vitality Brood, there we go, yeah, smiles all across the board for them.
Yeah. OG get some, they get 2 picks to address this though, and there's no like immediate bans to protect the Brood as well, so if they want that like Kunkka or something, it's definitely an option and available to them.
5 seconds remaining.
Kunkka would be pretty nice. There's a hero that both Snap and Earth Spirit can move into that mid lane and help out. But both OG supports very good at guarding runes and playing actively like out of the lanes. Both good in the lanes, but once they start breaking them down and moving around, this pairing of heroes is incredibly strong.
Yeah, when I see like Earth Spirit, Snapfire, and they've got an offlane Razor, I'm thinking you want a mid hero that has like kill threat and catch and chase. The Ember Spirits, Kunkka is obviously fine, but you don't have to go fully address the Spiderlings with some big AoE damage. Like you've got okay already between Razor, Snap, or a Spirit. If there's something else that like fits your drop better than a Kunkka, I think OG's fine to go for that as well.
I'm wondering what else they're considering. Like Invoker wouldn't be too bad either. We've seen this Exort Invoker do very well, and he's not really going to interact with the Brood for quite some time in the game. We're not going to see this. It's going to be a 3 Brood. It's a Vitali special, so unlikely it's going to be heading anywhere other than the off lane. Looks like Misha's shaking his head, saying, no Invoker. Let's just pick the Ember Spirit. That's the best option we've got.
Yeah, they were really thinking things through here after the Broodmother came out, and this is, I think, totally fine. Use your reserve time here. It's going to be pretty clear what direction they need to go for their last pick. They're going to have their roles at least established, so OG want to make sure they get this key pick of their draft correct. And it's not just the Brood they've got to worry about, it's also the Void, who's somewhat addressed by the Earth Spirit, but hasn't been like maybe fully addressed. They perhaps are going to feel like they want cores that also make the Void's life a bit difficult.
Yeah, like a Bat Rider or something, being able to drag him around, chase him down. But for now, it's an Alchemist for OG. Is this the answer to the Brood? The Acid Spray? The Radiance?
I mean, it's something that, will happily eat spiders alive. It's not like they were felt like this is like a dream counter pick. Otherwise, they would have, I think, used much less time and just insta-picked it. But definitely in the past, like you pick Alk against Brood, and if you find a way to farm Spiderlings, like you're just in heaven as an Alk player. So a solid pick. It's also here that I think, Void drafts are a bit slow. Like you're trying to farm a couple of items on Void. You only really fight around the Chrono when it's on cooldown. You're not looking to fight. So a hero like Alchemist can often be, pretty comfortable and to succeed when you're up against a Void draft.
And it's so difficult for me to look at OG draft and not think about like the mind games that they could pull, because they're so very good at that. It's like, what if the Alk is a mid hero? What if he's not safe lane? What if this Razor goes here? What if Snapfire's mid? And they've got all these potential options for themselves. I do get rid of the Ember Spirit though, Hikori, knowing that's one of the big options for them.
Yeah, they're going to get rid of, I think, Alk Razor, you want a mid lane playmaker. They're almost certainly banning. Maybe they ban the Kunkka as well. I think it's kind of that playmaker that also addresses Brood. Yep, there we go. Kunkka banned. And then for OG, mid laners who deal damage, like the Invoker Void combo, an obvious one. Otherwise, you mentioned the Zeus, I think, could be a ban. Puck is already banned, so we'll see what kind of damage they find for the Void. There's like your Linas. It's not easy, I think, to find reliable mid laners here to round out their draft, though.
Yeah, I mean, if it's analog, we're kind of talking about his hero pool. Yes, he's diversified, but it still feels like he's got a hero pool of maybe 4 or 5 heroes that he's very comfortable on, and a lot of these have been banned or they're not really viable right now.
I don't think you want to go too greedy. Like the Lina, I think the downside there is it's kind of greedy, like needs a lot of farm alongside Void and Brood. May just be one of the better options. There's like a Death Prophet as well. But definitely a tricky pick given what OG have done with this Alk.
Thanks. It feels like you want a little bit of tower push, a little bit of damage, a little bit of team fight, but I'll go back for the Zeus. There's that option as the final pick. OG, though, they've got the ability to counter this. Oh, that's not a good sign for Hokori, is it? Look at the grins. BZM, what have you got in store for us now?
Yeah, I feel like mid laners like are so happy when the enemy picks Zeus. It's just like this squishy mid laner that anytime you get on top of Zeus, all the hero does is like run away, heavenly jump. Like he's just thinking of all the fun heroes he can play and make Zeus's life hard. And it's going to be Void Spirit. So, you know, a different spirit, but one that can cause a lot of problems this game.
Yeah, Void Spirit and Earth Spirit together on one team. And it's like Yuragi has the Frankenstein Alchemist set, and he's all ready to batter away at some spiders and zombies. And you can't get the Grievel's Greed off of zombies, right? They changed that quite some time back.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Because you see the numbers,
sure.
you see the numbers above their heads, but you don't get the gold from it.
Okay. I'll trust you.
I'm pretty certain about that because
Yeah.
I think I said he's farming. Oh, look, he's farming zombies, and Lacoste like, "Shut up, idiot! you don't get the gold from it."
Yeah, I was like, I feel like I remember this change, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
but, yeah.
I think there was a period of it like being like bugged or not working correctly, but we'll see how well Yuragi does dealing with this Vitali Broodmother heading into game 2. OG up against Hokori, and it's like you said, right? We've had some adaptations here in the draft to try and move things around. And Broodmother still a key element, though, in this best of 2.
Oh, yeah. We'll see if they've got enough to address this Brood, or if the hero does kind of come online and snowball this game. If you get those Spylings up early, yeah, Al can farm them, but without, like, the Radiance and whatnot, I think you just take over that lane. Like, Alka's going to be forced out of the lane and into the jungle at some point.
A pretty important one here, as well as OG looking to try and cement their spot up at the top of Group A, and Hokori trying to keep the consistency going, trying to get another 1-1 under their belt to stay in the running here. I mean, it's looking pretty good for them so far to qualify through to the playoffs, but everyone's aiming for that upper bracket with a safety net of that double elimination as Game 2 underway, and both teams smoking as 5 to try and traverse across the map as quickly as possible. It looks like BZM is going to get to mid lane just a little bit faster, though, for his early Observer Ward.
Yeah, he gets the opposite side as well, so that's going to be a tricky one to find and de-ward. It is Zeus, but Zeus doesn't usually get the Lightning Bolt early. We're seeing, mostly the Arc Lightning and Heavenly Jump even being leveled up. Sometimes there's a value point, but even that is not a guarantee by any means.
And it looked like the smoke broke on him, but I don't think Zeus actually caught a glimpse of him as the fight breaks out down bottom. I do get that concoction onto Gardic, and with OG having 3 heroes down here, chasing the Undying back for Misha's first blood.
Not the ideal hero to get it, but he had to take it because Undying's Decay was just about to come off cooldown, and he would have got a 3-hero Decay. So, yeah, Misha getting tipped like, all right, 5-position player, taking these kills. What's going on here? But
what did he buy? That's the important thing.
Yeah, buy some salves and mangoes, please. Yeah, double mango, tango, sentry ward. Perfect.
Very nice.
That's
Tons of regen.
That's your job. Yeah, forget buying salves. We're back to buying tangos again for lane partners with the salve changes. So
he's got a lot of regen. He's already started with a set of tangos, 2 mangoes, ring of protection for Snap. So going to be doubling up on that regen. Keep Yuragi in fighting shape because he is against an Undying Broodmother lane. Some real toxic stuff from Hokori.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal, and sending the Undying down here for the Alchemist to play into. He's gone for level 1 stun. It got them the first blood, but this is not really the ideal spell, I feel like, to play the lane with, so we'll see how much that impacts Yuragi. He's just going to be casually harassing and throwing it out off cooldown just to get some good damage out, and it does seem like, having stun is actually going to work out okay for him.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but I think you're right. It's not ideal. Usually you want that level 1 acid spray to kind of push the lane, get early level 2, allow your support to pull, and then you control lane equilibrium around it. You should get that. Eventually, though, as we see across all 3 lanes there, Zeus against the Void Spirit in the mid lane, Analog versus BZM, and already Analog 7-1 against BZM's 3-0. Is Zeus meant to completely handle this lane, or is Analog outplaying?
I would say a little bit of both. I think Zeus has at least a bit of a farming edge and does well at the early levels. I think the really annoying thing with new Zeus Heavenly Jump is this attack speed slow. Like, you just use it and you can basically guarantee like range creep denies and stuff because your opponent doesn't get a chance to actually attack. Like 100 attack speed slow in the lane stage is like, you just don't attack.
Yeah, something that's like easily forgotten from Heavenly Jump with so much focus on the maneuverability it gives. All right, cast time increase, attack speed slow, move speed slow. There's a pretty long tooltip there for it.
It's very weird. Like, I don't know how IceFrog or whoever came up with this idea. Like, okay, I mean, the idea of Heavenly Jump is a mobility, but then it's like, why did it get attack speed slow and all these other things? But, hey, why not? We're here now.
Yeah,
you also get unobstructed vision around him for 3 seconds. I actually did not know that.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah,
For some
I didn't know that either.
What?
900. Oh, wow, yeah.
Okay. That's yeah, I feel like that's pretty big, actually. That's an important change I feel like I should know.
Yeah, today I learned.
Yeah.
Just read tooltips, guys.
There's quite a lot of them, 120 heroes, and these tooltips get pretty long, Ever since Oracle got added, I feel like Valve was just like, yeah, let's just make these tooltips as long as possible.
Yeah, just keep adding all these different things to them. And the final lane up at top, Lumiere's Void and Theolacor on that Hoodwink up against a Razor Earth Spirit. A lot of aggression. Oh, wow, Analog. Jump away from that mid lane. Get out of the grasp of BZM. Yeah, a lot in that top lane to fight up against each other. It feels like no one's really farming that well outside of the mid lane. Everyone's focused on fighting each other, dragging lanes around and trying to get a good spot in the lane.
Just, I think outbrewed, like neither team really wants to go for the kill so much. It's much more about securing the farm. Perhaps on the Hikori side, they'd like to pressure, but Brood has not really got that much kill threat at these early levels, so we'll need at least a little bit more like points in Silken Bowl as well as maybe Insatiable Hunger before you can even go for any kind of a kill here.
Yeah, more about being irritating in these first couple of levels. Unsettle your opponents, make things a little more challenging for them. Undying Courier, nice micro there, get away from Misha as he secures the range creep with Scatterblast. Still holding a bunch of those mangoes as well. Looks like BZM making his way back into the lane now, catching up a bit on the Zeus and doing a lot of damage with this level 2 Ether Remnant. He's caught the Zeus out a number of times now.
Yeah, this Zeus is getting pretty low here, going for the kill. BZM has some good damage here, but doesn't really want to follow it up. Not with just a level 2 Resonant Pulse. He doesn't quite have the damage for it, but Zeus desperately needs a bottle refill.
I mean, he really does. Yeah, using Clarity now, but if BZM goes again, could be a kill on him. Still 30 seconds before another set of Water Runes comes up. Might be an idea here for OG to send a hero across. It looks like Yuragi making a long run away and top lane. A link ends on Amar. Lumiere trying to get some damage onto the Razor, but can't connect with any bashes. Falls back with a Time Walk.
This was cool from Zeus. He went for the bounty rune at the time where he could get the bounty plus a water rune. He's going to miss maybe a couple of creeps, but he's at least positioning himself where, he also gets this top water rune. I say that BCM is now looking to contest it. Okay, they're going to swap sides. Okay. What was that? Yeah, all right. Zeus was top, and then he just went bottom instead.
Adapting to the situation. I think your point was correct. He was doing that, and BZM turns it on his head, and then Zeus changes his plans because of it.
But this is Zeus, man. He's just farm. He's just lightning creeps. There's nothing much. Unlikely to see any kills in mid. Good job, Observer. Let's focus on these side lanes that are definitely way more interesting. No, get away, get away. No. Down bomb. There we go. Okay.
I'm glad we had that first blood at the very start because it's been a very quiet laning stage.
Yeah, this is side laners picking off lane cores, broods and razors and stuff that want to kind of play more of the farm game. And I mean, looking at the CSs, it's a little bit behind some of the others, but Alchemist often has that kind of slow struggle in the early game, and then he'll easily catch up later on with the greed and jungle stacks. Misha,
he needs to help out Misha. It looks like Snap's okay. Even going to turn and try and fight Vitaly there as Lumiere dies to the Razor Earth Spirit. able to close the gap up against this level 1 Time Walk, which has such a long cooldown.
That's the thing with Void. Level 1 Time Walk, you've got to be so careful at when and how you use it. Mar and Tiger doing a great job punishing it.
Oh, we finally have Greevil's Greed leveled up on Yuragi. 2-1-1. Now it's time to hit some creeps and farm. See his net worth start to skyrocket. You even see the...
Sorry?
I'm just gonna say, you even see the Hoodwink like leaving top lane as well.
Oh, yeah. What's the plan going to be? Is he going to go start pressuring the Alchemist, or does he need to just keep on securing Void's lane? I think you don't really want to leave Void alone entirely. Looks like it's going to be a bottle refill for now, and both teams want to fight over these 6-minute runes, but it's already been secured by OG.
Yeah, already brought Tiger in there. Well, it's one of the big strengths of OG's draft. 2 supports that can secure runes and really roam and rotate out of the laning stage early on. At some point, probably going to want to make some stacks for Yuragi. Probably Misha's game plan in the next few minutes. Build up a bit of bank for the Alchemist.
Yeah, I was looking around and there wasn't much. They're going to TP bottom with the Void Spirit. They want to fight this.
Yeah, Tombstone's dropped, but Lil Shredder makes short work of it. Concoction back on the Brood, and Vitali. Oh, that big Thunder God's Wrath, and Yuragi. He's dead. Vitali was able to turn with his level 2 Insatiable Hunger, sustaining up and going maybe for a third. That Spirit backs away. And a TP in from BZM with his Haste Rune, looking to roll in with Tiger. Doesn't connect on Gardic, but the double Astral Step onto Vitali. Should find this one. Oh, nearly got away with a missed chance, but BZM secures it. Speedy enough.
So these power runes are so important. He's able to just make that rotation, quickly get a kill, and then also quickly return to his mid lane. He gets a refill on the way from the outpost there. Bit of an unusual place for a bottle refill, but he'll happily make his way. Well, I was going to say back to the mid lane, but Alka's actually showing up to farm this lane, so maybe a bit of a lane change coming out of OG.
Yeah, BCM comes across and is, oh okay, you're here now. Level 5 Alk against this level 7 Zeus. And there's no small camp anymore, so it's just going to be lane creeps over and over again for the Alchemist, while it looks like down at bottom, Hokori pressuring Tiger back. Aiming for a bit of damage on that tier 1, but the wave has been dragged across.
Yeah, just making it harder for the Brood to actually go for the tower with another rotation from BZM. The tally. Yeah, no Insatiable Hunger this time.
Popped out by the Astral Steps. And Gardic, he's not got mana left here. Another decay in, what, 10 seconds? As Yuragi does die to Theo in the mid lane. But Gardic drops bottom to OG's rotations.
Both teams finding kills in different places on the map. Accord doing a good job taking advantage that OG are prioritizing bottom to make that support rotation and kill an Alchemist.
And a Chrono top. Razor. Gonna get zapped down by the Zeus. The DD from Analog gives him the clicks and punches to take out Amar.
Nicely done. Great move there. I mean, using the Chrono off cooldown as a void when you're in the early game just to kill cores feels amazing. And killing an Amar Razor who'd been causing him a lot of problems in this lane up until then. He's now overtaken that Razor and farm with that kill, so putting himself and his team in a much better position.
I don't know what it is about Alchemist, but whenever I see him in a pro game, it gives me the itch to play him. It might just be the numbers appearing on my screen. Like, you see the golden numbers and you're like, yeah, that looks good. I bet it feels good as well. I want to replicate that.
I was going to say, what's wrong with you? I feel like it's the opposite for me.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess we were having this discussion about Bloodstone. It's just maybe it's just numbers. I like seeing numbers appear on my screen.
I'm sure there's like some other heroes that you can do. CK, numbers pop up when you use your stun.
Yeah, just some numbers popping up. I mean, what is it when you do more than 20% of someone's damage with a right click? You have the little kind of crit number appear.
Yep.
That always feels good. Oh, Theolicor's gonna bully back Misha and trying to contest or at least scout out some of these stacks so they see into that dire jungle and get a little bit of vision down as well from Tiger's Earth Spirit, who is in the vicinity.
So a tier 1 tower being taken uncontested down bottom. As Lumia's Void makes a good rotation just to find... I mean, he can't really stay top and farm, so he's going to make a new home down bottom lane and force this Brood more into the jungle.
Oh, Rune spawns top, and Theo's going for it. Cookie in from Misha, though, and 4 members of OG there. A deny on the Invis Rune is what Theo gets out of it, but BZM grabs a killing spree.
Now, we'll call that a win for Geolocor. You got the rune deny. You know, we saw what Void Spirit did with the last rune, so this one was just an invis.
Small W. It looks like Yuragi stealing that stack that they scouted earlier on. But Corey starting the TP here to fight around their own jungle, but Yuragi and Misha looks like they've got the damage to bring down Gardic. Oh, the bushwhack, beautifully placed, but BZM, he's able to gap close in. Zeus has to heavily jump down to low ground to escape. There's a lot of space for the rest of Hikori, though. Like Lumiere, after pushing tier 1, he's got a lot of room to farm now.
Yeah, and Vitaly's Brood was actually kind of struggling, was one of the lower farm cores. I mean, he still kind of is, but he's managed to take both bottom tier 1 mid and now pressure the bottom tier 1 and now pressure the mid tier 1. Not going to fully get it, but he's still got full access to this Radiant jungle, so doing a good job giving Void a lot of room to take over the the farm that he wants in bottom lane while still being very efficient throughout this jungle and mid lane as well.
Yeah, distributing the pie of farm very nicely.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Lumiere, just no fears. Hand of Midas Tread, just sitting down bottom. And Brood scouting. Let's see if OG makes any moves here.
Radiant's
There's
top
not really a play up top they can make. You know, like tier 1 still standing there is an ideal objective for them to take.
Dire's
The ideal situation for OG, this is not looking like your classic out game. He's not top of the net worth. He's number 5. He's, he can ramp up, but there's not really many stacks waiting for him either. So the fact he was involved, like that outpost fight up top, he was the one stunning the Undying to help kill him, is not usually what you want to see from your Undying.
There's a huge pick off on the Zeus, though, if they can get him. Analog did break up to the high ground and gets the Thunder God's Wrath out, but OG, yet again, it's 4 heroes quickly on the tail of Gardic now. Undying magnetized down, and Vitaly trying to hold a bit of a high ground here. Get away from the initiation of Tiger and Yuragi, slowing him down with a kick. The kiss is coming, but the concoction is a self-stun on the Alchemist, which might allow Lumiere here with a time dilation and maybe a chrono. The missed sharpshooter not gonna clip onto the Alcon. It looks like Lumiere opting not to chrono him there. Going for Misha instead, the safer and simpler kill. Grabs the bounty rune on his way out. And Hikori, and they lose the Zeus. It's pretty sad for them. They do get a couple of turnaround plays.
Yeah, killing a Snapfire felt like they wanted and tried to get so much more. I mean, luckily they don't lose their Brood. The Snapfire Mortimer's Kisses just couldn't really lock on without OG having any kind of follow-up stun. But Corey bringing 5 to make sure the fight is at least somewhat salvaged. But just a support kill. Felt like if Lumiere maybe just didn't think he had the damage there with the Chrono to finish off the Alk, because that's the really big problem hero as this game goes on. But for now, Void is top of the net worth. He's out farming everybody in this game. With this Midas pickup, he's maybe feeling like this game's actually in an okay position considering the Alks lane didn't go so well.
Yeah, all they need to do is land one big chrono. They've got plenty of damage to dump in it with the Hoodwink and the Zeus, who are currently paired up. The kill thread onto the Razor. That's what they'll use it for. Dump everything onto Amar, even drag him out of the chrono with the bushwhack at the end.
Give him some false hope. You're free! Oh, wait, no.
Never mind. Chained up to the trees. And BZM keeping Vitaly away from this soft push down in the bottom lane. Still going to stick around in the tree line. Looks like no real way for OG to latch onto the Brood there. It's all about safety for this Alchemist. Put that barrier up in front of Yuragi. Get him farming away.
tower is under attack.
He's got his relic and about 300 gold.
BZM with an E-Blade completed at 14 minutes. This is going to be one of the fastest E-Blades on Void Spirit ever. I mean, usually it's just not an item you, rush the way he has, but... yeah, I mean, playing against the Brood, against the Void, it's kind of a save against both those two heroes.
They had a massive amount of nuke damage. If they get on top of someone... oh, Tiger nearly had the Faceless Void there. Centimeters away from catching with that rolling boulder into the silence, but they'll turn on Gardic and keep the streak going for BZM. And Lumiere here with no chrono. I'm just going to try and chase them back. Maybe pick off the Misha Snapfire. And pops his stick, but with that sharpshooter and the damage, he does drop. Tiger still trying to get on this Faceless Void, magnetizing him up for the meantime, and Amar arriving to deal with Vitaly. BZM angling for the back lines, but it's just the E-Blade Astral Step to clear up the Broodmother as Tiger stuck on the high ground now. Kicks Lumiere low ground, but Time Walk gets him over the cliff tops again. Lots of little backs and forth here between both teams, but it always feels like OG are the ones killing cores, while Hikori only supports for now as BZM gets away from the bushwhack. Another dissimulate into the Roche pit. Astral Step on cooldown for 15 seconds though. Still an opportunity for Hikori to chase forward. The Cookie to try and save him up the high ground with the E-Blade, but he's dead. The Zeus damage, but the Void. He's gone, and Uragi's appearance opening up onto this Hoodwink. Battering away onto Theo Licor. A very far in a bushwhack will buy him a bit of safety. Even trying to sharpshoot at the high ground and successfully gets away. Vitali now joining the fray as Uragi channels up another stun to go for the TP home. No bushwhack, no way to stop him. While off to the left-hand side, Gardic is hunted down by a Mars Razor.
That bushwhack was half a second away from being up. If they kill the Alk there, that's such a good fight for Hikori. In the end, it's just a bit of a bloody mess. The Void Spirit goes down, getting chased down by the Faceless Void, but gets the E-Blade off for the Kisses, and that was such a good Mortimer's Kisses, killing off the Faceless Void, almost bringing down Theo Licor on the Hoodwink as well. Just very chaotic fight for both sides, and the kind of fight I think Uragi's Alchemist is happy to see, because he was kind of, at least until the end, kind of off farming and building up his net worth, and all of a sudden, 16 minutes in, he's #1 with a Radiant, and he's just going to accelerate from here.
Yeah, and a big fight for the Razor there, getting 500 gold, a ton of experience. Finishes off his BKB now, Amar, so that synchronizes perfectly. I mean, Radiance and BKB coming up for OG at exactly the same time.
Yeah, this is going to be an OG lineup that quickly ramps up here in the mid game and is ready to take any kind of a fight. Zeus has been very effective up until this point, but all of a sudden he's going to have a BKB Razor running him. This Void Spirit, we've already seen what he can do as far as being able to jump the back lines. And Hikori feeling pressure to make something happen here.
We'll clip onto Tiger. Oh, blow him up with the Spawn Spiralings. Thunder God's Wrath, even a sharpshooter into the back of Razor's head. Is this a lineup that can go and take a Roshan though? They need another big team fight, another couple of kills to really think about it, don't they?
Yeah, don't think they can just go into the pit. The Brood alone is not really enough. Speaking of Brood, going for the kind of more team aura items, has a pipe queued up, trying to maybe counteract some of that Alk Radiance damage in these fights. Keep her Spiderlings alive, but she's in trouble.
Yeah, jump in from BZM. Vitali trying to find a way to escape, but it's just an onslaught of damage from OG. That's the D-Ward battle that started that off. Misha against Vitali, both killing off some wards up on the high ground, but yeah, losing your Broodmother like that is going to be painful for Hikori. She's all of your map pressure.
Yeah, and when she's gone for this kind of tanky build with the hood and has raindrops and still getting bursted down, there's just so much overwhelming magic damage on OG's side. And you mentioned Roshan. I feel like if anything, it's OG who have more control over the pit right now. Not the best heroes to go for it. At least maybe, I mean, Alchemist Acid Spray, some minus armor there, but they're probably thinking they need a bit more farm before they try and take Roshan.
Yeah, nicely done by Uragi up at top. Makes the troll summon his skeletons, drags the wave into the camp. Farming very efficiently on this Alchemist now at 11,000 net worth. Accelerating incredibly quickly. And Hikori still angling down towards bottom, trying to play under their vision. But this is where, you know, you needed your Broodmother kind of to be alive and pushing that bottom lane to create the vacuum of space in the bottom jungle to play into.
Yeah, and I think for Hikori, they're not going to feel like this game is completely slipped away, given how farm their Void is, almost a full Mjolnir. He needs to pick up his neutral item. He just found a Ring of Aquila and left it in a neutral camp. That's a bit unoptimal. Okay, there we go. Goes back, picks it up. But yeah, Void is farmed. He's behind the Alchemist, but that's, you know, every carry in the game. Once Alk gets raged, you're going to be behind him. It's all about how big of a gap it is and what Alchemist does with, like, the BKB blink timing. Because that's where Alk, I feel like, really starts to be a problem, is he gets this fast Radiance BKB blink, and you're not ready to fight him.
Radiant are scanning.
And he's just taking up this top part of the map with the rest of his team coming in. Radiant scan high ground, and they know there's people up there. Dire Vision probably saw them coming, and that's why Gardic trying to play under the high ground, but he can't even get a tombstone down. Blown up very quickly by the Morty's Kisses. And Misha is continuing this ward battle. Sentries, observers all over the place up in this top part of the map.
These Spiderlings going out to scout, but Alk is just like, okay, thanks, I'll take some more gold. This is good for me. This works. But yeah, a lot used just around Undying. I was curious to see if Hikori try and make a play. The Kisses are on cooldown now. It's not like the end-all be-all of OG's team fight, but it's at least something that may make them think that they can make a smoke play here and look for a chrono. And yeah, they do seem to be grouping up mid. And here we go, 5-man smoke.
And off they pop. Who are they going to spot first? And they just picked up a couple of big items. Kaya Sandra on Zeus. Pipe on Vitali's Brood. But OG have vacated the top jungle. They're all back towards their ancients. Let's see if Garda can get a good high ground ward down.
Just seems a little bit too telegraphed, the full 5-man smoke.
Lumiere, he chronos the Snapfire only. And
He played
Razor
though.
with his BKB up. And Alchemist getting blown up. Down goes Yuragi quickly. Misha dead to the Spiderlings now as Tiger's rolled in to his own demise. Magnetize onto 5, but it doesn't matter.
Finding the Alka. The perfect time, and they just blow him up. Even with the Chronosphere being off the mark, OG just have their out get deleted there, and they're right into the Roshan pit. Corey mentioned the kisses were down. It's a great time to go for a 5-man smoke, and even if they were up, you can kind of see there, like, this is go time for Hakori. They just completed the pipe. They've got all this ability to mitigate all this damage, and Void with the full Mjolnir is just dishing out some serious right click now as well.
Yeah, I mean, this Zeus damage is actually insane. Look at him just blow this guy up with the amplified damage from the Flesh Golem helping out tremendously as well. I mean, I'm just looking back at the fight recap. 9 other players did like 3,000 damage total, and Zeus did 3,000 damage on his own.
Yeah. And the big thing is the Alk's BKB was just coming out in the courier, so he was like half health, gets stunned up, his BKB arrives, but he's stunned up and he gets deleted, so Yuragi just not having his BKB in time. And fortunately for OG, that's not the outcome they want. They'll find some more kills here in the mid lane. This Zeus would be a huge one if they can get it, but this Zeus is damn tanky.
And Tiger doesn't get the follow-up roll. Can't keep going onto Analog, and rolls away from a bushwhack there as well, while Lumiere jump forward with a time dilation, kicked back away by Tiger. Still going aggressively though, and finishing off the Earth Spirit. Pretty low though, this Lumiere Void, and loses the Aegis. Yuragi's into the back, aiming for Analog. Didn't get off his BKB though, and Amar charging towards Theo Licor, but I think this Hoodwink gonna be pretty happy just dying here to allow the rest of the team to escape. As long as they can disengage, with the Faceless Void being caught by Tiger though. Dragged into the Ether Remnant, chain stuns for days, and OG, they outplay Hakori.
Yeah, just charging forward, understanding like this time we're going to make sure we have these BKBs. Alk doesn't even need his because they're the ones getting the jump. Looks like they'll get an extra kill in Gardic as well.
A nice little bonus there for them as BZM grabs himself a double kill.
Yep. Just running at them, Chronosphere's down. They've got an Aegis, which is perhaps why Hakori thought they could chase and force this fight, but it's almost too easy to kill this Void twice because he hasn't got this any kind of BKB Manta, so anytime that the Earth Spirit gets on top of him or an Outblinked Sun catches him, the Void just gets removed from the fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures.
Looked like a pretty simple tier 1, but Glyph is there for Hakori. Okay. A new creep wave coming in, but Zeus is going to clear that out.
Not concerned about the tower for now. As we'll see what OG's next move is going to be. Perhaps going to be forced to play a bit more conservatively, or at least be wary of another Hakori smoke. The smoke around Chronosphere is the big play that Hakori get to make, and could be something they have in mind once again.
Just an illusion rune down bottom for the Zeus. Nothing amazing.
Yeah. Both teams were trying to bait that bottom rune, but I think once OG saw it's an illusion rune, they probably didn't really care. So now we get to that point where Alk well ahead of the Void in terms of net worth. Again, this is kind of normal expected things in an Alk v Void kind of game, but the key thing for Void is just getting this BKB up, landing his Chronosphere on key targets. The last fight, just catching a Snapfire. I think on Ideal scenario, you catch the Void Spirit because the E-Blade represents a way to save your teammates in Chrono. But if you can catch someone like an Alk or a Razor and blow them up pre-BKB, it's definitely worth it as well.
Yeah, we still need 1,000 gold for Lumiere to finish off that BKB. And get a couple of creep waves bottom, a little bit of jungle to fall back on. But it looks like OG in a good spot here, pushing out top, gathering up mid, and then playing into that top jungle as well. Already starting to prepare for fights around Roshan, even 4 minutes before the potential respawn. And ready and waiting for Hakori to make any kind of move.
Simply trying to hunt this Brood. Brood sees him coming. Tiger has a roll in one, but TP out just in time.
It does mean now Brood is kind of off the map for a little bit. Give Tiger some room to shove back against this bottom lane push. And Hokori, the ones that can regroup in the mid lane. Maybe even think about a smoke pivot from mid across towards the enemy ancients. It's just this one high ground ward spot is so important. You know, from last TI when Spirit were using it heavily, it's a focal point here for both teams.
Vitaly's doing a great job with his Spiderling micro. Like they lack vision on the Hokori side, but they're using these Spiderlings, splitting them all over the map, trying to use them to de-ward with an illusion. They know that if they send heroes here, they may just get jumped and feed. So they're playing it safe. They take out the Observer Ward. Still a sentry, but they don't care about that one quite as much. Void Spirit's Ag Scepter being online poses another threat to the Faceless Void. The Resonant Pulse silencing, which is another reason why they have to fight around his BKB, which he's got online. So as far as Hokori concerned, they're just about ready to fight here. 1 point booster on Broodmother away from having the Wraith Pact, and maybe thinking this Aghanim Shard on the Faceless Void is also going to be a team fight deciding item.
Lumiere.
Go for the Chrono.
Yeah, he goes for it. Thunder God's Wrath there and a sharpshooter to follow. Blows up BZM. What can they do off the back of this now? Because they're aiming in towards mid lane. A self-stun on the Alchemist. Tiger rolls across the Spiderlings. Straight into the army of Vitaly. Hokori trying to regroup with the rest of their squad in that mid lane as guarding. He just plays forward onto the Razor and a damage onto Amar. It's substantial, but not quite enough. His BKB allows a bit of a gap to be made. Tiger needs to save him, and Yuragi disappears. The damage out of this Lumiere Void clears through the Alchemist, and he's straight back onto the Razor again. BKB's up, whacks him down, and Hokori with a big team fight victory for themselves.
All 3 cores dead. That was just huge, and just a lot of great individual plays and rotations. Like Lumiere using the Chrono from the trees, not going for any kind of time walk in, knowing that if he time walks with that Chrono, you give Void Spirit the time to get an Astral Step or dissimulate out of there. So just really heads up play from him to get the gank down bottom. The quick move, right after getting the kill bottom, they're rotating mid because OG trying to make a play around the mid lane, knowing there's no Void, there's no Chrono. But Broodmother positioning, getting away from the Earth Spirit was just so on point here.
I've got to recant something I said earlier on. I've watched a couple of times now, and I've done a bit of homework, opened up a couple of tabs in Chrome. Alchemist is making money off the zombies. When he's hitting them, he's getting that plus 24. There's something that, Gardic's got to be wary of. Giving too much money to Yuragi.
We'll blame this one on the cost.
No, I blame this one on myself. I've done a stupid here. That's for damn sure. Tiger, wow! Look at the roll. Somehow connects onto Theo the first time, and the Chrono whiffs completely. Oh dear, Hokori. Time to bail and run away. Tombstone's down from Gardic. Vitaly's on the high ground, but Yuragi pummels the Tombstone down. Misha being focused by Lumiere as Hokori trying to fight around this high ground spot. The Brood and the Faceless Void. Yeah, they're moving around very freely. A 2 for 2 so far, and even looking to chase him for more. Al getting caught out by his own stun, and the Thunder God's Wrath. The save from the E-Blade, not going to be enough.
Once more, once BZM, and he's out of Astral Steps. This is problematic for BZM. He's going to TP out, but he needs to find someone to use it.
Bash.
And he's been found.
He's got the bash. Dissimulate.
Go.
Bit of distance with a shard. He's in the trees. He's away from there. That looked like a great fight for OG with that whiff Chrono, but Hokori had so much more left in the tank.
Yeah. It's so much of it's just the net worth they've managed to accrue. Like, Alk is this carry that it's still the same story as it was many years ago. You want to be playing with a 10k gold lead. You want to be playing with like a 5k gold advantage over the enemy carry, and the Void is kept up for the most part. Zeus also got a significant amount of farm and has itemized full damage. He's still holding Fairy's Trinket with a Kaya Sanj Octarinkor. All these other tier 2, tier 3 neutral items, nah, they're crap. I'm playing Fairy's Trinket. This is like the Storm at like 40 minutes in, the Fairy Trinkets as well. He just knows the efficiency this item gives with mana cost reduction and spell damage is just unmatched because it's percent based.
Yeah, why would you want anything else? Such a good item on the Zeus. A slight lead now for Hokori. 1,000 net worth as that Graph takes a bit of a dive bomb. OG were sitting sitting really pretty. They were like, I don't know, 7, 8K ahead at one point. And now back into a dead even game by the metrics, but it's still going to feel like with this Faceless Void, you've got the answer. You know, he is the late game king in terms of team fight contribution and damage.
Did all of that without a Chronosphere. The Shard just paying off. He's just able to kind of bait spells and go in like there was an out. The reason outstunned himself was because of the reverse time warp. Lose Gardic here, maybe in the mid lane. The heals actually keep Gardic alive with the help of the Wraith Pack. 4 set of kisses.
Yeah, one glob of lava lands on him. And the Faceless Void reversing back with his time walk, but it's still under dire vision here. Misha gets first hit bashed. The kisses with that cookie, but a bushwhack from Theo. It catches the 2 supports. They get the D ward and Roshan. Well, it's 40 seconds until respawn. As OG, they start to buy back and filter back towards the pit.
Yeah, they're worried about that potential Roshan. They don't know how soon it's coming up, and this is a big team fight for them. If they give Faceless Void an Aegis, it feels like it could just be game over from there. So I want to make sure they have every tool available to them to win this next upcoming team fight. The Heaven's helping on the Razor to try and answer the Void. They're Alchemists going for a Basher to try and get some extra control and lockdown, but it just feels like OG just are not quite farmed enough on some of these key cores.
Well, Chrono
from Smoke.
Straight on BZM. Dead for 60 seconds. Lumiere's even hunting for Misha here. They land the sharpshooter. And he jumps forward again. If he catches a bash, this should be the death of the Snapfire. And Misha, who just bought back, is now dead for 70, while Amar, he walks in with his BKB, draining a bit of damage and clicking onto that Zeus, the 4th staff and the Heavenly Jump. Gets him a bit of distance, but he's still dead. This has allowed Lumiere, though, to have a free fight. As Uragi, he's looking for the Hoodwink, but guarding. He's got that amp damage, and Uragi being turned on now. Good placement of the Tombstone, the Wraith Pact, forcing OG back. But Hakori have also suffered casualties of their own. 3 heroes dead. Where's Lumiere? Is he gonna go solo Roshan? Are you able to do this?
I think he might be. Why not? You've got the Brute there to help you out as well, and that's another 1 team fight for Hakori. They've got a 2k gold they have. They're gonna buy back the Hoodwink to just try and secure this one. They have been scattered out in the pit by the scan, so here comes Tiger.
Straight in. Rolls onto the Lumiere Void. There's no BKB and no Chrono here, but the self-stun from Alg might cause problems for OG. They've poked into the pit. But I don't know if they can follow through. This Roshan's looking dead. Maybe a steal play. BZM and Tiger, they roll in, but Lumiere has the Aegis already. So Tiger, he's going to have to hand over his life here. Even with the E-Blade save, he's going to die eventually to the rest of Hakori.
Jace is on now. These OG heroes came close, and Lumiere wants some more, but doesn't look like he's going to find it.
Catch on Lumiere with the bash. They've
killed
him
BKB
the first time. Aegis down. And BKB now coming back up.
Okay.
Hakori wanting to make a meal out of this. They're charging forward. BZM and Misha. A lot of maneuverability between the two of them.
Lumiere going for the patented double Agshard build. Does absolutely nothing. There we go. Gives
Give it to someone.
Yep. Gives it to the Hoodwink. We get the Boomerang. So we get a... I wonder if this Boomerang is going to... I mean, it's just more damage, I guess, is what they're kind of looking at.
Yeah, I guess so. Went for the Veil as well, so a lot of spell amp.
Yeah. And it amps up, yeah, the Zeus's damage too. Like this Hoodwink with Veil plus Boomerang with a Zeus on your team, it sounds pretty damn nice. Even this Void, like, his time lock does magical damage plus the Mjolnir damage. There's a lot of magic damage flying around in these fights.
Well, yeah, it's spell damage, right? Not magic damage amp. So it's every spell rather than the magic versus physical damage. So yeah, it's time lock. It's even like Silken Bowler and stuff like that. And yeah, thinking about it, you got amp damage from Flesh Golem, double amp from this Hoodwink. Inside of Chrono, if the time locks come, they're getting obliterated by this Void.
I mean, I also think they just didn't have anyone else to use it to. Like, Brood Shard is good if you're a carry Brood, but this guy's full utility team fight. Like, you're not looking at playing around your insatiable hunger as a Brood this game. So, we'll see how these next fights break out. Looks like for Hakori. They're waiting for this refresher orb on Faceless Void. Now level 25 as well. So 20% backtrack going to make him pretty damn unkillable in the front lines, it feels like.
Yeah, the raid boss. Difficult to handle for OG. Even when they've got this Amar with the halberd, the blink, the BKB, they've not been able to see Lumiere or even click him in the fights. Like you mentioned with the reverse time walk, he's just jumping in and out over and over again. And with Hakori taking down this tier 2 bottom, they'll grab the outpost, use this as a platform to launch themselves up towards top, where it's more effective for the Dire to play more often than not. Play out of the enemy ancients into top and mid lane.
It's like a game where OG's waiting for that miracle fight. They need to play around their vision, their high grounds, and make sure Void doesn't find a way to land these chronospheres, but it's so hard to do. Right now, Hakori have such good vision. They've somehow managed to get multiple aggressive wards that haven't been dewarded, both near that Radiant Triangle as well as inside the Radiant base on the high ground. So they see a lot of the OG movement right now.
Look at Lumiere. Yeah, he's forcing reactions. Misha has to cookie back just to a quick jump in and out. Ever-present threat from the Void. And yeah, you're right, this vision is so massive for them.
Just allows them to keep playing aggressive in the map. They are going to TP the Void top, so they decide their stay is over in this Radiant side of the map, and they're going to push out top. If you're OG, you're thinking, okay, Void's thrown top, let's just charge through our bottom Radiant jungle. So OG kind of responding to the moves that Hakori make, but it's Hakori who kind of get to decide what plays are made. But anytime they make a move or show themselves somewhere on the map, you got to imagine OG are going to respond in kind, and doesn't look like they're necessarily hunting for kills. They're maybe hunting for like a straggler, but Hakori making all the right moves, which is, you know, it's like Game Dota. You stick as 5.
Yeah, play under high ground vision. Make sure you get a high ground tombstone. That's where Gardic is sitting right now, pinging out. Waiting for smokes to come and looking to break them.
He's finally got an Aeon Disc to go with his 4-staff, the Philosopher's Stone, paying dividends here as this game drags on.
And it always feels like an awkward portion of the game when, you know, Roshan dies, you grab Aegis, then within 10 seconds it's gone. Because both teams are now kind of waiting for the next Roshan. They don't have that pivotal item to allow bold moves. Everyone's very tentative with how they're playing. Not wanting to give away core kills or anything of the like. Start thinking about buybacks as well. Only the Brood and the Alk have them right now. But we should start to see, you know, especially some of these support heroes come off cooldown, get the money for it, and think about that big Roche battle that's coming in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I think it's a big part of why Hakori are kind of playing a bit more passively and farming the map is because their lack of buybacks. They really want to complete, particularly, I mean, your Void, your Zeus, like any kind of a big team fight, and with these two heroes not having buyback is, you know, it's a little concerning.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good job by Analog so far, honestly, against the Void Spirit, Earth Spirit, and the fact you've got, you know, double blink on the Alk and the Razor. He's only died twice on the Zeus. His positioning has been pretty good so far in these fights. A lot of frontline enables that.
Speaking of Zeus, still with the Fairy's Trinket. Tier 4 neutral items, nah. They're crap. We don't want those.
maybe if he gets the Timeless Relic, but as a Radiant item that's been grabbed
like
up.
Spell Prism or something, maybe. I don't know.
Oh.
I'm not sure what you would consider good enough to carry, but so far it's nothing.
Yeah, just the tier 1 kept in hand. They don't even clear out enemy ancients here. Hakori going back to farming normal neutral camps. Just wanting to play under this high ground vision as often as they can. It's a press forward, then a fall back, rinse and repeat over and over again. As that base ward, it's kept tabs on OG. They've seen them move and filter back numerous times now. And Hakori are going to have a pretty good idea of where they're heading into that bottom part of the map. And ever irritating with the Spiderlings. Clearing out the mid-wave, scouting, giving a bit of vision. And it's forcing OG to react to Vitali. If someone shows on that mid-wave from OG, they're getting jumped and chronoed.
Yeah, you can afford to just do these one-man chronos when you're playing with Refresher or any kind of a core. They can always be saved by the E-Blade. That's kind of the big thing here. No nullifier or anything, but the E-Blade, there's so much magic damage. Like, you E-Blade someone in Chronosphere, as long as Zeus is alive outside the Chrono using spells, they're going to get deleted.
A bottle DD rune. Lumiere.
He pops it.
Incredibly scary. Thunder God's Wrath, given for vision. The immediate Nimbus. They got the stun on BZM. The Chrono not going to come. He thought about it. Saw him lifting his arms for a second. Maybe they can catch up to Misha, Tiger, but they're smoked and on the run. And already a line drawn to wrap around OG. They want to reposition themselves, knowing that Roshan could be up any second now.
I don't know if he was if he knew about the lightning bolt stun, because there was a window to Chrono the Void Spirit there, but he didn't want to use it immediately when they scouted him because he's thinking, oh, I may just whiff it. But the lightning bolt stun gave him a tiny little window, which he just hesitated on.
Oh, we'll see if Hokori get a read on this. OG in a very sneaky position. Tiger's up on that high ground, trying to scout out any movements. But Hokori with the slight advantage, being dire on this Radiant Ancients area. They've pushed out top very hard. Mid lane needs to be dealt with, though. And you can see Analog scouting there. I think they caught a glimpse of him. With the Nimbus, they know absolutely where OG is.
Tiger should be able to roll TP out of this one. Chasing her spirits with 4-second cooldown rolling boulders is never worth doing, and should just be maybe just a free Roshan for a core. I mean, it's late game Dota, Refresher Void. Like, how do you lose a team fight with 2 Chronos? And I think the answer is only if he misses them. As long as he lands them on like 1 or 2 heroes each that are key targets, it just feels like the fights should be pretty free for Hokori, particularly if they play around buybacks and don't give, you know, if someone like a Zeus dies and can buy back, then you've got all your damage that you need for a Chronosphere.
And we start to witness one of the weaknesses here of the Alchemist. Yeah, he can scale quickly and ramp up. But he's 6-slotted, and he started buying Aghanims for his teams, it looks like. As OG smoking again, and the first point of the Thunder God's Wrath scouts them out. They know where OG are. Just hold your position on this high ground. Scout with some Spiderlings. Vitali, look at him spreading his army all across that mid lane, looking for where OG are. Very nice micro, individually moving the little spiders as Lumiere jumps up and down from the high ground spot. Gardic with a tombstone, trying to defend it with his soul rip. Misha Amar focusing in. There's the Chrono. Lumiere aiming straight in onto this BZM Void. He's got Neon Disc, but is it enough to save him? It looks like no. Pop down, and the Spirit's about to follow. Gets up a Cyclone as Yuragi zoned out, and the turn onto Amar. They land the bashes. Analog TPing home to escape from the static link. And Lumiere, he's got the catch onto the Razor. This is what Hokori needed, but Yuragi, he's back in the fight, and Amar with his BKB, enabling the kisses to land onto the Faceless Void. He's silenced up, he's controlled and killed. I thought Hokori had this one, but OG say absolutely not.
He fully bought out for a Scotty here, so you're Void without buyback. They need the Zeus to do the damage here.
A sick cookie in, 2 supports caught by it. Yuragi's Alchemist doing so much damage, but he's taking a lot himself.
Zeus is caught too.
The spell damage coming, and you're right, the Zeus being drained of all his right click by Amar. Kills off Gardic, tries to escape here with a Heavenly Jump in the Invis, but Analog shredded by the Razor. Meanwhile, they've caught out Vitali's Broodmother, and that is a huge win for OG.
They may just win the game over this. Only Zeus has buyback now. Catastrophe. Like, the Zeus... the Chronos were good. The problem was the Void can't kill all these heroes by himself. Both Void Spirit and Alk were in the Chrono. But guess who else was? The Zeus. The Zeus is the damage for the Chrono, and he actually Chronoed his own Zeus, which I think is okay given that he got so many of the key enemy heroes, but the subsequent fight had Razor running everybody down, surviving on a sliver of health with BKB, and then Zeus just unable to kind of stay alive against Amar, who once he gets on top of this Zeus, there's not much Zeus can do. He goes invis with Crixer Cloak, but then he comes back out and just kind of gives away his life. So, really great fight for OG. I mean, this could be game over here, or at least lanes of Rax.
I mean, that swing is massive. It was a 7k swing in terms of just the fight with the kills that happened. Then you add Roshan, you add an Aghanim Scepter, you add all of the pushing that OG can now do as they break up into this dire base, and we've got the game turned on its head yet again. No Faceless Void for another 5 seconds, but it's also the fact he has no Chrono for 15, no Refresher Orb for 50. Difficult times for Hokori. losing a lane of barracks here. And I mean, OG, can they shift up top and get a second? Or is this fallback time?
There is one Chronosphere to worry about. I think the Chrono plus the Zeus is enough to deter anything. The Zeus has buyback to play around as well, so they'll get just the one lane, which means, you know, massive lead for OG. Suddenly it's a 25k gold lead, but at the same time, Hakori still in this one, and we'll get a chance to reset and try and take the next team fight in a better way. They've got to find a way to use this double Chronosphere and have the Zeus on the outskirts dishing out damage. That's going to be absolutely key for them.
Hakori gonna know where they are. OG setting up their defensive line. You just see the positioning from Misha, BZM, and Amar here. Everyone's got mobility, so they can kind of bait out an Earth Spirit or an Alk for a turnaround play with the rest of them.
Razor now with a completed Heart of Tarrasco with the Satanic, just insane fight. I feel like Amar was the hero of that last fight. He's become the true carry. This Alchemist, you know, melee hero getting kited a bit, is 6-slotted, but it's Amar's Razor who just gets on top of people with these static links and just absolutely obliterates these fights.
I mean, they've also got this Aghanim Scepter on Tiger as well. Able to turn someone into stone when they're in the Chrono, so another saving tool for OG to play around with. And Yuragi taking a lot of damage, though, getting blown up by the Zeus, and all of that spell amp does not get saved, so the Aegis is claimed, and the Lumiere is in with a two-man Chrono, aiming for BZM. The Kisses zoning out the back lines, and Misha, he's the target as they do kick away Yuragi. BZM still up and running, while Amar trying to retreat from the high ground, but he's tanky with that Heart of Tarrasque. Chronoed up, catching Yuragi and Amar, though, and Hakori defending their high ground. And the BKB's up for the Alchemist as Tiger rolls back in. Magnetized to zone and control up Analog. Tiger and BZM, though, getting shredded. The double Cyclone sent skywards, but landing down with a lightning zap. Zeus clears them up, and a triple for Lumiere's Faceless Void. Chaotic team fights, swinging back and forth in this game, but Hakori defend their base.
Yeah, just there's so much pressure on like Tiger to get these saves off. They blow up the Aegis at almost zero cost to themselves because Tiger's trying to play in the trees to get a jump. It looked like he was trying to use this Axe to maybe initiate in and catch somebody, but unfortunately for OG, it's Hakori who actually get a quick jump, take out the Aegis, and then get two pretty nice Chronospheres off. The second one especially catching two cores. Tiger does get the save on one hero with the Enchant Remnant and kicks him away, but it's just not quite enough because they need the Void, the hero without buyback, is the one they have to threaten. And the entire fight, Lumiere is just going untouched, unthreatened, and just dishing out absurd amounts of damage. Similar story for the Zeus. Like the two big cores of Hakori were just not being dealt with.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A little gobble up there. Watching it back. Misha, right place to save BZM from the Chrono. Lots of tools for OG, but Corey with the firepower to break through it all, and another DD rune for them as we go back to live and see Analog getting solo killed down by Yuragi.
Okay, and that's considering Hakori just won a big fight. To have that happen next is, you know, moment of mental slippage perhaps. Is up until now it felt like all the Hakori team hadn't really been getting picked off solo at all. So. Big find for the Alchemist. Buys some time to reset things here. I'm not sure if OG have the strength to kind of push forward. Going for any kind of a high ground push just because Zeus is dead is very scary when he likely has buyback from their perspective and you're pushing into double Chronosphere.
Still back into the same position though. Top jungle belongs to OG. Now, I'm not sure what that line is from Gardic, drawing a line from top down to the bottom tier 2. And Lumiere is out on the map farming, but he's going to come back and defend. It looks like OG starting their commitment onto this tier 3. Alchemist frontlining.
Refresher in 20 seconds, so for now it's only one Chrono to worry about.
And already Eon Disc popped out on Gardic. Amar's aggressive move causing a bit of a scramble there from Hakori, and BZM diving as well. The poking with the kisses now to give a bit of suppressing fire, allowing Alk to bring down the buildings. Tier 3 already crumbling and now aiming for this melee barracks. Hakori need a way to enter this fight. And so far, OG have done a very good job at stopping that from happening.
At the same time, I think Hakori do a good job not forcing a fight while Zeus is dead. They don't want to use his buyback there. Puts him in a very, game-losing kind of situation. Your Zeus buys back and dies again, it's game over. So they're just looking to stall, and they do it, only losing a range Rax at this stage of the game, 15 minutes in. you're fine with that. Both teams are going to reset. Perhaps look for that next big smoke play and next Roshan fight as well. Although we're kind of getting to that point where there's not a whole lot of room for Roches to keep, for Aegis to keep being carried. Alk is starting to pull a lot of Ag Scepters too. It looks like he's pulled one and he's about to give a second one now.
Who's he going to give it to then? It's just the Razor that doesn't have one? Yeah, everyone else has got one way or the other.
Give one to BZM at some point and then BZM can sell his Ag Scepter. That's an option just because, you know, Alk, you kind of want those bonuses from the Chemical Rage.
That's true. Hokori. Theo. He's smoked here. And just trying to kill the wave off with the help of Spiderlings. And Amar sending not only the illusion forward, but his hero as well. Cutting in behind Hokori here to make sure this lane continues to push towards the Dire base. Now this is the difficulty. You know, top lane's on your melee barracks. Mid lane's being pushed in as well. You were in a decent spot on that ancient platform, but you've got to come back and defend.
Yeah, Corey forced to retreat back to their base. We're seeing a lot of these level 25s come out, as well as Ag Scepters we don't always see. The Broodmother with the Spinner Snare, giving some extra vision up on the map and scouting potential. Really nice for some of these ramps where you can just kind of lay a snare and kind of see everyone coming in. The Brood also level 25 means the Silken Bowl and Mischance and Slow is up to 90%.
Ooh.
You get that on somebody who doesn't have BKB. Like, you put that on Razor or Alk, and that's brutal.
6 seconds, yeah. Earth Spirit having to BKB and roll. Spending some cooldowns there, Tiger, just to get away from Hokori. And it's really a beautiful showing here from both teams of, you know, creating vacuums on the map, then relinquishing control for a second to take a better spot, falling away when you're feeling like you're not strong enough to fight. And they're battling over these high grounds of the top jungle and the Dire Ancient area, just being a non-stop back and forth of smoke into smoke, play into play, with no real kills or team fights. It's just about finding positions to enable you to think about Roshan, to think about defending your base, looking for these choke point battles for Lumiere and this big alchemist of Yuragi.
Yeah, both teams continue to posture. Smoke's become so precious at this stage of the game. There is one on Misha's Snapfire, so potential Roshan coming into play soon. Something Hokori are kind of camping out here. Probably, I don't have to put on the Faceless Void. He does have buyback and he is 6-slotted. We'll see where
massive.
Things end up here as OG not out on the map in a position where they can easily contest Roshan for now. And it is respawning in 12 seconds time, but now grouped as 5. Looks like they're going to smoke up and head that way.
I mean, everyone in this game, bar the Brood, has buyback right now. 1,000 gold away from Vitali. So this fight is basically a 10v10.
Oh, Lumiere pops the smoke from the Roche pit.
And the Thunder God's Wrath gives the vision. A gem to scout high ground. There's a Nimbus there on Tiger. He's going to BKB and kill off an Observer Ward as Roshan is begun by Hokori. Tombstone's down and Lumiere's there in the pit hitting away. OG got to do something about this.
Do they feel like they have to stop this one? Do they feel like they have the ability to team fight into double Chronosphere as well? Gobble up, toss in a creep.
That's going to scare Hokori for a second, and Lumiere realizing, there's no commitment. I'm going to go back into the Roche pit. Getting dragged by the Ether Remnant into the kisses and the roll. They've got a bit of chain stun here onto the Faceless Void, but Lumiere's able to get the Chrono off. Onto the two of them inside the pit. Grabs up the Aegis and a bunch of shard as Yuragi's chasing Analog on the right-hand side. But this Faceless Void, taunted, stunned and controlled. OG doing everything they can, but Lumiere just refuses to die. First life finally claimed up as OG kill off him and the Undying. Cheese grabbed by the Earth Spirit. As Lumiere inside the pit still with his BKB to go, gets another Chrono, finding Yuragi's Alchemist and whacking him down. That's him gone. A huge fight for Lumiere's Void, and there seems like nothing can stop him here. Gets away from the two spirits. Amar though with a triple kill on the other side. Did find the Undying another time as Theo forcing himself away from the Razor, but it's still this Lumiere show. Getting gobbled up and spat on, rolled upon by Tiger, BZM and Yuragi. The control pull the Abyssal Blade right at the last second. Kills off the Faceless Void, and OG with the buybacks. I mean, are they victors here in this fight? They've come out on top.
They've used a lot of buybacks, but also on the Dire side, you're going to be forcing out a Void buyback most likely. An absolutely chaotic fight. Amar just doing another great job getting on the back lines, initially dealing with the Void. The Static Link stealing attack speed now as well, making Void's first life basically useless, but the second life of Void carrying the team fight. Amar's going for the throne here. Void has to buy back. I feel like if they want to stand a chance to defend this one.
Yeah, they've got this Aghanim Scepter Razor shredding through buildings. Tier 4's looking worse for wear. And the roll in. Good gobble up. Analog being focused. Amar has moved in aggressively, and BZM hunting for the Zeus. The buyback from the Faceless Void is here, but he's got no Chronos to play with. Has to time walk away, but they will get a Thunder God's Wrath out. Kill off Tiger and aim for Amar. The trouble being, your throne is falling. No Glyph available for the Dire team. Faceless Void has to fight mano a mano against the Alchemist. They've got the little piggy dead. He's gone for 2 minutes now, and Lumiere, he gets a double kill and looks for BZM. All the blink away. Another Dissimilate available after this Yule Scepter. He needs to create space and survive. Lumiere looking for the bashes or the bushwhack, and he finds it. The big Aghanim Scepter there, allowing the time lock to land onto BZM.
Absolute chaos between these two teams. A 6k gold swing in that fight. It's just the Zeus doing 12,000 hero damage. Did have to use a buyback here, so it's as well as the Faceless Void. So these two heroes, any death on them could spell the demise of Hakori, but they know Alk as well as Snapfire do not have any buyback at all for this defense. So they've got a 5 versus 3 for the next 60 seconds, and they're charging forward. They're pushing out these lanes. They want to seal the deal with this game, but they've got their work cut out for them. There's tier 3 towers as well as tier 4s and a throne. I don't think they've got enough time to go for throne. Not with the glyph resetting here. It's going to be OG just looking to give up a lane or two of racks in order to buy time for the Alchemist to respawn, I imagine.
Yeah, but still, you've got double Chrono now. Refresher Orb up on the Zeus, so double Nimbus and Thunder God's Wrath. Even a double Eon Disc going to help him out in these fights. And you've got a Refresher Shard on Gardic. So double Tombstone. Eon Disc used very early on, but this tier 3 cleared up by Hakori. Let's see what they do. Is it tier 4s and throne, or is it, like you say, just a couple of lanes of barracks?
The good thing about the other side lanes is you're not resetting the glyph, because what OG have is triple glyph. They've already used one, but they've got 2 more. You kill a tier 4 tower, it resets the glyph, and I think Hakori are going to be like, okay. Oh, whoa!
Yeah, he's straight onto the 2 cores, but the gobble up save. The play there, the second
next Chrono
will come in, catches 3 of them, and Lumiere's killed off the Void Spirit. No heroes for OG left now. They've all been destroyed by Lumiere. The Razor, he's in a 1v5, stuck in between the Hakori heroes. Tried to static link back onto Analog, and he's incredibly tanky with his Satanic and Heart, but Lumiere's got the damage to bring him to his knees. Yuragi and Amar, 2 versus 4 now. And Hakori,
no Chronos, but it's like you say, 2 versus 4 is no Chronos enough to take this fight.
There's 2 tombstones still on the floor as well. And this Time Walk Aghanim Scepter with the Time Locks landing is incredibly irritating. Lumiere just jumping back and forth, but he's a Blitzel bladed up. The stun from Yuragi and the damage from the Razor, but look at how much Hakori can push onto Yuragi's Alk. He's about to fall through his BKB and dead for 100 seconds.
It should just be GG now. Nobody to defend the base here. Except for Amar's Razor, all by his lonesome self.
Try as he might, you cannot fight against Hakori's 4 members in your base. Down goes the Razor. Tier 4's cracked open now. And GG called. Hakori tied up 1-1. It was a very close game, though.
Honestly, what a dirty game. This was so much fun to watch. OG, it felt like they were out of this game for a while at some point, and then suddenly they won an insane team fight and were, in the driver's seat for a bit. But at some point, all it took was Hakori to land some of these Chronospheres. I think that high ground push at the end, what Lumiere does, he just keeps time walking in and then like reverse time walking back as if to like be like, okay, let's just see who's there. And then like the 3rd or 4th time he did it, he finally actually threw a Chronosphere when he went in. And I think he just completely caught OG by surprise there. OG thought they were safe by their tier 4 towers. Just not the case. They just needed to hide and wait for the 5v5 fight, but they got kind of caught with their pants down. and forced to take a fight before the Al could even respawn.
I mean, this Faceless Void pick, it really was the Lumiere show all the way through. And getting himself to a point where he's got multiple Chronos. And, well, that was their second pick, right? The Faceless Void. You said that we've seen a lot of these players and teams, pick the Void into the Razor feeling like it's a counter, but even just going into late game, he feels like the king.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think Void, when it comes to super late game Dota, is probably one of the best carries in Dota because Chronosphere just double Chronosphere just takes people out of the game. Enemy carry, well, guess what? You're perma-stun, regardless of BKBs and items. They did have some answers. They had both the Ag Scepter and Earth Spirit, as well as the Gobble Up on Misha. We saw it a couple of times, but the second time it happened with Misha getting the Gobble Up, Lumiere just said, okay, you just give me a new Chrono target. I'll Chrono these two supports, plus, this Void Spirit, he's been gobbled up, so he's now locked in place as well. So, great adjustments throughout the game, You play a long 60-minute game, not every Chronosphere is going to be perfect. There were a few whiffs along the way, but Lumiere hit them when it counted.
Yeah, no, I think a really great showing again from Hokori that, we get this thought that SA and SCA Dota, it's all about aggression, all about laning. You've got the intro boys in Southeast Asia. South America has always been known for, their flair and their flashy plays. But here, I think the majority of the game was, guarding the captaincy, the reading of the map and understanding where they needed to be at the right times. Because we had that period of like, 5-10 minutes later on into the game where it was this flow of back and forth of kind of one team mirroring the other, chasing around the map, really kind of circling around Roshan, looking for that prime position to team fight.
Yeah, and I think OG just, at some point couldn't play it wasn't like they played badly. It's just so much harder for them to play the strategic game, which when they've, they're not scaling quite as well, they had to kind of pull a miracle out of the hat. And Hokori, understanding that, we're very patient. I think it's such a good point to make. This wasn't a game where they were just all out aggression. I mean, the game ends up being a bit of a bloodbath in terms of like 42 to 45, but that's because it went 60 minutes and had all these crazy big team fights happening. It was just great to see the patience from Hokori.
But yeah, your point about Chronos there, like, okay, Alk has 40,000 net worth, Razor 35 grand. They've all been given Ags or gotten goodies from Roshan. It doesn't matter if you're chronoed. And a well-deserved match MVP there for Lumiere's Faceless Void. 21-5 and 19.
Yeah, not much more you can ask for your carry player. Stellar performance, even with I think, there were times where he bought out his Skadi and didn't have buyback. And, I think I was a bit unsure of it at the time, but the Skadi ended up being a really kind of key item for him in some of these fights to just stop people from kiting him and just deal with basically these kind of core matchups as well at the same time. So 60k damage on a Faceless Void. Zeus ending the game with over 100,000 damage.
Oh, wow.
Just massive stuff from the whole team. And, this is the man who was landing those big team fight ultis to secure the win in the end. I mean, 21, 5, and 19. That is a pretty monstrous scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good game when it goes to 60 minutes and it didn't feel like it was 60 minutes. I just looked at the time. It was like a 59-minute game. That felt like, an action-packed 30-minute game where everyone was fighting non-stop. It does end 42 to 45, so there was no shortage of brawling there. But the series all tied up. Hokori with yet another 1-1. While OG, I think that's their first tie of the group stage. As, of course, plenty more Dota in front of us. So next up, Beast Coast against Talon, as we can take a quick break and return with our next series after this.
swords. We pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Beast Coast's turn to ban. Talon Esports turn to ban.
And away we go. Second series of the day, ready and waiting for us here on the group stage for TI 2022. As we just watched Hokori against OG in an exceptional best of two. Definitely go back and watch those games if you didn't already. God's joining me here as we get into the battle of the bottom of the groups between these two.
Yeah, this is an important series for both teams, and I feel like for both teams to get a win, like getting a draw here almost won't cut it. They're both teams sitting, I think it was 2-8, and yeah, it's winning time. Like, you can't afford to be sitting down there. We're at the, getting into day 3. You can see the groups here. It's a tough spot for these teams to be in. Like, there's still a decent amount of Dota to be played, but you can't scrape by with just draws anymore.
Yeah, absolutely not. You need these 2-0s to start kicking in. I mean, Beast Coast losing to Aster, Fnatic, Secret, getting a couple of 1-1s against Entity and Tundra. So it's not all doom and gloom for them, while Talon, a pretty similar story, 2-0'd by Aster, Tundra, and Thunder, while getting 1-1s against TSM and Spirit. So potentially a few more heftier games upcoming for Talon, while Beast Coast have met a lot of these bigger challenges already. But this is absolutely a spot that both teams need a 2-0 victory, and a lot of that is going to come down to the draft and how they can set themselves up for victory here.
We'll be hopping ourselves into that draft fairly soon. You mentioned how important it's going to be. I think when it comes to Talon, I've seen them have some success with the KP Doom. I'm curious if they've got some other ideas up their sleeves, but it does feel like they're kind of struggling to figure out what kind of heroes and play style they want to play and what's going to work for them. They're a team that I think has had this great story throughout the year. They started in Div 2, worked their way up to Div 1, and then worked their way to the major. But then when they went to Texas, all of a sudden it was like, oh man, we've been thrown in the deep end, and they get knocked out of the groups there. And it feels like maybe it could be a similar story here at TI if they don't figure something out quickly.
Yeah, and I guess the story for Beast Coast is they've always been the top team in SA until the last 2 or 3 seasons where we've had Thunder, No Ping, some of these squads come in and prove that it's not just a one-team region and doing very well for themselves. But I think the bigger thing on an international level, Beast Coast have always looked pretty sloppy, looked a little poor in group stages, but then they're able to make these long runs, right? Getting 6th to 8th in the last couple of major tournaments that they've been a part of on an international level. This is the defining moment for them, though. If they've not making out of groups doesn't allow them to make these runs.
Yeah, I mean, getting top 6 at both majors is very impressive, especially that last major where all the Chinese teams got to attend. So, the first Stockholm one didn't have the full playing field, but both those events, Beast Coast, like you say, they're not known for their strong starts. They take some time to adjust, but the problem with the TI format there is you got to make sure you get into that lower bracket here. I say lower bracket because I don't see any world where they make it to the upper bracket, unless maybe if they win the rest of their games, but given how things have gone so far, that seems pretty unlikely.
Well, the opening to the draft here, Talon getting their hands on the Morphling and allowed now to ban out a number of those counters. AA, of course, the primary one. As Beast Coast have started out with a Shadow Fiend and Clockwork, and it feels like one of those teams that don't really play the safe lane SF. This is a Chris Luck hero for the mid lane 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, you can see Talon know that. They're banning carries, they banned Ursa. Maybe see a Drow Ranger ban. Not necessarily a K1 hero, but just considered to be the other big morph counter. As for Beast Coast targeting Mikoto a bit more, they've already banned out the Pengo, they've banned out the Puck. Now they're going to ban out an offlaner in Beastmaster. So we'll see where KP ends up. He's kind of he plays much more that traditional offlane style, likes to play the big team fighters, likes to play the more space creators. Does have a Visage that he plays a decent amount, but I think he's most comfortable when he's on heroes like the Doom or the Brewmaster. The Centaur was something he used to play if you go further back. So I would expect more kind of traditional heroes out of him.
And what's the What's the answer to Morphling going to be? That's always the big question. If you're allowed to ban out all these heroes, do we go for like a Faceless Void? Is he able to match the Morphling?
Yeah, we've seen, I think, teams take two approaches, which is one, try and out carry Morph late game and like get your your TBs and stuff. Or option two is you try and, rush the Morphling, go push strat. You got SF. We've seen SF plus Lone Druid. We've seen SF plus Death Prophet. These kind of push strats that play super fast tempo can kind of cause Morphling problems. That's something that LGD was doing a bit yesterday with some of their drafts. So that's kind of, I think, up to Beast Coast about which approach they want to take.
I guess we used to see the answer to Morph being like these Lions and Shadow Shamans, where you've got instant disable, a bit of nuke damage to bring him down, but not really popular heroes in the meta anymore. We'll see what direction Beast Coast decide to go. Having a Clockwork now, and still flexible with their support. Could be 4, could be 5. More likely to be in the hands of Schofield, or he's tagged up as Gojira still. I think Stinger may be looking at like a Witch Doctor or something.
The range 5s for him, that makes sense and gives you some good damage output that maybe can pressure Morphling later on. I think one of the other options I didn't mention too when it comes to playing Morphling, having a Vessel Buyer. We've seen some of these offlaners like Enigma where it's like, okay, instead of getting Wraith back, I'm going to go for the Spirit Vessel. So maybe Beast Coast will pick some offlaner that just naturally builds into a fast Spirit Vessel, and then you've got that way to kill a Morphling easily.
So good to have those Skadi's Vessels, even the Shiver's Guard. Thinking about this long and hard though, Beast Coast. Stinger there, deciding it's Crystal Maiden time. So a ranged 5.
Yep. CM's looked pretty good. I'm fine with CM. As far as 5 goes, this to me, usually you're picking CM because you want to be playing for kills more and playing your lanes really aggressively. Like this is a hero you pick to try and win your lanes by zoning the enemy out, using the strength of having the double nuke early on with like a carry that has kill threat, which I think goes back to what you said. It most likely is going to be a mid Shadow Fiend. I think the CM almost guarantees it. They're going to be looking to pick some kind of like Chaos Knight type hero or something that plays with the CM and goes for kills.
And Talon on the other side. Marcy Morphling. You're pretty much certain where this Morphling's heading. Marcy, it feels like we've seen a lot more, like you're saying, like these strength 5s. Been talking about that, having a strength with a ranged in your safe lane. It could be Marcy there. A little shake of the head. No, I don't want that. I'm going to have the Undying now, so that's going to be a 5. So that puts Marcy in the off lane. Do you want a ranged partner with her?
You sort of do, yeah. At the same time, like KP, like you're looking at Viper, Razors, like they're not really in his wheelhouse. It's mostly just the Visage that I see that kind of pairs with it. But like, I don't know. I'm worried a little bit. I don't think that really gives Morphling what he's looking for. Like you've got very little stuns to play around outside of the Marcy Dispose. So you may also just go for a classic offlaner and just use the Marcy to like pull some waves and things and play the lane with double melee as well. That's the other option.
Yeah, look at the other options like DP. You mentioned the Visage. A little more difficult for them. Yeah, Enigma's gone already.
KP has played core Marcy in the past. It's definitely a bit weird and not conventional. And yeah, they're going to go Dawnbreaker, so double melee. But a hero that can actually kind of fight and contest the lane a bit. I think you see this CM on the other side, and you're worried about how this lane's going to go, particularly with double melee. But Dawnbreaker is generally picked to do well in the lanes. And you combo with a Marcy, you've got a way to also kind of get on top of the CM and punish her for her squishiness and low move speed. This pick makes a decent amount of sense to me. I'd still like to see some kind of mid laner that goes in and benefits from like the global Solar Guardian potential. I don't like these drafts where Dawnbreaker's like your only real frontline, because then it just feels like you're not really getting the value out of the ultimate.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what kind of carry hero do we pick then for K1? Is this a Juggernaut kind of game where you've got that spell immunity against the Dawn and the Marcian lane? Pair a Jug with a Maiden? The answer is Naga Siren.
Okay, that's a good hero against the Morphling. To me, I'm just a bit surprised that they went for the CM and then just went into like a hard carry. I feel like most of the CMs I've seen and the ones that have really excelled have been in these just strong lanes, and now you're picking like this kind of passive farming carry to go with it. So I feel like if you're Stinger, you're thinking like, yeah, okay, we didn't really draft around this CM. Not that you want to build your draft necessarily around your 5, but If the plan was always to go for Naga Siren, I feel like there were better 5 positions to pair with it.
I mean, Arcane Aura is going to get a lot of value this game, though. Shadow Fiend, Clock, Naga, all like spamming their spells constantly. We'll see where they head, though, now. As we need that Whisper hero for the final touch to Beast Coast draft. And still looking for a mid from Makoto over on Talon.
I haven't seen all their games here, but I wonder if Whisper's still playing all his like weird offlaners. I mean, Batrider's not a weird one; it's something he's amazing on. But like going back to Texas, he was playing like pucks and things in the off lane and just pulling out some very unusual heroes for his hero pool.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. I wanted to make the same point, but Puck and Lesh are both banned by Beast Coast, so they've kind of removed the option themselves. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Whisper very often is the carry of Beast Coast from that off lane. Always overperforms in his lane and kind of keeps them in the running out of that laning stage.
And so he has been playing some of his weird off lanes. He's played Snapfire so far. That's the main one. But so far at TI group stage, he's played 2 games of Snapfire, 2 Pengos, Lycan, Beastmaster, Enigma, Magnus, Batrider, and Centaur. So,
okay.
And one of their wins was the Snapfire game. So could be a consideration, but we'll have to see. It does pair with the Clockwork. Is it banned out? No, it's not banned out. Do you think that's something they may want then?
Maybe. I mean, is Veno an option here? Because that's another one that Whisper likes to play. And you're into Morphling Undying, so it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't feel like Talon can kill the Veno, and he's going to put pressure on the Morph early on.
Yeah. I think Veno's definitely an option and looks pretty solid here. They have final last pick of the draft too, so they can at least make sure it's a good Veno game. I guess maybe you're worried about some of these mid laners that Talon can get their hands on that are going to rotate and make Veno's life a bit difficult, but as it stands, yeah, I think Veno fits the draft.
Yeah, out goes Zeus and the Ember Spirit. It's nice they've got the Clockwork as that support as well for Beast Coast. So they've got support that can start team fights and break vision.
Yeah. If you're Talon, you're thinking, what do we do about Naga? Like, what's the answer? The magic damage, illusion clearing mids, the Zeus and Ember banned out. There's some other, like, okay options. Your kind of Kunkka type heroes maybe. Don't feel great. There's not really enough magic damage maybe coming out there. There's Void Spirits, but...
Lina?
Yeah, Lena's, it's more right-clicky, but it is an option. Okay, there's more magic damage.
Okay.
There we go. And a hero, Quap versus SF. We get to see a fun mid matchup. Always a fan of seeing Quap SF.
Yeah, things have changed a bit over the years, haven't they? With these razors getting buffed over and over again. We see the move away from the dagger build, because you try to dagger, you get triple raised. And things aren't very nice for you.
Yeah, definitely a lane where I think SF has an edge, but they're picking this because they see this Naga and feel like they need at least something that's going to, come out with some solutions to the hero. And also you're going to feel like, if you get any kind of support rotation, there's kill threat on Shadow Fiend. So with a Marcy on your team, maybe thinking they can make some early moves, contest some runes, and pressure the SF at least a little bit.
Let's see what it is for Beast Coast. And Magnus is there for Whisper if he wants it. Add a bit more team fight and jump. Try and catch people out potentially with RPs and skewers. I think Veno's still a decent option. There's no Beastmaster, no Timber, no Bat, no Puck, no Pango, no Doom. So the hero pool has been whittled away little by little. It feels like they need a tanky hero, like an Underlord or something almost.
Yeah, we're playing with Shadow Fiend. You got these Naga illusions, I guess. Ooh, Visage. All right, that's a new hero for him this tournament. Gives them just that kind of team aura hero. I believe we're going to be seeing your typical Wraith Pack kind of stuff. And paired with the Clockwork, this is a pretty strong lane. Like, you've got that burst potential coming out from Soul Assumption that can, direct kills onto this Morphling. Plus, it's a ranged offlane. We talk about wanting ranged offlane is with the Hyde Undying coming out. So it does fit kind of what they were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, not just a new hero this tournament, but looking back, they played it once in the DPC and they played it once at Arlington. And that's it. Not just Whisper, but the team. Beast Coast have 2 professional games on record with Visage. So hopefully something they've been trying and testing in scrims, because they were always a team that kind of ignored the hero, and a lot of other South American teams had dedicated Visage players and Beast Coast didn't. So yeah, curious to see how Whisper's kind of shifted here and picked up a new hero to add to his diverse pool of heroes already.
I think it's a hero that can kind of push the tempo a bit, and I'm curious to see how fast Beast Coast look to play. Also, whether the SF goes magic or physical damage. I think given you're against the Morphling, maybe you're considering more magic damage build. The Aghanim's Morphling is just so annoying for these Agi carries, which is partly why they picked the Naga, because that's a hero that doesn't really care about the Ag Scepter as much. These illusion heroes just don't get countered by it. So
Yeah.
definitely some good options for Beast Coast when it comes to how they want to itemize and play this game.
And if it is magic damage SF, there's a lot to set up for him here. We've got Hookshot, Song, and the spells from Crystal Maiden allow Sea Smile to kind of get in and out of fights, dealing his damage as he sees fit. And great ways to reset as well. Like if Beast Coast get jumped on, or if they're trying to turn tail, same kind of spells. These initiation spells are also doubling up as defensive mechanisms for Beast Coast. While Talon, looking at their draft, you see laning prowess. Queen of Pain, Undying, looking like they've got some very solid, stable lanes to get the farm up, because they need key items to really break out of the laning stage here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think having these lanes go well is going to be key for them. I haven't been sold on Dawnbreaker as a hero in general, whether it's support or off lane. But picking at this game, I think Talon just felt like they didn't have too many amazing options to play into Beast Coast with. And, I think this Dawnbreaker lane especially needs to go pretty well for them.
Well, away we go into game one here. Best of two in the group stage, and we are down at the bottom of the group for both of these teams, needing victories wherever they can find them. And Sea Smile already out there with his early Observer Ward. Beast Coast and Talon all smoked up. And Talon maybe even looking for a fight. And converging on the bottom rune spot. A couple of good bits of vision here, trying to keep tabs on where Beast Coast are lurking. But the smoke breaks on K1 and KP. And both of them retreating a little bit. KP just going to hold the high ground.
See if Talon look to force his fight. They have got the Undying Decay to play around, but Naga not really the ideal target to go in. They haven't really got any stuns to play around, and maybe a level 1 dispose, but K1 going to send these illusions out. He's going to scout them out. Giga's up.
Yeah, definitely a limitation of Talon's draft, though, having what, 2 stuns? Dawnbreaker and Marcy, neither of them really guaranteed or consistent. So starting team fights, could be a problem for Talon here. Just maybe send Hides Undying charging in to try and give the vision for Queen of Pain, Morphling, Marcy. The upside, of course, all 3 of them having maneuverability spells gives them that opportunity to play around that vision a little better.
They found 23 Savage top, so they'll get some good damage out on him on the way to the lane. This was a nice job intercepting him. Just all this chip damage. They've even got a Soul Assumption, but not sure if he wants to throw this one just yet.
Yeah, holding it for now.
So he'll heal up.
Yeah, that's the Crystal Maiden now TPing bottom as the Clockwork getting some cog blocks. Holds the wave in front of his tier 1 top for the Visage as well. So multiple wins across multiple fronts for Beast Coast there.
That's old school. I haven't seen that one in a while. That takes me way back.
Ah, good old cog blocks. Do you remember back in the day, Dire Side bottom tier 2? Do you remember that move?
With Clockwork, or?
Yeah, with Clockwork. You could cog block 3 creeps, and 2 of them would get stuck in the trees and just stay there forever.
I don't remember that. That sounds pretty damn strong, though.
Yeah, it was pretty big.
Everyone's come up with so many different creep manipulation stuff in these side lanes, or random pulls. You used to be able to pull creep waves on the Ancients and stuff with fissure blocks. Constantly getting patched by Ice Frog. He's just not having any of this crap.
Yeah, that mid lane Dire jungle camp with Rubik or Tiny tossing or telekinesing the creeps in. I mean, back in Dota 1, you were able to pull Roshan with Axe, so there's always been this problem.
Yeah.
Nothing new to Dota 2.
It's just funny how players get so good at finding exploits, essentially. I mean, at least that's what it seems like Iceberg is saying these are exploits, because every time they're found, they're quickly patched out.
Yeah. And stop messing with my lane equilibrium. Even if we're buying boots and dragging waves, making sure you can't drag the first wave, only after the second. You start doing that. I'm trying to balance things around. Actual lanes, there's 3 lanes in Dota. Don't want to try and make it 4 or 5 or whatever it is. A lot of damage being sustained by Talon bottom. This Crystal Nova from Maiden having 3 mangoes just bursting into them.
Yeah, Feels like these lanes, like as much as they drafted for the lanes, I don't actually feel like they've got like this huge edge. Like SF winning mid lane against the Queen of Pain, which is I think how this lane's kind of meant to go. Naga free farming. It's only really the Visage who isn't having the best lane, despite the lane being pulled back. I think that just comes down to Visage having kind of bad attack damage and animation. It's not the easiest hero to last hit.
They still kill K1 though, left alone by Stinger. Maiden went off for wandering, and KP with Q there, both hitting level 2, getting their big spells out on the Naga.
Yeah, that's a big one. And that's the thing. That's why they picked this Stormbreaker to go with Marcy. It's not the ranged hero, but it is a hero that, you know, you rebound it and get it disposed, and Dawnbreaker's got the perfect follow-up with Starbreaker and Celestial Hammer.
All right, good pairing. Gojira's Clockwork just like behind the tier 1, denying creeps and getting on top of Hyde. And it's not been an easy ride here for Whisper so far. And 23 Savage still able to farm away decently, but now with the turnaround inside the cogs, they've trapped the Undying. And Hyde has stepped too far forward, getting burst down by Whisper.
That's a nice find for them. 23 Savage hasn't had the easiest of time up in this top lane. He's gotten decent CS, but he's being wrapped around, or at least the threat of a wraparound is there. Instead, Gojira going to snipe a Curry, and that had items on it. That's pretty annoying for the Undying. He's going to come back to lane and not be able to play around his extra regen.
And K1 again being gone on. The spells cast by Talon bringing him within an inch of death, but Stinger's there this time with the Nova and the Frostbite to make sure K1 survives. Only a Tango to his name though, so a long journey towards regenning to full.
He buys us out, but his courier is not even close to base. There's another jump in. They've killed him bottom. Yeah. Just rebound in with the Celestial Hammer being thrown, and despite not having mana for the other spell, they still get the kill.
Yeah, big victory for KP. 1-0-1. Very quickly moving towards those phase boots, which is only going to lead to more lane domination. It looks like Queen of Pain's caught up in the mid lane as well. Has the raindrops on the one, so much easier job of sustaining against the Shadow Fiend. But we do have a support rotating in to help as well. Q with a Mango. Could open up on C Smile, while Hyde dead to Whisper and Gojira again in that top lane. And Beast Coast scanning out the Marcy, knowing she's missing. C Smile, he felt it.
Yeah. She had the Mango, so was just short on using Mango plus both her spells. Now she's got the mana for both spells if she finds an opening, but triple Shadow Strike points from the Queen of Pain. Quap trying to go for this kill build against SF, and this is partly why she's managed to kind of keep things even on CS, but will limit a bit what she can do when it comes to rotating around the map. Another kill attempt on bottom, though.
And diving.
We'll be okay.
A little bit from Talon. But definitely interesting to see the Quap go for these Shadow Strike points. I guess with the wand and the raindrops, you can play that dangerous game against the SF, tanking up some of the razors. And keep the damage on him. So I feel like we've seen a lot more of the Blink Scream come out of the Quap in this matchup.
Another rotation, though, from Q's Marcy. Has the mana in a second now. Can go in here. Isn't quite in range for a rebound, though.
They get the high ground vision up there right in front of C Smile, so he knows the Obs Ward was placed, and it looks like Stinger has come across and found Q.
Yeah.
10 seconds until that 6-minute rune point, and both Undying and Marcy, they've rotated in to guard them. Beast Coast trying to match it with Gojira's movement. Queen of Pain and Undying, though.
C-Smile's in trouble.
Amazing zoning job, and maybe even a kill attempt. Marcy jumping back in across onto the SF, and Queen of Pain claims the life of C Smile.
Yeah. The Undying rotation just dropping the value level 1 Tombstone and getting that extra bit of slow and chase from the zombie vision. So really nicely done by Talon to bring both supports, knowing that these 6-minute power runes in a Quap SF game are so important.
Yeah, no problems for KP bottom. Able to 1v1 against the Naga very easily. 33-11 on this Dawnbreaker now. And comparing that to the Visage, 10 denies on Whisper. Only 22 last hits as they...
SF just TP back mid, by the way.
Oh, he did. He's being jumped on again. I mean, Savage should be fine up top, but it's C-Smile in the mid lane. And the Shadow Strikes on this SF, and he's being body blocked by Hyde. Another good jump in. The Sonic Wave and Dispose kills the Shadow Fiend off 2 times in a row. Stinger and Gojira. And they're going to get a trade here on the Undying. Maybe onto Q as well, but Mikoto just keeps pummeling them with the damage. Unfortunately, gets pushed by the cogs, though. And Q trapped in them means with the Solar Guardian, actually, coming in from KP, they'll secure a double for Mikoto. Can't dive in for the Clockwork. He's got the distance away from them, but Talon really ramping up the pressure here, 7 minutes in.
And Makoto's tanking the tower. He's keeping the siege wagon alive in this mid lane. Nah, he decides better. He's like, you know, I can't take too many shots. We'll get the bottle refill from the TPing Undying, though, and that mid T1 tower gets very low as a result of that dive in the mid lane.
Damn, it's only 2.5 minutes until next cart wave comes. And go for round 2 and finish it off. Naga being gone on again. Q and KP pouncing forward. The rebound, the dispose, it's ready. KP with his sidekick on him. What is it? Level 1 sidekick, but still a tremendous amount of damage. And K1 trying to skirt through the trees here, trying to dodge away. Has the Song. An early point in Song.
Yeah, you don't usually you want to be just skipping Song for as long as possible so you can farm faster with Illusions and Riptide, but looks like K1's going to be forced to fall back to the jungle pretty early on here, as this bottom lane is going to be well controlled by Dawnbreaker. Level 6 Dawnbreaker with Falcon Blade already up and the phase boot soon to come as well. Incredibly difficult to lane into.
Man, when this laning phase breaking down so soon, these supports have got a lot of work to do to try and control the map. Gojira and Stinger, they're holding hands, roaming from top through mid and trying to angle down towards bottom lane to protect K1's farming in the jungle. But as soon as they move from one lane to another, it just opens up opportunities. Now, top lane, 23 Savage is fine. Mid lane, if they don't guard here, the catapult wave will come and Queen of Pain maybe takes a tower.
You mentioned 23 Savage. He's just been quietly farming alone. Hasn't had the easiest free farm lane, but they're doing a good job creating a lot of space for him on the Talon side. And any kind of action that breaks up, KP will be ready to kind of join in with, once again, with the Solar Guardian. He sees Gojira down here. Rebound could come out, but Clockwork underneath the tier 1 tower, a bit of a risky proposition to go for.
That looks like K1 will finally return to his home, farm up under his tower. Oh, this is where Talon they start to spring into action again, moving on to mid. See Smile, the Solar Guardian is going to come on top of him with the Sonic Wave from Mikoto, but a Frostbite and a move from Gojira, aiming the quad, but the heals are there. Undying kept Mikoto in fighting shape to dive forward with a blink. DD Rune still running, Stinger trying to turn and fight back, but the Queen of Pain too tanky with the Strength Treads and the Wand.
Just amazing. Like the Dawnbreaker Marcy synergy, that's something I didn't fully kind of maybe click when they drafted it, but this ability to just rotate around the map with the Marcy, and she's your target for the Dawnbreaker to use ultimate on. Like, they don't have a great frontliner for some of these like mid to late game fights, but when it comes to the early game pressure against a hero like SF who you can always jump on, Dawnbreaker follow-up is huge there. Keeps the Queen of Pain alive with the heals, and Mikoto pushing his hero to the limit to get those extra follow-up kills. 5-0 and 1 already on his Queen of Pain.
That's a dominating performance coming out of a lane against SF. Everyone expects the Shadow Fiend to do very well, but he has been completely shut down. 3 deaths over on Chris Luck.
And we're seeing why Mikoto went for the multiple points in Shadow Strike with the kind of aggressive plays and rotations coming out of Talon supports. It's really paid off. And now he goes back for the Scream, so he gets that farming as well as, you know, more teamfight presence that this offers. But just really smart heads-up play from him. At some point, Beast Coast, it feels like they need to make a move. The issue is, the way they've drafted, they don't have heroes that actually make plays on the map.
Yeah, not until they have the ultis at least. Clockwork, he's got a hookshot now to play into bottom. Q and KP getting pummeled down. Whisper even sent his familiars down here. He comes in to play with Gojira, but Talon, they've got Savage, KP, and Hyde all ready to push into this tower and dive.
And meanwhile, K1's been caught in the jungle. Oh, Song just to save himself from the Quap. But Quap has a blink. The second this Song wears off, Mikoto, is he diving this?
Oh, he's trying. He's trying. K1's too quick, though.
Scream.
Now Mikoto, after blinking forward, his familiar stuns. Yeah. They're ready to catch him out, but the Solar Guardian, the turnaround, back onto Whisper here with KP saving the day. Mikoto's still going to die, though. Stinger's arrival with that Frostbite and the final bit of damage out of that Soul Assumption kills him off. But Talon not able to get Stinger on the way back. C-Smile thinking about the Requiem. He's fake pumping it, and he's being stunned up with the Adaptive Strike. Can't get it out. Hyde and KP and bodyguarding Savage's retreat.
Yeah, Talon need to disengage there. Just getting a little bit too overeager there, starting with the Queen of Pain dive, and that's pretty costly. Would have been obviously great killing the Naga Siren. That's the one hero that's really being relied upon by Beast Coast to kind of get them back in the game with basically stalling things out and carrying things. Like they're kind of going to go back to that classic Beast Coast 4 Protect 1 with Hector's Naga. But yeah, Queen of Pain, level 1 blink. You've really got to be careful whenever you use that blink aggressively with a 12-second cooldown.
Beast Coast, they'd love to go and get this tier 1 top. But if they do make a move, they're going to lose out their bottom lane. And this Ancient Ward from Talon, it sees Whisper, K1, Gojira, 3 heroes. And Talon knows exactly where they're playing from. So they can now move down south, get the tower easily with Savage. Maybe even scout C-Smile here. And this is where the map opens up for Talon. And bottom third of the map all belongs to them.
And yeah, 23 Savage Morphling just free farming away with a Morbid Mask and having a great time, but it's the rest of Talon who are looking to keep making these moves to keep creating space for him. They've smoked up once again.
On to C-Smile. The rebound not landing, so a Requiem from the Shadow Fiend actually allows them to do a good amount of damage, but they can't finish off Q. The Marcy's fine, and a defensive Tombstone here keeps the rest of Beast Coast at bay, while Mikoto just continually aggressively blinking forward, trying to get this Witchblade damage applied to his opponents.
Big thing there, they didn't have the Solar Guardian follow-up, so without that, it was a little bit tricky for them to get that kill. It's up now, and Beast Coast did counter-push this top tier 1 tower, so they're going to be pretty happy with the exchange as it was. They are going to be forced back to both defend this bottom tier 2 tower. They don't want to give up a tier 2 this early to Talon.
Yeah, they need room to breathe on the map. Visage trying to push out. This is where Naga likes to be, playing in jungle and 2 lanes to send illusions towards. So it would be nice to see the rest of Beast Coast kind of vacate here, leave K1 alone, play elsewhere. There's a very aggressive line of wards from Talon, though, from the bottom jungle up towards top Ancients. It just keeps tabs on every move Beast Coast are making.
I think the move Beast Coast would maybe love to make is killing KP's Dawnbreaker top. Problem is he's just playing so close to his tower, and if you make a play elsewhere in the map, you can always Solar Guardian in.
And they've got the jump on Stinger. That's a good freezing field, though, with a hook shot from Gojira. Mikoto, a third of his HP remaining, but he Sonic Waves back the Shadow Fiend and survives. C-Smile trapped under the Tombstone, and 3 of them die. Beast Coast, again, need to song defensively just to get the remaining heroes out of there alive.
Yeah, it almost comes like too late. You're kind of wishing in hindsight, like, oh, we just bailed on that fight sooner. They thought they had maybe an opening to kill Mikoto. It's such a good freezing field. Like, they kind of, I think, got baited in by their own, supports who, when you get hit a freezing field and get the co-op that low, all of a sudden it's like, oh, we can take this. This is going well for us, but the sustain from Talon's side, fighting under a tomb, as well as having the Soul Rip as well. We'll see it all again here. Like, it just starts so well. You get, like, a full duration freezing field, and you want to make something happen off of it, but Talon were just ready for that fight.
Nice, Queen of Pain is incredibly tanky. Level 11 with a strength tread sitting like 1600 HP. And once she gets Kaya Sanj and then the BKB a little later on, it's only going to become even more difficult to kill off Mikoto. And Talon still in a good position here. Q and Hyde just in front of 23 Savage, but a hook shot from Gojira going to find the straggler. Hyde doesn't have Tombstone for a second, so he'll tank the gank there for his Morphling. Job well done.
Maybe if they had Tombstone, but it looked like Talon were too split up on the map. KP's back doing top lane duty. And until he has Solar Guardian again, I don't think Talon want to try and take a big 5v5 fight. But they've just got this, very kind of cookie cutter setup where it's like with Dawnbreaker, you want to play her in the top lane and have the other heroes aggressively making kind of moves down bottom. But you've got to play around your cooldown, so until Undying's back and maybe they go for another smoke play, they can't really access this bottom side of the map again, although I'm sure they'd love to. They can take the outpost. They've already killed the tier 2 tower, so fighting down bottom makes a lot of sense for Talon.
Yeah, natural movement to filter back to their Ancients, group up again. I'll be curious to see how many runes this Queen of Pain has had, though. The regen rune bottled right now, but it feels like Mikoto has had free reign completely just to gather up every active rune that she can.
Yeah, it's been a pretty free game for her, thanks to the pressure that the supports have applied. And
C-Smile Requiem. Solar Guardian's coming in on top of them. They've already blown up Q's Marcy, but KP with a massive amount of damage onto the Shadow Fiend blows him up with a Sonic Wave and Makoto. Stinger and Whisper, the next targets of choice. A waveform over from the Morphling and another rebound in. They're going to get all three of Beast Coast down here, and you were right, Talon. They gather up with all their cooldowns ready and a fight that they absolutely were willing to take.
Yeah. They buy back the Marcy, so it comes at a small cost. Not sure they necessarily have to, but when there's a big 5v5 fight happening by a tier 1 tower, you're going to buy back every single time. It's never a mistake to do so. And a big team fight around the Dawnbreaker ultimate. Both teams with a Wraith Pack as well, so they were kind of negating each other and both being kind of cleared out, but the team fight just heavily favoring Talon when you bring the Morphling in especially. He's actually ready to start fighting now.
Gojira looking to set up on Hyde again. Last couple of hook shots, really focusing on this Undying, getting whatever kills they can. And now maybe a mounted effort here to charge forward with a cavalry behind them for Beast Coast to get this tier 1 mid.
It does feel like that. It feels like let's just take what kills we can get at this point. But K1 getting more and more fun. He's got Diffusal Manta now. At some point, Beast Coast, their drop in terms of scaling is pretty damn solid. They are going right-click SF with the BKB and the Dragonlance queued up. We haven't seen much Magic SF. I think it was like Na'Vi were one of the few teams who were still doing that a bit, but this does feel like, gives Morphling an easy target for his Ag Scepter later on if he wants to go that big.
Yeah, it feels like right-click SF, but then you add in an Arcane Blink, so it's got that little touch of magic so we can get the Requiems off. Aegis claimed, though. C-Smile has it.
Nice.
Very, very swift move from Beast Coast there.
Yeah, and that's the hookshot on the Undying. He's suddenly dead, and Quap doesn't have ultimate, so playing around some of the cooldowns of the Talon teamfight, and also just having the ability to kill Roche so damn freaking fast. So, I think Beast Coast is feeling all right with the position they're in, given that Naga's just been quietly farming up a storm and not really getting contested too much this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty ready. Wraith Pact on the Visage, Clockwork, a recipe away from that Spirit Vessel. So they're starting to get the tools they need to team fight and contend with the Morphling, who is equally farming up there. Very close to the Naga's net worth level. Manta, Morbid Mask, working on BKB for Savage, so no Ags in sight just yet. We'll see that later on as like a 4th item.
Yeah, queues it up after the BKB, but it's going to be a question of which one he feels like is the more essential component for the upcoming team fights, and definitely the magic damage is pretty potent here.
I was like, buy the Ogre Axe and see what happens.
I like it.
Yeah, decide later
If you
on.
win a team fight, you get the Axe. You lose a team fight, you get the BKB. That's usually how it goes for some of these carry players. It just depends on how the last team fight went, which in this case, well, the team fight went well for Talon, but now they're up against an Aegis. So I think Talon, at least for the time being, feel like they're on the back foot, which is where BKB comes more into play.
Yeah, need something to give them that one up. A Whisper. Dragging his familiars all the way across the map. There's one that moved all the way from top lane and will rejoin the hero down bottom. Pretty simple tier 1 for them. Nothing Talon can do to defend it this time. They've got more important things to do. Over towards the Radiant Ancients, getting a tier 1 over on the other side of the map themselves. It's a pretty long drawn out effort though. Until the sidekick arrives. Makoto doing some serious damage now. I always forget level 4 sidekick, 65 bonus damage.
A lot of these Marcies have just started prioritizing that even over Dispose. They're like, oh, level 1 Dispose, that's all we need. Why get more than 1 skill point? You don't need the damage or the slow. And the cooldown is definitely important, but usually you're only getting 1 rebound Dispose off in a team fight anyways.
Yeah, ever since they changed the stun to put it on rebound instead of Dispose, it's kind of made it easier for Marcies just to focus on the 2 skills out of the 3. A smoke from 3 of Beast Coast. SF, Maiden, Naga. Not really the trio or the gank squad you would expect. Whisper shows and Clockwork trying to keep himself hidden. They clear out mid-wave and they move up into top jungle. See the Observer Ward of Hyde. Immediate tombstone dropped on that high ground as well. It looks like Beast Coast not entertaining the fight because they're aiming for Makoto at top. Drums popped. And she's got to blink up in 2 seconds again. The song.
And snare. Oh, just got away from the song range, I think.
Can they still keep
chasing?
going? The rocket flare gave a bit of vision. Clockwork has a hook shot, lands it straight across the trees, and Makoto getting caught by Gojira. Good familiar stun, but the ensnare gets dodged. Link's away from danger, and Beast Coast, they just miss out on that kill.
Oh, that was so close. I think Makoto killing one of the two familiars meant that the Quap didn't actually get chain stun there, and that made all the difference as far as Makoto staying alive. That looked like it could have and should have been a kill maybe for Beast Coast, but good awareness from the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, very well done, and the rest of the team from Talon shoving out these lanes as quickly as they can, regaining outpost control bottom, and making sure that 23 Savage, he's up near the top of the net worth, and what is he, 600 gold away from BKB at this point.
It's going to be a nice pickup and maybe something they want to play a bit more around. I'm going to let this top tier 2 tower go, it seems. They've already lost bottom tier 2, so outpost already claimed by Beast Coast up in the top lane, which is something that will give them a lot of map control around this area of the map. Seasmile, his age has only got 30 seconds left, so there's not really any incentive for Talon to take a fight until this has expired. But that's going to happen pretty soon, so this could be about time for some kind of a smoke play if Talon feel like they can use this BKB Morphling to set up a good fight for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, with the way Beast Coast got that Rosh and Aegis, it's more of a get back into the game Aegis than anything else. Usually with his first Rosh, we see people, taking tier 2s to control the map and gain their lead, expand on the victories they've already had. But it was Talon that were in the lead. Losing out on the Aegis is giving Beast Coast such great opportunities to trade out areas of the map.
So we have some answers to what Morphling wants to do. He hits level 15 and gets the Morph duration, not the agility, plus 15 agility. Has the Ags queued up, so I think he's recognizing that. You see this SF's build, not going for Magic SF, and you're like, okay, I'm going Ags, I'm going Morph duration, and this SF is going to be really sad in these fights when he gets his stats and attack speed stolen.
Grabbing the outpost back. 4 Dire Sentries, 5 Dire Sentries down at the bottom part of the map. Really concerted effort from Talon to remove Beast Coast's vision. They've got a sneaky ward in front of the tier 2 mid that has seen them all move up to that northern jungle. And as soon as they grab that outpost back, yeah, well, absolutely no. Both teams knowing where the opposing side are lurking around.
Just kind of swap sides. But the game's slowing down this much, and something Beast Coast for the most part happy with. They're the ones playing with Naga Siren. We are seeing the Diffusal Manta build come back. I think most other Nagas we're seeing have stopped buying this Diffusal and are prioritizing more like Orchid and even Silver Edge type things, so you can be this more, you get some kill threat. You've already got the illusions. Like, Diffusal's good when you're burning like a key hero's mana pool, which I guess in this case is the Morphling, but at least this game we haven't really seen much value out of the Diffusal.
X has been farming away, not really fighting. K1's been nearby for fights, but it's been a little unfortunate and not really joining in on the phrase. But yeah, it's always that item that, in 20 minutes time, you're probably thinking about selling as a Naga Siren. I think that's going to be, it has been one of the big problems about Diffusal Blade recently, is it's much more of an early game item.
They're chipping. This tier 3 tower is dropping and no one's here to defend. These TPs will come and already a tower's dropped.
And Beast Coast, they fall back a little bit, but they're able to hold this high ground, and maybe if Gojira gets a jump, looking at that Queen of Pain. So it's all about controlling terrain now for Beast Coast.
Yeah, I think Talon just not respecting Beast Coast a bit there. It was one of those just honesty checks where Beast Coast let's just see if they're here, and they see no one on the high ground, okay, we'll just take this tower. I don't think Beast Coast don't want a 5v5 fight on the enemy high ground, but if no one defends, they'll happily send illusions and visage familiars. This ability to just push without putting any heroes in danger is always so nice to have, and making life hard for Talon, who have to constantly address the split push of Naga Siren, both mid lane and bottom lane. Waves just being cut by Naga illusions.
Yeah, kind of nice to see Makoto just blinking all the way across the map to push that top lane a couple of waves further forward, farm in that little spot where there's no one contesting, but it does mean that your tier 2 is being harassed here.
I want to fight.
K1 gets off the mirror image, and Q nearly dead. The hook shot actually finds its way in, and 23 Savage, he's dead as well. Didn't get off the shift, and the damage output of Seasmile shredding through everybody.
There's not no buybacks. Didn't get off anything here. Makoto's still got BKB. He doesn't want to use it for a lost fight. He's going to try and cut some waves, but they've got a couple of range melee creeps sneaking through. Makoto didn't get the whole creep wave, so this will be one lane of Rax, I want to say, maybe even multiple. What a huge team fight, and 23 Savage. I think I know what vegetable Twitch chat is spamming right now, because that was a terrible team fight for him.
Makoto's jumped in as well, has to BKB. Thinking about the turn with the Sonic Wave, but for East Coast, they're bringing down his tier 3 very quickly. Like that hook shot in the previous fight from Gojira was... I thought, okay, it's nice, you know, you're catching the Marcy, killing her off, but it clipped onto Savage, made sure there was no BKB from the Morphling, and now KP, the one that's struggling, dead for 60 seconds. Another hero down, and Talon gonna have to fight 3v5 if they want any chance of holding onto these barracks. And with the tier 3 bottom lane previously falling, Beast Coast just swing into action there as well.
Just getting picked apart one by one, multiple lanes of Raxes. It feels like Talon, I mean, they had this all-in defense of this mid-tier 2 tower. They were trying to fight. They just got like BKB recently on Quap. Morphling, you know, had his full 9-second BKB, but they just didn't get the initiation they wanted. And this is the hard thing with their draft. Marcy's their only initiator. We touched a bit upon it. They didn't pick anybody to start these fights off, and as a result, Q, like if he goes down on the Marcy, it's going to be Beast Coast who have full control of the team fight because they're the ones initiating, and Gojira, his clockwork, just flawless.
And Jap packing around, trying to give some vision here. Talon scanned the pit. It was only familiars in there, but it turned red. There's someone on the outskirts of it. Beast Coast nowhere to be seen. There's a nice bit of dire vision over in that enemy Ancient's high ground area. That's where Talon are trying to hold. But the Tombstone preemptively placed and cleared by Naga Illusions. One of the big teamfight abilities for Talon is now down. And Beast Coast using this opportunity to strike into the heart of Talon's line. BKB from Makoto buying a bit of time, and a Sonic Wave. It'll push Beast Coast back a little bit. But C-Smile with the Requiem and the damage on the Savage, nearly killing him off. The Naga chases forward as Savage is out of there. Turning that quickly though into Hyde and Q. KP about to follow them into the grave. 4 heroes gone again as Morphling also dying to Gojira.
That double damage SF with Agshard just annihilating heroes. Anyone who came near that SF was getting chunked away at 5.5k hero damage in that fight.
It was the Vessel. The Vessel killed him.
They just ticked down. It looked like he got away. Yeah, that's heartbreaking for Talon in this game. I want to say it's just over off of that. And you've got now an Aegis plus with this F Daedalus to go with it. And I don't think there's anything Talon can do at this point to delay or stop the inevitable.
What a bizarre game. Like, it felt like Talon had such a good read and hold on this, and a couple of sloppy fights, an excellent initiation, and real consistent moves from Beast Coast has absolutely brought them back into this.
It wasn't like it felt like they were kind of stalling and buying time for Naga, but at the same time Talon were here heading towards some key items themselves. But 23 Savage, a kind of Morphling specialist, just not getting a chance to really play his hero this game.
Well, they'll have one last hold potentially here around the Tombstone. They've disarmed C-Smile. A Shadow Fiend with Aegis BKB, pretty happy to frontline for his team, and there's another hook shot. Catching the Queen of Pain, Talon focusing down the Shadow Fiend, but there's Naga focusing on the throne instead. Objective-based gaming from K1. Whisper and Gojira buying time for the rest of the squad, dragging Talon away from the throne. C-Smile does take down Q, but Gojira, the only loss here really for Beast Coast, as they buy back the Maid and return to a 4v4, and down goes the Marcy. The dieback from her should lead to a victory for Beast Coast now. GG called as Talon lose out on game 1. Savage with a celebratory move onto the Shadow Fiend does blow him up.
I was about to say they're kind of holding, but they did GG. I was like, wait, that's a real GG, right?
It'd be a bit rough if it was a fake GG at that point. C-Smile would be very upset.
Yeah, that was honestly impressive from Beast Coast. When we talk about them being the slow starters, and this feel like, even not just in this tournament, in this game itself, they were kind of slow to come online. They were getting crushed a bit in the laning stage with some of the picks that Talon pulled out. I mean, Talon drafting, I want to say, for the lanes. Like, you kind of look at that bottom lane, like that's exactly what Talon were hoping for the outcome to be. Then they used KP Solar Guardian around the map on top of the Marcy to slow down Chris Smiles' SF. but it still wasn't enough. All it took was Beast Coast to win one mid-game team fight, and then they just snowballed out of control from there. The SF plus Visage just have Naga Siren that's just like, you lose a team fight, you lose half your base.
Yeah, that fight there, we saw after taking that first Aegis, getting the kill on the Morphling with some great hook shots out of Gojira to set things up for them. And the Spirit Vessel, a secondary kill a little later on around the next Roshan, absolutely vital for Beast Coast there in game one. And honestly, a bit of classic Beast Coast. Lose lanes, win games, come back with one team fight victory, one little move, and that's it. They secured themselves a lane of barracks, a move up high ground.
Yeah, it felt pretty. In the end, it's like I don't even feel like they're gonna think this game was like ever out of their grasp at all. We didn't really feel much pressure on K1 to like carry the game as Naga Siren. It was still a team effort. It was, if anything, more about C Smile becoming this big kind of late game force. He was the one just deleting some of these heroes in fights. Not to mention Gojira with some amazing clockwork initiations. The support duo for Beast Coast really showed up this game.
Yeah, it didn't feel like there were any, outside of the hook shots, any real massive flashy plays or anything. I mean, C-Smile ending 666, and the number of the beast there for the Shadow Fiend. Not an amazing KDA. 1, 2, and 12 on K1, getting some assists, but yeah, I mean, Whisper's scoreline there looking pretty solid after a very quiet laning stage, but it was just the group up, the death ball, gather in with your minus armor, your auras, and that Naga Song to reset any team fights that Talon were throwing your way. As Beast Coast finding a sly victory, as our MVP gonna appear on your screen in a matter of seconds. It is K1's Naga.
Yeah, there we go. Played a, I think, solid Naga game. I think it's a hard game to say like one player deserves MVP when it was such a concerted team effort. Like it was basically the way Beast Coast 5-manned around the map and won all these team fights that sealed the deal. But Naga Siren, of course, a big part of that, and did a good job making sure that he hit his, his item time. It's K1. He's always going to get his farm, just regardless of how his lane goes. It feels like, you give it 20 minutes and he'll be top of the net worth charts.
Yeah, he'll find a way, whether it's through the death of his teammates or some amazing farming patterns. K1 is always a monster when it comes to hitting creeps. But a very important victory for Beast Coast there, as we were saying before this started. Both of the teams down in the bottom place of Group B at 0, 2, and 3. 2 individual wins, 8 losses, needing to pick up every victory they can here in this series. And we'll find out how it all goes. Game 2 coming right around the corner after this break.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
A difficult game for Talon there as Beast Coast take the game 1 victory. But gods, it felt like Talon had a good grasp on the first 20 minutes. They had a farmed Morphling, a Queen of Pain doing well. Where did it all go so horribly wrong?
Really felt like, yeah, I mean, there's obviously the one big team fight mid at the tier 2 tower, but I think before that, Beast Coast made this really nice play when they just walked in and took Roshan when all those spells were on cooldown. And also, I think just Talon was a bit unaware and probably feeling like they were in control and just not really thinking about Roche too much because they got so much map control and advantage out of that Aegis. They took the top tier 2, they took bottom. It felt like they had the entire dire side of the map kind of under their vision and under their grasp and used that to win that team fight in the mid lane with a great initiation.
Yeah, it just felt like at some point this steamroller of Beast Coast just came towards the dire base, and Talon is like they're stuck in cement or stuck in a bog somewhere, trying to figure out how they can get away from it. And just never really emerged. Definitely a difficulty you pointed out in the draft was the ability to really consistently initiate fights. It's all fine and good having this BKB Morphling and Queen of Pain with the damage dealers there, but if KP's Dawnbreaker is meant to be of counter-initiating with Solar Guardian, Marcy Undying not really the best at jumping and finding initiations in 5v5s. Solar Pickoff's fine, but yeah, Beast Coast having this Clockwork who fearlessly just went straight on in. Naga, Visage, both with the Vision Givers out of these Familiars and the Illusions. It was a difficult task for Talon to actually just keep Vision up.
Yeah. And you're playing against Naga, so the other team always has this like perfect vision of the map because they shove waves, the Naga illusions are running out, and they have Clockwork, so rocket flares flying around. It is an uphill battle, and I think it wasn't just that like, they played badly, they crushed the early game, and they should win with a farm Morphling. I think it's that Beast Coast had all these tools that they could use to get good fights, which Talon didn't have the same luxury of. Like, I think a lot of these teams playing with Marcy falling into this bit of a trap where it's like, with Marcy, we have all the initiation and lockdown, that we could need. But I think Marcy alone doesn't really quite cut it.
Yeah, and a real stark difference between, I think, a lot of people's expectations, again, just going to bring this up with South American Dota, is the flashy plays, right? You think back to the old days of the Frankfurt Major where they're dropping items, spamming taunts, these kind of moves with flashy heroes. These have been understated, very tactical performances out of Hokori in the previous series and now out of Beast Coast in this one, as we were started to add in the coaches and the help in terms of team mentality to a lot of these squads. As Beast Coast now, I believe, have 2 coaches, a coach and an analyst, both Valky plus Raykill as there too. And Hokori, same story. You're adding in these extra layers of understanding of the game and how you should be playing, just keeping your tempers in control. Yeah.
And Talon, they brought in Always Wanna Fly, who's kind of like a veteran of the Dota scene, but I don't think he's not like someone super familiar with the players and teams, whereas I think there's a bit of like maybe a culture divide there. So I'm curious to see how things go there. I also know that Always Wanna Fly, he wasn't actually in Singapore at the start of the event. I'm not fully sure what happened there, but I saw them tweeting out that he finally arrived in Singapore, I think like partway through the group. So hopefully him being there now can, maybe help them out when it comes to making some of these adjustments for game number 2, because that's a pretty demoralizing way to lose game 1. You feel like you're in control of the game. You also know this is kind of must-win games at this point of the group stage because you're facing potential elimination. Beast Coast is the other team at the bottom with you, so, getting 2-0'd here is almost like a death warrant for Talon. Like, they can't afford to get 2-0'd.
Yeah, I mean, it's second series of day 3, but it's absolutely do or die already for some of these teams down at the bottom. And we'll see this reflected in the draft. Let's see if any changes happen here. Already Primal Beast and Silencer taken out by Talon, as in the previous game. They got rid of the Beast and Enigma, so they've left that one in the pool, while Doom, still the option here to get rid of one of KP's signature heroes.
Yeah, I think they've just probably looked at Talon's games and been like, Doom isn't really a first phase ban, but against Talon, sometimes they just seem to fall into these like repeated pattern where it's like, okay, we've got one or two heroes that we're really good with and can win around. In past patches, it was KP's Brew or Death Prophet, and on this, at least at this TI so far, it seems like their best games have come with Doom. So a lot of teams just seem to just want to keep banning Doom and ban the Pangolier to go with it. That's less a KP hero, more a Makoto hero, but just something that Talon have also built a lot of successful drafts around.
Yeah, a lot of teams have, right? Thinking about LGD as well, he's one of the real tempo setters from the mid lane, able to consistently fight around Rolling Thunder. That definitely causes a lot of chaos and difficulties when that laning stage breaks down. But all this has led to the first pick Enigma for Talon. And we've seen a lot of teams toying with ideas of how to deal with this. I think one of the primary ones from a lot of the squads is the sniper mid, moving your carry out of the safe lane into the mid lane and having that outrange on the Enigma to kind of obscure your carry away from the Blink Black Hole. We've also had like gyros and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, the gyro is the laning option. Curious to see if that's a Beast Coast approach. Maybe. Very big maybe. Maybe they go back to the K1 Wraith King. That's a classic Enigma Doom counter too. But I think Wraith King's a bit dead, unfortunately.
Yes, Silencer as well. I mean, I'm looking back, and it looks like Beast Coast have only let Enigma through once against Tundra, or it's only appeared in the drafts once against Tundra. Otherwise, they've had it, or it's been banned out. And they were able to win with a Silencer Nyx opening in the second pick, but this time opting for the Marcy, and definitely a highly contested hero. You were saying she's the most banned currently?
It may have been changing. I was actually looking at it earlier. Current most banned hero is actually Enigma.
Oh.
It's not so free. I thought it was free from... I feel like all the games we're casting, Marcy's being banned. But apparently Marcy is most picked while Enigma's most banned, which is the opposite of what I've seen on our games. We've seen Marcy always banned and Enigma actually getting through a lot.
And now we've got both of them in the first phase of this draft as well.
Yeah. So 76 Enigma bans and 68 Marcy bans.
Definitely two hotly contested heroes. Yeah. All right, what now, Beast Coast? Do you grab your two support? Is it Marcy Silencer? Is it the Shadow Fiend? Okay, that's going to be Chris Luck's hero.
All right. I mean, you mentioned like the range carries. It's not quite the sniper level of range carry, but it is someone that can be tricky at times to get on top of the black hole. And if you don't catch SF, he'll just delete you from the fights if he's in attack range of an Enigma. So you don't maybe have a way to cancel KP Black Hole, but you can just kill the Enigma instead.
I'm going to punch him down. Probably going to be the KP hero, though, that Enigma, so he can have a nice, quiet, relaxing time in this draft. Just watch what the rest of his team picks. And what do you want to pair up with this Enigma then, Talon? The only other time they've had it has been up against Team Spirit. They had Marcy Enigma. They were second pick there.
I think they're probably debating whether they want to go Morphling here. Like the Morphling versus SF, like is a good matchup. Like the Ags, he never got to the Ags. I guess maybe that's part of their downfall last game. Is he got all these other items in the build-up. It felt like he had to get BKB, and then we never got to see the Ags against Shadow Fiend. But yeah, Talon using all this time, and I think other than Morphling, I don't know. I don't think there's anything else that like jumps out. I think you're looking at supports, utility heroes, and yeah, there's a support. This to me is like they probably were thinking about Morphling, and then they just decided as a team like, no, let's just play it safe and pick a support here and not reveal too much.
All right, now into that second phase of bans.
10 seconds remaining.
Try and figure out what do you want to actually remove against Beast Coast. Is a difficult task. Like, is the Wraith King you mentioned even worth it? Do you aim for K1 carry heroes?
Probably not. I mean, Wraith King has not been picked the entire tournament, but I want to see. I just want to see every hero get picked. It's going to happen one time. I don't think there's ever been a TI. There's always like 4 or 5 or 6 heroes that don't get picked at TI, but one year we'll do it.
Get everybody out there. I'm also wondering about, you brought up the point about Whisper's hero pool, the Puck, Leshrac. Some of these slippy heroes can get away from a Tusk, get away from an Enigma, or even just stand your ground and output serious damage. Yeah, always want to fly there. He's arrived in Singapore, he's behind his players.
Nice. Good to know he's there to help the boys out. But Yeah, it's a tough position to be. You show up and your team's already, down near the bottom of the group facing elimination. So we'll see if we can right the ship here. Definitely the faces on some of the Talon players not looking all the cheeriest after a Game 1 loss to Beast Coast, and can't totally blame them, but it does feel like they are struggling to find drafts and things that work for them.
I gotta get pumped up for this one. Need a victory here. Getting rid of some of those Enigma counters in the lane. Sven and Gyro gone. So K1 gonna have to reconsider his carry pool and what options they want there.
Yep. Good news is that means Whisper's heroes have been untouched, unbanned, so he can have his pick of the litter. He's getting to lane likely with a Marcy, so there's a lot of fun lanes with Marcy. Stuff like Batrider comes to mind as potential kill lanes. We saw the Dawnbreaker last game, but typically with Marcy, you're just looking like, okay, who's going to take advantage of this rebound initiation and be able to go for all these kills and play super aggressive.
Yeah, I want him to bring back the Lesh, honestly. His Lesh in Season 2 of the DPC, Season 3 of the DPC was just spectacular. And he was landing stuns without any setup, and if you add a rebound in there, it makes it all the easier for him. There's also a hero we've seen used pretty well against Enigma. His front line as this position 3, do a lot of damage, push towers, and adds into this kind of death ball around the Shadow Fiend that we've seen a lot of. But they, again, ban out the Lesh and the Puck themselves. My dreams are crushed by Beast Coast.
Maybe they'll try to pick it and just forgot they were banning, Don't worry, Gary. You're onto something. I thought you were onto something. I don't know. I think the main issue with Leshrac is if they end up with Lesh SF plus a carry and don't have any playmaking core, but I don't know. I don't think that's the end of the world if that's the case. Especially with the way their supports play.
Now, I guess it's like Occam's razor, right? It's the easiest solution to the problem you've got. Okay, here we go. Ooh. Vengeful Spirit. So another way to deal with the Enigma. You've got the swap always there to cancel it out or save a teammate. And it adds into your aura strat. If this is a Beastmaster next, you've got SF Venge Beastmaster.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the things, maybe the underrated aspect of Beast Coast Game 1 draft that caught Talon by surprise is just the sheer pushing power that SF brings to the table. In those mid-game fights and pushes. And it's something they used to, put a lot of pressure on Talon and take a lot of towers. You combo that with Avenge, and like you say, you get a Beastmaster, you get some kind of other pushing cores, and suddenly this game can get really tricky for Talon. Naga's in the pool again, too. I actually don't mind if they just want to go for another Naga game as well.
Yeah, it would work out for them. I mean, last game, all that minus armor, they had SF, Naga, plus the familiars and stuff from the Visage. Back in that game against the Morphling, it felt real good. You're shredding through his armor, and then if he's shifting strength, you've still got a lot of damage to kill him off. And in this kind of game, against Enigma, you said Shadow Fiend can kind of stand his ground and hit the Enigma down. Add in a bit more minus armor, and buff people up.
It does feel like the Leshrac ban suggests they want maybe the Naga. Talon using all their reserve time to figure this one out. They picked the Bat, maybe also a bit of a block pick, like the Batrider plus Marcy. And then they get the CM themselves this game. So they're going for what looks to be a Batrider mid against SF. I think you're worried about the Marcy plus Batrider lane. And also Batrider's a decent option when it comes to the mid lane to have another hero similar to the Queen of Pain who has that kill threat onto the SF. It's still similar to the Co-op. It's not the easiest matchup. SF Raze is just so good at controlling the mid lane, and Batrider's going to get bullied. We saw this matchup yesterday, and Batrider got destroyed. But with support rotations, Batrider can do well, and CM Tusk are both great supports to rotate with.
Oh, they sure are. I'm kind of wondering about this Venge as well. The potential for flex is still there, and this could be the 3 Venge for Whisper, potentially. Then you've got Venge Marcy lane. Naga comes out again, but still a little bit of flexibility going into this last pick. But I think more likely than not, it's going to be a Whisper hero, the Beastmaster, or some kind of team fight initiation, which... Now, this time around, they're lacking a little bit. They don't have that clockwork to just go straight on in.
Yes. Yeah, the Venge, especially if you're saving swap to cancel Black Hole, you're looking just at your Marcy's initiator. Talon going to ban out the Visage from last game, but I wouldn't mind seeing something for Whisper that does play a bit more as a team fight starter, or maybe even kind of frontliner for the SF. That's a bit of what the role the Visage could fill. You're pretty tanky and at least able to send your summons and familiars in to kind of wreak havoc, so... We'll see what the plan's going to be for Beast Coast around at their draft, but Talon have to figure out what 23 Savage carry they want first.
Yeah, it's like if they ban Visage Beastmaster here, there's still heroes out there like the Tide, grab up a Magnus or something, the Underlord, but there's also Lycan out there as well. Yeah, may not be an actual team fight hero, but he's still that ability to very quickly get the tempo going for Beast Coast here.
Yeah, I quite like the idea of something like a Lycan pick. They banned the Tide you mentioned, and we'll see where Beast Coast end up, but it may also just depend on the matchup like that they're going to have for their offline. Like, they're going to get to see what carry 23 Savage picks, so there may be something where it's like, okay, here's the counter pick that's going to ruin this carry's day.
10 seconds remaining.
And maybe we see the position 1 Batrider come out from Talon. Bet Boom tried it. It didn't work out very well.
That sounds...
I know.
I would say that sounds pretty questionable.
Abysmal. It was abysmal.
Well put. Pudge?
It's just like if it was a Lycan, you know, pick the bat, cruise over the Lycan, but yeah, gonna be 23 Savages as the last pick here. Some kind of agi carry.
Yeah, he wants. I don't think they wanted Pudge. I think they need damage here. They got Batrider, Enigma. Like, who's your scaling? Who's your carry? It doesn't have to be like a super late game one, but it's definitely going to be like some kind of at least mid game strong like carry to match up against the SF. Sniper maybe is an option, but it doesn't do well against Naga, just as well against CSF. So they get the monkey. All right.
Okay. Yeah, Wukong's works. I guess they're put off the Morphling because of the game 1 performance.
Yeah. I mean, Beast Coast showed they had plenty of answers for it between the Naga and the SF. I think the Naga particularly being a bad matchup, but definitely the Morphling into SF has always looked and felt good. So put off by game 1 a bit. And similar story to game 1. Talon really looking to have strong lanes, like CM plus Monkey lane. But this is the problem. You don't know your lane matchup. You pick Monkey and, well, of course, Beast Coast, they're going to go ranged core. Like, you're not picking a melee offlaner into a Monkey King, and they get Venomancer to give 23 Savage a rough time.
Yeah, it's like, okay, Monkey blocks all those strength heroes, blocks all the melee heroes, but a Whisper with a Venomancer. You give them so much vision here with Wave of Terror, with these Plague Wards, Nargit Illusions, all looking to scout out the members of Talon to allow them to start the fights through the Venge and the Marcy. They don't really have the best hero of actually charging forward and being that bodyguard to start things off. But I don't know, Talon again with some pretty decent lanes, hey, Gods?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's really where they're looking to shine, is just crushing these lanes, rotating their supports a lot. The CM Tusk. The Batrider may struggle a bit, but, you know, there's always that kill threat where maybe SF misplays and Batrider can punish. But come mid to late game, I start to worry about Talon. Like, you're relying on some of these things like the Enigma with Blink Black Hole, but how are you getting that off? There's a Venge swap. There's also the Venom Plague Wards to scout things out, so you're maybe not getting Blink off. Whether it's Batrider or Enigma, you're being scouted out, and they don't have a way really to scout or, you know, find enemy heroes themselves outside of Eidolons, which is, you know, not really the most reliable.
Yeah, what's the plan for 23 Savage on this Monkey King, like item wise? It feels like you need to scale. Yeah. Yeah.
It could be. It's your only way of going late game against Naga Siren, and yeah, you're versing Naga Siren and Illusion, so Battle Fury could be. I think it's Battle Fury or Maelstrom. I think Maelstrom's maybe the less greedy option because Battle Fury's just not really considered that good of an item.
Actually, it feels like he also needs to fight early on as well, and part of the reason why they've picked Monkey King is he can get involved. I feel like he can't be hyper greedy this game. We'll see what he does, though, as we head into Game 2. Beast Coast against Talon. Both teams desperate for wins here at the bottom of their group. I mean, Talon in particular, they need a win to really have a chance of staying in TI. And Beast Coast looking to get back up to that middle of the table with a 2-0 victory here if they can claim it. A very similar draft to their Game 1 victory with this Naga, Shadow Fiend, and a lot of minus armor and buffs to put on them.
Yeah, a bit less of like this scary push around, like, you know, last game they had SF Visage. This time around they've replaced it with a Veno, which, I mean, I think pushes these early tier 1 towers pretty well, but like doesn't have the same mid-game push quite as much because, you know, Plague Wards are good when you're like level 7, 8, 9, but as the game goes on, they get easier and easier to deal with.
Well, Mikoto hiding his Observer Ward, showing on the lane, but dropped his obs just behind the trees. He'll find it again. I'm trying to hide this ward placement from himself. Gojira trying to scout things out, though, and already a dire Observer Ward placed on the Radiant side of the river. And they've pinged it out. I do wonder if they saw him doing that.
Yeah, I don't think they saw him plan it, but they, I think, got vision of him after the ward had been dropped, so they may have an idea. Beast Coast get themselves 3 of the 4 runes, so slightly better start for them, but we'll see how some of these lanes go. Particularly, I think, eyes on this mid lane, SF lanes, like against, I mean, last game against Quap, this time around against the Batrider. There is that slight threat of a kill.
Yeah, from both of them, the outplay potential is there. Stinger and Whisper, they were chasing Q, but 23 Savage and Hyde, they're here looking for the Venomancer kill, and some good shards has blocked Whisper in. Crystal Nova slows him down, but lacking damage here. Needed the shard, so couldn't go for tag team or snowball to close the gap even further. But they've zoned Whisper completely out of the lane, it looks like.
Marcy's keeping in. Are they looking to counterplay this?
It seems so, yeah. Gojira punching back. Gale level 1, shards again onto Whisper, pops his Fairy Fire around the stick. Surviving through the damage, while Q, the Fairy Fire needed to secure them a bit of safety, but it's Gojira that grabs first blood. Stinger and Gojira making up a tri-lane with a Venomancer up top.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's necessarily what Beast Coast had in mind, but with all the lane swaps happening, Talon sending Monkey King to the off lane, Venom's going to find his way up here, so a 1v1 down bottom between K1's Enigma and the... between K1's Naga and KP's Enigma is a bit unorthodox, but I think Beast Coast will be okay with this.
And Hyde was still trapped behind the top tier 1 in the trees. Walks past, but there's already a pull here from Gojira. Dragging the wave back. Giving a bit of room for Whisper to try and regen back up. Pops his salve, but the attempt from the Monkey and the Tusk back onto the Veno, but a quick turnaround from Stinger and Gojira. A lot of poking here in this top lane. But it feels like the tri-lane's just not where they want to be.
Yeah, I mean, CM's a very good trial in here, but I wouldn't rate Monkey King as the best here. He has gone for an early point in the Boundless Strike. And the CM plus Tusk have a lot of kill threat, particularly around level 2. Like when CM has both Frostbite and Nova and Tusk throws in a Snowball, I think Beast Coast is going to have to play super passive up here against level 2 Tusk CM, but this is not the important lane for them. Like, they don't mind if Whisper doesn't get a ton of farm, because Naga, I'm pretty sure, wins this 1v1 against Enigma, at least goes even. And mid lane SF is going to win the matchup against Batrider, so the 2 key lanes for Beast Coast are being won, even though this top lane is a bit rough.
Yeah, like especially when Naga hits level 4, level 5, she can start cutting waves or just send an illusion on towards the Eidolons to try and kill them off. And K1's already, what, 12 and 2? Enigma's going to get a fair few denies in here, but it's not going to be easy for KP whatsoever.
I think, yeah, as levels come out, Naga, this lane just gets better and better for Naga. As your items come out also, like just, you know, your treads and whatnot, you get your Yasha, and you're just going to be farming jungle plus the lane, and nobody's really contesting you.
Hyde winning out on that sentry battle on the small camp. Keeps it blocked up. It doesn't look like there's any further sentries coming. Stinger buying up a ton of regen. And Crystal Maiden still trying to keep them at bay, but level 1s and a great rebound. Gojira, he's in there. Drags back Q. Stinger with a magic missile. The attempt to deny is not going to pay off for Talon. And Hyde is being slowed down here.
You're still level
Poison
1.
Sting.
Yeah, that's the thing. They won the race to level 2. This CM, 1 experience point. 239 out of 240 experience points. 1 XP away from level 2.
That's so sad. And Savage, tagged by the Gale. A good magic missile onto the Tusk now, and yeah, he's got a snowball. Level 2's here for a few of these Talon heroes. Back onto Gojira, but Hyde, he will die. A killing spree for the Marcy Wall. 23 Savage getting taken down by this tri-lane of Beast Coast. I mean, it's unconventional, unorthodox, but it's working.
Yeah, I think they messed up giving all the XP. Monkey was getting solo XP, and CM and Tusk were like fighting for pulls, and you mentioned the D ward. They needed to be leeching XP to get level 2. Like, level 2 is where they crush this lane, and somehow, like, the CM, at both their level 2s were delayed so heavily that things went really badly for them. They're looking to switch things up. Hyde TP's mid on the Tusk, not for a bottle refill. I assume he was looking for a kill here, but SF seems to be wary of this.
Yeah, Chris Luck's at his tier 1.
Yep.
Just walking around. He's got 5 wand and a fairy fire.
And he has the high ground ward, so he saw that once, you know, Tusk poked his head out, he saw the Tusk there, and Tusk will have to make the walk towards top lane.
Gojira and Stinger, both ready and waiting for him, though. Got another pull off, this time on the large camp. 23 Savage, having spent his boundless strike, getting jumped upon by Gojira. Q walks forward. We have to try and give her life for the rest of them as Whisper pounced on by the primal spring of the Monkey King, but with all the stick charges, Whisper's fine, and yeah, Talon can't give chase. Spreading a lot of damage across 3 heroes, though, as they do get back onto the Whisper Venom. Q with enough damage. Bursts him down, but Gojira is now the carry. Dominating on this Marcy, 4-0-1.
Yeah. QCM getting all these mangoes in the second round of spells, albeit like double Nova, double Frostbite there. Yeah, you're just not... I think that's the strength of CM. You never expect the short cooldowns on her spells, and the fight lasts long enough that they get a second round off and do barely kill the Venomancer there, but again, I think you're fine with this if you're Beast Coast because of how some of these other lanes are going.
Oh, another go on Hyde and a long-range dispose drags him into Whisper's damage. This time the Veno to pick up the kill.
And perhaps a little surprising to me, this SF versus Batrunner lane going different to how we saw it last time. Last time we saw it, SF kind of dominated, and this time around Mikoto, he started slow, losing the last hit battle, but since getting his levels, he's actually winning the lane now, keeping the SF away and too afraid for his life to actually play the mid lane.
So, Black Hole bottom, though.
Okay.
KP catches out K1, and it looks like some lane swap's going to happen. Yeah. 23 Savage has made the call that he wants the safe lane, kick KP out of here and send Enigma top.
See if Naga comes back down bottom or decides to swap lanes as well. Very unusual scenario where some of these cores are just kind of... You have these trial lanes and people just get under-leveled.
And Mikoto with Hyde. Trying to play mid. K1's come to take up that bit of space in the lane.
Saying Naga's maybe the hero to address the Batrider for now, but I'm not sure K1 wants to stick around here for too long.
And they're on top of Gojira. Rebounds away. Crystal Nova and Frostbite, very irritating spells to deal with. But with the Catapult Wave, it looks like Talon making an effort of chipping away at this objective and maybe just going to go for it with the Eidolons here as well.
Force Whisper to rotate on the Venom. He's got level 2 Plague Ward, so, you know, not bad at defending and delaying this at least, but they need to get this Siege Wagon down.
Eventually, we'll get it done. Tier 1 took an absolute beating there. 1,100 damage in that short period of time from Talon. And in the meantime, Chris Luck, he's farmed away at the top jungle, kept himself safe, as has K1 after dying to the black hole.
Yeah, I think for K1's game, it's, you know, obviously good that they kill him, but it hasn't really slowed him down too much. He had the free farm in bottom lane, and getting solo XP as a Naga Siren is really nice. Like, you just farm so much faster when you get these levels. Having higher levels of Mirror Image as well as the Riptide just accelerates your farming, and that's going to be a really nice big part for K1's game.
Mikoto, all dragged under tower.
Oh, no.
The raises not even required from C-Smile, just one of them used as the chain stuns from the 2 supports of Beast Coast find a really important kill.
Big find for them. Slowing down the big playmaker of this Talon team, and they've got an Enigma Monkey, and the Monkey looking to kind of catch up and farm. He needs levels. He needs some farm in this bottom lane, so killing off this Batrider who'd had such a good start to the game is a really big thing for Beast Coast.
It looks like they'll try and catch Stinger up top, but Talon are so afraid. Shadow Fiend coming in for the right-hand side. A snowball to dodge the rebound of Marcy. Whisper, he'll tag him with the Gale, though, and that allows Gojira to close the gap. Gets C-Smile another kill. Really keeping Talon away from that top tier 1. Keep their map space and defend their jungle.
Yeah, KP's really trying to pressure these towers with all the early farming levels he got. He goes from mid to top, but wherever he goes, the Venom's following now. Like, previously, Beast Coast wanted the Venom versus the Monkey, but now that Enigma's pressuring lanes, they're much happier with this Venom tower defense.
The catch on Chris Luck, though. Lassoed, and they've still got Snowball to play with. The Dispose attempting to save him, but it's not going to help. Bat and Tusk pairing up in the mid lane. Gojira and Stinger trying to run back. Stinger going to stand his ground a little here. They do have a backstab from K1, aiming for the Crystal Maiden. And Beast Coast supports. They've caused problems here for Talon. They've dragged them in deep, baiting the Maiden and the Tusk, and it looks like both Q and Hyde gonna die. K1 grabs a double kill.
Yeah. Meanwhile, top lane KP almost went down to the Poison Nova, but had the TP out, so he's been bullied away from this top lane where he was trying to farm and pressure this tower, so Whisper not quite enough damage to get the kill, but defending both mid and top lane, all of this while, again, the K1 Naga just continues to accelerate and farm. He's just got the maxed out illusions, he's just farming his way through the jungle, and once he gets an item or two, you expect him to play kind of in the enemy jungle and cut all those waves and make life incredibly hard for Talon to do anything.
I mean, it feels like frantic right now for 23 Savage, trying to farm out neutral camps, push out this bottom lane, get that Maelstrom as quickly as you possibly can, because you need this heavy hitter, the Monkey King, to really be involved in some of these early game team fights. Curious to see if Beast Coast want to try and catch him and kill him, because right now they are on a fishing expedition top, getting ward down, looking for anybody. But Hyde and KP, they are in that tree line behind their tower.
Yeah, I wonder if they saw this smoke or something, because they seem well aware of it. KP really tucking himself away and hiding. And C-Smile, yeah, finds the D-Ward there, so a lot of this Radiant Vision's kind of being taken away now, and we'll see if anything breaks out in this top lane. The Beast Coast support you have been so good. 0-0-10 on Stinger's Venge, and 4-0-6 on the fact they haven't died, usually it's the supports who are dying, but they're both involved in all 10 of these kills.
Well, it was Trilane against Trilane, and they only have one death on the Veno.
Yeah.
Now, compare that to what? The Maiden with 4, the Tusk with 4, the Monkey with 1. That's a 9-to-1 difference, Tri versus Tri. A huge victory the first 4 minutes for Beast Coast.
Yeah, Talon found all their kills in side lanes, like you mentioned the black hole down bottom, and then the rotation mid for the SF, but an absolute disaster of a tri lane for Talon.
And now looking at Beast Coast, both supports level 6. They've got Swap and Unleash. Kind of want to hold the swap for the black hole, so we'll see if Stinger...
Requiem down bottom. Invis, Requiem.
Oh, the kill onto the Monkey King potential here with a triple raises. Chris Luck, good shout. Finds the takedown on the Monkey King alone.
The patience, just classic. This is like the old school Lothar's Shadow Fiend, where you just go around looking for Invis blow-ups, but with the new Fear, it sets up a triple raise, and great kill for him to get.
They're still looking top as well. They've held back this Enigma, making sure the KP doesn't have the free push on that Dire tier 1. Keeping vision over onto Hyde and Q, but Whisper may be overstepping a little here now. But Gojira with the Unleash, a lot of damage onto Hyde and the Black Hole onto 2. Enough damage here from Talon with the control of KP. They will lose Hyde in the end, but that's a statement from Talon. We'll bring everything, chuck the kitchen sink at you, and now we can push the tower.
Yeah. Given how the state of this game has gone, I don't blame Talon for doing it, but at the same time, for Beast Coast, they're just going to be saying, okay, look at that big commitment, and now we've got a Batrider kill mid K1, 1 or 2 more right clicks, and there he gets it with the Riptide damage. This Naga's just gone untouched this entire game, and Talon kind of had to bring almost overcommit to the top lane just to kill a support and an offlane Veno.
Yeah, complete freedom for Chris Luck at the same time, bottom lane. And they've not even taken the top tower. It felt like that should have been the opportunity off the back of that black hole to get something done on the map. But every single Dire tier 1 is still up, pretty healthy. And bottom lane, C-Smile, he is out on his own. Tries to race down the creep wave, but Q with a freezing field and the rest of them arriving. Take out the Shadow Fiend. Much needed kill there for Talon.
East Coast just trying to get a little bit too much farm on the map and some of their greed being punished. This is what Talon's draft is kind of built to do, is go for a lot of these early kills, like the CM Tusk support duo with a Monkey King who's been caught in the trees, but no follow-up damage. He'll be okay. But yeah, definitely a draft that wants to fight early and really try and play around kills and punish the greed of Beast Coast. Something they've done okay with a couple of kills in SF, but as far as Naga's game goes, she has not really been punished at all.
Yeah, complete freedom for K1. One of the scariest things in the world, as he's going to catch the Batrider again. Another kill for the Naga Siren, 4-1-0.
Just baiting the rune and finding an easy kill.
Yeah, has his Manta. Looks like he's going to go back for the Diffuser Blade again. Opting to go for a little more tempo on this Naga Siren. Now, tier 1 mid lane claimed up. Wukong's from Savage. Trying to catch out the Vengeful Spirit here with a snowball on top of Stinger, and they will finally get the first kill of the game on the Venge.
They finally killed both of these pesky supports once apiece, but I think if you're Beast Coast, you're thinking much more about the Nagas game. And while K1 did die that one time down bottom, He's gone completely uncontested. 2,000 net worth advantage over the Monkey King, 3,000 over the Enigma, and more over the Batrider. And then the second most farmed here in the game is the Shadow Fiend, who's going to have BKB plus level 12 fairly soon. So everything seems to be clicking here in game number 2, once again for Beast Coast.
Yeah, and it's the expenditure that you need here from Talon. A Black Hole for a support and an offlaner, a Wukong's for a support. You're spending these big ultis to get a kill, but you're not really regaining any traction on the map. Beast Coast are just causing so much friction here by sending the Venom Marcy top. There's kill threat from them. There's tower defense from them. Bottom lane, being shoved out by Naga illusions. While Naga and SF, they are, hiding. They're playing from fog, just farming jungle, with Venge playing in front of the SF. Stinger, going to die again here, but the fact that he's going to keep Naga and SF alive and still scaling doesn't feel particularly bad for him.
Yeah, it's similar story. Like, as long as these cores are farming on the Beast Coast side, I think they're going to feel like they've got this superior late game. And these kills aren't really transitioning to anything. Like, if you're Talon, you generally want to be getting kills and then turning into objectives. They've not really pressured a single Dire tower outside of that mid-tier 1 a bit earlier on. It's just been constant defense from this Venom.
They've got to pick up the pace. Someone needs to bang the drums of war. Get onto Whisper with the snowball. And Tide is there with a tag team, but a good Requiem. And it's big onto the Enigma, and Gojira with the Unleash will take down KP. Look for Q's Maiden now. A freezing field will do some serious damage onto Gojira, but they've got to jump back in and a cut on the tree. They caught the monkey. Gojira's going to turn and fight with the lasso on the Shadow Fiend, turning back onto Sea Smile. The flame break's there, but Chris Slot, can he stand his ground and keep on fighting? Dies in the end as K1 with Stinger come in to clear up and get the team wipe. Sea Smile with an ultra kill, nearly had the rampage, nearly clutched it out, but my goodness, Beast Coast fighting so hard around this top portion of the map.
Yeah, and they're the ones who don't have to fight, but they can choose to do so because Talon have just overcommitted so heavily in the Venomancer. Once he gets off his spells there, the Poison Nova plus throwing out some Spirit Vessels, he just survives for so long here initially. It's just such a hard fight for Talon, who are just too underfarmed to really force this one. Enigma gets no chance to get any kind of a black hole off, so from there, it's just game over. As a desperate CM ulti, we'll see here again, doing some good damage on Gojira, but it's just too little too late. Not that tree cut was just so sick as well.
Chef's kiss. Yeah, really beautiful stuff. I mean, with the sidekick, if Chris Slot got like one hit in there, he probably survives, probably gets the rampage, but it's still a big victory for Beast Coast. Yep. I think you've hit the nail on the head as well with this Enigma. It's such a struggle. Pre-BKB, you've got Fear, you've got Rebound, you've got Venge Stun, and then after BKB, you still have Swap. A KP needs so many items this game to feel just comfortable using his ulti.
Yeah. He's going for the Blink Dagger, hoping for some kind of miraculous, like, okay, they group up as 3 or 4 and I hit everyone in Black Hole while maybe Batrider deals with the Venge or something. A lot of conditions need to be met with this Blink Dagger for KP to get a Black Hole off.
Gojira with his Naga illusions zoning the Enigma away from the top tower as well.
Now there's Aegis in play. That Roshan was just free as can be for Beast Coast, and they're hunting for more kills. They're farming and playing both mid and top lane here in a position where there's just nothing Talon can do to move out on the map.
It's getting very tight. And Beast Coast converge on the tier 2 now. This is going to allow them to swing back into bottom jungle and think about grabbing outposts, making sure there's limited farm for the rest of Talon right now. Waiting for this. It's Aghanim Scepter Monkey King. He's what, 100 gold away? But then he needs the BKB to, again, just feel comfortable fighting.
I don't think this Ags alone changes anything for his ability to team fight. I mean, he could still top you. He can come to these fights, but he needs to somehow avoid all the SF nuke damage and things like all the Venge, the Marcy, their stuns, and smoking on through the bottom jungle. Here comes Beast Coast. They're hunting. They're looking for these big kills.
They've scanned the monkey and they've seen Hyde. The fear, the damage from Sea Smile.
They're looking for more. They'll take the outpost for now, unfortunately. Oh, actually, K1 in a position where maybe he can find some more here. Or he's going to get picked off.
He's going to be the one that gets jumped. A lasso inside the Wukongs. He is very tanky. They need the Boundless Strike and they will pick him off. Beast Coast are trying to get down here, but with the Pig Pole and the Firefly, the Bat and the Monkey King, they're out of there.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta understand what he's thinking there. He's like, okay, we just smoked into their jungle. There's no way they stuck around to keep farming when we were, you know, his teammates had taken the outpost and sweeping through the jungle. Logically, it makes sense that Talon have left this bottom side of the map, but a nice kind of greedy play by Talon sticking around, and they get blessed with a Naga Siren kill. That's a big pickup for them, although they are still playing catch-up donor.
Yeah, 6k behind now. And still a couple of very good observer wards for Beast Coast in that enemy Ancients area. We'll see if they decide to smoke and migrate back up there, because they've spent a lot of time, 20 minutes of defending that top tier 1 tower with tri-lanes and team fights and 5v5s. Looks like for now they're just going to relinquish control, though, give Talon something on the map. They've deserved it with that Naga pickoff. And the consequence is they get the tier 2 bottom lane, and pinging out the mid tower as well. As K1 pushes in and sends Illusions out to scout out as well.
Still a decent chunk of time left on this Aegis 2 as SF going to hit level 15 as well. So we saw last game, like at some point Beast Coast just went high ground, even when they didn't really want a team fight, just to force Talon to defend, and nobody defended, so they got a tier 3 tower. We'll see if something similar happens again, because level 15 SF, you've got Plague Wards, you definitely poke at the high ground. Although, yeah, they're pinging it. They're like, hey, we see 4 heroes top. Like, they have to come back and defend if we put SF on the high ground.
Yeah, we have a catapult. We have 311 damage on the SF thanks to Sidekick. He's holding Aegis BKB, and he'll lifesteal a little bit off the creep wave coming in.
Forcing a glyph, that's good in itself too. That just means later on when you go for a push, they're not going to have it. So, you know, and you've now forced 3 TPs back. You do lose your top tier 2 tower, so Talon getting the trades they, you know, the best trades they can get, but they've got to come back once again. See Smile, he's found a new lane to push.
Yeah, you know, there's no blink on Batrider. It does get a good flame break lasso. Aegis going to be taken down here as SF trapped in the Wukongs. We need a song or a swap or something here to save him, because the black hole is there. Shadow Fiend dragged to death. He's gone, and Stinger, he'll join him in the grave. The chase, it's not on though. Talon, they get the 2 kills holding their high ground, and that'll be it.
Yeah.
Oh,
any Riptide?
Salves.
One Riptide maybe would have finished him off, but gets back to the fountain safely. Great high ground defense. I mean, putting down the Wukongs, you pull him in far enough, and with the Wukong sound, the rest of the Beast Coast team can't really follow him up. Your best bet there is some kind of like song to disengage, but K1, he's not putting his hero on the front lines. It was just the SF thinking he had the Aegis and could play around that, but Talon understanding that as long as they get this lasso on him and pull him in, the fight can go well for them. And they did that without a Blink Dagger on Batrider.
Yeah, just that flame break was so sick. Pushing him into the lasso. Perfect play from the bat of Mikoto.
Perhaps it's...
Beast Coast now with everyone alive. Back into action bottom lane.
Yep. Looking for a semi-repeat here. They don't have their whole 5 team. They just got 3 heroes down here, but as mentioned similar to before, like Talon, they got to come back and defend. No one's here except for the Batrider for now.
That's the thing, right? With Black Hole on cooldown, no lasso for 30, no Wukongs for 10. Why not go again?
Absolutely. This may just be a melee Raxia. How do you defend this one? And great understanding that they don't need an Aegis necessarily to go high ground. The tier 3 tower does reset the glyph, so that may buy time at least for the Wukong to come up, but still no Black Hole for such a long time.
Yeah, 15 seconds for lasso now. But Mikoto, he's leaving that bottom lane, trying to think about his angle of attack, and there goes the full set of barracks. And now there's no glyph at all, right?
Yeah, you're correct. No glyph for the mid lane. Not sure if they're going to try and push their luck here. The big one that I think Talon really need is this Blink Lasso, which has come back up now for the defense. No Black Hole, but I'd say Black Hole was... I mean, it stopped the SF getting BKB off. He gets BKB, he then, you know, can Requiem and maybe try and turn and fight. And if he somehow gets, like, Sidekick, like, lifesteal back up to full health, but East Coast just going to happily reset. And the safe thing to do here is play around next Roche respawn. I think Talon understanding that, looking to punish them from playing overly safe and try and go for this big smoke egg, but they've been scanned. They know it's coming. Great awareness from Beast Coast.
Yeah, full read on that. Where's their vision, though? Where's their high ground ward? They're not using it. And the jump on Whisper. Makoto finding Stinger in the back as well. The Wukong's is out. Gojira's in, but C-Smart with his Requiem winds it up. Fears them all back. And Monkey King drops to half HP, but Gojira's going to run away. Lasso now onto the Naga, dragged into the statues of Savage, but the Monkey's dead. Naga Siren has the song to reset. And K1, he shuts it off, knowing the team can pummel down to the rest of Talon and get a triple kill for Whisper. From the grave, he picks up kills due to all that damage over time.
He just made sure he got dispelled. He was the one happy, like sitting in the trees. He tanks the smoke gank, lets himself get. He doesn't. I think a great ward like that high ground ward for the Radiant team for Talon above the Roshan pit allows him to engage. The problem is, it's on probably the worst hero to engage on. A Venom who gets off his ultimate, gets off the Wraith Pact, so make sure he gets all his key spells off, and from there it just sets up a team fight where C-Smile can just clean up. Same for the Naga. They came so close to killing off K1, but just falling short means it's going to be a second, maybe no third lane of Rax, but potential Roshan now for Beast Coast 2, depending how long of a respawn it is.
Yeah, and it's the perfect 3 heroes to be alive as well. Naga, SF, plus the Marcy with sidekick. And quickly taking out that mid lane. 2 minutes for Roshan, though, so a bit of time here for Talon to recompose and think about their next move. But I mean, this Enigma is so poor, it feels like. Does he have something on Courier? No, it's just Wraith Pact, Blink, Arcane Boots. Now he's got BKB queued. But even then, there's a swap on the table from Beast Coast.
Talon feeling like they have to play out on the map, contest this Roshan, but already Beast Coast with some good vision up. They've got multiple observer wards around that Radiant Triangle that haven't been dewarded yet, plus the Venom wards, plus the Naga illusions. Plenty of ways to figure out where Talon are on the map.
There's no hiding from them. And Whisper finishing off his Lotus Orb now. Another way to deal with this bat. Even the Tusk. Turn around that snowball onto someone. Talon edging forward. But like you said, Beast Coast, they've seen these stragglers coming in. They know that KP, Q, and the rest of Talon, they're all up here.
And Beast Coast, I mean, their cores aren't there. Shadowfiend and Naga were off farming. Shadowfiend's trying to finish this Lincoln Sphere before the next fight. And we'll have it, so that's going to mean he can't just get Blink Lasso to start this fight. They don't have the easiest ways to break this one either.
And I guess you're not that afraid of a sneak Roshan here. Like, okay, you've got Tag Team and Monkey King, but it wouldn't be a fast one from Talon.
Yeah.
Beast Coast with all the time in the world to secure their position around the pit.
They've got all these Plague Wards outside. Like, yeah, you could maybe smoke in, but they've also got Naga illusions to scout this, so I think you're right. There's no real fear of that. And given the lane pressure going both mid and bottom too, they know they can't really commit to Roshan here. As Venom Wards will just, keep scouting out, figuring out where they are. Finds the observer
jump from
ward.
Hyde.
Okay.
They're on to Whisper. The Stinger swap, though, allows Whisper safety. Vengeful Spirit getting his teammates out of danger while the Black Hole catches the SF. The solo attempt onto Chris Luck. Lassoing up too, but Makoto got dragged into that as well. Beast Coast, they do lose 2 heroes, though, but with K1 and Gojira still alive, you've got multiple carries still in play for Beast Coast.
Yeah, they're charging
Unleash,
forward.
sidekick. Naga Siren looking for the ensnare, but there's a blink out.
And that's a good fight for Talon, but they have to use absolutely everything. Black Hole, Wukong, all their BKBs. And as we saw last time, when these spells go on cooldown, you just get ran at and dove. QCM gets caught out in the top lane. Roshan is back online if Beast Coast want to go for that. They can take Rosh and then probably even go for a push while Black Hole is still down. 2 minutes without it is just such a long wait for Talon, who... No SF does mean this Rosh is going to go pretty slowly, but I feel like with the lane pressure from Naga illusions, there's not really any threat here.
Yeah, almost an inevitability now. No Black Hole, no Lasso, no Wukongs. Beast Coast take the Rosh and likely can head straight up to that top tier 3 tower. And then Naga Siren with her win rate 70 to 80%. Oh, Mikoto.
No BKB.
You're right.
I think he's rightfully trying to contest Roshan, but he's just going to feed away his own life. Plus the gem here.
Oof.
I mean, it's such a tough spot. You give the mages there, and you know there's no SF, so if you contest Roshan, you want to do it now before it respawns, but... Yeah, it's tricky.
And now Chris Luck, the one target that you've been trying to go on consistently. He's got himself Lincoln's BKB Aegis. And yeah, we saw there the Aghanim Shard on the Venomancer, latent toxicity.
An apt spell for such a toxic hero.
It's a pretty cool one. We saw it a few times in regionals, and I wasn't quite sure what it did, honestly. I had to have Sheepstick to explain exactly how it works. But every time you dispel or BKB or anything, this stun goes through that stuff and catches you out. So if Monkey there gets tagged by some Venom spells, gets toxified up, or he just gets swapped in. It just gets swapped in to all the damage from Beast Coast and forces a buyback immediately.
Yep. You don't need
but now
to
he's
swap
got no
the hole.
BKB.
There's no black hole, so you can use the swap aggressively.
Stinger. He's going to get caught in the Wukongs, but that's another big spell expended for a support kill.
That's Megas.
Crystal Maiden dead for 40 now, and Mega creeps up for Beast Coast.
Well, it's do or die. They'll get enough time to maybe get one more black hole team fight off, but this is an Enigma still without BKB and a Beast Coast team with 4 minutes of Aegis left in hand still, so they can happily just reset, maybe wait for their Venge to be back alive so they've got the black hole cancel and then go for the tier 4s, go for the throne.
Yeah, Beast Coast showing their resilience here. They're basically an elimination series in this best of 2 in the group stage. Coming out incredibly hot.
This feels like the series, whoever gets 2-0 here is probably going home. Mathematically, I don't think it's going to be the case. There's still, at least 2, maybe 3 series left for Talon, but, odds are they're going to lose a couple of games in those series and find themselves in the bottom 2 if they get 2-0 here. And we're headed that direction. They need some kind of miracle this game.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Talon, all eyes on KP then, I guess. And what's he going to do? Sell, disassemble arcane boots, sell arcanes, sell your stick, try and buy BKB.
And then the question is, how do you stop the Venge swap? Whose job is it going to be to address Stinger?
I guess a conversation between Makoto and Savage. What exactly they can do as Whisper, he just jumps straight into Fountain. Was that a 5-man Poison Nova?
Stop the blinks and keep them at bay while you go for the tier 4 towers.
They can't come out of that Fountain. The glyph, it's expired, and see Smile, he's shredding through buildings. Thinking about the Requiem here, and Talon, they've got to do something. Enigma, still no BKB, and 23 Savage, half health with a Spirit Vessel and all that toxic stuff on him. Noise on the ground as the 4-staff there, the Batrider, trying to get in onto the SF, but the swap is out.
Possible black hole
Solid
now.
Siren to try and protect them as well. Savage does get the first kill, but see Smile black holed up with the Marcy there. KP from the trees. They find the jump. Opening here for Talon to defend their base, but the buybacks from Beast Coast. They'll all return to this fight. Now the black hole's down. The Requiem's coming. No, see Smile forced away. Snowball to buy time for the Tusk. Still the Maiden going to get 2 hit down by the Shadow Fiend, and Talon running out of options. Savage is back in onto see Smile, but the life steal out of the sidekick. This SF will not die.
Still alive.
Kills the Monkey King and somehow is still alive. GG called and Beast Coast. A 2-0 victory over Talon.
Very decisive game 2. Game 1 was close. It was definitely a bit of a kind of comeback with Talon having such a good early game, but this time around, Beast Coast showed up. This laning set, top trial lane. Like, Talon are the ones who kind of forced. They were the ones who chose a trial lane. Like the Marcy had to TP from bottom to top to join in and make it a trial lane versus trial lane. And I think you mentioned it was like 9 kills to 1 in that top lane favoring Beast Coast.
Yeah, it was pretty disgusting how they managed to do that. And bringing all these ranged heroes up in that top lane to help out Whisper. I was watching a couple of these fights back, everything was very close, but these extended team fights against the Venomancer. Here's the one where Whisper gets a triple kill from the grave, always getting his spells off, getting saved by Stinger multiple times, just allowing that magic damage to stack up onto Talon.
I felt like they didn't have any answer this game for the Naga Siren. Like game 1, they drafted more to try and address it. They had this kind of good early game where they could really try and run over the lanes, then the Queen of Pain later on with her magic damage. This time around, they just kind of said, we're just going to pick for lanes and ignore Naga a bit. They had this idea, I guess, with the Monkey King that they could just crush top lane. But Naga had the freest of games. Such a good hero to play into the Enigma as well.
Man, it felt like this Venge pick was a genius, honestly. Up against the Enigma looked very good, but even just the aggressive swaps when Black Hole's down, you're displacing Monkey King, getting him outside of the Wukongs, finding the catch onto any number of these heroes, and really just a a beautiful 2-0 victory, a performance here from Beast Coast, well worthy of TI.
Absolutely. I mean, this is, I think, a team everyone wants to see on the main stage just because of their history of, doing amazing at TI. They had that miracle top 8 run when they first kind of made a name for themselves when they were playing as Infamous. And also more recently at the 2 majors this year, getting 2 top 6 performances, making big lower bracket runs at both those tournaments. Beast Coast is a team that just delivers on the big stage. So, it would be sad for a lot of people, I think, if they did find themselves eliminated from this group stage.
Yeah, they put in those big performances, that's for sure. And see the end game kill scores there. Makoto 6-6-10, 23 Savage 12-6-2. Decent times, but it really was the story of that tri-lane. Whisper, Gojira, and Stinger. And what was it? 2 supports you said were unkilled for like the first 15 minutes or something?
Not very often you see that in a game with tri-lane versus tri-lane, and lots of kills happening. I guess mostly going Beast Coast way. As an update, by the way, TSM got a draw. So currently Beast Coast and TSM are tied for 8th, 9th place. Both teams with 4 wins, 8 losses. Talon 2-10, so they're down at the bottom, unfortunately. Fnatic 5-5. They're currently playing. But they also won game 1. So Fnatic's actually 6-5. So Fnatic's kind of hard to catch here. I think it's going to come down to that Beast Coast TSM for 8th, 9th in Group B.
Oh, it's going to come down to the wire. Incredibly close. Maybe even tiebreakers on the cards for us. As their Stinger, our MVP on that Vengeful Spirit. A great time against the Monkey and the Enigma with his swaps. And really displacing everybody. Getting multiple saves onto his Veno and Shadow Fiend. Everywhere he went, he was causing problems for Talon.
Yep. Some good wards placed, apparently. 28 of them. That seems like a good number.
Yeah. Obs and sentries, I guess. But yeah, plenty of vision there as Beast Coast secure themselves a 2-0 victory. As more Dota to come. There's just so much Dota going on. It's time to have a peek into some of these other matches. But up next, we've got LGD taking on Boom. Before that happens, though, I just want everyone in chat and maybe you as well, Gods, give us your loudest "Gah!" for Beast Coast. Gah! And with that, we'll head to a break.
to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are, third series of the day here on the B stream for the TI group stage as LGD ready themselves to face off against Boom. Gods, what's the situation?
It's not good for Boom. They're bottom 2. LGD, they're on the bounce back. They're 8-4. Yeah, Boom sitting down in second last at 3-9. There's Sonics 1 win ahead of them. Boom 1 loss below them. So very important series for Boom.
Yeah, super important, and they've got a little bit of leeway, right, with LGD losing all of their reserve time with that level 3 draft penalty. So, yeah, kind of curious to see how that affects Xiao 8 and the drafting here for them.
It's tough. Yeah, I mean, they're going to have some pre-prepared strats, and they just have to pick those heroes as fast as possible. Don't overthink things. Don't over-discuss. You know, it's something... Usually it's a luxury that you get to kind of consider all your options. Here, just pick the first thing that seems good and have all your openers ready. I think because it's the group stage, it's less of a big deal. Like main event, losing your reserve time is going to matter a lot more, but a lot of the time for the group stage, teams are just even experimenting a bit here and there. They're not going to be they're not trying to find the absolute perfect draft.
Well, it looks like Boom got the priority this game, so they've chosen second pick. LGD choosing to take Radiant. So we'll see what exactly happens there, because that second pick, giving them the double pick, does also have the flip side of allowing LGD to maybe have that potential for the morphling with the bans after it to come through and having that first pick. There's also the heroes out there like Enigma, Primal Beast, Undying that have all been very solid as an opening single hero.
Yeah. So we'll see how things fare there in the draft. You mentioned the level 3 draft penalty and just how big that is. 2 minutes 10 reserve time, and LGD, instead of having 2 minutes 10, have just 20 seconds of reserve time. So each pick you get, like, wow. I think it's, 30 seconds or so. So, it's not going to be completely crippling, but it is tricky.
Xiao 8's not messing around, not even going through the initial timer, just like, okay, ban, pick. Let's have a go at this draft then. Boom with a lot more time to consider their options, removing out that Undying as a first pick. And I guess like a Marcy here, probably going to be the removal. Or maybe the Primal Beast?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of pick your poison here. Both are some of the most played heroes, and they're going to leave Primal Beast in. We've seen some LGD gaming, and they actually played on Xingqiu in a support role, which makes it a really good first phase pick when you've got that flexibility to play it off lane, to play it mid, to play it forward position. Just makes the pick that much more potent.
It sure does, and there he is. So what's your response here as Boom then? What's their second pick go-to? Like Shadow Fiend +1?
I like it. Yeah, I think Shadow Fiend +1 makes sense. I was going to say Undying seems good against Primal Beast, but they banned that themselves. So supports, I feel good. I'm not sure. If it's OG, they've been playing a lot of Oracle into Primal Beast, but that seems to just be an OG thing. So not sure if Boom have kind of picked up on that or feel like it's something they can maybe use themselves.
There's a fair few heroes out there that we've seen against this beast. The Tiny, the Disruptor. They're going to go for a Mars Willow for Boom. This is some classic stuff.
Yeah, this is like definitely not from this patch or even the previous patch. This is going back like 2 or 3 patches. But FBZ Mars, this is a classic. This guy's got 2 heroes that he's most well known for, and it's the Mars and the Pengu. It's not his only 2 heroes, but I'd say it's definitely his 2 best. And yeah, picking Mars with Willow, it definitely speaks a bit to maybe some level of desperation that Boom are going, like digging deep into their hero pools, picking stuff that isn't really considered to be that amazing on this current patch. They're just trying to find a way to get some wins out of comfort heroes.
Yeah, it's like stop overthinking, stop adapting, just go back to what we know we can execute. No matter what the meta is, we're able to team fight around these heroes, and team fighting leads to map control, leads to Roshan's objectives. That's what Boom are looking for here. As LGD going to remove out Lina, Ember, Kunkka. And it looks like Boom opting to take out a lot of these tempo-pushing heroes, the Visage and the DP.
Yeah, worried about what they've seen LG do yesterday in a lot of their games. Like, we cast the OG series, and it was 2 sub 30-minute games where they just played incredibly high tempo, fast Dota, and just went from objective to objective.
It seems like LGD like playing a fun game here. It's like, how fast can we pick our heroes? Arme and Zhao Wei having a few giggles there.
And Boom's matching them. They've only used, what, 10 seconds of reserve time? So, oh, sorry, is it 3 seconds? Like, it's 2 minutes 10. Yeah.
3.
Yeah, they're trying to. It's almost like, let's pressure them. Let's pick fast so they, don't have reserve time. But the end result is we're just speed running through this draft.
Yeah, Io, Sven, there you go. Your turn, Boom. Bounce the ball back into your court. Maybe this is where they slow it down a little bit here. So Invoker mid, Mars Willow, you're off lane. So still looking for a position 5 here to grab up for Skem. And you kind of want one of these strength ones, it feels like. And you've got this Willow. Love to play that alongside a Tusk or a Clock or something.
Yeah, totally agree. I think that makes a lot of sense here. You're going to see Io, though, so maybe they're thinking what's going to be good against the Io as well. Io Sven, that's kind of a bit new, something we haven't really seen too much of. I'm assuming it's a Sven carry, but there is the Entity 4 position Sven as well.
Yeah, the surprise factor. Still potential there for them. And I guess, good against Io. I already mentioned good against Primal Beast has been that disruptor. Adds another layer of team fight here to your Mars Willow Invoker. And they go for the Ancient Apparition, though.
Oh.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Big wombo combos.
Yeah, and, well, good luck healing some of these. You see the Io, they see the Leshrac, and they decide it's a good enough situation to pick the AA. Like, it's not quite as good as, like, maybe in the Morphling games, or if there's, like, the Chen and stuff as well. But it does negate a lot of what the Io wants to do. My doubts are maybe just, like, is there enough setup for it? The Mars is there, but often if Mars is jumping someone, that hero should be dying regardless. I mean, particularly with the AA, that hero is dying regardless.
LGD's turn to ban.
Well, away with the Pudge. What is that carry hero for Boom?
Yeah, so with Invoker, and they banned out the Void themselves. They've got Mars. I mean, they've got decent setup with the Mars for both Invoker and AA, but I wouldn't mind seeing like one more stun out of that carry, like a CK type hero. But I also think they're looking at this carry matchup like, okay, what's going to be good against this Sven? That's what LGD is banning to protect. They ban out the Pudge, who's got the Dismember to deal with the Sven BKB, the Lifestealer, who's just like a hero that can kind of utilize the Sven's tankiness to kind of out-carry him. So maybe an Ursa is what comes to mind, I guess, as a answer to the Sven.
It's felt like Jackie has had 2 very disparate styles of hero, whether it's the CK tanky strength hero or these glass cannon drows and snipers. But I guess against a relocate, a Primal Beast, having the drow and sniper definitely can suffer when you've got so much gap close from LGD. And a final hero for them here, we'll see, is it the Sven carry? Where's the Leshrac heading? Is Primal Beast going to be that Jinkyu hero, or is this something that maybe Faith Beyond has played as well?
No. Definitely a lot of options for LGD. Like, Lesh can go mid, off lane, Primal Beast, talked about, can be played in 3 different roles. Sven, some flexibility. I think outside Entity doesn't seem to be much flex, so yeah, they're going to go Sven carry. Shaker in the 4 role, though, so will be a Primal Beast core, I assume, unless we see something wild like a Shaker core, but that seems pretty unlikely.
Yeah, probably. But you never know.
The one thing they could do is like a Lesh 3 and Primal Beast mid, I guess, since like the Shaker Lesh lane is pretty strong. Like Shaker with Primal Beast is more like hey, we fissure back to pull the wave back and try and get Primal Beast levels.
That's a good call, yeah. And Primal Beast against Invoker, you've got that base damage advantage. You can really cause problems for the Invoker in the mid lane. And if that's what you're looking at, having a couple of stuns there, maybe Boom going to be thinking about like a Juggernaut, having Lifestealer removed. Magic Immunity helps out tremendously against this Lesh Earthshaker lane. We'll see what they do, though. Having AA as a lane support, he's pretty good at harassing and keeping people back. But you would you said it. You want another stun here from the carry for Boom to try and pair up with the Cold Feet a little better.
Yeah, your classic AA lanes in the past was like the Wraith King and CKs, just because you have some kill threat, you have synergy there in the lane. But the question is, are those heroes going to work against a Sven? Like, I don't think you really want to play CK into Sven.
Well, LGD only used 8 seconds of their reserve time. A very quick draft for them, but Boom going to dip deep. And using everything they've got here for the final pick as a Morphling. Okay. A little bit on the greedy side there, but he's playing into an Earthshaker, so feels like it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Feels like they're picking the Morphling for the Sven matchup, less so for the lane, because this doesn't synergize with the AA particularly well. AA can try and secure the lane, and I think the fact you have double range against what looks to be double melee is pretty good in itself. So I think the safe lane will go fine, even though they don't have a classic AA partner in the Morphling.
Yeah, we should have this more often, though. LGD, more draft penalties, please. Fastest draft ever there. As, get ourselves very quickly in towards game one. It seemed like LGD were enjoying themselves as well, having these snappy picks. Just, what do you want to play? What do you want to play? Let's take this. And Xiao setting things up decently for them. A little unconventional, it feels like, compared to the rest of their group stage drafts and games, but it's something they've played previously. This IO, at TI they did suffer a little bit with it, but here, pairing up with a Sven, a lot of stuns and team fight from your Earthshaker, Primal Beast. Definitely options to look for fights early on.
Yeah, and maybe the difference from TI is it's why playing the IO, not Xingqiu. I think a lot of the criticism was like, oh, we're putting Xingqiu, this big playmaking 4 on an IO, and it just doesn't really work. So they have the 5 IO with Sven. And yeah, as much as, LGD are laughing and stuff and having a good time and speedrunning this draft, this is an important series for them. Because they're sitting, currently in the top 4 for Group A, but there's 5 teams who have 7 wins or more. LGD are 8-4, but right below them is OG and Liquid 7-5. So for LGD, you need at least a draw out of this series, ideally getting that 2-0 to guarantee or come close to guaranteeing a top 4 winner bracket start.
Yeah, and then Boom as well. Same kind of thing, right? They're down at the bottom. They need wins to try and secure themselves some kind of safety and continue their TI performance here in 2022. As we get ourselves ready to pop into the game. And it's all best of 2s here through the group stage, so we'll find out if we'll have LGD, comfortably strolling through this game like they did in the draft. They've got a lot of resistance to face up against Boom here with, like you said, the historical hero for FBZ, the Mars for him, along with this Willow, Invoker, and AA. Lots of global potential to start team fights from long range, and some late game security with a Morphling for Jackie.
Yeah, I think at least as far as Boom go, it's going to be very much comfort. Yopaj, Quas, Wex, Invoker. A lot of the Invokers we're seeing are being more in the Exor. He's gone for Wex level 1, and this is, usually what we see from Yopaj. When he's played Invoker over the past year in the DPC, it's been almost entirely Quas Wex. So despite the fact Exor Invokers look good, and seem to be the preferred way to play it, and you've got some setup from the Mars, I don't mind seeing Quas Wex here, because, they picked FBZ Mars. They're very clearly just trying to put everything and everyone in their comfort zone.
30 seconds.
Yeah, it makes some sense against IO, Earthshaker, Sven, all these heroes as well. Having another disengage tool, extended duration on that Tornado, EMP burning a lot of the mana on these heavily spellcasting heroes. Earthshaker, Primal Beast, Sven, they definitely require their mana pools to be topped up just to get their stuns out.
Early Sentry not finding the Boom Observer Ward on the high ground at mid, and we'll see teams just splitting the bounty runes a bit, although bottom lane Tim's getting pushed away, and it will be LGD getting the triple rune.
Yeah, already down to half health. Another 10 seconds for a Stormhammer, though, so LGD, that damage will be enough for them. And nothing to say in their mid lane. Good little bit of blocking here. Try and hold back his wave, but Yopaj with some spectacular skills. Look at where this lane's going to end up meeting, on the staircase of the Dire side.
Yep. He's happy with that one. Make his life that little bit easier against the Leshrac. Dodging the stun already, securing the range grip with an EMP. And nothing to say. I imagine this will be a bit of a farm tradey lane, although nice stun from Nothing to Say. He's getting some good damage off early. This is before the Quas regen really comes into play.
Yeah, just holds that enemy high ground. He keeps hitting away at Yopaj. Invoker not really expecting that kind of move from the Lesh so early on. Another Lightning Storm continuing to chip away at him. Yeah, we might see it. We might see a first blood here potentially.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes closely on this. I don't think, no action in the side lane, so does seem to be where things are unfolding for the time being, as Nothing to Say has his bottle coming out. 5 for 5 on last hit so far. Under the tower, though, not so lucky. We'll miss 1 or 2 here, unfortunately. Or misses a couple, misses all 3. So nicely done by Yopaj to shove it into the tower.
And then up at top, Jinkyu. He didn't go boots, went for the wind lace and a bit of regen there for himself, dragging waves back while Skem contests. And then behind Dire Tier 1, Faith Beyond getting his farm up against Jackie, dragging this wave across to also keep this small camp blocked with, I guess the sentry's still there, so doesn't need to keep the creep wave inside the camp at all.
This feels like what you got to do. You're playing a Shaker dual lane. Shaker not really the strongest laning hero, just good at securing lanes, not contesting lanes, into a AA morph lane. So pulling waves behind tower. I think there's a good chance Zincu goes and tries to grab another wave now even. Unless they feel like they've got the levels to fight. Maybe level 2 Primal Beast with Trample. But I think really you're looking more for like level 3 before you try and fight it all.
And then down in that bottom lane, it feels like as long as Y keeps himself hidden behind the Sven or tucked in the tree somewhere, there's no real way for FBZ and Tims to convert this pairing of heroes that should be a kill lane into actual kills onto LGD's heroes.
Mid lane, Leshrac has kept Yopaj away from a couple of creeps here. The top lane, Faith Beyond getting pretty low here with the Cold Feet latching, but not going to be any kind of follow-up from Boom.
Level 2 Morphling. Not comfortable to play forward. And he needs his level 3 before he goes for any real plays.
Nothing to say is doing amazing mid, by the way. He's getting a lot of denies. He zoned Yopaj away from some experience when he went for a water rune, so just really good play from the Leshrac to at least have like a 60-40 edge over this mid lane.
Yeah, and Lesh, I mean, day one, it started to feel like he was going to become the hero of the tournament, right? He was most played with a 50+% win rate. He's still catching a lot of phase 2 bans, but coming out here for nothing to say, well, we'll see how it fares.
The fissure in the mid lane.
Split Earth into it. Catching Yopaj. And they've got the punches under this tier 1 to bring down the Invoker. Jinkyu gonna die to tower, though.
I think intentional almost. He may just want to TP mid to refill the bottle here. Nothing to say he can get the free refill from the TP, and then also the bounty runes coming up. He doesn't need it because water runes are coming up, but Shaker dying, definitely not a big concern. Yep, there's the bottle refill.
All right, absolutely right. Keep nothing to say in fighting shape. 2-0-2 build on the Lesh. I'm probably expecting him to shift back into the Diabolic Edict to add a bit of tower push to his arsenal of abilities. And yeah, Earthshaker getting zoned away from top water rune.
Ooh, and
guarded and claimed by Scam, while bottom was denied by Tims.
Yeah, that's why that Shaker TP is so important, because Boom rotate both supports to stop Lesh getting a bottle refill. So it's a good thing the Shaker was able to kind of die and TP in to help the Leshrac out, because he's full health, he's half mana, he's able to easily stay in this lane now.
It feels like a victory across 2 of these 3 lanes for LGD, though. Sven 23-7, and Lesh with that kill and a CS lead over the Invoker really just leaves Jackie as the silver lining for Boom.
Yeah.
Farming very well with 11 denies as well, really shutting down the Primal Beast early on.
I like that LGD just accepted this top lane as a lost lane. Like, they're not trying to keep the Shaker up there. They're allowing Zincu to make these rotations mid, because whether Jinkyu's up there or not, Faith Beyond he's not going to be able to contest. He's not even going to be able to farm all that much. So much more impact can be made by having these rotations toward mid on Yopaj, who is still only seeing on 13 last hits.
Yeah, it seems like an interesting adaptation from Faith Beyond with this Ring of Health. We've seen it a couple of times from catch on mid, yeah. Yopaj, he's blocked in here. Nice tornado to actually allow him to travel under the body of the Lesh and turn around with the brambles. Jinkyu will walk it back. He's perfectly fine, and why? He's here to heal back up, nothing to say.
They sacked their sons a bit there. The Split Earth and the Fissure used on top of each other. I don't think they get the kill regardless, but this time they might. Yopaj, who was not ready for the turnaround, does get the Ghost Walk off, but they've got the detection. The Sentry was just barely in range.
Just.
It was on the very
millimeters.
edge. Yeah.
Millimeters separating life and death there. This is your Invoker, meant to be a tempo hero. Getting experience from the mid lane is so important. Dying twice, it really does shut down options for Boom's mid game. And these lanes, even just 4 minutes in, and they've broken down completely. Just ganking into mid, 3v3. Lash is about to die, though, with the cold feet and the damage from Tims and Skem. Basically just the 2 supports killing the Lesh.
Yeah. He got brambled up and then walked into a second one. It was just a bit of a mismove from him and not something you'd normally expect from Nothing to Say. Kind of a rare mistake, but not the end of the world, but not something you'd normally expect from him. He just got a bit greedy going for one more creep wave and got punished for it.
But yeah, this Ring of Health from Faith Beyond, I think usually we see the Soul Ring Phase Boots wand, but knowing he's in this 1v1 or 1v2 lane, he wants the sustain just to keep himself in the lane and then progress on forwards. I don't even think he's going to turn it into anything. It's just Ring of Health for laning stage.
Yeah, just for the sustain, and he's pulling creep waves into neutral camps knowing he can't really fight the Morpholus hit, so he just pulls these waves away. This way, there's no Morphling to worry about. Plus, he's getting the bonus farm from these neutral camps.
And do you think there's consideration for a hood against the magic damage of Boom? So it feels like BKB Rush has just been the go-to.
Yeah, and you get a lot of value from the BKB with the Pulverize, so I would still say BKB Rush, but we'll see.
Yeah, options there for him. And bringing his courier out with boots, Windlace, and getting away from Scam after farming the jungle. Looks like Jin Q going to make his way up top, but under a Dire Observer ward. Does get scouted. Should give Jackie here a good eye on the situation. As down at bottom, Arme just going to get hit with a Cursed Crown. FBZ and Tims, I mean, they're still yet to get anything out of this bottom lane. The one kill Tims has came from mid, in fact.
Yeah, it's kind of just no real kill opening. Sven's very tanky, Io backing him up, and they've got the one charges. So until FBZ hits 6, it just feels like a lane where there's just no real plays to be made for Boom. Plus, there's no Sunstrikes too. That's the Quaswex Invoker. You can rotate down bottom, but if they had maybe Exort, you could go for like a Spear plus Sunstrike combo.
Arme just going to pop God Strength to shove bot wave and go back into jungle. Looks like they have made all the catch on Morph. And Faith Beyond just straight in on top of Jackie. Pulverizes him with the help of Nothing to Say.
Yeah, bit of an unexpected rotation, it seems like. Skem needs to be careful. He's just run right into this Leshrac.
Yeah, Nothing to Say, looking for a freebie. Misses the Split Earth, though. Nicely dodged by Scam, trying to use the Cold Feet to disengage. And Lesh again, caught in the brambles. As the onslaught gets cancelled out quickly by Faith Beyond, not wanting to dive too deep. But yeah, I was watching Sven farming stacks, and all of a sudden, Morphling's dying up at top.
Yeah, and Leshrac, yeah, forces a lot of rotations there. Both supports plus the Invoker TPing up top. Yopaj is not going to feel thrilled about that. You make these side lane TPs as a mid laner, you're almost always hoping to find at least a support kill, and he's just forced back mid. He's desperately looking for that first Urn shot so he can start making those Cold Snap Urn rotations around the map.
Yeah, we see why observers are so important. Bless Scriff for keeping the camera where it needs to be. If it was me observing, you'd literally be watching jungle creeps die, like 24/7. Just watch people farm. Jinky looking to defend his tier 1. Couple of heroes. They swung in here with a bit of chip damage. But this is Dark Willow and AA looking to be a roaming duo. Really need to get their level 6s up for the actual combos with the Mars Arena first, though.
Yeah, it just feels like we haven't seen any aggression from Boom, and they're just giving up ground wherever PSG LGD go, and a 3k gold lead before we even reach the 10-minute mark is very concerning. Nope,
Faith
Pulver stop.
Catching out the Morphling. Jackie, no attribute shift. Chain stun down, and again, it's the Primal Beast and the Lesh together yet again.
Yeah, I was watching. He just kind of baited him in. He pretended he was running, and they just quickly turned and grabbed him with the Pulverize before Morph could react with the Morph Strength, and Leshrac was close enough to get the chain stun off, so a second kill on Morphling. That is... this is already a disaster of an early game for Boom.
Definitely problems ahead. Tier 1 down. Nothing to Say, even more gold being claimed up and very quickly getting towards his Bloodstone. Jinkyu, what is it? He's a few hundred, 500 gold away from Aghanim Shard. We've seen how pivotal that item can be with these long-range initiations from Earthshaker, from Primal Beast. If you can keep people chain stunned, it allows Sven and Lesh to keep tabs on these enemy heroes to get their damage dished out.
The side of Boom at this point, it all comes down to FBZ. He's the one who needs to make these plays. I mean, you've got the Quaswex Invoker who's kind of online. They need to get Urn charges going, but it feels like the Invoker and Mars need to be playing together as a duo.
Yeah, and you're just losing your AA mid. Scam still yet to hit level 6. And Faith Beyond's going to try and keep the catapult alive. And Fisher to hit back into the Invoker, even glyphing here. It doesn't look like they'll commit for it. A relocate? Where's that heading? Down. Oh, it's a farming one.
Of course. You know, no one wants to play bottom lane, so we just send Sven there for 10 seconds and then get him out of there. No,
Speaking of getting out of there, Primal Beast just onslaughts away from 3 heroes in the dire jungle.
As you do. Yeah, he's got the BKB queued up, knowing that this BKB Pulverize is going pretty unanswered this game, and will give the opportunity for Sven and Leshrac just to dump damage in and find a ton of kills. So things just go from good to great for PSG LGD and bad to worse for Boom Esports, who still have not found a kill in quite some time.
Giving Skull the jump on Invoker. Super long range. Tethered up Faith Beyond. Give chase, but there's an arena from FBZ.
Where's the
Trying to
damage?
turn things, but he misses the spear, and the damage, you're right, it is lacking. They've got an Ice Blast ready, but a Fisher to block them back. Jin Q saving his squad, and Y finally dies. They don't quite kill the Invoker, and a sign of life from Boom, but still not perfect. As LGD, they're ready to fight again. Trampling forward. Faith Beyond with the help of the Echo Fisher, catching out the Willow. FBZ and Yopaj, they want to kill this Primal Beast, and they will Cold Snap, spear him up against the trees. Faith Beyond about to fall. Can't get away from there with the arrival of Jackie. Tornado off the mark, though, as Arme repositions himself.
Yeah, LGD, they stuck around thinking they could re-engage there, but Boom brought numbers. Keeping FBZ's Mars alive, talked about how he's going to be so important for this comeback, and Yopaj now has those earn charges as well as a Vessel and 300 gold, so they've got plays that they can make, and they've got ways to deal with all that kind of healing and sustain on the LGD side. Big question's going to become, do they have ways of dealing with Ame Sven, who continues to accelerate, 8k net worth, Morphling sitting under 6,000 still.
And it feels like one of those situations where, Boom trying to get a catch on Y. Tornado dodged. That's the end of that. Feels like a situation though where LG, they're in a 3v5. Earthshaker, IO, Primal Beast, diving tier 1 mid. Boom spend all their teamfight ultis. They get a couple of kills. It doesn't feel amazing, but maybe with this Ice Blast and the Bedlam of Willow, Yopaj comes in from the north, and Tims and Skem again finding a kill with these 2 supports. Y looks like he's about to fall as well. Tether available though to get across the Faith Beyond.
Does he have an onslaught? Does in a second, but doesn't have a good target to go on, so just going to use it to get out of there. But a nice kill, a Leshrac kill going their way. But Mars did die in the mid lane, so it did come kind of at a cost, and definitely agree with what you're saying. It feels like Boom are having to use everything just to get slightly favorable trades, and then they're putting these big spells on cooldowns, but given the position they're in, it's really their only option. So they're making the best of a bad situation. Problem is, Ame Sven continues to farm. And for the most part, up until that kill on the Leshrac, it was nothing to say. Also continuing to farm this top side of the map, seeing number 2 on the network chart.
We'll see what Boom do here with this smoke. 3 heroes pivoting from tier 2 mid. Oh, I wonder. They were dropping items and stuff in front of that Radiant Observer ward. Maybe if LGD were watching, I would have seen something weird happening over there. But FBZ, no blink yet, can't get the catch. The speedy Sven and Io very fast on their feet.
Like FBZ going for like phase boots, double brace of Falcon Blade, and the full wand. Like it's just a lot of items that are making this Blink Dagger take that little bit longer to come online. He had a very kind of free lane, but this Blink Dagger is such an essential part of Boom's ability to turn this game in the mid game. But here come LGD, smoked up, ready to pounce anybody who goes near this mid lane.
It had felt like the smoke from Boom was one to get them back in the game, and this one from LGD is one to try and secure them a victory. They do see the Earthshaker and trying to catch him with the Brambles. Faith Beyond blocked a little bit by Jinkyu's Fisher, so can't keep up, but look at Ame.
Okay.
Swift retribution dealt out to the Dark Willow. And Boom, time to hide.
They were kind of veering bottom to go for the Morphling because they had vision of him on a ward, but running into a Dark Willow, they'll happily take that kill, steal the Morphling's Ancients, and Ame even getting some good damage on this bottom tier 1 tower.
Yeah, not afraid at all, just to pop God's Strength to farm. push out waves. It looks like they're going to come back here. There's no large camp, though. Just a little bit of ancient farming for our mate. And Boom still have a couple of observer wards to play into. If they're able to get into this bottom jungle, maybe set up a team fight for themselves. It's just awkward often when you've got a team fighting lineup as the first 4 heroes, then Morphling is your last. You're all trying to buy space and time for Jackie here to get to late game. He's not going to be involved.
It's definitely time to smoke for Boom, though, I feel. They've just got the blink on Mars. We've got this Invoker ready to make some plays as well. They've got to get active on the map. They're not smoking. They're just walking past these wards. The blink dagger's been scattered out on this ward as well, so really feels like this is a move from Boom that's going to be easily counterplayed.
Yeah, I mean, they saw Morphling TP down there, so it looks like LGD is saying, hey, if we all shift top and mid, knowing Morphling's bot, the rest of Boom have to come here as 4. And then we're in a 5v4. We have the numbers advantage.
Boom back off. Maybe just not having smokes or something here. Not sure what the situation is. Tim's does have one on his Willow, so we'll see if they find a way to use this blink dagger. It is known to LGD, who are just going to passively farm, probably knowing that there's a blink Mars. You're thinking about your BKBs, both Sven as well as Leshrac, well on their way to a BKB, halfway for Leshrac, a bit over halfway for Morphling. I'm sorry, for Sven, and they'll just slow this game down a bit with a 10k gold lead. They're in no rush.
No, Sven can have his in 200 gold if he disassembles Echo.
True, yeah.
And we've seen a fair amount of these. Oh, catch on AA. Yeah, just a quick snipe on the Ancient Apparition. We've seen plenty of Bloodthorns come into play for some of these tanky strength heroes, and Chaos Knight was always one of the key ones. Sven's no different.
Yep.
Disassemble Echo by BKB, get that Mage Slayer into Bloodthorn, and then having a silence against Invoker, who is... He's not even eyeing up a BKB. It's such a great tool to kill off Yopaj.
Yeah, they're going to have triple BKB at a time where, like, NPC's Mars is going to be like, all right, guys, let's make some plays, let's smoke, and then suddenly he's like, oh, all these cores at BKB. Like,
yeah.
How do you do damage against them? Invoker doesn't do anything against these BKBs. It's only the Morphling who's got Sanjin Yasha, but he needs more time. He needs more items.
He needs Skadi. He needs Daedalus.
Yep.
He needs a lot of things.
Maybe even more than
Satanic.
That. Yeah. Not a fun position to be in. Down 10k gold.
I guess he buys Ags, right? You're playing into Earthshaker. Relocate. So far killing off Scam. Arme, though, blinking aggressively towards the Invoker. Ghost Sword gives him the safety he needs, so just 2 support kills for LGD. They've got God Strength ready, so yeah, Roshan looks like it's on the menu for them.
Easy pickings, easy Roche, and they'll be thrilled with this one. They're being scanned out here. FBZ's in the neighborhood, but he's really the only one nearby for this one, so while Boom maybe know what's going on, it doesn't seem like there's anything that can be done about it.
Yeah, no way across. Ice Blast, just a scouting effort from Scam. And now you're looking at nothing to say with Aegis.
Yeah. He's not even given to the Sven because he's just feels pretty unkillable here. The Leshrac gets to kind of play super aggressively on the front lines, maybe even considering, like, they want to push these tier 2 towers with the Aegis for sure. Get that outpost control. It's a 12k gold lead. It could very easily become like a 20k gold lead by the time this Aegis has expired.
I feel a little bad the way I'm looking and thinking about this game. It feels like there's an air of inevitability here about LGD winning. Do you feel the same?
Yeah, this game's pretty over.
Yeah.
Sorry,
that's what I wanted.
Yeah, cough. Sorry.
No, I wanted truth from you. I wanted the truth, because that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, I feel bad that I'm thinking this, but Boom, the road ahead of them, there are so many obstacles.
Yeah, it's just Morphling who's really going to pose a late game threat, and you look at the net worth and where some of these heroes are, and it doesn't add up for Boom the later this game goes. Xinku's got to have a blink dagger on his shaker, so there's too many things that threaten to kill Morphling. He's going to need a BKB. He's going to need damage.
They've caught out one bottom. Okay. Primal Beast sniped. LGD responding. A good arena's going to keep the Sven trapped inside. He's trying to turn and fight into the Morphling now, and Jackie being blown up by the Sven. Close to death, but he gets off the shift and the war cry. Oh, he can't escape, though. The reach of Sven is long, and his grasp is tight. Yopaj and Skem trying to slip away with a Ghost Walk, and the escape of the AA as FBZ trapped on the correct side of the Fissure, out of the range of Nothing to Say, while Tim's on his Willow. Out of the Shadow Realm, denies a bounty rune. They do kill off Skem in the end, and the catch with the Fissure Split Earth is there on Willow. And yes, boom, you kill the Primal Beast, but you lose so much more in the exchange.
Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, this is they've hit all these timings, all these BKBs. The Primal Beast is, the sacrificial lamb to start things off, but once you get the vision on them, LGD is so quick to rotate. They've got the relocate in. They've got all the tools they need to punish Boom, who just don't have, like, once the arena's being used, like, that's their team fight gone. There's no real follow-up. Your arena plus Ice Blast, and suddenly both Mars and AA are just like, especially the AA, have nothing to really contribute to a team fight whatsoever.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Let's see if they can chain a few smokes together. Nothing to Say, still with Aegis for 2.5 minutes.
Yep.
Fresh BKB.
I mentioned they want to try to get all these tier 2 towers. The fight down bottom did delay some of the pushing. They got the top tower. Spear on the Sven. He does not have Aegis, and he doesn't have BKB for 5 seconds, so he's going to be fine now.
He's, yeah, 2,000 HP and ready to fight. And Nothing to Say shows his face in the bottom lane. I don't appear to have any reveal for the Invoker just yet. They forced Boom away, or in the mid lane. They're looking for it. Onslaught Trample. Faith Beyond. Pulverize ready in a second, and in comes the Sven with a big damage. They've locked down Jackie. Another huge kill, and a potential for Boom just slipping away.
Losing this Morphling a 4th time now. It just, like, we talk about, like, what the Morphling needs. He needs a Scotty. He's probably going to need a BKB now as well to deal with the Shaker. There's just always going to be, not just one, but, like, 2 items short of being ready to team fight. We need to see a late-game Invoker, too. He has gone for the Midas. Needs to get all those Exhort spells online as well as the levels to go with it so that he can start.
And they've got FBZ.
Ouch.
Xingqiu just blink echoes him, opens up for the relocate play. LGD all across the map.
Yeah, the relocate just means you can have this Primal Beast and Shaker just running around the map solo looking for kills. Anyone they find will die to a relocate. And Boom are kind of forced to play split up. If you group as 5, BKB pulverized mid.
And Invoker caught completely off guard. And LGD stomping towards the Dire base now. Imminent victory on the cards.
Yeah. If there was any doubt whether this game was over when you asked 5 minutes ago, I think it's being pretty clearly answered by what's happened over the last 4 or 5 minutes.
It's been swift. High ground we go. Army with another God Strength. Silver Edge working on Assault Cuirass. And bringing down the tier 3. Let's see what Boom can do. 10 seconds for Invoker. A smoke on Skem. But FBZ on the left side, still trying to make his way forward.
Just expiring. Here we go.
A chance. Oh, Nothing to Say for so fast on the BKB and immediately destroying FBZ before an arena can even come. Now the pulverize. Tim's is done. And a lane of barracks for LGD.
He was ready. He knew. Both teams knowing the timer there. And Nothing to Say. Ready for the Blink Spear. Great BKB dodge from him, and they're not done. They want
more. Catch on Invoker. Straight back into it. Trying to blow up Yopaj, but he actually gets out with his 1 charges.
They repel LGD. Buy them some time, but again, what are they buying themselves some time for? And I just think it's to delay the game, not to turn the game.
Yeah, delay. Get this Morphling a Skadi. Get him an Aghanim Receptor. We need 20 more minutes to get Jackie into a spot where he can fight. Still 2 minutes for Roshan, though, so maybe something there to aim towards for Boom. A fight around Roche, that's probably more in their wheelhouse with the combos they've got. Try and get LGD corralled into 1 small choke point on the map.
LGD's play as a team and in this game and just in general can be so suffocating, though. Like, even when you think you have a comeback window, like, okay, they're going to be at Roche, let's try catch them in, like, an arena, Invoker combo. They're so good at positioning. Like, that high ground push is a great example. Like, they have a Leshrac on the front lines. Any initiation can only go on Leshrac. Every other hero is hidden, and you go in this Lesh, there's a relocate save. And also, he's got this Fast Fingers BKB. He's got the backup of a Primal Beast and Sven who can go charging him with their BKB. So there's just no real plays that LGD give you. There's no windows that you can kind of break open to get yourselves back into these games when you fall behind.
Hold hands and play as 5. The best you can do. And these kind of scenarios does get an arena spear onto the Lesh. But with that Eternal Shroud and BKB, nothing to say. Incredibly tanky while they've hunted into the back lines and found Scam out. FBZ burnt alive by the Pulse Nova damage. And again, it's the jump from LGD and the forced GG out of Boom. They realize there is no hope anymore.
One of these games where it was like, last team fight, this team fight, the next, the GG felt like it was going to come eventually. They could have dragged it out another 5-10 minutes probably, but there's not really anything that they're building towards. It's going to be a free roast for LGD eventually, but this game just goes back to the draft, the early game, the laning stage. I think the Mars Willow kind of suggested some level of desperation for Boom when they're going back to such old classic picks, and you know, you can kind of see some of the issues with it there. Mars had to go for all these early stat items, got a Blink Dagger super late, and never really felt like Boom were making any plays around the map.
Yeah, and they got their level 6s pretty late on the supports. And you know, Ice Blast, no Bedlam. Two key elements of their team fight just never really came to fruition here for Boom. And yeah, Morphling, always the target for Arme. If he sees him, he jumps him.
Yeah, tough game for Morphling. For all of Boom, to be totally honest, but I think the Morphling just getting picked off a couple times up top. Really good plays by Faith Beyond, showing a lot of familiarity with the Primal Beast. He was the one who managed to find 2 quick early kills on the Morphling, like pre-10 minutes. And nothing to say, having a great mid lane, beating Yopaj down and making those rotations to side lanes as well.
I mean, LGD started this group stage looking a little shaky, but it feels like the past couple of days they've refound their form, and no amount of fortune or preparation sometimes feels is enough against this LGD side when they're able to come out of the lanes and play that, you know, overall macro game that just completely shuts you down. And the number of reads that LG had, even when Boom felt like they had an opportunity to get an arena play, to try and find space for this Morphling, there was just LGD waiting for them, ready with a Fissure, ready with an Onslaught to run away, or just pushing out top lane with nothing to say to keep his farm going. I mean, gods, MVP-wise, like, just LGD and Xiao 8 for drafting so fast? Can we have Xiao 8 come up on the screen?
Not sure about that. I don't have a clue who's MVP. I don't think anyone is necessarily, but I guess that means everyone is at the same time. So we'll flip a coin. Production will put someone up, I guess, and they'll be our MVP.
1 in 5 chance. Roll the dice and see who it is. Faith Beyond, I mean, had a pretty good laning stage there. I mean, the Primal Beast was in the dire jungle causing issues for Boom for the majority of that first 20 minutes.
Yeah, good showing from him, and I think kind of you really nailed it early with what you said. Like, this is LGD bouncing back from a slow start on day one. It feels like they're in true LGD form. They're not just winning games, but they're stomping games pre 30 minutes. We've had so many 50, 55-minute games, and it feels like every time we pass LGD after day one, they've been 25-minute games. So they're having an amazing time and showing everybody why they are the favorites to win this TI. Much like, you know, they're the favorites to win a lot of tournaments. The question is, can they get the job done always when it comes to, you know, those clutch games towards the end of the tournament?
Absolutely. And we see support gold spent 0. Vital number there for Faith Beyond to get a little bit faster into his BKB and his Blink Dagger. But yeah, the amount of times he was able to get the Morphling, pulverize him down, and allow for his team to catch up and kill off key Boom heroes. Beautiful performance out of him and the rest of LGD as they take game 1 here against Boom. And of course, game 2 coming up in a couple of minutes. We'll see if Boom can keep their hopes of TI alive right after this break.
pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
A straightforward victory for LGD in game one. No messing about, even with a draft penalty for Xiao Wei. Still managed to find themselves a nice 5-hero lineup and defeat Boom as Gods. Game two coming up, and everything's on the line for Boom still.
Really feels that way. They've got another series today and one tomorrow after this one, so they can still get some wins later on, but this is kind of, starting to become do or die time. This, Sonics is only 1 win ahead of them, depending on what happened in some of these other series. I believe Sonics are probably playing right now. But it's neck and neck between some of these teams.
It sure is. And LGD, looking from a shaky start to really cement themselves in that upper bracket spot. Sitting third place, looking pretty, but yeah, they still want some more victories here to get up there with EG and RNG, who had some spectacular performances already in the group stage. As we're readying ourselves for game two, Boom need a little bit of time just to mentally reset, get themselves back into that mentality for game two here and really look for a victory, because in game one, they were just completely shut down, even with some comfort picks on it. FBZ Mars, Willow for Tims. Didn't look particularly good.
Yeah, I think going for comfort picks, like when you're struggling, is a good idea. I think that was just too far into the comfort pick zone. Like, really going for this, like, old meta stuff where it was just like, the Mars takes way too long to, like, have an impact in the game. It's just kind of this passive hero that sits down bottom, doesn't actually contest the lane as well. I think if you're going to give this Sven free farm, and then by the time you get a Blink Dagger, they already had, like, most of their BKBs either finished or near completion. So I think for Boom, they need to play either play faster, or they need to just go greedy and try and play for like late game. But like they did this like weird in between when it comes to game one.
Yeah, and it always feels interesting with this priority of like first pick and Radiant and what teams are choosing, some preferring to play on Dire. So game one was Boom's choice, and they chose second pick, and LGD chose Radiant. And this time around, LGD get the choice. They take first pick rather than second, and Boom takes Radiant. So a little bit of a shift there, as LGD opting rather than second pick to go for that first one. Definitely curious to see what they have in mind for that first grab, because there are so many heroes now. Previously in other patches and years gone by, there's like 2 heroes that you really consider that we have to ban these if it's a Bat or a Brood or an Io or something. But now there's like 10 heroes that are really viable first pick options.
Yeah, and you start to get a feel of like how to really build a draft around the first pick. I think with second pick, it's like you're just picking stuff that's kind of safe, and the advantage of second pick comes later on in the draft, which is where I think Boom with their game one draft picking Mars Willow was not like a safe opener. I think second pick is where you have to particularly just draft meta stuff. Get like your Undying +1, pick your flex cores, pick a Shadow Fiend maybe, but definitely you can't do anything too out of the box when you're playing with second pick.
We'll see what they do. Still waiting for that lobby to start, but you can start thinking about the picks and bans going in. LGD have looked pretty standard across the board. The big difference maker has really felt like Arme's hero pool, playing 10 different heroes in his first 10 games. TB, Void, Luna, Slark, Drow, TA, all sorts of goodies coming out. Adding a Sven into the mix as well as a Monkey King, always looking pretty good as well. I kind of feel like he's played a different hero in every game that he's played so far. So maybe we see another additional one get added to the mix.
Yeah, it's kind of almost a requirement for so many of these carry players that they have this flexible hero pool, because their picks come up later, and the viable pool of carries is just so big. I think there's a much more clearly defined, like, okay, these are the off lanes that are good, these are the mid lanes that you want. With carry, it just seems like carry is just a well balanced. Like, I don't know, whatever IceFrog's done with carry here is good, because so many can fit depending on the game and depending on what the teams have picked.
Yeah, it's felt like, especially around like balancing BKB, has been a a key point there for these carry heroes. He's even made a few more mid heroes that a little more viable. You know, Leshrac, Batrider, starting to come back into play a lot as the draft underway at last, and LGD speeding through it yet again. Chen and Enigma, once again, their bans, so no different from game 1, but Boom changing things up with a Primal Beast removal there, not allowing Faith Bian to get his hands on it this time.
Yeah. Similar story where the reserve time is going to force LGD to do these speed drafts. I think the big thing they're going to be getting their hands on if Boom don't ban it is probably the Marcy. And yeah, they banned Leshrac. I think it's fine for Boom. You saw LGD do something that demolished you game 1 and things aren't clicking. Just ban a couple heroes, send the draft a completely new direction, even if it is giving up some pretty scary meta picks, which the Marcy is going to be. They get Undying in response. I have to assume that's something they're going to grab. Yeah, of course. They grab the Undying, so I think this is already a much better draft for Boom.
Oh, and a Hoodwink. Yeah, completely different now. It does leave SF in the pool, but it kind of feels like Arme wants to keep expanding his hero pool and grab up something different.
Yeah.
What LGD thinking?
What's the X factor? It's going to be a Shadow Fiend.
Well, this could be nothing to say his hero. I mean, I'm pretty sure Arme played SF in one of his games previously. I'll have a quick look back.
At least from what I've seen, it's been mostly just Arme playing it. It's funny because, yeah, some teams it's like, oh, yeah, they mostly play carry. And others, like we saw Beast Coast, it's like, oh, yeah, they just play mid. So, and then you've got the teams who move it around a bit. So we'll see where LGD go. As you said, Arme is a big SF player, and they're going to look like, I mean, the fact they're banning TB seems to suggest they're eyeing more of maybe a carry SF, banning out some of the bad carry matchups with the TB.
Yeah, it does make sense. He's played SF once before.
Yeah.
It really has been a different hero every game. 1, 2, 3,
really?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Unless I'm miscounting.
They played an odd number. Well, no, there was the forfeit. You're right. They have played an even number of games. I was about to say they just played game 1. So they did get a forfeit win against RNG. I think it was.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, true.
Okay. So this will be like the first repeat hero for Arme.
Unless they change things.
True.
Unless they give it to nothing to say, yeah.
True. So last time we saw it, it was a game we cast. They built a pretty scary kind of minus armor push strat, 1 in 30 minutes. I think it was against OG. And that seems to be the way most teams are finding success with Shadow Fiend. And you can see Boom are afraid of it. They ban up Visage, they ban up Pengo. I think they had the Pengo mid with the SF that game. Nothing to say. I want to say played Pengo both those games that we cast. And LGD even going to show respect to the Mars. So, again, suggesting that the Shadow Fiend is being given a lot of priority and protection.
Yeah, guard him as best you can. And Boom. One more ban before we get into that second phase of picks. And looking at these Faith Bian and nothing to say heroes, Lash, Pango, Visage.
Yeah.
I mean, Beastmaster still out there as a potential.
I like the Beastmaster ban. It just is so scary with Shadow Fiend for these push strats. Not that, maybe you're worried about the Pudge. They could do Pudge mid, I guess. Pudge SF, I mean, maybe they, or it could just be you send the SF mid for nothing to say. That's been like Liquid, not just Liquid, but a lot of teams love their Pudge SF.
It gives you so many options. Pudge just charging in there and making space for the Shadow Fiend in team fights.
Yeah. There's Undying to worry about, which maybe leans more towards like the Zoo heroes. Yeah, so Beastmaster gets banned out. And Boom, pick up Death Prophet. So an SEA classic, and they're just instant picking. They're ready for all this. This is speed drafting again. Broodmother, good luck. Have fun.
Brood Marcy. Oh dear. I mean, what? Yeah, you've picked this DP as like a flex pick, but it feels like now she's just going to be shoved into mid. Try and get something here. As I mean, what's a Jackie hero that deals with Broodmother?
Ooh.
Can they go for a Sven themselves, like something along those lines?
I think they can for sure. Sven, I mean, they could. If you go way back, he was playing a lot of carry Kunkka, but I don't think Kunkka's necessarily a good carry anymore. Maybe it's a mid hero they consider, but outside of Sven, what are we looking at? I mean, if you said the DP mid, there's a lot of offlaners that deal well with Brood, which is maybe something Boom are going to have to consider here. But yeah, they're glad they have some reserve time because they just got Brooded and they're going to think this one through, because I think the idea probably was to do offlane Death Prophet initially when they picked it up. It's not really a Yopaj hero. It's almost always been FBZ who plays Death Prophet when they pick it up, so Boom are probably thinking, what can they get their hands on here? Okay. Bit scary of a TA game, but you've got Sideblades for dealing with Spiderlings. You've got a lot of burst damage potential, but they haven't really got good catch here. I feel like TA always benefits when you've got some kind of initiation to jump on a hero, stun them, and then your TA, just deletes them with meld strikes. And I don't really feel like Boom have any kind of reliable frontline or way to start a fight whatsoever with their draft right now.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, if you like that DP on the FPZ off lane, then I mean, is it TA mid? I'm just like looking at this and wondering, putting it against the Broodmother. Once Brood hits level 6, the TA's got to leave the lane, surely.
Yeah. I think that's very true. I think perhaps they're just hoping they can win the lane before them with like the Undying Decays and stuff. As far as Boom going comfort, which seems to be what Game 1 suggests, TA would be safe lane and Death Prophet off lane, and they're last picking some kind of Yopaj hero, which seems to be what LGD think, because they banned the Bat Rider. As far as mid heroes for Yopaj goes, like, I don't know, Ember is obviously his most well-known hero. It's playing into SF, though. Well, potentially SF. You don't know for sure what you're playing into. I think for Boom, the nice thing with TA Death Prophet being flexible is that they can change their lanes based on what LGD do. Because you don't know if it's SF mid or not, your mid laner can change based on what the matchup's going to be.
Yeah, give yourself some better options here. You're staring down the barrel. LGD with a very spooky draft. A decent amount of catch and team fight here with Disruptor Marcy. Broodmother, that tempo control, that really going out the laning stage and pressuring lanes as they ban Ember Spirit themselves.
Okay. Maybe just a Void Spirit then. That's something Nothing to Say has in his wheelhouse. The Pudge is still there. I don't mind Pudge as a mid hero. I mean, Pudge versus TA is so-so. Like, you've got the BKB piercing disable, but TA's damage kind of means you can kind of ignore the flesh heap almost with how much single target burst you do.
Yeah, he's not played Pudge yet, Arme, so that would be another hero to add in there, but it's going to be the Storm Spirit, so that means we will have a repeat Shadow Fiend performance from Arme.
Okay. Storm, I mean, you're happy to lane mid against the TA if it is that. I'm curious if Boom have an idea about some kind of Storm counterpick that they can play.
10 seconds remaining.
But at the same time, I don't think you look at this draft and be like, oh yeah, we've got to counter and address the Storm. I think the problem here is more the Broodmother. And also getting, like, I guess they kind of scale, but I don't think they're looking to scale. Like, TA Death Prophet to me is all about this mid-game push. Like, I see TA Death Prophet, I'm always thinking, like, let's get 15-minute Roshan, let's take all these out of towers. So they get Tiny there. That's a good pick. I like that a lot. Gives you a strong, I assume, mid laner, but a hero that can then rotate to the Brood's lane and deal with all the Spiderlings as well.
Yeah, and a lot of smiles there from Boom. Very happy with their last pick and with their draft. Lifting the spirits. Yeah. Try and get themselves in the mood here for game 2 as they desperately need a win against LGD. But we've got the old classic, Nothing to Say Storm. Arme on his SF, but it's really that spider in the middle of the draft that's striking fear into everyone's hearts right now.
Yeah, it's some good laughs. Great to see Yopaj smiling and laughing there, but I think with good reason. Game 1, Boom's draft, it sucked. This game, I'm happy with it. I think this is not a game they're going to lose on draft, at least I mean, they shouldn't be. If anything, if I didn't see the team names, I would favor their draft this game. I think they've got good enough answers to address the Brood. These tempo drafts around like Death Prophet TA are pretty scary and hard to deal with, and LGD are a bit more on the greedy side with this Storm pick. Between Storm, Brood, and SF, you need a lot of farm and take some. You're going to take some time to come online, and that's something that these push drafts are good at punishing.
Yeah, it looks like they've got great ways to chase people here as Boom, especially once we start to look at like the TA Shard to silence people, Tim's Hoodwink to start fights with Yopaj Tiny, some smoke ganks between those two offers a lot of kill threat once the lanes break down. We get into mid-game with a Blink Tiny. I do have a few fears about their actual Roche taking potential or Roche fighting power with the kind of lack of AoE team fight going into a Disruptor and stuff like that, Brood giving vision. LGD do have some tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, the vision game has been such a key part of so many of these games, and all these Brood players are just sending Spiderlings out, scouting, setting up team fights. And when you've got a hero like Storm who can follow up the scouting with some kind of a jump, it's that much more potent. Plus, a glimpse back using the vision. Boom on the other side don't really have anything reliable to scout with. They've got TA traps, but that's not giving you a huge AoE of vision, so It's, yeah, the vision and team fight around not just Roshan Pit, but any objectives is going to be a bit of a weak point of their draft.
Maybe the goal is just to get a couple of kills and take Roche themselves. With Exo, with Meld, plenty of damage there. Add in a Flash Golem. Lots of ways for Boom to sneak a Roche or make some nifty little plays. All gathered up mid.
30 seconds.
Nobody from LGD really showing here, though.
What? Okay. So, yeah, it doesn't look like both teams showing near this ward, but doesn't look like anything crazy happening. LGD do have 3-4 heroes positioned near this top side for the rune.
Oh, level 1 Meld from Jackie.
He's ready to pummel this brood.
Hello, Faith Beyond. Double Meld is a lot of damage and minus armor, and he's going to get it onto him.
No.
Unfortunate there's not a stun or something here, because that could have been a kill on the Broodmother if they'd had the follow through.
And doubly unfortunate he didn't get the rune as well. He lost that right-click battle. Brood picking it up, so it is going to be PSG LGD with the extra bounty rune. Not the biggest deal in the world, but small little tidbit of gold advantage going their way early on.
Faith Beyond already showing the magic stick up against Decay, and Meld makes sense. And putting the Disruptor down here. A decent hero to trade blows with the Undying. And Boom with the early aggression. Just trying to force LGD away from the lane completely.
I think this brood does fine in your webs. You've got plenty of health regen combined with the stick. I don't think this harasses. Well, I mean, okay, I take that back. It's hurting a bit, but you know, you get decayed these Tengos, you get more value out of them. That's one way to look at it.
And it's Arme with the first blood.
Okay.
Just a couple of raises there. Chase down the DP.
Not something you expect, nor I feel like should happen, but Boom are just a bit off their games in this tournament, and PSG LGD seem to be locked in ever since a slow day one.
Yeah, they're in the groove. And Jin Q playing the safe lane Marcy. He's the position 4, but playing up here with the Shadow Fiend and melee support to open things up for the Razors. That's down bottom. Yeah, still just securing Jackie's farm here. And Undying not able to pull or anything. His small camp has been blocked up, so it's all about keeping yourself in the lane, guarding these waves.
Yeah, they killed top potentially.
They're going again onto
Tim's
Tim's.
away, yeah. Had the sick charges. Just kidding. Sorry, Observer. I apologize.
A glimpse back bottom. Scam getting dragged in. No, I've baited Scriff now as well.
Oh, it killed mid. It killed mid. Gotcha.
Or maybe. Nothing to say. Ooh. Nah.
We have too much power. We're abusing it. We're never. Scriff will never want to work with us ever again. He's putting his request now. Never put these idiots on my stream.
He's probably giggling himself, having fun, you know.
Good.
I mean, laning stage. What is it? You know, trading regen, getting last hits, adding a bit of entertainment is what we should be doing. It definitely is a scary mid lane. This Tiny offering kill threat once he's got a level in toss, and Storm Spirit with a 1-1-1 build, very good at chipping away at people. If you get onto towers, you get a big creep wave going. Could see one of these heroes falling, while Jin Q dropping very low. Rebounds in onto the two of them, though, as raises. Now Arme realizes he can't finish anybody off.
Interesting. He kind of chose to just re-engage there. But now level 3. So 2 points in the raises. SF could be in some trouble top, or is he going to get the kill? One more right click on FBZ. Ooh, has the stick. And we'll
And a pretty full wand.
get away.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Ooh.
Jin Q back in the lane. Handing tangos over. Well, Tiny was trying to play under the tower here, but difficult against the Storm Spirit. So 19-7 for nothing to say, taking an upper hand against the Tiny. Well, back up top, Tim's playing forward. Jackie dies bottom as well at the same time. Every lane you look into, there's people rebounding, pouncing, jumping onto targets, and Arme. The stick's there from Tim's again, so it needs another long-range raise to finish the job.
I'm going to be happy with how his lane's going. Has had his CS contested a little bit, but the 2 kills to his name really helping things out a lot. There's Disruptor trying to swoop on in here and get a glimpse back, but doesn't find Jackie's TA.
Oh, I'm wondering, how did that TA die? A Broodmother and a Disruptor. Now glimpsing him back in. I mean, maybe this is how he dies. Insatiable hunger with a chase and that silken bowler on him.
Yeah, that was a cheeky little play from Disruptor, but heads up from Jackie when he TP'd in, not letting himself get glimpsed back to Fana. That would have been an absolute disaster for his game if he got glimpsed there.
Well, this refraction being burnt very quickly. And they've got another glimpse with a Thunder Strike onto Jackie if they want it. And why? Oh, he's out of mana now. That's why we don't see the Thunder Strike, spending it on the kinetic field instead.
Okay.
There's a lot of pressure on Jackie, though. And consistently low HP. The threat of death is always there from LGD.
They're doing everything they can to give this TA a tough time. But for the most part, at least Jackie, despite outside of the death, has managed to get at least a decent amount of farm down here and hasn't been really put into too much pressure. Mid lane, Yopaj, nothing to say, juking it out, and it looks like Yopaj has overstayed his welcome. Nothing to say with the solo kill. He just got the raindrops. Perhaps something that Yopaj wasn't quite anticipating.
Yeah, the raindrops. Oh, that's how close that lane can be. Avalanche toss, nice combo, but Storm Spirit offering so much magical burst.
And he's got a bounty rune to fall back and grab, so he knows with Tiny coming back, he can't survive another combo, so he has to go get a rune and refill his bottle. So really good start for his Storm. Even before that, he was at least slightly ahead on some of these last hits and denies, so having a fantastic mid lane.
Yeah, curious to see what he does next. Oh, look at Y contesting and stealing jungle creeps from Jackie. Scam's going to zone him away, but they can't kill Disruptor.
Coming in to stop Storm to get this 6-minute rune.
Yeah, Avalanche toss on a bushwhack.
6.
Rebound across the Storm, thinking about playing aggressively with the sidekick and the dispose. They kill off the Tim's Hoodwink. Now Yopaj in trouble. No spells left for him. He's got 1 charges, but that's not going to save him. He got the regen rune, then died.
Dude, LGD is just so good. Xingqiu would TP before, like, in anticipation of that. Like, before the fight even broke out, he's like, okay, my Storm's camping this rune. It's going to get contested. I'm going to TP in for this one. And he's just there to turn it around, knowing that Storm can survive the combo.
That's just like wonderfully done. I'm just looking at the CS board. Everyone's got 10 plus denies on these core heroes, 30 last hits. Everyone's farming and denying away from their opponents. Just lane victories all across the board for LGD.
Yeah. It looked like...
What do you reckon...
Go ahead.
What do you reckon the item progression is going to be from this Storm? Because I feel like, you know, we've moved away from the null tally nonsense. Is it Kaya Sanj, Orchid? Like, what?
I feel like it's Kaya Sanj. I think the damage and mana efficiency you get from that combined with the survivability is really nice. Orchid is not the... He's got Kaya queued up. There you go. Just answers some of that question. But, yeah, I think Kaya Sanj, and then you kind of go from there. Maybe Kaya Sanj BKB. But not the best BKB game against TA Death Prophet, so maybe not.
We'll see what he does. TA going to clear out some stacks in the bottom jungle while we see the SF taking down the top jungle. 3,800 net worth for Arme, 2,800 for TA, so a 1,000 gap between the two carries.
Yeah. Same build as last time. Arme going into the Mask of Madness, just playing this kind of very farm-heavy game, letting his team make plays while he just goes from one camp to the next. Likely will fall back to the triangle once he has that Mask of Madness as well.
And if you thought the lanes were bad for Boom already, the tier 1 bottoms dropped to Faith Beyond with a catapult wave there. And this is where the Broodmother really starts to open up. Take control of jungle, accelerate with your farm, keep that bottom lane pressured. And we were asking what the response in the draft was going to be to this Brood, because you need someone that can stop the tier 2 push. Does Tiny just have to sit here?
Yeah, it kind of is only the Tiny who can do so, but he's your playmaker. If it's Tiny sitting bottom, that does not feel good at all. TA doesn't really have the ability to stand up against the Spiderling. Cyblades doesn't get the job done, so it does feel like a really delicate situation for Boom, where if they send Tiny bottom, then they're going to be giving up so much on the map and not have any playmaking whatsoever.
Yeah, and moving in to that mid lane from bottom. Nothing to say, getting bushwhacked, but a glimpse back by Y. Going to drag Yopaj in towards Xingqiu. They've got this sidekick damage going, but the Marcy dropping lower and lower. And a tombstone defensively placed by Skem. It's going to keep LGD away. In the meantime, you know, Y did kill off the Death Prophet, though. As Tiny survives it all.
Imagine how good Brood plus Alchemist would be together. Against Undying, that is. You spawn a bazillion zombies and just farm them all up. Because I'm just like watching like 30 zombies chase after these spiderlings, and my brain just goes to like, oh, where's Alchemist? Like, that's an Alchemist dream right there.
Give him all the money.
No. That's what's missing from the LGD draft. That's the carry here. Ame should have been playing this game. Missed
What could have been? What could have been? Yeah, why is he playing SF? Why did they first pick SF for him? Oh, he's got 5,000 net worth, that's why.
I thought LGD were a fun team.
Nah, too serious. I didn't have enough time to think about the Alchemist. They had a level 3 draft penalty to deal with.
So, Ame farms out the top jungle, then TP's into the triangle. He's got the Mask of Madness. TP's at the perfect time to get the double sec off. Just Ame things. This guy's a beast when it comes to farming efficiency, and he'll be Mask of Madnessing his way through these camps.
Yeah, knows exactly what he needs to do. And FBZ has EXO ready. Would love to get involved and take down this top tier 1, but Boom not really in the position to help him out. And Tiny needs to try farm into this Blink, so he's holding into mid lane, guarded by the Tim's Hoodwink. And it looks like for now it's Skems Undying that's bodyguarding that bottom tier 2 away from Faith Beyond's Brood.
Yeah, the Undying as the response to the Brood. For now, it's just about getting some levels and having somebody down there leeching some golden XP. You don't really want to send your cores down there. The TA much rather be farming safely in the jungle.
Invisibility.
Some good vision down here from LGD as well. Right next to the outpost. Get rid of the sentries of Boom. And nothing to say Invis and lurking top. It looks like FBZ, if he steps too far forward, he's going to get caught by this. Oh, it's dangerous territory to be walking into. The jump. Nothing to say. A little glimpse as FBZ throws the silence out. Spirit Siphon to heal him up and a good bushwhack. Static Storm was just a zoning one, though, as LGD missed the mark on that initiation. But it looks like they forced, a decent rotation. Even a TP cancelled by Scam, realizing there's nothing to do top. May as well just stay down bottom.
Yeah. It's the same kind of look from last time they played SF, where it's like they're running around trying to make plays while Ame just hits his jungle camp. But difference is they're just not quite connecting on some of these kills. We're seeing some of the limitations of Storm as a hero, bit low damage output, Disruptor, just the level 1 Thunderstrike, nothing wrong with the build, but between the two supports and the Storm, they actually don't have that much kill potential. They need to almost be playing around the Brood, I feel like, if they want to get some kills.
Yeah, I do like the change up by the Storm going Witchblade rather than the Kaya. Add a bit more damage. I guess then he can go Witchblade, Kaya Sanj. Yes, Jackie. Oh, that's the TA. For a second, I thought that was the Undying. He's been down there guarding the bottom tower, but Scam leaving his TA alone, and now Ame. Requiem into Glimpse, attempted play. A little mistimed, would have been beautiful if they landed it. But Boom, once again, the hero's on the run.
Still making this move around the T1 tower, and I think that's what you watch LGD, and feels like whenever they make these nice smoke rotations, there's an immediate objective to be grabbed after it. Whereas a lot of other teams, they get in these positions where, okay, they smoke, they maybe even kill a core, but then it's like they just have to run back to their side of the map to keep farming because there's no towers to take. So very heads up as LGD continue to control this entire bottom side of the map with the Brood. Faith Beyond getting close to a Wraith Pack, so their team fight's ramping up quickly, and with Brood SF, they can easily take Roshan as well this game. With the T1 mid tower claimed, it really frees things up a lot for them to make these kind of plays.
Yeah, Boom are still building up a lot of stacks for this TA, though. Dragonlance done, Deso is on its way, slowly but surely. And finally, FBZ gets to use EXO on the top tier 1 tower.
It's a long time before seeing our first EXO.
Yeah. It looked like LGD wanted to defend this. They brought a hero up here. Now 3. A couple of them smoked.
Even just taking a fight with EXO wearing off. If they wait 10 seconds before engaging, this EXO is going to be pretty low. They don't... if they go in Death Proof, they need to kill her before the heal comes in.
And the Static Storm's good. Yep. Try and kill her off before the Ghost return. There it is. Plenty to take down FBZ, guard their tier 1 tower, and maybe even chase for more. Ame just running forward. The rest of his team were shoveling, healing, just waiting on the tower.
Brood keeping this TA out of this bottom lane, out of this bottom jungle. even doing some de-warding with the sentry. And gonna just keep the pressure up. Jackie definitely needs to go back and find those stacks soon. If LGD find these stacks, they'll happily fight over them.
That was well done by Yopaj. He used the illusion rune that was bottled to dodge the glimpse, so it doesn't get dragged back. And now TP's top to toss back Xinkyu. Arme comes in to save the day, though. Gives a target for the rebound. And off they pop.
Jackie's in at the Ancients. I was definitely getting a little bit nervous for Boom, thinking that these Ancients may get sniped if they get scouted out. I think there's a good chance LGD may have tried to take the fight to Boom at those Ancients, but still waiting on that Static Storm to come back up. So for the time being, LGD seem content to just play a bit more passively. Wait around. Army's getting closer and closer to BKB. Level 2 Requiem also going to be online soon. And it's really a bit more pressure on Boom to play. Their draft is meant to be the tempo draft. Like 15 minutes in is ideally when, if their draft kind of was executed correctly, they'd be taking Roshan with a TA Deso and, you know, playing around Tiny's Blink Dagger, but they're just a little bit behind some of these key item timings.
It's also been difficult for Tims to really find a place in this game. And with an Undying, you don't really have a support duo that can roam and smoke together. So it's really going to come down to this blink on Tiny, which is so close. They get the tower kill finally at top, and Yopaj looking for the kill. Marcy, bushwhacked very high up there above the canopy of the tree line, but sniped by Tims. They do get the takedown. And now it's just Yopaj needs to regen mana, get his blink, and start these smoke ganks. The train, it has to begin.
They've got everything they could hope for. I think making a smoke around this mid-tier 1, bringing Death Prophet over with Exorcism, they really should be trying to take either Roshan or the tier 1 mid.
Nothing to say. The blow up potential, but he's at half HP, and maybe with the Ball Lightning 1 charges, gets himself the distance. He's out of there. Not able to kill him off.
No
Too tanky.
Yeah. They needed that little bit of extra damage, but the sharpshooter being on cooldown just costing them.
Yeah, nothing to say. He gets a bottle refill and a salve. So they can hold on to this tier 1 mid.
Oh.
Boom, still in the vicinity though. Like Yopaj is going in behind tier 2. I don't know if he's about to cut a wave or kill a courier, but he's been scouted. They saw the Tiny.
Needs to be careful. Blinks to the side, goes for a TP out. The Storm.
The fear and the vortex. They catch him. Yep. Oh, Yopaj.
Yeah, I think if the Storm didn't catch him, the fear would have. So really heads up from Mame. And Boom. Gonna be a little bit concerned about this game. They're keeping FBZ top. He's got Exum. I think I'd much rather see him kind of linking up with his team around this mid lane, trying to get that tier 1 mid tower. They're also waiting for this TA Deso, which is why they can't just go into the Roshan pit. Perhaps with Deso plus Exorcism, Rosh is an objective. Even though down 9k gold, they will shred through Roshan, but they've got to make sure they're not getting caught in the pit.
Well, they've got to do something drastic and sometime soon. A 9,000 net worth lead here, and it doesn't look like anything's changing from LGD's side. Just a systematic game plan that they're following through on. Get these neutral items up as Arme clears jungle. There's no real objective top for Boom to take with, 2 heroes there, 3 in their own Ancients area. 13-1 odds there I just saw pop up on my screen. I mean, this series has felt like a foregone conclusion, but Boom have more chances this time than they did in game 1. Oh, Yopaj, he's an opportunity here, but the Static Storm and Arme's BKB shredding through the Tiny. With Faith Beyond's arrival, they'll take him down. They don't even lose the Marcy.
Yeah, they've still got Exorcism, but I don't think they can take this fight 3 versus 5. TA's Desolator's online, but without a Blink Dagger or a BKB, you can't really just expect to be able to run in, and LGD will be rewarded with a Roshan and Aegis to play around on Storm, one of the best Aegis carries in the game. Taking it over the Showfin, and they've got a glimpse catch on Skem as well.
And these adorable little spiders. The mechanical spiders just going in, giving vision. They've got high ground observer ward there as well, but LGD building on their lead. Aegis on the Storm now.
It's getting tough to watch. This game, it's definitely not over. Like, I remember you asking, like, last game, like, oh, do you have a chance? And it was very much like, not really. No. But their window to win this game is like now. Yeah, it's they can't afford to make any more slip-ups. Okay, kill them. Why? I mean, that's not the big kill they're looking for, but they need to play, basically from here on out, play this game pretty flawlessly, get a lot of value out of exorcisms, and make all the right moves.
Yeah, it has to be, you know, kill into D-Ward, into kill, into tower, into D-Ward, because the vision here from LGD is spot on. They get rid of one obs down in the bottom jungle, boom, and they move into the triangle now onto Army, the minus armor, and the damage. Another big kill. Can they turn this into the tier 1? Into more vision control? Into another jump maybe onto Xingqiu?
Got level 2 exorcism if they want to use it, but then I think with TA Deso they don't need to use it, and just a great find on the Shadow Fiend. Having that high ground ward and swooping on in and bringing him down. His BKB was 5 seconds from completion, coming back off cooldown, and boom, get themselves a nice find. They're going to take over this mid area of the map, and as you said, if they can get some kind of vision control around this area to set future kills, that would be huge for them.
And they do have a minute and a half on that observer ward that spotted out nothing to say in the top jungle.
They're currently being scouted though. They've just walked past an observer in the river, unfortunately.
And the Spiderlings are Ancients as well. Seeing them coming, Yopaj does get the jump on the Storm. Aegis in hand. Gonna be claimed up by Boom. And LGD, see how quickly they sprint forward. The hasted Marcy. Yule's on the Death Prophet. LGD resetting, but they're just gonna glimpse back FBZ here. Unleashed from the Xingqiu Marcy. Trying to batter into him, but a toss back play from Yopaj, saving the day. Boom. With some great slick moves here. A little bit of outplays over LGD here.
Yeah, they're making these right moves. We talked about how from here on out, this is their timing, and they've got to, you know, be taking fights, going for ganks, and looking to play into LGD. They can't just play keep away and try and farm. 5-man smoke. They're looking for their next move. They've got to keep playing aggressive. They're going to see the Storm TP bottom, so they know LGD is split up. They know this SF could just be mincemeat here.
Yeah, there it is, the jump. Arme, bushwhack, chain stun, dead again. No chance to BKB. And Xingqiu's Marcy, another one. Oh, it's getting interesting now. No longer a foregone conclusion. FBZ gets the Yule's cancel on the TP of Y. Chasing him in, forcing a static storm, killing the hero, and looking for the courier as well. Another one, a target for Boom. But what's next? There's no Roshan. There's no chance to go tier 2. Where do they go?
I think you kind of fall back and farm a little bit, wait to try find where the next pickoffs are going to be, but just shove out some lanes, farm some jungle camps, try and regain some vision control, because there's some cliff wards from LGD, so they'll get the de-warding off, and I think they're doing everything right for the time being. They're coming back, they're clawing their way into this game, and they also stole the gem, which is going to allow them to kind of win this vision battle. Well, maybe not win it, but at least kind of compete with it, because they're still up against the Spiderlings. And given that they don't have this easy access to scouting, having Wise Gem for free is huge for Boom.
How many smokes have they got? Just one after the other, after the other. Looks like they've kind of run out, but they've got the Storm Spirit all caught up again. Shackled to the trees and nothing to say, dead for 45 seconds. A key moment now, if they can get a kill on a Broodmother in particular, gives them the map space they need, because Faithbian has been such a pest with these Spiderlings.
He just seems to be the one player that cannot be caught with how he's moving around the map, playing in his webs and playing away from Boom. They've also got Wise Disruptor once again, from kill to kill. Boom!
Yeah, finding every pickoff they need.
This is an absolutely explosive couple of minutes here. Boom have completely turned this game around, and if they can keep on doing this and secure next Roshan, all of a sudden this will be an entirely different game.
Yeah, from 10k lead to 5k. Let's see if they can bridge the gap even further. Take the outpost back in the bottom jungle. They've got a couple of wards to play around now. And most importantly, that high ground one still up near the Dire Ancients. And a tier 1 bottom looks like that's the target of choice. Faithbian trying to defend it. He's got Assault Cuirass, Wraith Pact. But the rest of LGD, they're grouping up mid-tier 2 for a smoke play of their own. Time to fight back. They've given up a lot of ground here to Boom. Let's see if LGD can reclaim it.
Yeah, they just got to stop getting jumped. Like, they're getting jumped and not getting BKBs off. They want to be the ones starting
the Storm. Tiny is in on the Disruptor, and the 2 supports being blown up. But they've got the catch on the Tim's Hoodwink. Nothing to say, but there's BKB getting back out of danger now, though, as Arme just didn't have a chance to join the fight.
Boom! On, though.
They're on the hunt. They want to catch the Shadow Fiend, but he turns with some big hits. Takes down the DP, and Jackie next up. 4 down for Boom. What looked like a decent fight for them just turns on its head.
Even the chase, in my mind, I was like, yeah, keep going. They just use their BKBs, but SF was just baiting them on the high ground with a perfect Requiem. Blows up the Death Prophet during Exorcism because the rest of the Boom heroes were getting feared. And PSG LGD showing that even with not the perfect start to that fight. They were able to bait Boom in, and they kind of know Boom just want to keep on fighting. That's kind of what their draft has to do, and they use that information and take it for their own advantage with that little high ground bait.
Yeah, a lot of damage there from the Shadow Fiend. 4,500. Half of what the entirety of the Dire team did. 2,000 net worth swing as well, so it brings it back up to 10k for LGD. As Faith Beyond gets scouted, but Tiny makes the jump on the Disruptor instead. Yopaj not committing for it though. Realizing that LGD could be just around the corner here.
Almost looked like he thought, why broke the smoke on Disruptor? Because Faith Beyond perhaps was standing on some trees, so may not have quite realized that there was a Brood on top of him.
These spiderlings, these bloody spiderlings, they're everywhere.
Storm TPing in. LGD want to hold this outpost and take another fight. As long as they've got vision and high ground advantage, the key thing is, yeah, just get these BKBs off. Don't let Tiny get a jump on someone and kill a SF or a Storm before they get BKB out.
And TA not going to go for the blink or finish the pike yet. Jackie opting for the MKB next, so going raw damage on this Templar Assassin. I guess against the Silken Bowler, that's always going to help as well. Very irritating spell once your BKB is down, having that a huge miss percentage chance.
For Boom, I think they need to be thinking about when that next smoke is up. When can we make another play? They've got the gem still on the Undying. He's the one hero who didn't die last fight, so fortunately for them, they still get to play around this. But you can see, look at the mini-map. The Spiderlings are just everywhere. They're just littered around, scouting out the entire map, it feels like.
Yeah, they see Scam.
Oh, that's the
They'll
gem.
make the jump, cancel the TP out, claim the gem, and even kill off Scam's courier as well.
That's the Spiderling vision. That's such a big part about why these summon heroes are so popular in this meta.
Faith Beyond straight onto the tier 2 mid. FBZ getting kicked out of the lane and holding his high ground. Cutting wave top to make sure there's no hardcore push on the tier 2 up there either.
Dire's top tower
Are they thinking about high ground here? With no Aegis?
is under attack.
No creep wave?
Thinking about, but quickly being... Oh, are they being shut down?
Storm is found Yopaj. He's got a blink dagger.
Oh, no,
Cancelled. The timing there, but a toss back.
Yeah.
Gets him away. It looked like Y was TPing bottom. Did someone cancel it, or did he?
I think LGD need to get the hell out of mid lane now with Tiny getting out of there. He's TP'd home, healed up, ready to fight mid, and if they take this fight, there's no Storm. So LGD, I think, rightfully recognized. Time to back off, wait for Roshan. Boom do have TA traps, so they'll know this Rosh is alive, and they're charging forward. They want to fight knowing that Storm is elsewhere.
Tiny's in, tosses back one. Tim's healed up by the Soul Rip, but Xingqiu focused by the Templar Assassin, while FBZ got to be careful of this Shadow Fiend damage, and Tiny trapped inside the Static Storm, and he's slowed down to a crawl and picked off. The damage was enough from the SF, launching it from the high ground, and FBZ's walked back into potentially death himself. Glimmer caved up for the meantime, but the fade time wasn't fast enough.
Man, SF just hitting his stride and causing all kinds of problems. They win that fight. Storm does nothing. He's just walking on over. That was a 4v5, and again, highlighting how important playing around your vision in these high grounds is. LGG just not letting Boom Esports get a clean engagement. The toss back just not quite enough, and even though Tim survives on a sliver of health there, it's just not enough for Boom to turn the fight.
And even with Roshan alive, LGD feeling the pace of this game is set at which they can go high ground and take a tier 3. May not commit for the barracks though. There's a double damage rune that spawned down at bottom, and that's a great opportunity to walk into the pit.
See if Storm passes the bottle over. Yep, SF's going to have that. May not even need it for the Rosh itself, but if a team fight breaks out, which it looks like Boom is going to be running at LGD, wanting to make sure that they need to win a fight now and get Roshan. That is Boom's win condition this game.
And pick off whoever they can find. Yep. Oh, Scam. He glimmers up to high ground, but they're being scouted. Smoke broken, vision given, and Xingqiu with Arme. They see Scam there. He's all alone. 2 quick hits from Arme clears him up, while the Tiny, aiming Disruptor, doesn't have the same luxury of blowing up a support. Now caught out by the Storm and dragged back with a glimpse. 50 seconds without a Tiny gives a free Roshan to LGD here.
Did finish off the support with the tree toss, but he's not going to feel great about that one. Just desperation times for Boom, and unfortunately not being able to contest Roshan means SF gets the Aegis plus the free shard, and this time around giving the Aegis to SF I think makes it pretty clear that LGD's intentions is just to try and force the high ground with Shadow Fiend. He's the building sieger, so giving the Aegis to the hero that's going to be plopping himself on the high ground to take these lanes of Rax.
And only one outer tower separates them from going back up there again. Nothing to say, he's pushed out the mid lane, so that will crash upon the Radiant base. And Armate, a few seconds left of the DD. Just going to kill some creeps on his way towards the tier 3. A little tentative, though, even with Spiderlings going up to scout them out. Oh, look at what they're doing. Spiderlings on top of SF.
Yeah, that's so cool. It's actually so smart. You've got to clear them if you want to toss in. Like, he's high ground.
Like,
yeah, I don't know.
Tiny has to, like, tree toss the spiders first. Some good bushwhacks coming in from Tims. Yeah.
Even though SF has Aegis, like, he's the one you still want to toss in. Like, toss him in and try kill him twice.
And Storm, knowing where that Hoodwink was, goes in deep with Zincu there. They'll grab in onto this DP, and the amount of damage they've got from Shadow Fiend and Marcy. Short work made of her. The toss there, it's on a creep. Yopaj doesn't get the target he desired. And LGD, they can swing it towards mid, get this second lane of barracks, it looks like.
Building's just melting. The minus armor from the AC plus the presence adding up significantly. Faith Beyond just going to BKB, making sure he doesn't get tossed back in or anything, and they'll go from mid lane to bottom lane with a glimpse back. Yopaj may just die.
Hey, he's straight up dead. With no buyback on him. DP and the Hoodwink gone. The Tims will spend his buyback to try and defend this final lane of barracks. But LGD, they're in 5th gear now. Day 3 of the group stage, they are showing up and look unstoppable. Boom, not standing a chance. And even with some cool plays in the mid game to chain smokes together, they are losing their base. The foundation has been shaken, and Armate, he's taken down the TA now. No buyback on Jackie. A Yules from FBZ will buy a little bit of time with his BKB up, but it's all over. A 2-0 victory in about 50 minutes here. First game was 25 odd minutes, 31 for LGD in game 2. Straightforward victory.
A better game 2, and I think a game 2 where I still got to, I don't think Boom get outdrafted this game. Game 1, the draft was a disaster. This time around, it's just pure outplay, out execution. Individually, like, nothing to say. Mid was outplaying Yopaj, was making all the right... That top rune play where they bring in Zincu as well was super clever from LGD. And for Boom, losing that top lane also meant, like, we didn't see an Exorcism until way too late. Typical Death Prophet game, you want to be going from, like, tower to tower every time Exorcism is up, and it just didn't really feel like we felt the presence of FBZ this game.
Yeah, we've seen these DPs like 6-7 minutes in, just like going to mid tier 1, getting that first, trying to kill off the enemy safe lane tower, but it was like 10 minutes before we saw that Exo and any real pressure coming out of Boom. And they did a good job guarding stacks and defending Ancients for Jackie to get farmed. But this Arme Shadow Fiend, we just saw there how powerful he was with the amount of gold and net worth he built up. I mean, this was the sequence of events, though, where Boom, they started to have a comeback.
Yeah, there was just pickoff after pickoff. They kept killing these cores and, bring down an SF before it could BKB. Then they went over and killed the Storm as well. But it was kind of just that, some pickoffs here and there. And once LGD, I think we're like, okay, let's lock in. Let's group up as 5, play around smokes, play around the Spiderling vision. Faith Beyond did an amazing job of kind of guaranteeing that they could either find pickoffs or that every single team fight went their way with the vision that his spiders could provide.
I mean, are we having another TI here where Broodmother is going to be the cheese pick of the draft? Because we've had a couple of teams now, OG grabbing it for Yuragi, a surprise pick there. Yep. And I think this is the first Broodmother game of the tournament for Faith Beyond, even though we've known he can play it.
Yeah, it feels like a really strong hero. And it's less of a cheese pick nowadays, I would say, in Brood's defense at least. But I think, if anything, the cheesiest part is just the summons scouting everything out. Like, these scouting summon heroes just feel incredibly powerful because of how good everyone is at Dota and how important vision is.
Yeah, you catch a glimpse of a hero, and with a disruptor on your team, it feels so good getting these glimpses, or even the Storm Spirit, and closing in onto people. Yeah, LGD with a spectacular 2-0 victory here over Boom. I mean, that almost seals Boom's fate down at the bottom of the group, unfortunately.
Yes, they are definitely in for a rough one. They're 3-11, I believe now. BetBoom and Sonics are playing each other, so one of those, well, both, there's going to be 2 wins being dished out to teams down there with them, as we see how MVP Ame. Second game on Shadow Fiend, a bit disappointing that he's not playing another unique hero, but he absolutely delivered this game. His damage output in these fights was phenomenal, and for LGD, it felt pretty clinical this game.
Yeah, very, very straightforward stuff for them, looking to secure that upper bracket for themselves. As that rounds things up for me and Gods today. We've had 3 pretty fun, entertaining series, but there's more Dota 2 coming. Don't forget, plenty more on the way for you here on the B stream. Talon against Fnatic and Liquid versus Boom coming up in a short while, as we'll head to a break and return with Seek and Strike and Pile I Die.
With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Here we go. We are now back and live for our next day of group stage. Welcome back. We are going to have a C matchup here now, Pi, as we're now going to be back over from the C stream over to the B stream to close out our day.
Yep. We have Fnatic fighting for upper brackets, already there for now, and Talon desperately clawing for like any hope. Yes, they. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah, I think you would say that they definitely need to pick up at least 1 point here, preferably two, to stand a chance at making it through.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Fnatic, though, I think definitely carrying a lot of the C region right now, especially with Boom, I believe, just taking a 2-0 over on another stream. It's been a bit rough for them. We'll go ahead and take a look at the Fnatic boys. Why not before we get underway with our draft and just get a refresher of what they look like, because they've looked amazing, and even having some really clutch main stage moments at ESL One Genting, and of course. Maybe we'll watch that intro later. But for now, the draft already live and underway, and lots of attention being paid to the offlane, even from Fnatic, as well as Talon. The Doom first phase ban here by Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's one of the few heroes that Talon's had success with. We've seen a few Visages. We've seen Enigma. They won a few games with too. But Fnatic just played a series versus Aster, where Enigma basically carried them in 2 games, 60-minute games. So Talon don't want to deal with that, so they just ban it out.
Yeah, I think it was Talon, right, when we saw them go for the Ag Scepter on the Doom, right, for KP. And that ended up being really good. It seems like it's kind of the only solution to a late game Enigma if you're not going to run a silencer. Going for that AoE self-doom and then just kind of running into Black Hole.
Yeah, no, that definitely works. I mean, it's also just nice versus everyone just buys the Lincolns, right? And can kind of get around that.
That's
through,
right.
Through Aghanim. Okay, Q still with a smile on his face. Dire circumstances, but
spirits are high.
Yeah, not completely crushed.
Certainly going to be, I think, helping them out as they head into their next match. For Talon, of course, they just got 2-0'd by, well, actually, SA is just taking a tour on them recently, haven't they? Yesterday, they finished up their day with a 2-0 after Thunder took them down. And then Beast Coast as well was their first match about a couple of hours ago. It was also a 2-0 against them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, as I said earlier, Talon, they need to get any points they can right now. I think they have 6 games left, but like including these. So what would I say? I think you need absolutely a minimum of 4 to get tiebreakers and probably 6 to be safe, right? Like 6 wins in total, something like that. I mean, we'll see how it turns out, but because there are more teams now. So generally to hit the upper bracket, you used to need like 10 wins. Maybe it's more now, or maybe it's like around the same.
It'd be probably around 12, right? If you can assume. Just, you add another round robin best of 2.
Yeah, 10 or 11, right?
Everything kind of shakes out quite similarly. Fnatic, that's out of reach for them in this match, right? It's well out of reach for Talon here as well. Fnatic with 7 wins, but certainly sitting very pretty here, equalizing with Secret and Spirit, as well as Thunder, actually. It's a 4-way tie currently for 3rd place.
Yeah. Now everyone, like, obviously everyone wants to win, but now you can, like, have a clear picture of what these losses and wins will entail, so...
Yep. Those big old cross tables on Liquipedia starting to fill up by the second. That nice little patchwork. And, well, our draft as well is filling out as we can take a look now at the first phase completed. Fnatic here on Radiant side with last pick here, which means that they got the Undying Tiny, while Talon go for a Nyx Assassin and then 8th pick that Lesh, pardon.
Yeah, the only notable hero skipped here seems to be Primal Beast.
All right.
Otherwise, we see the usual suspects. Undying popping up. And I mean, Nyx is also becoming more and more popular, right? Just like a very strong hero. Just very tanky. Has a super nice stun, and then he has these obnoxious, like, you think you're safe farming, right? But the Nyx is just following you around, and here they come, and you get picked off.
Yeah, he certainly feels amazing in the mid game, but he does feel a little bit lackluster versus Undying at times. You know, pretty meager base damage. I think like 49 or less than 50. Decent armor, but of course when he's missing HP, he's easily out traded. Never feels too great.
Yeah, I mean, at least he has very good HP regen, high armor,
Right.
so like you can pull around creeps. You can try to be a little cheesy. So. And then together with, like, if they run this as an offlane, right, Nyx Leshrac, like, eventually when Leshdar's hitting level 3-4, the Undying has to play a little more scared. Like, just an Impale into stun, then either Edict or Lightning to chase him down will be enough.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious, actually, about that Primal note. I was taking the last couple seconds here to look at both of the heroes, or sorry, both the teams' drafts. And a hero, that Primal Beast, that both teams have played once, but they've lost with. Talon actually using it twice, but losing with it twice. So I don't know if it's so likely to be contested between these two teams. It seems like they haven't found a lot of success with it earlier on in the group stage and are kind of just sticking with what works for now.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Doesn't seem to be unbeatable, but earlier when we were casting, for example, EG, and I think there was one other team, they made it look really strong. I feel like it's especially strong from first pick. I think... did we see it with Sonics? They picked the first pick one game, right?
They did, yeah. I distinctly remember MSS onslaughting into a Schem Disruptor a couple times that game. So yeah, looked decent. And speaking of looking decent, here's a hero that I think we're going to see a little bit more of here as the group stage winds down, or begins to wind down. It's going to be that Pangolier. He's been quite the popular pick lately.
Yeah, solid laner. He has a few, like, there are a few of these matchups with popular heroes that he doesn't fare too well in. Like, Leshrac is one of them. Lesh usually gets a very free game, but then you have these Shadow Fiends, Linas, even Sniper, where he can definitely suffer in the lane. But he always has his little Rolling Thunder. He has 2 spells to nuke at waves to farm, so you usually catch up.
Just kind of looking here, kind of incredibly, this Pango all of a sudden in the group stage has leapt to the 5th most contested hero. He's just behind Shadow Fiend and actually just ahead of Morphlane here, just to give you a kind of an idea of how often he's appearing in these drafts.
Yeah, I mean, an interesting part of this draft right now is Shadow Fiend, Sniper, and Lina are all banned out. So all these obnoxious ranged heroes are gone. So it definitely makes it more comfortable to pick this Pango. And it does help the Leshrac because he doesn't enjoy playing against them either.
So Talon here going to get a chance to respond with 2 of their own picks here. Still have some flexibility in the Slash, but I'm not sure here what they're going to want to reveal.
Yeah, what have we been seeing versus Pango? Like an old counter, like the Bloodseeker casually banned out, so that is gone. Otherwise, it's quite hard to find like real good, especially core heroes to deal with this Pango. Everything is kind of banned out.
Yeah, there's a core hero that'll deal with him decently, right?
Yeah, sure.
It'll stun him up and perhaps allow your team to reposition and kind of ruin what would be a team fight winning Rolling Thunder. Does kind of take over the map a little bit. Pango has some counterplay, right? Because, I don't know, with a Maelstrom or Diffusal, he can get a bit of extra damage there and clear the summons, but I still like the pick overall.
Yep, I know, I like it too. And because the Leshrac, like they expect the Pango to go mid. And they banned out like the hardest counters for Leshrac mid, so I don't see why they can't just put this Lesh mid at this point.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it at this stage. Almost Talon are going to run some carry with this Lesh, and, well, maybe keeping that a bit up in the air, but I tend to agree with you. I think Lesh mid here is looking just fine.
And they're also denying the Eng pick here. They don't want to play Beastmaster into Eng, so it's a fine hero for them to pick up, so they just grab it.
And I feel like that's actually pretty important, right? Because right now Fnatic are only showing the Undying likely in that safe lane. So this ensures that at least Beastmaster for now is not going to be shoehorned into going either for Axes immediately, or, you know, he has the option of playing into Boris, really, which I think is a little bit more preferred for Beastmasters.
For sure. And Eng is also kind of good versus a lot of these Illusion heroes. Like not that good versus Phantom Lancer, but she's especially versus Terrorblade, she's really good. Like stealing this farming illusion is huge. And versus Naga, she's okay.
It ain't bad at all. Yeah, that's a very good point. And we're seeing a little bit more of the Illusion Heroes breakout. You and I haven't seen a lot of TB today, maybe in the banning phase a couple of times for sure. But the Naga stocks are going up, certainly. Still with only 18 picks, but almost twice as many bans already in the group stage. And that one's felt a bit more recent too. Another hero that's I think popped up on a lot of teams rather. Radar is this Broodmother. I don't think there's room for her in the draft right now, but I just want to get that one ahead, or get that one out. That hero's looking fairly good.
Yeah. No, I mean I don't think it's that bad of a pick here, to be honest. If you're Fnatic, maybe you would wait for last pick. But yeah, they go with the Terrorblade. Kind of makes sense. He's both good and bad versus Leshrac, right? Like if you get up to Skadi BKB, you're quite strong. But Lesh has a lot of timings on him where you can kind of run him down with Pulse Nova. And if you're ahead in farm, like even going the Axe with the Nihilism, it can be hard to deal with, but definitely goes both ways.
Yeah, that it does. Right now, Talon, I think maybe just lacking a little bit of team fight. No lack of damage, I would say, and single target control is phenomenal. Maybe they can rely on Q to line up some amazing impels. We've had already a couple of MVP impels this tournament out from the Nyx Assassins we've seen.
Yeah, no, I think it's an important point to bring up about the team fight. They definitely have way smoother team fight on Fnatic, right? Like just Fat Tombstone, they got a Rolling Thunder, and then they have their casual initiate there with Tiny. He's obviously going to need Dagger, but nice part is he has the Pango to initiate for him earlier. Like, it's not the best to just roll at them, but early game, it kind of works.
Yeah, it's good enough, right? Especially when, like, Lesh isn't going to be, well, he can't burst you in time, and Ench and Beastmaster, the best they could do is just roar and run away. R&R, of course, as everyone says, roar and run. What was I going to say here? Oh, but the thing I do really like about this Fnatic lineup right now, or sorry, make that Talon's lineup, is their vision game is, like, impeccable, right? Not only do you have Enchantress to, like, break smokes and be super annoying up front, Nyx can do it as well, and he can also go invis under Vendetta and go scouting ahead. You have Hawks as well from Beastmaster and other summons, eventually probably, of course, that Helm too. So that's a really, really big point here in favor of Talon for me personally.
Yeah, it's nice for sure. I mean, and that's also another good reason for Fnatic to pick this Terrorblade, so they can push out some waves without endangering heroes. Just send those solutions out and get those waves going. But that's also where the Ench comes in. She can steal those solutions. Leshrac quickly clears them up, so probably quite a balanced game here.
I'd say so as well. Fnatic probably a little bit faster on bursting these heroes, especially if DJ, I assume, here on the Tiny does get that Blink Dagger up in decent timing. If this is going to be like Armel on the mid lane Pangolier, he swashbuckles on in with even just a Diffusal, and he's getting really a lot of burst damage into heroes.
I think this Brood shout-out might turn out to be correct for you. It depends on the carry, of course, but if Talon get a carry that's not good against Brood here, I'm pretty sure that Jabs plays it, and they might pick it up.
So what's the thought process there? Because I'm seeing like a Lesh, right? I'm not super keen on my Brood matchups, honestly. I'm a little bit afraid of spiders, so I can't stand to look at her Dota buff page. But, you know, Lesh, I mentioned clear spiders. Obviously, that's not the laning matchup, but is it just that like Beastmaster can't fight versus a million spiders? Ench doesn't do anything if she takes a single spider? Just feels good?
Yeah, I think the lane feels really good. Like, if the lane feels really good, you're fine. Because you're going to build Wraith Pact and Pipe, and that basically would counter all the damage that Talon bring for a long time, and you can let your other heroes like farm up or just go end the game with them. So I think a hero like that should be interesting for them.
And Talon have banned out two kind of snowball-y offlane heroes, the Viper especially. Visage, which maybe you and I are still a little bit on the fence on, even after we did see Leslie win a game with it earlier.
Yeah.
Also kind of in the same boat. So maybe Broodmother as well could fit that bill.
No, I like it, but okay, last pick Primal. Okay. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, and that for Fnatic. Let's see, they last played it yesterday versus Entity and lost. And I think that's right now the only Primal Beast game I can see for them. They did pick it. Fnatic, one of a few teams playing in this TI that participated in the BTS Pro Series right before the tournament began. And they were playing it there a little bit. So maybe they were just saving this strat for some more important games. As you say, 10, 11, 12 games is where you want to be at to try and secure upper bracket berth.
Yeah. And I think it's a deceptively good matchup versus Slark, where you think you can leap away, but obviously he has chargers after you, right? And early game here, you used this trample just does way too much damage. And we've seen Enches also go up against this. Like you can't until you get like level 2 or 3 heal. Like I'm pretty sure you're just dying way too fast.
I think so. Yeah, especially and she's just going to get taken for a walk, and that's not a walk she's ever going to be able to recover from there. I will say, like, the one thing I have on Fnatic's lineup is that I think they're a bit dependent on either DJ and probably Armel early to really get vision and start these fights a bit easier. So that'll be like Blink for Tiny, and depending on what Armel wants to go for this game, right? Because Talon, again, like, you know, if 23 Savage is ever under a ward, he's going to know Shadow Dance, right? If you're trying to sneak up on them with like a Primal Onslaught, they're going to know. They're going to hear it, and they might even see you come in with an Nyx Vendetta or something like the Hawk. So I do think getting the jump is going to be slightly difficult, at least until like a gem is online for Fnatic. But yeah, I do like the last pick Primal quite a bit for Fnatic here.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. But for a long time, maybe the Onslaught, even hearing the sound, maybe you're there fast enough, you know? Just charge up, grab this Leshrac. At the same time, they have this Roar, so like when anyone goes in, they will get Roar, they have Impale, so they have some decent answers. I'm interested to see how they do here. Because especially the offlane with Primal Tiny, like I'm not sure how well they should do versus Slark Ench, so very curious what happens there.
Absolutely, here. We'll be jumping in game. Thank you, Pi, for that analysis as we'll be getting into game here. Very excited for the C matchup. Of course, for Fnatic, things looking a little bit better for them in this group stage so far, but Talent desperately needed some wins.
Yes. Okay, let's see. How do they lane this? Do they put the Nyx with the Beast? Or are they putting the Ench with the Beast? Enchantress is already, she's an offlane, but she might just be warding. Or the skilling Impetus. No hesitation.
What's that, bro? Oh, it's there. Unfortunately, I don't understand. But the friendly bit of banter, I would imagine here.
Yeah, I hope so. Hope he's not just flaming him.
Yeah, me too. Couple of tips either way, back and forth. I'm sure are they going to confirm or deny that? But yeah, we'll be taking a look here as the match now getting underway.
Is this the most Thai players ever in a TI? Or was last year also both Jabs and 23 Savage here?
I'm not sure, actually. To be completely honest with you, I've never paid too much attention to the kind of international representation of Dota.
Yeah,
that's not necessarily true. I know there's a lot of Peruvians at this year. So
yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. I think it's the most out of any nationality, with China coming number 2, or China is still number 1.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think they might just outnumber them. You know, maybe I don't know. I guess if you only count players, yeah, it'll be close. It'll be close there.
Okay, so they strengthen up their offlane here with the Ench, and Hanuel went he went Boots. So this might work out for them. Like this Beastmaster Enchantress will be very strong. Right. But that makes them a little weaker top right with just this Nyx Assassin trying to fight Tiny and Primal.
Yeah, this Undying hero, he doesn't really like facing these kind of very fast, slippery heroes that can just kind of poke him from range. This and Marana are particularly annoying matchups, right, for an Undying.
Yep. With the boots, at least he's not getting kited.
That's true. That is very true. Unfortunately, though, unlike like having a Morphlane in lane, you can't really go for like a Decay, Soul Rip, Adaptive Strike to attempt to nuke. That's tough, right?
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage, but...
He's fine. That's an early and, in fact, a level 1, in essence, chip. Look at this, already up to 33 bonus agility. Whew.
Yeah.
More than a DD rune temporarily here for the Slark. Lovely base stats, and of course, stealing Agi from poor Tiny is doesn't leave him with a whole lot to go around, does it?
No, for sure.
How do you even steal any from this guy? That's Zero Agi hero, and yet it's created from nothing. Dota doesn't follow the law of conservation of mass and energy.
I'm pretty sure there are a few heroes that break that. Break the universe even.
Yeah, no, that's very true. Some very powerful entities here. And here's what you're talking about, right? You can see kind of Jabs just taking 23 Savage for a bit of a walk and some very decent damage done for what is only 90 mana. Very efficient there.
DJ pulling the wave into the camp. Kind of farming for them. I think, yeah, this might end up good, but 23 Savage is getting a decently sized wave behind the tower here, so... Yeah, don't know how the equilibrium will end up.
And a nice rotation there. Johnuel is going to rotate mid. That's why Amaral tips him, as it's going to be a bottle rune, sorry, a water rune denied from Mikoto. Picked up there by the Undying.
No, that's huge. Might even let the Pango go even, or possibly even win this lane, like off of those type of rotations.
Yeah. Now, of course, without Mikoto being able to freely harass Lightning Storm, he has to use it much more carefully for CS. It'll be a bit easier for him, right, to sustain through this.
Yeah.
You can see Mikoto even having a bit of a rougher time there. What's he about to get delivered? Oh, nothing. Oh, a stick, sorry. A stick and maybe a
little clarity,
yeah. I say, his core, you're just coming out to say hello, like an emotional support core here. There's Raven popping the meta down bottom. I don't know how much fighting he's reasonably
Look
going to be
top
able to
lane
do this
here,
with.
though.
Yeah, and Mikoto nearly dead middle as well, as 23 Savage is getting walked down. A couple right clicks from Jabs, not nearly enough.
Yeah.
It's Hugh and DJ kind of skirmishing and pulling waves that almost led to that. But it's going to be Mikoto who has to make the walk of shame back home here already. He's got a TP scroll, so it's not walk of shame back to the lane, but it's certainly a bit painful for him.
Yeah, but you can see that there's just a huge impact, the butterfly effect from Undying going and picking up that 2-minute rune.
Really nicely done. That's why it always makes a big difference, right, to go for these creep pull shenanigans, to skip a wave, to pull, right? Like, it all butterflies from there, right? If a support's able to make that kind of move and make sure that his Undying, or sorry, make sure that his TP doesn't get dove while he's gone, like, it's huge. You can really shift the outcome of a game here.
Yeah, for sure. At this time, though, Hyde refuses to give him.
Nope.
He protects this water rune this time.
That'll be good here. Armel will have to take a lot of damage. And, oh, nice little Satyr Mind Steal a mana burn. One of the more annoying creeps, even though, it, you know, of all the things to get nerfed in the most recent patch, I think the neutrals got pretty heavy nerfs. This one especially. He used to burn like 100 mana every time. Yeah.
Now they did some, like 2 times his intelligence, like some more like the Nyx mana burn.
Exactly. Which is probably fairly bonkers later on, but for now, it's it ain't nothing.
Yeah.
DJ is going to get pounced top lane. And he'll get walked a bit here. 23 Savage without brown boots shouldn't be able to keep up, and he'd have to wait 10 seconds for another pounce. But
he's going for him.
Yeah, there's going to be a trample, a couple of mangoes exchange, as there's going to be the Dark Pact for
Very nice
but
toss.
Savage, he's going to die.
Yeah. No, so, yeah, he gets stunned by the Carapace, right? But doesn't matter, because when he's stunned, he's in the air flying towards him. Quite spooky. You have to admire Tiny's strength too, being able to lift this big boy.
Yeah, certainly. It's a lot of, it's all about muscle mass, you know.
Yeah.
Tiny right now, just a short king, but you know, you can't discount him.
For sure. DJ just snipes a little courier there.
Bottom though, it's Hyde, who is kiting out Johnuel, and with, my goodness, 12 decay, 380 maximum HP. Look at how quickly that self heals him.
Very nice.
Yeah, nice job though, Hyde. That is a Tombstone forced out for that, and they won't get a kill.
Yep, it's all good. I mean, Terribly is doing fine, but KP is getting, I'm pretty sure, he's getting
and Jabs.
Very good farm. Jabs?
Yeah, maybe no. He's lacks mana there to secure the kill. Although, without a lot of regen left on this Nyx Assassin, that might be even better than a kill. It should send him home.
Yeah, I mean, you can look though, this Nyx Assassin has gotten a lot of farm since they've been splitting waves and stuff, so he already has Tranquil Boots. 1.5k net worth. So he's feeling, even though Savage is suffering a bit, the Nyx Assassin is very happy.
Those Tranquils do make a big difference. Yeah, he's able to stick around in line. I didn't notice the Tranquils in his inventory, and then I went, why is this regen so high? Yes, 20 HP a second. Right back to fighting here.
Yeah. Okay, level 5 now on Primal, so this trample is going to deal some serious damage. So manning up for the Slark might not be an option. But we have to say, still, the effect from him stealing that rune, like we saw earlier matchups with Leshrac versus Pango, they were very difficult.
Yep.
But now it's completely even. Even Pango being slightly ahead here.
And Raven is maybe starting to struggle ever so slightly in this lane. He's having to face about the wrath of half the jungle here as John is going to be forced back here by that Hurricane creep, the Wild Wing Ripper. Yeah, down he goes.
There's Roar now too,
Yeah.
so it's kind of scary.
And this is even before KP has Hummel the Dominator. It'll get worse down here.
Yeah. Oh, it's a very good creep there, the Dark Troll Summoner. Like, generally versus Terrorblade though, you want that Satyr creep or Hellbear Smasher for some added magic damage, but I think this Dark Troll Summoner is huge.
I mean,
It's a lot of damage.
Plus 6 damage to everything. Yeah, plus 3 for, plus 2 for each Skelly, which it spawns 3. And with a bunch of summons, that's going to be a lot.
Yeah, because Raven, no point in Sunder, so if he picks up that creep and roars him, I don't see how he lives.
Fnatic, their smoke is going to be broken here. They're going to be a little bit disturbed there by Hyde being in position. Maybe we're hoping not to get a kill onto KP before he can get the roar off. But now the Helm is active and ready to take a creep.
No, very good play there. Tanking that smoke is huge. Like, if that's where you don't want to die with Beastmaster, when you're just about to like pop off.
And here's the power rune as well for Armel. He's got himself an illusion rune. I think you've shown me there's more to this rune than just, I don't know, dispelling a slow or something like that. It could very well make the difference between being able to fight and not.
Yep. Some games more relevant than others. I mean, it's the most frustrating to see when you're like a silencer, right?
Yeah.
Because then it literally just kills your hero. But okay, he's done with this safe lane. Raven is steeping top.
Yep, and 23 Savage, a good dispel. I thought Jabs was getting a little bit handsy there, reaching for him, and is going to be able to get that Dark Pact away.
Yeah. DG down here. I don't know. Would they TP for him? So I'm pretty sure they're gonna dive him here.
Oh no, the Skellies. Yeah, no armor either. Look at this. I mean, they'll just leave him there to the creeps.
Oh, something. Armel is steeping in there. Still have Roar though.
Oh, he's gonna be able to clear, I think, a lot of the summons here. Didn't get the Dark Troll Summoner itself.
Oof, I would be spooked being down there though. I'm pretty sure he just died to the Roar here.
Yeah, and top lane, Raven's committed the Metamorphosis, so he is pushing at a pretty breakneck pace. There goes Q. He's going to burn the mana. Now it's just a couple of bottle sips and a few wand charges here for Pango's disposal.
Yeah. I feel like I feel like they could have dove him. Now they're giving Fnatic kind of time to set up here.
DJ's back. He's going to get that free bottle, but of course return it for the refill for Armel. And he's very capable of fighting. And of course, we haven't seen a Rolling Thunder yet. So yes, there is a Roar to still counter it. Maybe that's what KP's waiting for. But I thought for sure they were going to go in aggressively, but now seems to be the time. Makoto as well joining the fight. Out comes the Rolling Thunder. No, didn't quite get the cast off, and now the Split Earth and Impale are going to be stacked, but it's a kill. Oh, Makoto, though, is he going to pay the price here? Look at Jabs. The max tramples so much damage with the Phase Boots active.
But I don't know, they're kind of just left here versus all these summons. And
that is true. Now the axe is kind of coming in as Q is going to get off the Spike Carapace. The Impale Stun lines up too, and that's Jabs now falling. John as well TP'd in. They've gotten rid of his Tombstone. Q surviving on nearly no HP. Same could be said of Hyde. And unfortunately for John he is going to take a death. That is 4 dead then underneath the Tier 1 tower for Fnatic Tower. Eventually he's going to go down. They did buy a lot of space and time here for Raven.
Yeah, but...
and they're fighting now for more, this time without a Roar to interrupt. Right in the pinball zone. Hello. Oh, goodness gracious. Just about permastun.
Oh, no, he missed.
Oh, he missed one. But he still had another one. Swashbuckle.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, he missed again. KP. Oh, he's going to get out of here, I think. There's still a hoof stomp as well. Oh, no.
Oh, very unfortunate. But I mean, you're right. They did.
Chanuel, no. Wrong team.
He deserves that tip, honestly. That was way too easy to hit that. But they do keep the tower completely alive. I did not expect that. I thought this was a terrible move by Fnatic, but with the tower being this high HP, like maybe this was good.
Oh, Q, thinking about going in. There's a little bit of a... Actually, did he get... Yeah, he did get the damage block, so I think Armel knows he hit an Invis hero there. Q, not fast enough on the Carapace, but that shield crash buff is going to end. Ench coming on through as well with
so
the Satyr
fast.
Tormentor, but yeah, Armel a bit too speedy there. That was very impressive. Just shows sometimes, these Nyx Assassins, they want to be quote-unquote greedy by getting the attack and the stun in, but, they kind of need both for the kill, being realistic about it.
Yeah, I think he's a little greedy too, getting a pointed mana burn. Like, come on, man. Need more in Carapace. Yeah.
He did. He's been using it to some decent effectiveness, but John Well's going to die.
Look at mid
is
here.
dropped, and Jabs fighting with the Pulverized Raven as well with the Sorry, the Metamorphosis active and a Tombstone to back him up. This is a pretty serious push.
Yeah,
and
it's
it's Talon who have still not yet been able to get that bottom tower. So Beastmaster is away and busy. This is maybe a free tower.
No, I think it is. I mean, that's huge by Hanuel. He just completely sacrifices his life, but he pops ultimate to get that long, like, slow and damage increase. To just so the Leshrac has no way to get out. Just too much slow. Terrorblade just finish him off.
They bring in jabs, and now the map's a bit darker here for Talon. One less point to reinforce to. 23 Savage. He's not got too much more of the map to farm now. A little bit less anyway.
Look at that! Look at that mana burn. How pathetic it is. Burns 71 mana from the Tiny.
I mean, he is not an Intero now, is he? He's not, you know.
Yeah, but look, how many Interiors are there in this game, huh?
You know, that's a fair point.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal, but I don't think mana burn is very good here, especially early.
Yeah, okay, I see that. I see that. Yeah, the second point as well in Carapace is really important, right? It literally doubles the stun duration. Yeah, okay, I see that.
I'm really impressed by this defense that Fnatic did, though. Like, for me, it looked horrible, and like for me, I saw it like immediately, like they were gonna lose that fight. But even losing that fight, it turned out to be quite good for them. Like, they delayed it enough that they got the timing to push mid.
Yep.
Kept the Beastmaster bottom to finish off that tower.
I mean, I wouldn't say it was like a close fight, because obviously Fnatic got absolutely slain on the first time. But, you know, Talon did have their hands full with them, and now Jabs has his hands full of KP. Gets off the Roar onto the Rolling Thunder, but the Avalanche holds him in place. Rolling Thunder resumes, and will drive over his dead body. Going for more now. Wow, that Diffusal Blade reveal here on Tahai doing quite a number.
Oh, he's going to chase him.
Got another swashbuckle, and this time he doesn't miss. He's warmed up already, Tahai.
Yeah, Armel is dominating right now. Yeah, very not good for Beastmaster to die there. Like, he was on a fast track to getting a very nicely timed Helm of the Overlord, but yeah, gets a little too cocky, feels a little too strong, and he just stays too deep.
On Raven, I mean, I think Raven's the biggest winner out of all of this fighting and skirmishing. Gets out of lane mostly unscathed. It was a bit more difficult for him, but he's just been directly on the farm train, and he's been making great use of each one of his metamorphoses. I think this is maybe the first one he'll just use to casually farm a bit faster, maybe on the Ancients when he gets back to his high ground, but the previous two have each gotten a tower in favor of Fnatic, so he's doing a lot of work here on this TB.
Yeah, really no, he's a really good Terrorblade. You can even see the bottom tower for Talon there has taken a little bit of damage. And that was, oh, Jabs. Oh, very aggressive here.
Yeah, a bit too deep, I say. Oh, Warstomp is interrupted, and they actually burned enough mana there on the Centaur Conqueror, so that's going to allow Jabs to leave, and now Armel, OQ found a nice little comfortable pocket for himself. He'll just stay here for a while. Don't mind him. 23 Savage thought about that.
Yeah.
He's immediately out of mana, no way. He's
like, hey. What is that called in American football? They just put the hand in your face and you just...
the stiff arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very apt analogy. For me, I was going to go with 23 Savage and saying, hey, why doesn't my Diffusal Blade do that?
Yeah, but I don't... Yeah, they're not going to let them get this tower for free here, I believe.
This is real good. I mean, look, we clowned, and even actually John Well, right, clowning on Armel for missing a swashbuckle early. But now the Diffusal Blade as well slows this push, right? Makoto doesn't have any mana, even with the Bloodstone.
No, he's owning. I think they'll try to just backdoor it here. They should at least. And Shatterers can...
She's bringing in the creeps.
Middle tower is under attack.
And I had no roll right, so yeah, it looks like they're just gonna let it go. Never know Fnatic though. Suddenly someone just TPs in, and apparently it's good.
That's true. For now, though, they seem a little bit more eager to farm. Raven is holding on to this Metamorphosis, and maybe, just maybe, but still doubtful because of that Lesh they fight when he has this completed Manta style, which is actually really close already. I'm being honest. He's making very great progress there. In the river. Oh, Roche? No. Okay. I was about to say, it's a bit early, I think, for Fnatic. Maybe if that was a DD, maybe.
I mean, nah, they do want to go for it. There's a Hawk in there, so they see... Okay, the Hawk dies, because Pangoliera's AoE, but...
Man, not even when Betboom's on stream, he's still dying, huh?
Yeah.
But I forget, right? Undying, this is the new strategy, right? You do mega damage to Roche.
They should really try to contest this, though. I think Ench just has to run in. He has buyback, so he should just go.
Okay.
Don't let me
they're
counter
on
that,
him
guys.
immediately. Does get the Bloodstone active off, but Armel does get the roll up, and now the Rolling Thunder away. Jabs, oh, look at that. Bash and pulverized into the ground. He will go down. 23 Savage though has taken down the Undying, and that's a big condition here for Fnatic to be able to finish up Roche, I think.
Yeah, perhaps. So Beastmaster did not use Roar, and he hasn't really early Ag Shard on Slark. So I don't think Fnatic feel comfortable going back in. There's just too many things to mess with them there.
And it's this Metamorphosis timing, right? That's now running out. That's going to stop it dead in its tracks.
Yeah, I mean, Talon might honestly think of going in here and finishing it. If they're feeling cocky, they can. Yeah, there's no Rolling Thunder, right? And they have an Alpha Wolf, so.
There's no meta, and they know that maybe for a little while longer there's no Tombstone. There will be by the time Undying gets back to the pit, but at least no Flesh Golem. It's tempting. I say it may be worth making a go at here. It's already down to half HP.
Yeah, but 23 Savage is already across the map. He doesn't care for it. He just wants to farm.
No, he doesn't. And maybe for the best, right? Jabs there with the BKB is going to have plenty of damage, or the Magic community at least to get some damage in.
Yep.
Armel with a very fast roll-up shard, I think is actually a pretty good move this game. You know, kind of marrying that pickup of 23 Savages on that Depth Shroud.
Yeah, no, it's huge if the Slark ever gets the pounce on you. You just wanna disappear.
Bit of an aggressive smoke as this Hawk is scouted, but they did
Nice
use
stun.
a nice two-man stun right after the Swashbuckle was used. He is going to get the roll-up though, and now the Rolling Thunder active. However, DJ has fallen here. Hyde really pumping out damage here with 3 points in the Impetus. They're on top of Makoto a second time, but of course, big difference maker is there's just no Metamorphosis.
Yes,
the follow-up
no meta.
damage, not really enough, but Armel still able to clean up a support. Fnatic will lose both of theirs here as Savage does join the fight. And now, thinking about Roche here, they've also got this Ancient Black Dragon. So a little bit more bonus armor for themselves. Roche nearly back to, well, he's about 2/3 HP.
Yeah, it's hard, right, with Armel spamming all his skills here. Oh, can they get him here?
He's on a stun. Oh no, the pounce just off the mark. There's going to be a shield crash at the ready to roll up in time. But Armel, even with 40% damage resist, he gets off another Swashbuckle. Jab's now in. Oh, he's pulverizing that poor Ancient Black Dragon. Dinosaur action for Jabs, and it's going to cause Armel to die here.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't think that's what we meant to grab there, Pi.
I mean, or maybe he just wanted, you know, the AoE stun going here.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, maybe, right? Because 23 Savage can just dispel it. No, you're right.
Yeah. So what? It's 15 seconds on Tombstone here, right? I don't know. It's not the most comfortable Roche for Talon.
Get popped as well by Raven, and he's using it to farm Ancients here with the Manta style. Roche down to half HP. In goes Makoto here.
Yeah, it's timing. I don't know if they want to go here. They do have Dagger, and it looks like they're going to give it up. Yeah, Raven just TP's out.
That feels bad. I mean, denied even of the vision, right? So did you see Heidi grabs the grabs the illusion, turns that thing right around. Now it's gonna even do some more scouting here in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's huge for Talon. They gave it to Leshrac, right? Yeah, it seems like he's the one getting focused in basically every fight. So meta 80 seconds. They should probably be dodging fights here. They still also have BKB on cooldown for Primal Beast, so it's time to relax a little bit.
Yeah. A little bit of a farming period though, but now Talon playing with a little bit more confidence. The net worth lead never too out of, you know, never that much out of shape, I think, for Talon, but they were certainly playing a little bit on the back foot there for a couple of minutes. Fnatic though, they've got a Blink Dagger on DJ, so they can now look to be making a couple of aggressive moves.
Yep. How long? Yeah, he's going Skadi on Terrorblade. Really good item versus both Leshrac and Slark, so.
Very Savage though, well, hold on. Maybe this smoke will actually catch someone here. Give this some attention. There's not a lot of follow-up damage though. It's
yeah,
just DJ and John Well.
Very optimistic smoke here.
Toss back. For the blink in. Okay, they're committing the Tombstone. KP is going to look to TP out immediately, and Armel just isn't here in time. Yeah, that's Tombstone committed. I think I kind of understand the move, right? Because Fnatic, you know, they're hoping to just kind of gank someone and not start a full-fledged fight. Obviously, into Aegis, they maybe not feeling the strongest.
Yeah, and I mean, they didn't matter either, right? Like, the next big fight they take is going to be with Skadi on Terrorblade, I think. That's when they're, like, really comfortable to go crazy.
But I was going to say here before I noticed the smoke play is Talon now have Savage's Ag Scepter, right? So he does have this double leash. Make it a little bit easier now to run away. Or engage.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised though that Fnatic get to play this aggressive. They get the chance to trade towers here. It's very good for them. I don't know, do they even want to defend? Nah, no way. Aegis Last Strike, there's no way you defend this.
Yeah, Makoto, I mean, I guess you didn't know how strong this Bloodstone really was. He just gains maybe about, I don't know, a fifth, a quarter of his HP and mana back from one wave.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. Can keep him alive a lot longer on the map and active.
Yeah,
there's a
Raven
blink on
rolling
into
mid
the
there.
River, Q has been caught. Death Shroud used? Okay, but Savage pushed out of it, and for the most part, it's just Armel having a wee spin in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think he caught a glimpse of Nyx, or he thought Nyx was on him, so he just rolled up and then used his ultimate just to be safe.
I respect the play.
Yeah. Yeah, Primal is going for Ags. A little bit of damage. Breaking Enchantress, always great. Breaking Slark is not bad either.
Yeah.
Also, breaking Beastmaster is like, it's okay. Remove that inner beast.
Get rid of that attack speed. Or plus, it's not like it's a Shadow Blade or a Silver Edge, rather, where it's a point and click one, right? It's you can very easily hit 4 heroes.
Armelia's going.
Yeah, he
going
is.
straight
And
in
Jabs
here.
will push him asunder, as now Jabs stunned up here for a couple seconds. DJ, oh, he actually gets the toss there onto 23 Savage. KP, though, still slowed, and Jabs on top of him here with the trample. He's actually going to keep trampling in the same direction because this fight's gone lopsided now for Fnatic. DJ is going to die. Jabs continuing to just run around in the mid lane, but giving chases Makoto, and with a haste turn, I think this fight's not over yet, Pi.
No, I think. I mean, I don't think it's a fight. I think they're just hunting down this poor beast.
Yes,
this
that is
wild
true.
boar. He's taking him down.
Fight or
Yeah.
flight, and he chose fight, but not much he could have really done other than just die.
Yeah. No, that was very strange by Fnatic. I wonder who called for that fight. Because I really thought they would just try to wait there for Skadi Terrorblade. And then perhaps, look for pickoffs on like very spread out heroes. But they kind of just charged right in.
Oh, and this is a very aggressive blink in from Q. He's going to be dusted up. Fnatic, they're going to take this as an opening to fight. Oh, but Makoto is going to find only one on the stun. Raven popping the Metamorphosis as DJ is going to be deleted, but in comes 23 Savage from off screen. Oh, Jean-Noel, down he will go. His tombstone, though, is still up, and that makes it a little bit difficult now for Talon to disengage. Raven is going to be able to actually fight through the untouchable slow.
Yeah.
Talon will successfully retreat now. Fnatic showing discipline and not chasing much further. Supports for supports.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the best Fnatic can hope for there. Unfortunately, they had to use meta. So, and Nighttime is about to hit with his Slark with Aghanim double damage in his bottle. So I think Talon, they even have Roar up, right? So they should be looking for a fight here within this next couple of minutes. Even with Aegis running out, I still think they're really, really strong. You can look at Savage here, he's just...
I agree. He
searching.
should be itching for a fight, especially because Raven did use meta there for essentially just a support trade, and your push is not dependent here for Talon on cooldowns necessarily, right? As long as you don't, feed your Helm of the Overlord creeps, which he hasn't. I believe he's still actually holding on to the Ancient Black Dragon.
Yeah.
Which Jabs is taking a liking to on the Primal Beast. We'll see if he actually smashes that thing again. But yeah, Talon, they can continue to keep their foot on the gas, look for a little bit more tempo. And they will actually. Hyde is looking to get this first gem out. So now the vision, I think, becomes a bit oppressive out from Talon, if I'm being honest. I said in draft, with between a Beastmaster and Nyx and an Ench, all able to provide you some sort of vision. It's going to get a little hard here. The map's going to get dark for Fnatic in the next couple minutes.
Yep. And it's really nice to have this Slark now during nighttime. It's actually huge how much you see.
You bring this up every time, and somehow I always forget that Slark has the same day and nighttime vision. You're completely right.
Yeah, no, it's a huge deal in these games. Like, fighting versus Slark, day versus night is... I don't know, it's like a second ultimate spell.
Yeah,
All right,
day
here
and night.
he just jumps in.
Oh, and he jumps in another time here. DJ does get a 4-staff out, but his Blink Dagger put on cooldown. In goes Jabs, stomping around out of the back lines as he picks up Makoto, but only for a second. KP yells at him, put him back down. And Jabs is going to have to try to run away. This fight not looking good. The toss back, DJ trying to save his dinosaur friend. Jean-Noel tanking for the rest of the team here, holding the Talon back. It seems like that dam will hold. They managed to get make that Jabs out alive, but the fight wasn't looking too great. But the next one might. Raven now with full eye of Skadi and Metamorphosis coming off cooldown.
Yeah, did really only Undying die there?
Yeah, kind of unbelievable, right?
I mean, yeah, that's huge for Fnatic that they made it out. Oh yeah, they got Nyx too. Yeah, like I don't know how they keep getting away with this. Like for them to kind of take that fight there, I guess they early like realized it was bad and tried to back off because yeah, it was 20 seconds on meta, right? And Scotty was like on the chicken. So like that's the worst timing ever to fight.
On the Crow and now on the TB himself.
Yeah. So, but now they could possibly group up, maybe waiting for Primal Beast BKB again. And I think they should be strong enough to fight back here. Oh, they are under vision though. They've not dewarded this yet.
Oh,
Q going in.
Forward. There's going to be now a level 3 mana burn, doing a little bit more damage, but John Noel still feels confident enough to dance. DJ will give him a toss back anyway to the creep wave. It's going to be 2-mana avalanche, 23 Savage quick on the dispel here. As
Maybe
KP
can fight there.
going forward, the Axis Raven, yeah, maybe keen to fight here. He'll throw forward the the Manta Illusions to chase back Talon.
Mikoto very cocky in the mid lane here. Has to
Well,
pop
yeah.
BKB.
Yeah, and Armel is going to be here to support him. Jabs pops BKB, so does Makoto. 23 Savage still feeling ready to fight as now Jabs without a BKB. In goes 23 Savage looking for the D ward. Will find it.
Armel
Armel
is
the
just
last
in.
couple seconds here. Gets another roll up off, but there's
Here we go, Raven.
No, there Raven. Yep, he's ready to fight. Oh, great sidestep there on the split earth. And Makoto actually in a lot of trouble. Doesn't have a BKB. Doesn't get down to the high ground either thanks to the Force Staff, and he is killed. Dead for a minute. Hyde is being chased down, but with the Scotty slow, they easily can catch back up to him, and he is deleted amongst a flurry of white auto attacks from Raven.
Yeah, every spell used here by Talon, they just have to run away. Yeah, you're right, that sidestep was beautiful. It just looks so smooth, right, when people pull that stuff off.
Yeah, it looked amazing, and Fnatic, they were hoping that'd be almost the Gaben DD rune into Roche, but it's not. It's going to be a bit of a longer Roche here against Fnatic. Against as in, you know, I think it plays out of their hands here.
Yeah. The meta will be on cooldown when it spawns, but I don't know. They won't have that big of a timing, right? They'll have around 40 or so seconds, maybe a little longer to fight without Raven Metamorphosis. Or maybe, I mean, they do have Hawk, right? So they should immediately see when this thing respawns.
Yeah.
And they still have nighttime. Slark is very strong. Just picked up BKB too.
Yeah,
So
Talon,
Talon should not be backing off her. They should move in towards Roche and be aggressive.
Yep. At least, you know, try and maybe get a hold of some sort of high ground, right? Retain control of their jungle, which the outpost is currently Fnatic's. They're on the Dire side. Maybe, you know, in exchange, get into the Fnatic triangle and deward with your gem.
Yeah, they're smoking up here. They're smoking up here. They know.
There they go.
And Mikoto was earlier just drawing circles where Fnatic are.
Oh, and there's Roche.
Yep.
He's up now. Of course, spotted immediately by Talon. They don't need to go in the pit and confirm with their own eyes. They can trust the intel from the Hawk.
Yeah, so let's see here if they've timed the meta. Because it's actually a huge deal that it doesn't have it.
45 seconds.
Because right now they're a little passive. I think, yeah, because Hyde even has buyback, so they can do these plays where he just runs up, yeah, where Savage is. They should place a ward there and break their smoke, give vision.
Ouch!
Oh, that's the full Lincolns?
Courier of Jabs, yeah. Yeah, that would have been... yeah, the full Lincolns, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
That is pain, and now Talon are going to be able to move into the Roche pit slightly more confidently that they've taken down the vision there on the cliff from Fnatic.
Yeah,
of course.
Sorry, meta will be up though, so I'm pretty sure they can fight now.
Yeah, 10 seconds, you're right. Fnatic just playing this one patiently, and Talon not moving into the pit quite yet. For good reason, not super confident they can quite go Roche fast enough without being rudely interrupted by Jabs rushing through the pit.
Yeah. Actually, it's kind of funny, right? You're talking a lot about vision, and it's true. Like, Talon they have this amazing night vision with Slark, but during daytime, right, the Hawks become way stronger. They see way more. Okay, smoke here by Fnatic. Let's see how they initiate there.
Yeah, Hyde, he's gonna not have an enchant for that illusion here for a second, but now he will turn that around. There's DJ on the way, and he's gonna actually toss Hyde on back as Jives. He's gonna go into the fight. 23 Savage, though, is gonna be right on top of DJ, trying to get that early kill, but it's Hyde who falls first. Now 23 Savage
Mikoto
inside the
is in on
Shadow
Raven.
Dance, fighting on through this one, and Raven, he's been forced back onto the high ground. Makoto, his BKB ending, though. The Pulverize immediately canceled once again by KP, and they're gonna take down one, a Beautiful Sun as well, out from the Nyx Assassin. Raven, he's got 23 Savage right on top of him, and that might be trouble.
Yeah, he's kiting out 22 stacks there, no roar. Yeah,
dead.
Yeah, they're kind of just kiting this meta now. Like they're still pretty strong. Slark, okay, Slark doesn't have any. He has ultimate up in 15, but the meta will run out, and they have Dagger still on queue, so they could just look for a pick off here. I think Fnatic still have to be very, very disciplined, sticking together here. Might even lose the Roche.
I think they might. Yeah, I think realizing now, Raven going back to farm some Ancients here. As Talon. Oh, considering it, might they wait for Makoto? I mean, they've waited already about a minute after this Roche spawn to even could, you know, trigger the fight. What's another 30 seconds, especially because they know that there is going to be no meta for another minute and a half.
Yeah, but it's not completely uncomplicated, right? Okay, yeah, nice. Hanuel gets the D-ward there. I wonder if they maybe should have gone. Okay, they're just forcing it.
Blink, there's another Tombstone ready.
Yeah, they have Tombstone.
That's how long this fight is, and sure, there might not be a meta, but there is a roll-up, a shield crash, and the Rolling Thunder, most importantly here, for Armel.
Yeah, and in 20 seconds, Jabs will get his Lincolns finally delivered back, so he won't have to eat that roar when he charges in.
That's right. Yeah, that's a big difference maker here for sure. And now Fnatic with a gem of their own, they can finally start to equalize here a little bit on the vision game, right?
Yeah.
Not only is it for this Nyx Assassin, I think maybe more importantly, it's for these damn Hogs.
Yeah, the Hogs, truly obnoxious.
Especially, does he have the? Yeah, he does have the dive bomb shard as well here. So, yeah. So KP is gonna have, you know, it's open season now on Hogs basically.
Yeah.
With that Gem of True Sight.
Smoking up from Fnatic. Armel also has a Lincoln, so this Beastmaster Roar is like heavily neutralized here.
And Pi, they're smoking only 30 seconds before Aegis is up. I mean, the fights have been long here, so he might as well get Aegis. Or sorry,
Metamorphosis,
might as well get
right?
Meta. Yeah, in 20 seconds here.
Yeah, it's maybe a little eager.
Nope.
Let's see what happens
Blink
here.
on blink action here. KB pops his BKB, does have Roar. He's holding on to it now as Jabs is going to be interrupted there by the leash of 23 Savage. Lincoln Sphere is already broken the once here, and he's looking to try and break apart this fight, but 23 Savage here just stealing a bunch of agility, already up to 17 Essence Shift stacks as he's fighting now versus Raven. Raven needs a Sunder target, needs a 4-step out, and will find one. As 23 Savage inside the Depth Shroud is completely alone here and ran over by Armel.
Oh, that's poor play by him. He needs to get out there, because now finally meta is up, and yeah, they're just gonna head straight back into Roche. I think, yeah, they've used every spell on Talon. I don't know how they contest this, but they're gonna try. They're smoking up.
This is some lovely team fighting this game. Both of them playing around the power spikes. But now Talon down a hero, down a core without buyback, and now down KP as well. Talon, I think it's time to bail out from this fight, as Hyde is going to get forced up to the high ground.
Mikoto is very strong here, though. I think he wants to fight. Like, he doesn't want to let this go.
It'd be a 3v5.
Oh, but DJ always goes in first.
Okay, they force staff him uphill as well. In goes Mikoto now. They break the Lincoln Sphere immediately. He gets tossed back to the low ground where Raven starts pumping damage into him. Mikoto with the BKB active now is actually doing some damage. The Splitter onto 2. The Sunder not doing enough. Raven, he's going to go down. Mikoto with 2 kills as he's taken down the Undying. Yeah. A buyback now triggered out from Q. He'll be back in the fight momentarily. But Mikoto, he's being pulverized. Needs some support. Q with the Spike Carapace blinks in and is going to cancel and kill Jabs. DJ doing what he can as Armel now going to the fight with a Rolling Thunder is going to be able to run over Q once. I don't think they have a gem here. But they've had detection actually, so they're gonna get the kill.
Yeah.
But now,
the heroes are just respawning. Slark is back in 2 seconds. Like, Fnatic are wiped.
Mikoto on an ultra kill. I mean, now he's out of mana. He'll have to go home. This poor Roche. It's so noisy.
Yeah.
Outside his pit.
Well, look at 23 Savage. He's predicting Armel.
Armel, he's got roll up though. Yeah, okay.
No basher, so no chance of. Or?
Another pounce. Okay, he's got a shield crash
here. Dead.
Wow. Stuck around.
Okay, that's a huge kill. Now I don't see. The Roche should definitely go to Talon.
Surely, right?
Yeah, surely.
I mean, how many times have we said, okay, there he goes. It's going to go down. All that for second Roche here. Ag Shard consumed by the Lush. So now he's got these, what do they call it here? The after effects, I suppose? The aftershocks, maybe, on those Split Earth.
Yep. Okay, 40 seconds on Pango. I mean, they could look to, like, poke high ground a bit, but I think they'll look to, like, kill this last tier 2. And like, heavily close out the map here. I don't know how the gem situation is. Who ended up with all the gems? Probably Talon, I imagine.
Yeah, they have one in their inventory. Let me go ahead and check their fountain real quick. Yeah, there's another one idling there. So you'd have to go on a very secret mission. Maybe DJ. I mean, I don't know if there's enough time here. It looks like the wave's pushing in, but you can smoke into enemy fountain and steal it. Is a move I've seen some people make. But right now, I think there's more important tasks at hand.
Yeah, for sure. Talon definitely looking good now.
And this Slark with a Moon Shard. You talk about night vision. How about an extra 100? Oh, sorry, plus 400. Look how far he's seeing here.
Oh, DJ with toss back on high there.
Yeah, that might be a kill onto Hyde. Armel as well is going to secure it here using the roll up. Mid rolling Thunder. Another blink forward is Q. And now Mikoto blinking away. That's going to actually condemn Q. And that's not the dieback for him. That's a regular normal respawn timer. He's gonna be dead all the same, and that's just time burned off this Aegis. I think Talon, they likely want to go high ground here with this, don't they?
Or at least like take a fight, right? Like DJ is just so good at this hero, and in general at just like Fnatic as a team, but especially DJ at like whenever the opportunity arises, they just go for it. Like if he sees something he believes in, he will jump.
Oh, and there's maybe something he believes in. It's a Disco Pony running around here, completely alone, at least on the ward. I think they're showing mid here with KP, and they're showing bottom on a 23 Savage with 2 supports dead.
They'll try to get him here. Hard to know where he is though. Yeah, he's playing it very safe.
He is. DJ hasn't been on the map either for some time. I think Mikoto certainly, even if he is rank 1, he knows this DJ Tiny is a force to be reckoned with, and Fnatic, they're going to be more disciplined now as Q respawns and not go out too far.
Yeah, he even threw out a scan there at the secret shop and saw red, so backed off.
But a Butterfly now online here for Raven, so he's got now some casual evasion with that Elven Tunic as well as that 35% on the Butterfly, up to a total of 46. That seems a little bit problematic here for our Slark.
Yeah, I mean, but the biggest issue for him still is this Leshrac, right? Who has
That's
Blink,
a good point. Yeah.
who, when he gets on top of him, it's very hard to get away. But yeah, he's definitely dealt with the Slark.
Yeah, seems like it. And if you can at least get, you know, a Scotty debuff onto Lesh, maybe he can look to run away. He does have that Force Staff, right? But yeah, you're right. It is a bit challenging, because if Lesh can keep on top of him, if there's a Roar, or maybe even a pesky Nick stun, yeah, well, that Mikoto Lesh will cut right through him.
Okay,
And
Talon are moving in here.
Tombstone up on the high ground. Talon being restrained, though. They don't want to fight into this one. But Mikoto, he's TP'd on it. DJ with an immediate toss back. There's a haste on Mikoto, though. So he's going to make it back to friendly lines, more or less unscathed. A little bit bruised there by Armel, running him over once more. But now Fnatic, playing it patiently. It's their turn now to retreat.
Yeah, Mikoto's in.
23 Savage kind of messed up the pounce, so he uses both. Another toss back from DJ. He is like it's like a firefighter here this game, isn't he?
Yeah. I'm looking forward to when it's level 20 here, so it requires no target. Oof. That, yeah, the reflections, quite strong.
Kicking his butt, isn't it?
Yeah.
That Moon Shard as well.
I mean, luckily for Talon, both their core, like their big cores have Blink Daggers, right? Or Pounce on Slark, so even if they get cliffed, they can most likely get down from there.
It's true. That is true. And goes all with a Basher, so we'll keep our eyes out for that. Maybe we'll get a little bit lucky here for Fnatic, as Vision on the high ground here. Once again, Fnatic very disciplined, always looking to fight around Vision. Another Tombstone set up. So there's going to be Hyde being stunned up the once, but he force-staffs himself away to safety.
Yeah, it's not that easy for Talon to go.
Yeah, they need, like, I think their ideal fight starts like this, right? A Tombstone on high ground, but it didn't, you know, step 2 is Armel causing chaos with the Rolling Thunder, keeping enemies in that AoE. But right now, Talon just free to disengage, and they'll go back in as soon as this Tombstone's down.
Yeah. I mean, most likely either Slark goes in first, or Q sees a really nice stun, and he goes for it. But Mikoto is ready to push bottom. He wants to use his Aegis. He's got 15 seconds.
He blinks in. This is going to give him some mana, and by God, if he doesn't use it...
5 seconds left on this Aegis, so...
Flies out.
Let's see if they do a little toss back here, or... DJ is far away.
Yep, DJ is far away. Not very far from his own buyback, Raven. He's going to get it from this wave. Well, he would have had it from this wave, actually, if Armel let him have it. I think Armel, that was probably necessary for his own buyback. Not quite. Raven could have used it a bit more, but it's almost online here. So I think Fnatic, nearly all the boxes checked for them here, as far as, you know, when they start asking themselves, do we want to fight? For now,
they're smoking up. Armel going first.
And it's going to be Hyde, who's still stuck in the river here. The roll up into the toss, the avalanche, and now the onslaught from Chaps. Fnatic, they're going to kick off this fight, rather, with a side of venison. Catch more, it's a different question.
Yeah. I mean, you feel a little less confident now that you don't have Rolling Thunder, but definitely still fight. I'm pretty sure they know that he has... Okay, no, he does have buyback. It's been so long since the Roche fight that Hyde does have buyback.
Exactly. And now Fnatic capturing this outpost. It's going to be something for Talon to take down, right? If they do want to set up for this next Roche fight, that becomes the next objective here. Unless Mikoto thinks about forcing back some TPs. He is kind of thinking about it down bottom and has Q to cover him. His quartermaster.
Yeah, just putting a little pressure there. They might even go on him here.
Let's go for a little onslaught. Very restrained and patient. No enemy heroes showing
Oh,
on the
boots
map.
of travel here on the Hawk. Oh no, but
There's
it
going to be
dies.
now the Hawk on in.
But,
John
23
Noel,
Savage
he's
might not
falling
need
quick
any
to
help
23
here.
Savage, but 23 actually doesn't
They-
want to go for more.
They get scared. That pounce though.
Okay,
Got him.
23 in on again, and that's going to be an easy kill for him.
D-warding, perfect. Yeah, so patiently waiting for the Roche here. Talon kind of closing down the map. You can see the Fnatic are all like very pushed back. The gold lead is increasing slowly.
I think, is this a second gem, or did they steal a gem back for when Talon were holding it? It looks like, you know, they're each now with one gem.
Yeah, it was that hide kill like a long
Yeah,
time ago.
that's
With the
right.
toss back, they got it.
So there's going to be the vision game a little bit equalized here. KP though with a second roar now on his refresher orb, and you know, obviously worth bringing up a BKB.
Yeah.
Second charge on that.
Yeah, they're smoking up. They know Roche can start spawning. It's quite a long spawn, but of course, as we always say, you never know.
They never know. If you watch a lot of Dota, it's easy to take that for granted. Of course, with all the true sign, all the plays look obvious. We can zoom out. We basically have map hack. These guys don't, and Talon right now, they wish they did because they're being wrapped on, but Q with a great smoke break. There's going to be the vision, the Avatos out from DJ.
Yes, A on
on
disc,
disc,
though.
as well as a Spike Carapace and a good 4-step, but Armel giving chase. Might be rewarded with even a couple more heroes here. Snag, as he's actually onslaughted back into range of the Rolling Thunder. The Depth Shroud keeping alive with that percentage-based heal, actually. And now 23 Savage in a bit of trouble as they once again start slamming the Station Black Dragon jabs.
The
In the
roar
middle
hits.
of the fight, 23 Savage fighting now versus Raven, but in trouble. It's Armel as he is going to be perma-stunned and killed off. Raven pops the Metamorphosis now, really looking for this fight, but Fnatic, they've lost two. Jean-Noel as well has fallen, and his Tombstone now taken down, but Jabs, you're going to fight for more as he actually finds 23 Savage. DJ with the blink in.
Huge
They
kill.
get 23. He's going to buy back with the roar onto Raven here. That's the second one after the refresher. Makoto keen to give chase. A perfectly timed stun from Q as BKB expires. There's going to be the toss back from DJ though, getting his buddy out of here, looking for the TP out, but no, canceled last second there by Makoto. Split Earth. Talon, they're sending Fnatic scattering back towards the base as 23 Savage buying back with only one Essence shift. He's playing like a monster though,
Yeah.
and DJ permanently stunned and killed. Oh, Talon. They don't even need to stop for Roche here, Pine. They're
Yeah.
going right up to the high ground.
Right to high ground. We have buyback on Tireblade, but I don't think Pango has a buyback. Everyone else is buying back though. They know that they have two refreshers. Both are used. No
Both are
BKBs.
used. And also a buyback for Talon, especially on 23, makes it a little spicy, doesn't it, right?
Yeah.
If he dies, that is kind of a win condition for Fnatic at the moment. Same can be said, of course, for Raven, who has also committed the buyback here.
Now the question
Roche.
here is if they'll try to contest the Roche. Obviously they don't know what's going on there. They don't know if they're Roshing right now, so they might feel a bit too stressed and just run in. But Roche hasn't even spawned yet. It's still 20 more seconds.
Yeah. They know it's definitely getting close though for Talon. You know, the certainty goes up, that kind of gambler's fallacy. Well, if I leave the pit now, he's going to spawn right away, right? So
Yep.
KP, he is going to almost spawn right away. You can leave a Hawk behind at least.
Yeah, this is where it's not really nice to have a Beastmaster, right? Like,
And
you can
in
be
that-
super safe and you'll know.
In that last fight, sorry to cut you off there, Pi, but we did actually see the first instance of toss requires no target from DJ. Useful to try and save Raven. Wasn't enough, right? But
Yeah.
valiant effort.
No, unfortunately that fight, like the Pango's Lincolns got broken and they hit a very nice roar on him. So he got killed early in the fight, didn't get to have much impact. Don't even think he got to pop BKB.
That is Lincoln's number 2. Jabs now with his own refresher, of course, has essentially double Lincolns, and so he can look to fully stack those, right? If he applies one onto the Pango, Pango does have 2 Lincolns, right, for that buff duration, of course.
Yeah, and we can, let's see here, yeah. We can quickly talk about buybacks here. There's only 3 buybacks with the Jabs being one of them. Armel, here he goes.
Yeah, here he goes. And there's another Aeon Disc actually online for Q, as Hyde is going to be the target yet again. Here, Jabs, he has to decide to slam the Dragon or not, and he decides not, but he's going to be roared through his first BKB. Here, has Refresher for a second as DJ procs the Aeon Disc, 23 Savage as well, in onto the TP, who has BKB and has meta, but Armel taking a bit of a beating here, does receive at least a bit of a save, but Makoto, look at the permastuns area he's setting up. Raven has to pop BKB,
Raven is manning up, yeah.
into Makoto now, who has Force Staff away, but his BKB won't save him here from this damage. In goes Jabs now on his second life. He's actually caught KP, and he is shredded here, riddled by the auto attacks of Raven. They take down the Tombstone, I believe.
Yeah.
It's still up, but Talon, they still feel pressure to fight into this, it seems.
Yeah, no, they're waiting. The problem here is Makoto's very low on HP, right? And he has no BKB, so otherwise they would love to go back in here with the Nyx stunning, but they might just have to give this Rosh up. No, Makoto's coming back here. Yeah, he has Bloodstone ready.
Want to. He's got Bloodstone, but the vision here.
Ooh, DJ.
Q, it's going to get tossed back now right into the Jabs. An easy pulverize there. Gem on the deck, and DJ Force Staff down from the high ground as Makoto was forced to use his Edict.
And Raven is just hitting Rosh, but there's no meta. And I think Slark, Slark is going to have Shadow Dance now, and he has Refresher ready.
And Talon,
they're gonna fight this.
They are, and they've got the board on the high ground as well. Into the pit they go as Raven at least gets a Force Staff out. Armel, though, it's in a bit of a pinball zone here near the pit, and Makoto is not doing a whole lot. Bloodstone now on cooldown for 20 seconds. He doesn't have that regen. He gets Force Staffed actually outside of that Depth Shroud. DJ is on top of him now, tosses him back into the pit, where Raven is gonna find him. Oh, but the damage from Armel, he actually gets stunned, and still alive and fighting is Makoto. He gets through Jabs. Rosh falls. 23 Savage claims the Aegis here in this fight as Armel BKBs and gets the heck out of the pit. Januel with a big soul whip is going to stay alive a bit longer here. But Talon give chase and they take him down. Respawning in 5 seconds is going to be KP. You better bet he'll be back in this fight. 23 Savage looking to hold back anyone else but Raven. Yeah, he has to TP away. DJ will follow suit.
And quietly during this whole thing, the creeps killed the bottom racks. So Fnatic lost Rosh and their bottom racks here.
Oof, that stings.
Yeah. No, they very well fought all around, but it's just with this meta being so long cooldown, this second fight that breaks out, it's just very hard for them to take.
Unbelievable as well. I thought for sure Fnatic would have had that, but doesn't end up going their way. And now Makoto threatening to tear through your buildings. His 25 talents plus 25 Edict explosions. Armel as well doing some great work in there, but Savage respawning and immediately back in. Now bolstered by the Aegis here. Still without buyback is the majority of, well, everyone in the game, but especially Fnatic here. Only Armel, but the toss back here. It's going to be onto Hyde. Makoto's in, though, and he's got an Ag Scepter. Has that Nihilism. No one can touch him here except for Jabs, who's going to start slamming onto the ground, but it's not enough to save DJ. He's down for the count now, over a minute and a half. They will not still get through Hyde. The Nature's attendants healing him up, but our 23, nearly losing his first life here, is going to go invis and jump out from the high ground. No one from Talon dead, but they're all looking a bit worse for wear.
Yeah, but 23 Savage will quickly heal up, right? He's a Slark, and Hyde is just waiting for his heal. So in just 20 seconds or so, they'll be back at full power again.
And that's now the ranged barracks deleted. Fortify used here. Tombstone dropped. Fnatic desperate here.
Yeah, they need to fight right now.
And now Makoto, he doesn't have Aegis. It's on the Slark. Makoto falling fast. The Bloodstone heal, not enough. Q. He has buyback. His Aeon Disc is going to proc. And the rest of Talon simply backing off, but what a pickoff here for Fnatic.
No, that's huge, yeah. I wonder if they should still like stick around there and go back in, because the meta is out, and they should feel quite strong now. I guess there's no Shadow Dance, there's no Depth Shroud, so Savage probably wants to wait for that a little bit. Okay, the buyback status. Yeah, Leshrac has it, Armel has it. And Hyde has it. Everyone else does not have it.
That buyback status being really what the game revolves around. 15 minutes here, by the way.
Yep.
This one has kind of flown by, especially with how well these two teams have been weaving in and out of fights around this Rosh area. Really showing lots of experience here and good amounts of patience wherein it really matters here, especially for Talon. Fnatic, of course, sitting a little bit better as far as their, elimination prospects go. And maybe not so much in the cards for them, but Talon, of course, that might be a reality here, especially if they do get 2-0, desperately needing any point they can get from here on out.
Yeah, so we can see a lot of these 25 talents are coming in. Slark got his 50-second duration. Leshrac, as you pointed out, is 25. Like, his Edict is just twice as strong, basically.
Right.
But then, more interesting for Fnatic, we have the very low cooldown on Rolling Thunder. And both Raven and I think Jabs are very close to getting theirs.
Yeah, Jabs is, he's like literally a couple of creeps off here, and he'll get his Raven a bit further, but might have it by the next fight.
All right, Talon are coming in there. Mikoto's just TPing straight into a Hawk.
Oh,
going in.
Makoto! He's in! The overwhelming blink, canceling the blinks as well. He's got the Bloodstone acted. He may have gone a bit too overzealously ahead of his team. Needs a save, and there's a Death Shroud. Now they can't single target him. The AoE damage not nearly enough out from Fnatic. The Rolling Thunder out from Armel is doing some great work here. Does need to find himself an escape path now, as the Roar is going to be onto the Undying. Oh, but a stun onto Raven, refreshing his 23 Savage. He's going to pounce on in, and they actually get another Roar off. Oh, Raven, he needs to get off of Sunder. So many orbs protecting him, but the Nihilism and the stuns lasting far too long. Oh, Pi Makoto, he takes down Raven. That's going to be a dieback. He doesn't have it available.
Yeah, no, this might just be it. I don't see anything stopping Talon from going on here. Still Aegis for 40 seconds on the Slark. They'll obviously try to delay here, but...
Oh, and Armel. Okay, he does have buyback, of course. So he could afford to take it down.
The Raxes are just dying. Look at 23. It's just going to end.
Going in. Only 5 Essences as well. It didn't really get much in that fight as Armel Rolling Thundering up yet again here. Needs to be careful though, KP. He's going to have a Roar in 4 more seconds. Armel protected by the Lotus, but only a bit longer. KP, though, no blink and will not chase further into the base right now. Settling only for the top lane of Barracks. That'll be the Megas, if not just the game here, because Fnatic, they're down without a core for another minute.
Yeah, so all they're looking for now is tossbacks into Fountain. That's the name of the game. Let's see if Talon remember that. It looks like they're paying big respects.
Yeah, Armel looking to kind of trigger them to overcommit. Aegis is reclaimed here. But Makoto, he's in. Genoel nearly bursted instantly. Just outrage of the split, but look at that, like a howitzer cannon hide. Oh, goodness, the damage. DJ now. Oh, there's going to be a toss back, but not quite into the fountain. KP, he's going to pop the Roar. He's going to roar on top of Armel's dead body as Jabs looking to push back Makoto. He's got some decent damage, and now another trample, another BKB. Makoto force-staffed away. Oh, but he can't get off the pulverize. No chance for him. He's going to onslaught right into the hands of 23 Savage, who pounces into him nearly. It's like a cat jumping into its owner's arms, but 23 Savage, of course, his claws, they cut deep, and onto the tier 4 towers they go. Ancient exposed. There's no fortify here. Oh, but 23, he's gone down. The AoE damage is too much, and now KP, he's in trouble, but Makoto out of mana. There's going to be a Hex onto Jabs. Armel with a bit more damage. He still has the kill. 3 dead for Talon. Make it maybe 4 as High just out of AoE. They won't find a stun onto him. Raven is going to respawn. Things are looking bad by the time he comes back, but they're still in it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the buybacks have come back now, so... but they're fighting versus Megas. Yeah, I mean, obviously Fnatic are way, way behind at this point. But they should just push down mid here, force every buyback, and then... I don't know if they can fight them, but they'll just have to decide that when they get there. Because I think Raven is still a little frustrated from the last fight. He did not get to use his second BKB. Yeah, he got to use his first BKB, but he was perma-stunned after. Did not get to use the second one. But they should definitely force the buybacks here. Like, they need to. Pushing up both sidelines too, like they're doing everything perfectly here.
Up against the Megas, there's a Fortify ready here for Talon. They are going to lose their first tier 3 tower, which in 732 means that they're going to get another Fortify, so 2 Fortifies essentially here at the ready against Fnatic. 4 heroes with buyback now at the ready, but for Fnatic, situation's looking much more dire. It's only DJ who has buyback as there's Fortify number 1.
Yeah, and no Fortify for... Yeah, no Fortify for Fnatic, but... Okay, buyback here. Okay, that's a Slark buyback. How greedy will they be with the rest? Because they're just going throne here.
They're going for throne. And that's the only Fortify they have left.
That's the last glyph.
The lanes are really pushed in either as well, so I don't think Makoto can go for a TP and look to end the game.
He's trying to wait.
DJ, yeah,
5
he's
more
just throwing them
seconds.
away. And 23 Savage, he's been caught, didn't get off the Dark Pact either, but now Shadow Dance up. He's going to be looking for the fight. BKB active. They're going to try and lock down Raven.
Okay, here comes Makoto.
Protected a little bit, but look at the damage now onto KP. He's being focused down. Raven doesn't feel confident fighting versus Makoto, not with that Nihilism online, but so far Fnatic haven't lost a single hero. Look at the toss back. It's going to line up 2 for the Swashbuckle, but the fight's still going poorly here for Fnatic. DJ's going to buy back. That's the only one they have, but they're on to Raven. Raven who has Sunder, but no BKB. Raven who's dead. A minute and a half without him, and now they take down Armel 1 by 1. Makoto slaying them all as Jabs doing what he can. A mega avalanche, an effort here from DJ. That's a kill at least onto KP, but it's only the 4th now for Makoto, and almost certainly going to be the Rampage as they chase down DJ, and they'll kill him. Makoto!
What a
game for him.
Beautiful. You know, you do start getting very stressed there when you see this Ultra Farm Terrorblade hitting your throne, but they kept it calm. Mikoto waited for his natural respawn, so he also had buyback, and then he just went absolutely insane, ending up with a Rampage. And yeah, I don't believe, Fnatic, they just don't have the buybacks. I'm pretty sure he'll just go and end the game right here.
Yep. Jabs is trying to lead them on a wild goose chase here, but Mikoto, he knows what the game's all about. Defense of the Ancients here for Fnatic, and they are going to fail to do that here as Mikoto getting to work here alongside a couple of wagons and the Megas. GG is called. And what a game number 1 here by we had. Mikoto, absolutely mega performance from him.
Yeah, beautiful game. A lot of crazy team fights, very long team fights where both teams, like they have the farm on every hero, right? So everyone has a Force Staff, everyone has a Ghost Scepter, and they just keep kiting in, keep kiting out, and then at the end of the day, Talon come out on top.
No shortage of action here. If there was ever any doubt that the SCA versus SCA matchup here in groups wasn't going to be a banger, well, we'll just take a look at these highlights, right? And I think what was really exciting for me as well is you hit it exactly on the head, right? Kind of the patience from both teams, outweighting each other's cooldowns, re-engaging when they felt strong. You know, Talon, I think we're in the driver's seat, maybe at least one hand on the wheel a little bit earlier in the game, and did show a little bit of hesitancy, but towards the end, you know, certainly moving with full confidence around the map.
Yeah, so the fight we're seeing here was the biggest one, where you can see both Slark and Beastmaster are dead, but Mikoto is still feeling really strong. So he just blinks in on top of this Terrorblade and basically kills him. Like, he doesn't let him get out. And this is what turns the game like hugely for Talon. After this, they wipe them out a bit, and eventually they end up getting Roche here. Yeah, here we have the final fight.
Yeah.
You know, I started getting a little spooked for Talon here, but they were cool, calm, and collected, right?
Yeah,
Leshrac respawns, and Fnatic they have to start running. Like, he's too powerful.
Savage basically there, you know, he jumps in a very YOLO play, but of course make sure to get off the Shadow Dance, and that kind of forces Raven off of the throne, and from here, it's the Mikoto show.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, beautiful. And here, like, he doesn't, like, when he's not BKB, right, he doesn't get to move. He's just absolutely perma-locked. So no Sunders, and yeah, they all get cleaned up. Get a sweet little Rampage there from Mikoto.
And this, I think, that Avatos out from DJ, you know, still picking up a kill into KP. Unfortunately, of course, it ain't going to matter much by the end of this game. But, I mean, I just want to point out what a game DJ had here. I think for a lot of the game, you know, keeping Fnatic in it off of his position 4 positioning, mispositioning rather, onto Talon. Of course, it's not going to be enough to get him through the game, but I mean, once again, just proving that he is one of the scarier forwards in the world.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, every time you and me have casted DJ, and most of the time I watch him play, like, it's very impressive. He also gets to, he also like plays kind of select few heroes, but the reason he can do that is that he plays them very, very well.
Absolutely. You can see here, a long game, right? 50 odd minutes, and 56 to be exact. And well, certainly a bit of a fun one. Refreshers all around. But it was really just, you know, Raven cooldown limited, BKB limited, and, you know, he felt unstoppable even, right, when he had those abilities up. But towards the end of the game, when, you know, he wasn't, that BKB duration only down to 6 seconds, and with how well Talon kiting him around, wow, I mean, well played. Yeah,
you can see all the Force Staffs, and you can also see that in game. Everyone was flying in and out of battle. DJ was tossing people around. 23 Savage with 4 pounces with the refresher, and here we have the, I think he deserves the MVP. He had the biggest play in the game for me, where he has basically solo kills this Terrorblade, and
the 3v5 call like that into the pit. I mean,
exactly.
Just the game sense to know he's not going to have meta, guys. We're strong. Let's get in there.
Yeah, no, he played very well. He had kind of a rough lane, so even from then, I mean, it wasn't rough. He had decent farm, but usually you expect the Leshrac to like have a bigger edge versus this Pango, but he caught up later and played a very, very nice game. He showed that at the end of the day, Leshrac does counter Terrorblade. Like, late enough, then Leshrac does win.
Yeah, actually, no, you're completely right about that. I think, where are you now? You know, TV stands. Yeah, because he looked convincing. And I think, you know, as a closing thought, even though Fnatic do lose, they show a lot of fights and really had a super convincing early game. I have to say, Armel on that Pangolier, I think showing us why this hero has become much more hotly contested as the group stage continues on to its third day. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. And Talon take game number 1, which takes us, ladies and gentlemen, to our first break here of the series. But stick around, guys. Pi and I back for game 2 of Talon versus Fnatic after the break.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the TI-11 group stage. We are about to get underway with what has been a pretty fun series. Back and forth fights, some really elegant and kind of lockstep movements here between the two teams as they fight around the Rosh Pit and each other's respective cooldowns. But it is going to be, of course, Talon who win in Game 1. Fnatic, of course, still looking to make that upper bracket a reality for themselves. I think, like you said, Pi, back when you were playing, you're always looking for around 10, 11 wins. They're still, I think, down at 8 now, but certainly have a couple more matches to get to that kind of number.
You're speaking about Fnatic now, right?
Yes, for Fnatic, yes, because if we look at the groups, right, we'll see that after this match, it's Talon who sit a little bit better here at 3 and 10, but they've got that kind of opposite number, right? They need to get out of that bottom 2 elimination zone.
Yeah. So yeah, if Fnatic want to be in contention, they really wanna even out this series 1-1. You can see everyone above them there. Like, yeah, the leaders of the group at 8 wins right now, and like their competition at 7 and 6. So every win is huge. It's a bit different in the other group. If you just quickly look over there, you have 2 teams that are like running away with it. But yeah, in this group B that we're watching right now, it's very even. Yeah. Even at the bottom, like it can, if Talon go on a run here, like they could quickly kick down other teams here.
Certainly Beast Coast, right, would be the first one that they're eyeing there. Of course, now with 20 teams total of 10 in each group, you're looking for a total sum of 18 wins and losses. We're getting pretty close to that, though, as you can see. So it does start to get a little bit more real, and I think teams are going to start really looking to claw away any kind of game that they can get going in their favor. Group B as well, looking a little bit more ripe for some tiebreakers here after, I think, the entire first round went 1-1. So yeah, that's always going to make things, you know, a little closer. But our second draft now about to get underway. Expecting any major adjustments here, Pi, as we can see the drafts on our screens?
No. I think last game Talon did beautifully at drafting. Like a lot of the heroes I would want people would want to pick versus this Leshrac, they banned out. The Nyx was already countering a lot. They picked Beastmaster, right? But they already had a Leshrac that was banned for, so like it was more difficult to pick these illusion heroes. They ended up picking Terrorblade anyway, but as we saw, the Leshrac prevailed. So I wonder if they have a similar solid plan here, because I'm guessing Fnatic have last pick this game, so.
That's right, Fnatic with last pick on Radiant, and Talon first picking that Nyx Assassin on the Dire side. But talk to me a little bit more about the mid lane matchup we just saw, because there's a chance here, Pi, that we could see it again. It's not the first time we've seen Lesh versus Pango. It's the first time we saw it go so well for the Pangolier, though. Is that making you change your mind? Any new insights on this matchup since the last time we talked about it?
No, because I don't think it's not a stomp, like the sniper versus puck sort of matchup. Right. It's favored for Leshrac for sure, but the Undying was there, right, messing with the runes, and Armel is also an amazing laner, so he managed to just like get whatever he wanted from that lane, and they went even.
Yeah, and Q, I think, with an excellent game on the Nyx Assassin, so why not just get your hero out of the way straight away and look to set up a couple more multi-hero stuns for themselves.
Yeah, I believe this is like how Thunder Awaken would draft too. They're also a team that really enjoys picking this Nyx.
I've actually seen a bit of play. Let me look at these Nyx stats, actually, because I'm curious about it. You're right. Thunder's been picking this. I know I've seen a couple of games where I believe Mira has played it as well from Team Spirit. Oh, a couple of heroes now playing it.
Yeah. And a lot of heroes you want to pick versus him are... Like, it's these Visage-like and type push heroes together. And you also want like clear long stuns, but all of these heroes you're not that comfortable picking them right away. Like you prefer to pick them a little bit later, so they just go for something solid here. Like, yeah, this is a nice stun, Tiny, just stun versus anything, but also versus Nyx, and then Undying. They love this hero. Good team fight, good lane, so just stick with this. I think it's fine.
And honestly, I love watching DJ on Tiny, so I'm happy with this pick as well.
Yeah, but they could just pick the Leshrac here again. Obviously, it's going to be different later on with the counters, so Fnatic will have more options to counter, but with how they're going to go for it again. With how they banned last game, I don't see why they don't just do the exact same thing this game. I don't really know what you change up. Maybe you ban a Beastmaster here or something to
So
kind of break their draft.
There's a sniper. Expect to see a Lina from Talon, and then they also banned a Pudge in this phase. The last time they did open up with a 5th, 8th, Nyx, and Lesh. This is that's curious, actually. So Talon still with 2nd pick, huh? Because it looks like they had 2nd pick. No, pardon me, they didn't.
Yeah, it's Fnatic with 2nd pick, right?
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, my bad. Okay.
I forgive you.
Thank you. We're safe. I only get 2 of those a day, chat. So I'm really, aren't they nice here?
Yeah.
But yeah, should see that Lina as Fnatic actually going to take out KP's Beastmaster. That was quite a dominating hero last game as well, right? Some really keen clutches, and I think really put the brakes on Armella from getting too much of that game under his control.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it ended up being a beautiful draft with like a lot of what you want to counter banned, and then like heroes you want to counter other heroes with already countered by the first 2 picks. So yeah, I think Talon are onto something here. They theory crafted up a real nice picking order here. But I mean, it was still not an easy game, of course, but they definitely did not lose out of picks, so should be happy with that.
And Fnatic here also changing up their bans again, both banning the Beastmaster. Last time around, they banned out the Morph, Snapfire, and Bloodseeker in this lane. So if they do ban like a Bloodseeker, it wouldn't be here, because then I think Talon maybe, I don't know if they want to ban the Pango in response, but it just signals a Pango too early, right, to ban Bloodseeker here. So they would need to ban something else, even if they are thinking Pango.
Yeah. I mean, that
Snap.
would... Yeah, okay, Snap. Yeah, just for Tombstone, I think. It's not a very... They were kind of running out of time, right? It's just... They're not too sure what to ban. And yeah, because that's the advantage you have here. You can like ban a hero and then pick out a face. But I mean, Talon are just going to stick to what worked.
Yeah. So that, I mean, and this is the exact same draft in the exact same order, of course, with just swapping first side and pick. So, yeah.
But maybe we'll end up seeing this Leshrac offlane here. So, because I think that's the original thought. Like, whatever happens here, if the draft is messed up, the lanes are kind of weird, we'll just do Nyx Lesh offlane. It's a solid lane. Otherwise, they still have a lot of other summon heroes, right? There's Lycan, there's, God forbid, Visage. That can do similar roles, but not quite as good as Beastmaster.
I think Fnatic, kind of maybe looking at the mental game a little bit here, right? Aren't they? It's the exact same draft so far. A little change there in that Beastmaster ban. But if we see Bloodseeker here, no, it's Slark. Okay, that's also kind of an no. Wait, Bloodseeker counters Slark. So what is the Slark ban about then? Does that signal anything obvious to you, or are Fnatic just trying to make sure that Talon don't pick 4 of the same heroes against them?
Yeah, I think it's more like that. I think they're very unsure of what to ban here. Maybe they should ban something that counters Puck more. But you see, this isn't like Nyx Leshrac. They already have Nyx, which is good versus Puck. And with this Pudge ban, though, I wonder if they actually are setting up for a Visage pick. Not right now, but the next pick, right? Because they did play Visage, and they had to run into Puckhouse Pudge, and that was not a fun matchup. But we'll see. I'm expecting them to pick some sort of support there, something with range. You ban Snap, so maybe, what is there? Like a Rubik, something of that sort. They could go for like a Silencer, but it would be nice to have another stun, maybe.
Another stun specifically? Yeah, let me take a look here what they've been playing. Yeah, Rubik. Rubik's in there for sure. Silencer, not a stun. Talon have actually pulled out, I think, one of the few Grimstrokes of this tournament as well. That didn't work for them earlier. Other than that, a Disruptor, which isn't a stun.
Oh,
but
Disruptor? Yeah.
Might be a pick, right, versus a Puck?
Can be a decent pick, yeah. I wouldn't mind. I think something like that seems solid. And then you just wait and see.
You got decent setup as well, right, with the Leshrac Split Earth. And it'll
Yeah,
be that
nice.
Disruptor.
Yeah, we're turning into geniuses.
Oh, we are. I mean, speak for yourself. I was...
You were born this way.
Unfortunately not. But we'll see what they go for next, right? You still maybe on board for this Visage pick?
Let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, they have to. Yeah, oh yeah, Fnatic were last pick. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this makes it a little more awkward, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, this is the difference with last pick versus not last pick. It's way more. It feels way more awkward to pick a Visage here now.
That's right.
Because I think that's a. It looks like something you would want, and they kind of banned for it too. So I honestly, yeah, why not go for it?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like awful against these kind of heroes. I think you banned decently for it. Then again, our message has been relatively anti-Visage, and I don't want to be a hypocrite. I want to stick to my platform here. I don't think the Visage is looking that great, Pi, but maybe for Talon, they can convince me otherwise.
Yeah.
I'm always open to it. I'll give it some thought. Either way, we're thinking offlaner here, right?
Yeah.
Doom removed out from them. Oh.
Okay.
Dawnbreaker. Okay. So something that I think Thunder beat them with, right?
Yeah, this is looking like a Thunder Awakens draft here.
Kind of is.
They really like to combine this Nyx with Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, it works a little bit as a block pick, right, doesn't it? To make sure that Dawnbreaker doesn't have to BKB while she's using the Solar Guardian on the way into fights. So that's also like a block pick. But also, it's useful at setting up. It's a decent lane partner, especially. They can get actually fairly aggressive versus an Undying.
Yeah. I think they can be okay. Undying early should be strong enough, but quickly the Dawnbreaker deals a lot of damage with their spells. So.
Yeah, Talon had to face this... not quite the Nyx lane, but they've had to face lanes similar out from Thunder especially, and maybe that's why Fnatic are going to go for this lifesteal, a bit of built-in magic immunity, a bit tougher to kill here, especially with something a little bit slower like an Impale.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about this hero even last draft, but I think the Beastmaster stopped them from drafting this. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure they would have picked Lifestealer, because he's so good versus Nyx, Leshrac, and Disruptor. And you just, I mean, you basically ignore them, right? They need to get you from fog, basically. Otherwise, they can't touch you.
Yeah, either that or continue to chase you during the duration of your rage. And at that point, you start to ask questions. Well, where's the team, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so and Fnatic can reinforce fairly quickly, right? DJ, especially with the blink from fog. Puck, of course, quite mobile. So that's maybe not the easiest thing for Talon to do, right? Chase down this Lifestealer.
Yeah, and you always have Infest, and eventually you can even buy a BKB, and then you have 16 seconds of magic immunity, so
right.
It's looking good.
Lots of sustain here for Talon as well, right? Especially for this Leshrac. He can certainly be quite a force to take down early on, even more so, right, if we do get to see another Mikoto Nihilism being picked up. But this time, right, he has a bit more heals at his disposal. And maybe, I mean, we don't really see the Axe too much on an offlane Dawn, but, at least that big Solar Guardian here as a huge buff and maybe turnaround spell.
Yeah. No, I think we see it fair bit. I think that's his standard build on the... on Thunder Awakens Sacred. I think he goes Wraith Pact, and then he usually picks up if he really needs a BKB, he'll go for BKB, but he'll always pick up Shard, and then oftentimes he goes for this Aghanim Scepter. And I also caught a game on the break here with Bet Boom where they did the same thing. They went the Wraith Pact Aghanim Scepter, so we might see that.
Okay. We might, yeah, and that's real nice because it does come with, I think it's a really high evasion rate, isn't it? Like 65% or something, right? For that entire duration, which may make Lifestealer's game a bit difficult, right? Your magic community doesn't really help a lot about that.
No, for sure. It was a bit later in the game, but...
Yeah. Well, all right, Faceless Void banned out, and the Morphlane's not going to make it all the way through. Talon do take care of that Visage, though, so looks like we won't have to get our mind changed this time around. We can continue to shame the Visage pickers, because for now, Fnatic are not going to have that option available to them. As Talon look further safe laner.
I mean, Talon definitely sad they don't have last pick, because a Razor is very good against Lifestealer, right? But and they kind of ban for it with the Visage Death Prophet. Kind of. I mean, Razor should be good versus Death Prophet at least. So maybe they're looking for something else. But I'm just they go for the Razor. I'm just looking for heroes that counter the Lifestealer, right? They already banned out the Morphling, one of the more annoying ones, and I know 23 loves Razor, so there we go.
Okay, a little bit of carry Razor action. Certainly not a hero that, especially OG fans, are not used to seeing. They pulled it out on day one, and now here go Talon. They'll do their best in this one. A safe lane Razor. 23. Okay. Eager to see what Fnatic are going to throw at it in his lane, though.
Yeah, I don't really know what you pick here to counter him. What do you have as a laning partner? You have Tiny. I wonder what he's thinking about Can go for something like a Mirana, but it's not the best bottom game, perhaps. It looks like he figured something out. You can also go for something like a Queen of Pain, but they have these very nice Bat Rider.
I was gonna say it. He's snuck on through. But yeah, the Bat Rider looks somewhat okay here, I think. And Fnatic, we're gonna go for it.
Yeah, but at the same time, they have both Disruptor and Nyx Assassin. So. Yeah. So the Nyx Assassin kind of counters Bat Rider, especially when he's offlane. Can stop him in his tracks. So it's not the perfect pick, but I get why they picked it.
Yeah, me too. I think the Razor does sometimes kind of suffer against him, especially when he's got a lane into each other. So I think that's why Fnatic are going to look for this. But some pretty mean initiation, right, between this Bat Rider and Tiny Puck as well, all running in a Tombstone as well for them to fall back and defend if the fights, pardon me, are looking a little bit more static at some stage. So yeah, I think the Tombstone is a serious problem here for Talon. But I'm liking both drafts here, to be honest. I don't see a serious outdraft one way or the other.
No. Let me see. What was the mid matchup? It's probably Leshrac versus Puck, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, that should be kind of evenish. I mean, I think the Leshrac has a slight edge, but perhaps not. I think it depends on the players. Then we'll see how the other lanes play out. Very curious how this Lifestealer will do, especially. Like in some lanes when you play versus Dawnbreaker, she kind of just beats you up, but now you have Undying to back you up, right? And he's he's very strong, so see how they do.
He's definitely a more standout pick here. I think lots of us have had him 2v1 in lane. We've seen that across some of our TI group stage games as well here. And we'll see what kind of impact he can have here. Mikoto already warmed up on the Lesh, ended last game with a Rampage. We'll see how he can get off to his start here versus the Puck of Armel. So we'll get into game number 2 here shortly. Lots of voice lines here and a couple of good luck, have funs being exchanged, but no more other words.
Yeah, so, okay. Yeah, so one thing you can do is lane the Razor versus Lifestealer, but looks like he just wants to go safe lane. And they're doing the same thing here again. They're sending Hide bottom with the range arrow to make sure that KP has a better lane. But yeah, the lane is definitely harder now. The matchup with Lifestealer Undying should be... I'm pretty confident they should have the advantage. But you can also click here, Hide. He's ready for the spam wars. Like, Undying will spam some decay, and Hide is ready to spam Thunderstrike. He has 6 mangoes.
Wow. Yeah, he enjoys mangoes even more than John Well, which you don't always see against an Undying, right?
Yeah.
That is a lot. And for Disruptor, a lot of really sorely needed HP regeneration. So the longer he can hold on to those as well, the more he'll kind of enjoy that, especially because it's just a flat number, right? So he'll be healing, quote-unquote, more efficiently with the K stacks applied to him, of which John Well is ready to go for a couple already.
Yeah, wait. So Jabs is setting up... Oh, maybe he's just going to block for Armel mid here. Yeah, I don't know if he... Because Armel is also hiding mid, so I highly doubt they're dual laning. Yeah, there he goes. Runs back top.
Yeah, just helping out his friend. And we'll get back going here. That's going to help Armel a bit, but Mikoto with some very solid blocks as well. Look at this guy, man. Rank 1, huh?
Yeah.
You don't say. Not bad.
Yeah. We have the spam wars in the bottom lane. Lots of decays. Lots of Thunderstrikes. See who wins out there.
Yeah, no spiced ham. Mikoto already early on, right against the Illusory Orb. Shouldn't really be in too much danger here, this Puck, though they really are eager to exchange some harass back and forth and back again. A bit of a race here to get that bottle online.
DJ going for some courier snipes. Unfortunately, no tree grab, so cannot one-shot.
Starting off with the brown boots as well for DJ yet again. And there's that tree grab just to make the denies a bit easier here. There he goes, one-shotting that range. And I think 23 Savage wanted that real bad here with the Plasma Fields.
Yep. I think, yeah, if Lifestealer gets a level and item advantage, like this lane becomes impossible for Dawnbreaker. But if he can keep up in farm, like he should do fine. But it can get really ugly down here.
Yeah, and Hyde's already starting to munch on those mangoes, right?
Yep.
So he's at least keeping the spam up, doing whatever he can to keep Januel, from, I guess, keeping up 16 decay stacks constantly on your Dawnbreaker. But there's really only so much you can expect him to do.
Yeah.
More.
Going for a killer.
Yeah, Tombstone's dropped. Januel, is going to die. Tombstone is down and is going to be destroyed here quite quickly. Raven not going to be able to deny it either. So not only is that first blood for KP, but it's another 125 gold in the pocket off the Tombstone bounty. Not bad at all.
Oh, very good for him. Yeah, he's top net worth now. He's struggling a bit in the CS, but this brings him back for sure. The mid lane, yeah, very even. Basically, exactly even.
Yeah, Bottle and we see Bottle. Looks like they each get themselves a water rune and are going to continue kind of just farming for now. We'll keep our eyes there, though. Of course, you never know when Mikoto is going to try and set up on one of these fascias with Split Earth, or maybe Puck getting a little bit more harass heavy on those spells.
Yeah.
But now it's pretty calm. Yeah, KP immediately going, I think, into those phase boots, right? Wants this bonus armor from that chainmail online first, I think, against Raven.
Yeah. I think especially with those that nice first blood and the tomb kill, like he's gonna be fine here. And,
top lane, Savage gets one of the most pitiful. Oh no, he might be in some trouble here. Actually, looking to try and TP.
Ooh, so much damage!
Yeah, that's kind of incredible, actually.
Was that more than a 3-second TP? It felt longer, but maybe it was just so much damage.
Yeah, it couldn't have been really. Couldn't have been.
I mean, this is huge. He has to run all the way back.
Yep.
Ooh, but Jabs is tanking the tower.
Yeah.
It's fine.
There he goes. Yeah, it goes back on over to the creep wave. And there's 5 stacks here. So now make it 6, actually.
Yeah, they're diving.
So Radiant Fortify here. DJ returning a little, actually kind of a lot of damage, to be honest.
Yeah, he'll be dead there.
Oh, and with another point in this mana burn, which I know you love to see here.
Oh, well, this game it's better, right? Oh, yeah, and Jabs is denying himself to the tower. I think this is good.
No risk of 23 Savage to get back in time. Even with the brown boots of speed and the smoke, he is just way too slow. And he does at least get the experience on that flag bearer, but maybe actually DJ.
He's got boots too fast. They're outplaying them up here.
And the creep's kind of blocking him there too, didn't make it any easier.
Yeah, you can see Raven even with those with that first blood, like he's dominating in the CS. 10 denies, 24 last hits. It's quite hard for KP to play down here.
He's got boots, right? And now this chainmail. Januel, once again, seems like a viable kill. KP, yeah, that time ends up pump faking him there. This Raven, he is chasing down Hyde, assisted by the zombies of the Tombstone. Now finally cleared the TP out. Hyde is going to make it out.
Yeah, thanks to KP killing that Tombstone. Otherwise, the zombies would have finished him off there.
Those death-lusted zombies there, banished back into the earth.
That's a little refill in the mid lane. It's all good. Acceptable death, as we say.
He was allowed to die.
Yeah.
No TP, not allowed.
But this lane top is not very fun for 23. Batrider is quite high level, and the pull is constantly blocked by DJ.
Courier as well killed. Quite annoying there. DJ just wipes it down. And yeah, I think we're going to see this 1 point really in Static Link for some time. I mean, it's just not such a high value skill. I mean, yeah, there goes the toss back quite deep here. As Jabs is looking to stack up a little bit here on the sticky napalm. He has a skill point in reserve if he wants to go for Flame Break, but decides against it. I'll hold on to that one.
At least Q got a pull off here, so the wave will come back into the tower.
Yeah, but I think we're going to see 23 go for... I think the last time I saw Safe Lane Racers have this tough matchup, it's maxing Plasma Field and going for Recovery Midas, usually. But that was kind of a different meta, right? That was when like double BKB was like the most imba thing in the world. So I don't know if Razor still wants to build that. Q making some space here. Already has used the Impale, so he'll burn a little bit more mana on the way out. And actually, I think he's going to scout the stack at least.
That's something. Mid lane Hyde secures the rune, and Armel... Yes, one stick, but he's dead.
He's gonna die. Hyde trying to escape. Once again, the zombies, though, going to go right through the static field. You're right. There are some things in Dota that break the laws of the universe.
Yep.
You can't go to the static field, zombies. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's supposed to stop everything and anything. Yeah, bottom lane becoming Okay, I mean, KP's doing okay, but it should become more and more unplayable here with anytime he sees this Dawnbreaker, he'll just right-click him.
And I think it's another acceptable death there for John Wall as well, right? To get to another bottle refill for the mid laner.
Yep.
It's a full mana as they were
Mikoto
fighting.
looking top here. I wonder, maybe he'll just steal the stacks, not go for this crazy dive.
Yeah, and he'll be happy to do that. Assisted there by Q. We need to get out fast though, because DJ here is going to scout them, and on over comes Armel moseying from the mid lane. Mikoto continues to fight. There's a lasso already here for the Batrider. Not lasting quite long enough to secure the kill. They're going to throw a tree, and now the Elusive Orb, and even the Undying, the kitchen sink as well.
Yep.
But they're going to take down Mikoto.
Yeah, I mean, it's what happens when you can go very deep and steal stacks.
Yeah.
No interest in letting you do that.
No, they want those stacks themselves. They punish thievery here very harshly in the realm of Dota, don't they?
Yeah. Raven hitting KP here, but he can't really chase him. He has to go back to his tower. Or?
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, he's gonna slap him a couple more times here.
Yeah. I guess you commit there and...
Yeah, I mean, now KP's got to make a pretty quick decision. Does he go for a TP out? No, Celestial Hammer in down the cliff with a slow as well, affecting John and Raven. That'll see him safely away.
Yeah. Okay. He's sacrificed a wave for this, but
yeah,
I guess he gets the equilibrium back and makes it very awkward for KP to play. Okay, ultimate top.
Yeah, they go into the top lane. 23 Savage is going to be saved here by that Solar Guardian. And still has mobility spells to cut through DJ as they will condemn Jabs for his attempt there to kill 23.
Mid lane, they get the kill on Hyde at least. I don't know if Mikoto will commit for Yonoel.
Yeah, there's a tombstone down. It's only tombstone level 1, and Makoto's not that scared of zombies, honestly. It may be spooky season, but they're going to have to try harder than that to scare him.
Yeah. So overall, very positive for Talon here. I mean, Razor suffered a little bit, but I mean, looking at him, it seems like he's recovered quite fine. And he's still, as you said, going for that Midas.
Yeah, that's...
Or no, he changed his mind. I mean, he still has a Q... he's... okay, I think he changed his mind, perhaps.
Okay.
He got a Falcon Blade at least, so we'll see if he still wants to go for it.
Right, yeah, Falcon Blade is kind of like this must-have item, you know? It's like gone on special. It's in the clearance rack on the shopkeeper. And I think, actually, when I was looking at it, an item that hasn't been adjusted too much since it's been added into Dota, which wasn't that long ago. I think it was like 7.30, which was like 2 years, by the way. It's only been buffed, very rarely and occasionally, nothing too big, but it's only an item that's ever gotten buffed.
Wait, they're gonna catch Mikoto here.
Makoto
dealing a lot of damage
down the cliff. Oh, DJ tossing him away here. And speaking of damage, Makoto's still alive. Actually, the juice he wants, not enough.
Here comes KP. They might get a bunch of kills out of this. Armel has to run.
The glimpse is going to be avoided here, but Armel, they're going to keep giving chase. Now the Courier giving a bit of vision as KP is still on his mark. Over now, DJ, this is like his ramp, basically, as he finds another toss onto Q. Q very hopeful to find an impale there as he's now being body blocked by DJ, patiently giving Raven this kill. We'll have to wait a little bit longer now. Avalanche to secure it. But in the meantime, they also get their puck out of danger.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it must feel way better to play this Razor versus Bat matchup now when... whenever you see that KP has his ultimate ready, because that kind of changes the dynamic, right? Like, it's very hard for him to solo kill you.
And to be honest, or to update our builds, right? It is going to be actually Savage going for just Falcon Blade, and then seemingly BKB, Kaya, or SNY.
Yeah, I mean, at the worst time in the lane there, he had Midas queued up, but I think he got a couple return kills, and he's like, yeah, I don't need this Midas. No point.
Choose to fight.
Yeah. Kodo kind of stealing his farm here, though. Feels bad, man.
Well, that is a... Well, I mean, I suppose, right? Whose farm should it belong to? Well, Makoto says it's mine for now. I'll do it faster anyway. That'll get him closer and closer to the Bloodstone. He's also farming with the regen rune active, so that's kind of what feels good for him.
Yeah. And yeah, Raven's just gonna sit down here. Everyone's kind of farming up. It's not that easy for Fnatic to like force a tower or anything. Okay, so 23 Savage decides he's had enough of the top lane. Moves down here to perhaps kick out the Lifestealer, but he does have his armlet finished, so maybe he wants to take the fight here. Everyone is kind of ready though, because he has Static Storm and Disruptor.
Exactly.
Oh, there'll be a little toss back here.
Onto the tower is pretty deep as well, and a nice precast there. Hyde running back into that little Solar Guardian as KB somehow gets his hammer away. He is going to live for now. Jean-Noel with a nice TP on
Jabs
over.
is back here too.
They're already fighting on
Oh,
a
here comes
tombstone range, but
Mikoto,
here's
though.
Mikoto and Q as well under the cover of Vendetta. Jean-Noel used to be taken down momentarily here as Q's going to whiff big on that Impale, unfortunately. They do still get a Carapace stun on that Firefly of Jabs.
Raven
who's
is going in.
completely out of mana. Pops a 10 wand charge, though, and has just enough for Lasso. But now 23? 23?
Yeah,
okay.
Raven is just manning up here.
Yeah, 23 just...
Cole
just went right in for that tombstone, and now the fight going a little bit more disastrously for Talon.
Oh, Q, no.
He's missed twice now on those impales. Not the biggest deal in the world here, but Fnatic are going to be slightly happier leaving this fight.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic are the team that they refuse not to defend their bottom tower here. If there's any hope of defending it, they go for it.
They refuse not to defend. They defend the tower. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, the double negatives.
Yeah, isn't that how you speak? I don't know.
I believe so. All right, you work at the redundant department of redundant casting over there.
Yeah, I need more words.
But it's true, right? Like Fnatic, you can always expect them to defend the tower, and I think Talon not really expecting that same kind of pressure from them as they did in game one. It's almost the exact same move, almost around the exact same time.
Yeah. But right now, Raven tip it out though, so.
There it is. Yeah. Oh, okay, a lasso, Hyde. Oh, gets stun on the Carapace, and that actually keeps Hyde on the low ground. Is that going to be enough? A glimpse? Jabs, though. He's got reach for that last auto attack, and he'll have the kill.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
AP, he's getting bullied away from the top lane.
Oh, dropping a tombstone.
Wow,
Okay.
yeah, really.
But whatever, you can farm this medium camp with it, I believe. You aggro.
Top tower is under attack.
Such a support player, Pa. You're like, no, it was an efficient play. Benefit of the doubt, of course.
Oh yeah, I
but
wanted to say too, like, can't blame it. Like, sometimes you do miss a couple of Nyx stuns. It's it's hard to always hit those.
No. I mean, he ended last game with landing some really big stuns for Q, but just a bit unfortunate, right? Would have maybe unable to +1 here or there, but against a puck, I can blame no one for getting, out-juked on a Nyx stun. Absolutely not.
Oh, for sure.
A very good point. And now Fnatic will smoke up here, has 3. Armel with a full Witchblade. Jean-Noel, though, without a Tombstone.
Should get KP here.
Yeah.
No, they don't want him.
They're going to wrap towards mid.
Now they're pinging him out.
Oh, okay, now they want him. They've changed their mind. And if they can prevent especially the Celestial Hammer from coming through, well, they will easily with a silence.
Yeah.
Nope, they have the kill.
Mikoto very close to Bloodstone. Needs... Okay, not... What does he need? Like 700 more gold? A coil?
Armel wants to keep fighting. There's a Static Storm, and a good stun there actually sets up. Oh, from the... Now another easy Impale. Armel, nice job.
Yeah.
Great rotation from Q. He was running over to the mid lane with the Vendetta active. Hold that thought, actually, because now Mikoto jabs. He's got Raven inside of him, and Raven, unfortunately, he's going to have jump out of a dead Bat Rider, being still given chase by Mikoto, who has maxed the Edict already.
Yeah.
Oof, that was rough turn of events there, but well played there. Q completely redeeming himself there. A beautiful Spike Carapace stun, sets up Hyde for the Static Storm, and a kill onto the puck completely breaks apart that kill attempt.
Yeah, very nice. I don't think Raven expected Jabs to run in there. Was kind of trying to save him there with the Infest, right? But he had other ideas. Too bad they're quite bad ideas, but...
To battle, my noble steed. Oh no, didn't go
a little
well
toss back down here on Mikoto. DJ picked up the Invis rune earlier.
And here's Armel with that Witchblade slow especially, but Solar Guardian keeping him topped up. They like the damage, and Q as well. Has enough mana. Well, I don't know, a full wand actually. So he has plenty of mana here if he can find a stun, and he will. Nice glimpse immediately into a stun. Mikoto is going to continue the chain stun. Well, the CC is flawless out here from Talon. Looking amazing Q even with the spiked Carapace. There we go.
Very nice.
A kill.
Like with all of these kills picked up too, he's very extremely close to Blink Dagger, so and that will also be big, especially before Bathos BKB. Like he has max Carapace, you blink in with that. Like I feel like everyone is getting stunned.
Speaking of these big items, right, the man who was considering going for the Midas early to recover has had all the space and time he's needed, right, to recover decently. Now he's got max static link, but most importantly, nearly has full BKB.
Yeah. So I'm guessing in the fights here, you kind of need the Batrider to be lassoing Razor, like no matter what. Like even if he's BKB, because he needs to stop him from linking Lifestealer. If Razor just gets to do whatever he wants, even when you have this very farmed Lifestealer, he's gonna be quite useless.
Yeah, and you know, then again, that's where we might see DJ make a couple more hero plays, right? Especially when the blink is up, either tossing back 23 or tossing back the lifestealer, right, to break Link. So that might be a couple plays available for him to make yet, for sure. Kodo farms a couple really big stacks. Another regen rune for him. Very nice. That's Bloodstone fully completed. Going next into the BOTs for Leshrac for Mikoto.
Yeah, DG getting the bottom lane here, finishing up his own Blink Dagger. Just needs 700 more gold or so. See, Q might want to set up here. He has Vendetta. I feel like DJ knows.
Yeah, he's playing it chill. Right, Nyx missing off the map. He's a man that plays a little bit of Nyx himself, right?
Yeah.
As Deso's finished now for Raven, so he's got now the bonus attack speed armor of Armlets and reducing enemies' armor by a bit more, so almost a pure right-clicking machine. Still, as you say, though, not probably enough to get through 23 Savage and a static Link, but does make things a bit scarier, for example, for fighting through Mikoto Lesh.
Yeah. Let's see, I mean, the most important item here is the BKB on Batrider. Still quite far away. It's about halfway, I guess.
Yeah, and Talon, they're going to smoke up, and they're actually going to end up finding a Leshrac, which is a perfect, ideal target here. Solar Guardian, Mikoto trying to lift the dudes with the Bloodstone heals, and now Q from behind, but it's still just too much. 23 Savage, he shows up to the fight with BKB and the Link as well onto Raven. There's going to be the break of the Link as the BKB is popped, so Raven allowed to leave the fight, but KP, he's going to end up dropping now as well. 2 cores dead for Talon, and without mana, without BKB, 23 Savage, he's only actually gotten through jabs. DJ setting them up for with a 2-man avalanche. 23 Savage, he actually TP'd into this fight, so he's here for the long haul now. As Hyde doing what he can, keeping Armel at bay with the glimpse. There's going to be the kill, though, at least onto DJ. And John Wall held inside here of the kinetic field. 23 Savage continuing to go for this fight and should have the kill here easily. So he will prevail with a triple kill. That was looking a little scary for Talon in the middle of that fight.
Yeah, no, both Armel and Raven were at the outskirts there, like thinking about jumping in, but with the Eye of the Storm taking and them both being so low HP, like they didn't dare to go back in. So DJ kind of expected some backup there, but I don't know. It could have been a disaster if they went in.
Hyde, you know, on this glimpse changes, right, in 732. Now you actually do a little bit of damage, up to 300 damage, if for like the maximum.
Yeah.
And that's significant, right? That's why, like, you know, you're seeing this puck who might want to phase shift through a glimpse anyway, just to keep the positioning. It becomes necessary, right, at some stages in this fight, whether or not, you know, you want to keep your positioning. So that's also a little bit awkward because sometimes you just can't afford to take that damage, and that was the case there.
Yeah, for sure. But we also saw in that fight the battery, the last swing eraser. It's very important. Allow the lifestealers to live.
Yeah, crucial.
Yeah, because they're gonna need that every fight.
That was a long bit duration BKB as well for 23 Savage. I think he's fairly happy with how that's turned out for himself. All of a sudden, he's second in terms of net worth. And again, with fighting items, right? Now that BKB's off cooldown, he can look to go again.
No, I think Talon should be feeling pretty comfortable there. KP is also getting what he wants. Decent net worth. The Wraith Pact, I think, did a lot of work that fight too. Oh. Lamps here?
Yeah, jab saw straight into the static storm kinetic field combo. Hyde finds his man at 23 Savage. And there's going to be no lasso here.
Still needs 700 gold for the BKB. Really, really important item for him. Okay, DJ, toss play?
Yeah,
oh, yes, tosses on the spot there.
It's going to be onto Hyde, but another Solar Guardian. They're going to look to fight into this one. A nice precast on the Illusory Orb. There is a glimpse, but the coil is going to connect to Hyde. Looking for a glimpse. Kinetic Field used first. As the phase shift is going to be able to avoid the Starbreaker, but not the follow-up damage from Q.
There's a Link.
Does get two, now
DJ has
more
toss.
damage here.
Oh, he misses it.
The glimpse. DJ, oh, almost got him there. 23 Savage, he stopped moving even. Did you see that?
Yeah. I was taunting him a little bit. Dawnbreaker, big issue here. Like, saves every hero they go on. Like, by just this sliver of health.
Yeah, each and every time, it's like, it's just enough healing, right? To maybe not save that initial hero, but to certainly turn the fight.
Yeah. And the gold lead is steadily climbing here for Talon. It's hard, right, to be this Batrider, because you need to get out on these lanes and farm. But I think finally he's done farming. He's got the BKB. It's gonna be way more comfortable to fight now.
Makes life a lot easier for him. BOTs, BKB. Again, his main goal for these fights still remains, right? Make sure that the static link is broken at some stage.
Yeah, immediately they go into Roche. Like, John Noel has had enough of this. This is what he wants to do. But yeah, I don't think Talon is gonna give this up for free, so let's see.
See, Roche already down to half HP, so they're going to have to make a move here pretty fast. Q with a Blink Dagger here on his Nyx Assassin. KP as well, can toss in a hammer, but Roche falling very low already. There's going to be some vision. And actually, Dire getting the kill, but Raven snatching up that Aegis immediately, as there's going to be the link yet again. BKB used for that, and now maybe an opportunity to re-engage, as DJ is going to look back now.
Oh,
Static
he blinks
Storm
straight into
is going
Static
to catch
Storm.
right up through Armel, but the stun is going to miss, and they get the Aegis, as well as the kill on the Undying. Armel as well falls, and they might get Raven a second time here, looking to try and TP away, and I think he'll make it out alive, but that is not how the Roche fight was supposed to go for Fnatic.
Yeah, no, not at all. Yeah, no, it looked, they got very confident, right? And start chasing, but yeah, Talon just turned on them quickly and just wiped them out. Like, Armel blinked in there to coil, but he placed the Static Storm down very quickly and he just got caught out.
What a Static Storm. That's the ramp of death, right? That's the new change that they made to this terrain to I think it was probably meant to nerf Dire a little bit and stop the high ground contest. I'm not really so sure because they did move that outpost further back as a result of that ramp change. But, I mean, in situations like this,
here, right?
Yeah, look at that. Oof, punishing.
Oh.
Nice split earth as well from Mikoto. He connects from this fight. Ooh.
Yeah, Mikoto perfect positioning there in the back, right? Just comes flying in. And yeah, Fnatic probably expected a bit more there, but I have to be a little more patient.
I mean, Talon, he's out of it. Yeah, they're having
Let's
quite
go.
the series. Let's go,
Nice.
Talon.
Yeah, they need this so badly. And yeah, they're definitely looking like big favorites this game.
And now the rotation down bottom has Jabs, pardon me, cowering behind the trees underneath this tier 2 tower. In fact, he'll TP away. And that likely signals that Fnatic is not going to defend this tower.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is a game for tossing people on cliffs, though. So DJ desperately wanting to hit level 20 here, I believe.
Yeah, he does. He's got Blink. He's got level 2 grow, and that bonus armor is going to help him a lot here versus that Eye of the Storm, versus just Razor in general. I'm really happy for that.
Okay, Talon. Oh, Talon already mid there.
Wow,
beautiful.
Look at that Q. Oh, the jump blinks immediately, expecting the waning rift. Finds it, finds the puck. Static Storm, an easy kill. Fnatic trying to delay the game.
DJ setting up bottom. He TP'd quickly here, but do they have enough damage to kill him faster?
Inside of him, Mikoto. Oh, but look, they're turning all red again with KP. But look at this damage, Raven with the Deso. And now, just the Hyperstone, a single stun is going to slow Raven from finding this kill. But it looks like, oh no, he's not actually going to die. Jabs as well coming on through. At least is going to be able to get the return kill onto Mikoto. Jean Noel is next to go. But it's 4 Talon heroes standing at the end of the day, as they actually do find a stun here onto Jabs. I'm not sure if that canceled his TP.
No, he didn't have TP, but
Didn't have it, yeah.
they know, like, he's somewhere here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they find him.
Oh no, and that'll be 4 heroes then, only in exchange for Mikoto. A very hopeful jump, and eventually they get the kill, but that glimpse from Hyde saving the day, you know, 1 extra auto attack, just 1 auto attack. That's all Raven needed. That's all he wanted.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that he was infested in the Tiny, right, to set up that gank, so he can't escape. He has to man up and pray. But you see the Dawnbreaker coming in again there, like, definitely the strongest pick of this game. Like, all these pickups, he just gives them that extra health and they get to survive and turn. It's so big.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And now, I mean, Talon, they're just going to be right back in sieging. Mikoto, like nothing ever happened, back on that flag bearer creep to battle.
That's right.
I do love these new creeps, although I do really wish they would put the team banners on them. That'd be amazing. Could you imagine a little Talon banner on that thing? Ah, it'd be adorable.
Work in progress.
Absolutely. That'd be an amazing idea. But Fnatic are now staring down what is a 9k net worth deficit, and maybe, oh, Q just missing on that Impale, but he's going to persist here. Gives the vision onto Jean Noel, and oh, wow, Mikoto is just shredding heroes right now. This damage.
That's so strong. Almost as a Shivas, I believe, yeah.
That's incredible. Top lane, they're hunting as well. Mel, I mean, it's one of these games, right, where he kind of has to be this, how would you say, like, delay the game, right? Get Raven these items kind of matchups for him, but they're hunting him, like, relentlessly here.
Yeah, to be a puck this game can be, like, if they really want to kill you, you you don't know, right? When you're cutting these waves, there might be an Invis Nyx there, but Carapace
Exactly.
ready.
I mean, Talon, they're like Bloodhounds to Ascent whenever they
Yeah.
see him, right?
Bottom lane here is setting up for the Tiny. See if he's... Yep, he's gonna... I think DJ might fall for this.
And Q.
Oh, he puts a
Ooh,
sentry
sees
though.
him.
Very
Oh,
smart.
DJ, blink out of there, dude.
No, he
What
wants
are
to
you
kill
waiting-
him. He wants to kill him. Okay, never mind. He's out.
Yeah, you didn't know how many more were coming, and the answer is at least 2 more from Talon. Makoto's definitely the scary one.
Yeah.
Armel TPing away from inside the Talon base as he continues to cut these waves. KP, though, happy with his own Desolator, so it's not quite the Axe Scepter build, not yet at least. And this was a build that we saw a bit on the Dawnbreaker back when she was being played as safe lane mid and sometimes off lane. It's significant damage now on this hero.
Yeah, for sure. It's nice with the Razor, right? Like, you're both doing minus armor. Like, if you man up on this Lifestealer, he's just gonna melt.
The synergy's there. And
yeah.
we're also holding the Dagger of Ristle, right, for KP, which gives them that bonus damage, which, of course, fully works on your instant attack abilities like the Starbreaker. So that's almost like just plus 200 damage. I hear a Link, by the way.
Yeah, Anuel is down.
He's dead. Hyde was there to support and stop any thoughts of counter initiation, but it's Fnatic. They're gonna go hunting here. DJ next to the trees, Blink Dagger ready, sees KP. As soon as that beacon wears off, they can look to make the move. And now Raven from the trees, open wounds. He's got his man. 23 Savage looking for revenge. Run, Fnatic, get out of here, DJ. Oh no, this time no TP for 8 seconds. He's gonna have to die in this exchange, and I think that's one Fnatic they'll give him a medal for.
Yeah, you take that. Because yeah, I was wondering what happened to Undying's net worth, but he bought a gem for jabs, so makes sense.
Gem for jabs.
Roche, yeah, it's still quite far away. 1.5 minutes till it can potentially spawn. So Fnatic, they kind of have to keep doing this cutting. But ooh, Q, oh, so close.
He's nearly there. He still has Blink Dagger, by the way. And yeah, they've been camping as well, both ends of this. And I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't. There for Armel, Hyde, and Q. Again, Bloodhounds to Ascent, man. Just there's no escape for him.
Yeah, it can always be awkward here when you pick a puck into this Nyx. And same Disruptor, also very strong. Long silence. He did buy a BKB actually, so should be a bit more safe now from these type of plays.
Yeah, that's not something you always see on a puck either, right? They tend to want to avoid that item like the Plague.
Yeah.
But this game, yeah, it does feel kind of necessary.
Yeah, no choice maybe. And it's also nice so the Leshra can't like lifesteal from you. Like he's also just pure magic damage, right? So you can help with the right clicks there.
Absolutely. Yeah, good point. Right now, Talon, they seem pretty content with just kind of denying access, especially to this puck, with the rest of Fnatic to the top half of the map because it's Roche time pretty soon. 25 seconds. Makoto, he's well ahead of Roche. Don't you know it's a little rude to come early to a party without a gift, Makoto? You can help at least set up.
Yeah. Okay, I think they're looking for see if they can get KPR again. Does he have Dagger? Combat? No. Okay, never mind. Yeah, they're setting up themselves here. Q will go back and scout. And yeah, Fnatic are getting out. No, no baiting.
No baiting.
Team is TPing.
Team is TPing. John Noel doing a bit more farming. But they know there's still that sentry from earlier, so Q is not going to go for it, looking for more. And it's a long Roche. So Makoto, he'd have to stay for a while here in the Roche pit. 2 minutes on that bad boy.
Yep. Have to speak about the 23-2. It's becoming so huge. So much farm. Satanic, almost the Salt Kuras completed too, with the Sunshine Yasha. It's just a little too powerful right now to fight into. I don't really know how they kill him.
Not even item. Well, maybe like this if he's completely alone.
On the
top back on the cliff. He's up there with the tombstone and has no way down here, actually.
They have a 4-step on Disruptor. They have a 4-step on Disruptor, so... But the BKB, no BKB, he's gonna go again.
He's going to be pulled back in. Makoto doing what he can as John Noel. He's going to likely take the death for this one. There's going to be now the Solar Guardian as there is a link
the glimpse
onto Armel with the glimpse, bringing back Jabs to his death into that Static Storm. But that started off so promising there for Fnatic. What a cute play between him and Armel.
Yeah, they really tried. Unfortunately, just a little too hard, right? It's just so farmed. It's not dying. And this Sunshine Yasha makes the lasso last, like, it's just not long enough, so you can barely drag him anywhere.
That's right. Yeah, that status is no longer as bonkers as this thing used to be. Used to be like 26% status resist. Oh, Lord, back in those days. But yeah, it just doesn't last long enough, as you say, and he's got all that move speed, he's got plenty of armor, even has this blaster. Hell, he's got 3,300 HP. He is not an easy kill.
No. Yeah, I don't, especially when they have Solar Guardian ready, I don't think you can kill him. Like, I don't know how you do it.
They'll get Raven out alive, at least in that fight, so not a complete disaster for Fnatic, but not the win they were looking for either, especially because, right, Talon, as they remind us, going back into the pit, hoping to find him still lurking there, but it'll be just another 10 seconds.
Yeah,
they'll be able to start that up soon enough.
Yeah, I don't really know what Fnatic's game plan can be here. I mean, they definitely, you always keep farming, right? Like, no matter what. But I don't think you can contest this Roche. I think you... Like, it's just so easy for Talon to fight right now. Like, I'm just clicking around on their heroes, and they just have way too many items.
Looking like one of those high ground holds, perhaps? Not even just like a toss back into Fountain kind of scenario, right? But perhaps in a kind of choke point that's not Roche and a little bit too open. Maybe high ground here for Fnatic. It could be something.
Yeah. I mean, Raven TP'd back here, so... No, he just wants to farm.
It just doesn't seem like Fnatic, like last time, they have this be-all, end-all, you know, kind of team fight, but here it's not as strong.
No, for sure. I mean, they do have this, as you were talking about, you do have some like toss back into lasso, so you get someone really deep in the base, and I think that's their best hope, for sure.
But yeah, as you say, they will not contest this Roche. And that is Aegis for Makoto and a Shard for 23 Savage. This changed slightly, didn't it? It got buffed or something like that.
Yeah, I think they buffed it a little bit.
Yeah, just slightly. Reworked Shard now hits up to 3 valid targets.
Smoked here chasing. Definitely get at least one kill here.
Yeah, looks like DJ is going to be that one kill. Gets off an avalanche, and that should create enough space for everyone else behind him to get out safely, but he's just going to click around frantically and hoping maybe they miss a couple of right clicks there, but no chance. Yeah. And Armel, he's sticking around down bottom here, actually. So is Jean-Noel.
Yeah, I mean, they just want to cut waves. Like, they can't kill this Racer. Yeah, he's so confident, like, the Leshrac even got the Aegis, right? And he has completed a full cycle device, so... They're just... There's too many items on Talon right now. I think they can just go high ground. Obviously, you have to be a little scared with the toss back, but at some point you have to try to finish this.
Yep. And while the Tiny's dead, at least, who does have buyback, mind you, they don't have to fear the toss back immediately. Fnatic, they shouldn't have to buy back here either on this Tiny. They are going to get another Fortify as soon as the tier 3 tower goes down. It's looking like it's going to be that mid lane. Or is it, actually, as Talon maybe thinking about bottom now that there's that pesky tombstone.
Yeah, they don't have many waves here. They have this one mid wave coming in. So yeah, they're just happy with Fnatic being forced back into base.
And it's patience, right? I think I'm going to call back to our LCQ cast of, what was it, Vici Gaming for someone else, right? Just no chance, right? They're taking any chances here, I suppose, which is it's not the best description, but just playing it safe. Talon, they need these wins. Yeah.
I mean, you could see Makoto tipping back to base there. He was expecting someone to cut that wave. So he has TP there, set up with the Scythe, but Fnatic already out, sitting in base.
And they'll at least get Raven and Armel maybe a little bit further out on the map to try and find some more farm, but there's a second smoke here, actually, so a little bit more eagerly looking for a fight. Talon will gladly oblige here, especially without that tombstone at the ready for another 15 seconds. Raven, I think he's not quite scouted into the trees. Either that or 23 Savage. He's being restrained and fighting under the ward here.
Yeah. What are they doing here? They're just gonna feed.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, there's a gem, right? So they obviously see this guy. Force Staff immediately breaks Link. So that's at least a positive here, and they do get out that Eye of the Storm.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, I mean, this is all Fnatic can do, right? Like, try to bait around, prolong the game, try to get a little more farm.
DJ then, cuts a wave top.
Yeah, obviously do a toss back here, perhaps.
That's the play. DJ as well going for an Axe Scepter here in the quick buy. Of course, he might have to buy back sooner rather than later, but we'll see now as there's an Undying still, or rather, Life Stealer inside the Undying, and DJ at the ready, looking for the toss back. Makoto might be a mark here, actually, doesn't have any way to block. So they're like, put that into the Hex! What in the world? The toss back is onto Makoto, but he's actually got a Lotus above, and now they've gotten through the Tiny. DJ's dead, has buyback. What? Whew.
Yeah, no. Talon are completely ready for their shenanigans here.
They're not messing around. And whether it was going to be like DJ or Armel, they were both either going to be turning a pig immediately. Now Talon, I mean, yeah, these buildings are theirs. They are going to back up, respect the tombstone, respect the buyback here. But a vision on the high ground. Okay, Q, he might have to pay for that one actually, but Makoto is in to cover his comrade. As 23 Savage is hitting buildings. There's going to be actually the next assassin lassoed underneath tier 4 towers. He's not even going to die. No, he is KP with the shortest range Solar Guardian in the world. Is not going to be able to save him. Doesn't do much damage either. KP not confident in his ability to fight. Doesn't actually have BKB here on the Dawnbreaker.
Yep.
Only the Lotus Orb here at his disposal. Oh, but that's an item. Hyde. He might look to just turn now with Static Storm. He has Axe Scepter, so it's going to do a lot of damage here against Armel if he can actually find him with it. But Armel, BKB precast here. Hyde finds him on the high ground, at least dispelled. He has a spell to cast as Jean-Noel is going to die. Raven. Oh, and now Armel on the run. His BKB duration expired, and he might know that there's vision here, but fortunately out of range of any glimpses.
Yep. Gets out.
That was scary for him, though.
Yeah, Mikoto thinks he's still here, so he's like, you know, watching the way with the scythe, but... yeah, I think Talon, let's see here, the age is 20 seconds. They might let him heal up and go back in, or they'll just keep farming and wait for the next Roche. Like, both are completely acceptable plays here.
Yeah, Hyde's a bit worse for wear as well. About half HP there after the puck does dive him, but a nice Lotus Orb at least ensures that he doesn't instantly die. Oh, and that's a juicy Arcane Rune in the river.
Yeah. You brought up the Ags on Disruptor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It got delivered, I think, like almost mid-fight, it felt like.
Yeah, that can definitely just end the game.
Luckily, I have to respect Armel there, kind of precasting BKB. That's what it's for anyway, right? So many people want a BKB while the spell animation is happening. No need for that. Magic Immune.
Oh, they're just chasing Marmel.
And he does not have an Illusio for another second. Oh, but does juke a stun out from Q. Is going to go into the trees. Oh, the Static Storm here. No chance. He's not going anywhere. And Hyde even collects the kill there on the glimpse damage.
Yeah, back in the day, maybe would have saved them, but now just kill secured. More net worth.
Says, no, get away from him. That one is mine, boys. 420 gold into Hyde's pocket.
But there is buyback. Obviously, you don't want to use it, but I mean, for Fnatic, it's still the same old song and dance or whatever. They need a long toss back into Lasso, but it's Lotus Orbs and this tankiness is just... It's making it very difficult.
And it kind of sucks, right? Because this Dawnbreaker, like, oh, is she kind of a target? Not really, because then you just lose your base. She's cutting waves, and maybe we can fight. No, because she'll just be instantly into the fight. And in they go, right? DJ looking for a toss back is only going to find death, but has a buyback. 2 dead already here for Fnatic, and they're not eager to fight. At least not when 23 Savage has his first BKB charge. It's since expired, and in they go. Raven fighting versus Makoto. Gets a couple 4 steps
that's
down.
a nice coil.
That's a big coil. Onto 3 Solar Guardian, though, keeping everyone nice and healthy. Jean-Noel stealing plenty of strength, and there's going to be now the Lasso back. 23 Savage out of mana.
No
he's
rage.
slow to a crawl here, but there's no rage. And Raven, he's dead. Jabs has buyback and will commit it now as 23 Savage popping the double plasma fields there. Is going to be able to get off the high ground. Talon looking worse for wear, but still eager to fight now. Jean-Noel dead to the damage of Hyde. As Armel skirting around those fights, doesn't have BKB anymore. He knows Static Storm is back up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the cooldown is so short right now. And yeah, I don't... Yeah, they're just gonna go for another building here. And Fnatic, they have to fight, but...
These are the last buildings, almost.
Yeah.
This will be Megas.
He's gonna be a toss back, but I don't know. They're just too tanky.
But Pi, without Raven...
Yeah.
Where's the damage gonna come from? Just doesn't feel like anywhere here.
No. Okay, toss back into Fountain.
No.
GG.
No, GG. They're not messing around with that kind of stuff. They'll go down here honorably, as it is going to be Talon Esports playing extremely cleanly. 23 Savage as well, recovering very well from his difficult lane.
Yeah.
And it's Talon who get a much-needed 2-0 win here.
No, for sure. And I think a lot of this game comes down to the Dawnbreaker. Like, it's huge hero for them here. Like, stopping every gank. Like, every time there was something going down, he would just use his ultimate, and yeah, we'll see it here, I think. Yeah, just healing him up together with the Bloodstone. He doesn't live, but it delays the death long enough for the team to show up and just clean up. And this keeps happening time after time. It's really nice pick. I really think Talon have found like their way to draft. Looking at their bans and looking at the first 2 picks here, I'm really impressed with what they did. I keep seeing this fight, yeah. I mean, Savage is just too farmed throughout the game. Rough lane, but just came back beautifully. This is where Fnatic kind of still are in it, but it's about to snowball out of control.
Yeah, ends up being just an untenable situation for them to be fighting.
Here's the biggest moment. Yeah,
this one kind of secures it. I mean, Hyde, what a game for him on this Disruptor, honestly.
No, for sure. And yeah, the Disruptor Nyx as a support duo just worked out perfectly this game. Completely stopping the puck from doing anything.
It did feel like a really difficult game there for Fnatic, who do fall in 2. But yeah, like we were talking about, Talon really needed these wins, played very patiently for them, really restrained, and are going to be rewarded here with 2 points for them that perhaps we'll look at group standings before our next match after the round finishes to get a better idea of what their standing is, but are doing what they can, you know, and be fighting for their own destiny here, not trying to rely on other matches going their way. And we can see here with some phenomenal games. I mean, 23 Savage, what a recovery from him. I mean, honestly, Makoto, don't get me wrong, a phenomenal game, and KP as well, on point with the ulti usage. Everyone really from Talon kicking into the second gear here. It's so hard to not name someone doing something amazing here.
Yeah, no, for sure. Everyone, whatever they were, you know, they were like ants, whatever you say. Everyone pulling the straw to the stack. I don't know, something like that. But yeah, 23 Savage looked like he was gonna have a rough game, but then that one save from KP, and he's straight back. And then like the second they get a little bit ahead, Hyde here, match MVP, together with Q, they just run around, keep picking off this puck, and just killing whatever's in their way.
I think the thing that's most impressive for me for Talon today, and both for Fnatic, I must admit, right, has been the willingness of these teams to fight like before and after Roche, right? Like against some other teams, maybe like, you know, Fnatic, they take Roche, they move up to high ground, and Talon, they just back off, right? And they say, oh, they have Aegis, they're scary, let's just farm our next items and, you know, lose a tower or 2. But Talon say, no, we're going to fight them. Hyde drops the Static Storm, and things go swimmingly from there. I really admire that about them.
Yeah, no, they definitely are a bit more fluid in how they think about fights. Like, just because you have Aegis doesn't mean you're way stronger. And yeah, they proved it this game. That was the game-deciding fight there. Like, Fnatic got a little bit cocky, thought they could chase. But Talon, they were just ready to fight. And like 2 beautiful games by them. And I really think they turned their drafting around. Like, hopefully they're not too dependent now on this Nyx Leshrac opening. But like, if they can spit out another idea like this, I have hopes that they might be able to fight themselves out of last place. Because they are like a team of very strong players.
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt. It'd be nice to get another C team here as Fnatic, of course, still looking pretty safe, at least out of, you know, elimination zone for now. But, you know, fighting for that chance at upper bracket here. Still a couple more matches to be played here in the group stage. And, of course, still one more match to be played here for us in about 10 to 15 minutes. Pie and I going on a break, but when we come back, we'll have our next and final match of the day.
and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are now live with what might be, pardon me, our last series of the day here, and a little bit of a switch up here because of the earlier difficulties with the OG Liquid lobby. We are inheriting one of their matches over here on the B stream. So Evil Geniuses fans and RNG fans alike, welcome to the B stream here, where Pi and I are going to guide you through the action. Make sure to check social media pages for the most up-to-date stream pages if you are looking for a different game. But if you're here for Evil Geniuses versus RNG, you're on the right spot. And Pi, this should be a pretty good game here.
Yeah, two of the most high-performing teams duking it out. I think EG are almost in a spot where they can feel kind of safe, having made the upper brackets. I think they're at like 12 wins or something, which should guarantee you top 4. At most, you would need like one more win to be like absolutely sure. But already at this point, like I would feel pretty confident, even them losing all their games, that they would make it.
Okay. Yeah, and yeah, like you're saying, especially for Group A, I don't know if we have the standings updated yet, but for Group A, what I'm seeing on Liquipedia is that Pi, you are indeed correct. They are 100% locked in for upper bracket right now with 12 wins. We can take a quick look at them now, right before our draft begins. But as we can see, EG locked in with 12 wins, only 2 losses. Again, they play a maximum of 6 more games, and it seems like mathematically, that means that no team can send them down out of those bottom 4 places, according to Liquipedia here, which is usually fairly up to date and a very highly trusted source that I don't mind sourcing from. So well played to them. They're already guaranteed a top 4.
Yeah. For RNG though, they would probably like to win a couple of games here, because they're also looking really good, right? But there's still this potential of slipping out of the top 4. So like a couple of one win here, or perhaps 2, and I think they would feel very safe as well.
Absolutely. And this is going to be RNG's penultimate series. Their final match, of course, after they get through EG, is going to be up against OG, which is currently sitting a little bit lower here, close to, they're batting 50% right now over in Group A. So that'll be their last game. And EG's final match is going to be versus Boom Esports, which is really tough for Boom, right? Especially as they sit down at the bottom there at 3-11 alongside that Boom.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, let's see if EG stick to the script. I'm pretty sure they have been very EG in the way they've drafted. First pick Shadow Fiend and the chance they get. If no Shadow Fiend, then Primal Beast. And if no Primal Beast, I'm not sure. It's not been that many games where neither has been available. So, yeah. Or because if they're guaranteed through now, maybe they'll try something different. But doing that can sometimes shake up your head a bit. Usually, you just want to keep winning, keep trying your best.
Of course, yeah, especially ahead of the more matches. I think for now, it's you can breathe a sigh of relief if you're Evil Geniuses, but obviously there's still many more matches to be played ahead at the main event, and you're still wanting to get your best matchup, right? You can still fall to 4th place in the group and still have upper bracket secured, but then you're playing up against what could be Team Aster, Thunder Awaken, obviously Group B a little bit more closely knit right now.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say who they'll be facing up against, but best to have that bottom seed matchup for your first round. Let's go ahead and take a look now in our draft, which is getting underway. We've got Evil Geniuses here on the Radiant side with first pick and RNG over on Dire. Seems like we're still getting that one booted up for you, but we'll give you the play-by-play here because this one might go a little bit faster. We've got now Evil Geniuses with first pick after they banned out the Slush Enigma, and RNG have responded with Primal and Marcy. That SF. So you are completely on the money, Pi.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just want to bring about what you said about placing high in the groups just quickly here. Generally, how TI works is if you place first, you get to pick which team you want to play third, fourth from the other group. So you're right. It is quite big to place number 1. You get to choose who you want to play. That's historically how it's been.
Okay. Yeah, having choice, right? So certainly feels pretty nice. I think second place, right? They're just settled with their reward is not being able to be chosen, right? Usually,
Yeah.
Which is going to be, and then left settled with whoever first seed doesn't pick. So yeah, that would make a great deal of sense to me. And of course, those bottom, lower bracket, I should say, best of ones, those are always a bit scarier, aren't they?
No, for sure. You don't want to be there. Generally, though, if you're a strong enough team, you should make it through. But that's definitely the worst match in TI to play.
I imagine. High stress and a best of one, anything can go wrong. But we're not there yet for either of these two teams. EG, sure, they may be on for playoffs, but here they go, continuing to hit us with some of the more popular cheesy picks that they've been keen to pull out as Nightfall triggering a bunch of voice lines here with the reveal of the Broodmother.
Yeah, and I think this is like a bit of a thing you can do now when you're feeling good about your placement already. Is you can, like, even if you're not picking new heroes, you can like experiment in like how early can I get away with this? Because I think EG are one of the best teams at playing from first pick. Like they have these really strong first picks that they feel super comfortable in, and yeah, and then if they can follow it up like this with like 3 bans for the Brood, and maybe that's enough. Like that's huge. So it's a little bit of an experiment for them. Like how early can we actually pick this hero?
Oh, and EG as well, kind of sitting on the clock here of RNG, quick to get their reply bans in. As we'll see that Sven immediately banned out. You reckon that was a support Sven? Honestly, we've only caught the 2 EG games at the start of our day. I'm catching up now on their giraffes as we speak, just to get more familiarized with them. But I wonder if they've been playing that support Sven for Fly some more.
Yeah, I saw at least one more game where they picked that hero. Seems like a very strong lane.
Yeah, maybe even 2 more. Looks like they picked Fly some Sven even just earlier today against their series, or sorry, against Gaming Gladiators. I see it twice.
Yeah, it makes sense. The stun, and then you speed up the Shadow Fiend. You should be able to land all these races. Like, very aggressive lane.
Yep. And,
very difficult to play against.
The first game it did lane in game 1, and yeah, I do see a striking amount of you know, just looking through the drafts, right, on Dota Buff, it does show you who has first pick and who won, and a lot of them, you know, some series even, they have first pick 2 games in a row, because most teams do prefer that last pick, right, given the 24th and 18th pick especially, if it can be really strong, but EG, yeah, it seems like they have figured something out with this SF or Primal Opener.
No, I think they know, like, their heroes really well, so, like, their bans usually are really good, and they really believe in their first picks, so it's quite a good pick for them. I mean, we caught the first series with them where they had second pick one game, and I mean, they're very scary there too, right? Because like especially Nightfall, it's very good at, like, if he sees a lot of heroes, he can pick something that's very strong, very abusive. So yeah, they seem like a scary team that found a nice meta to play in.
Yep. And RNG certainly familiar with the strength of this Broodmother as well. That's a hero that they've also been dabbling with here more recently today. Of course, they're on a bit of a losing streak. They did lose both of their games to Hikori. Of course, you know, a little bit of health issues notwithstanding, right? I'm sure influencing something there, but Hikori is still a team that has turned a lot of eyes, and they did have to give a bye, right, in game 2 versus LGD.
Yep. Maybe feeling a bit better now, ready to play.
I certainly hope so. But for now, right, opening up with that Dawnbreaker in the off lane with that support Tiny likely, and a hero that actually gets banned and is still quite contested here. This Clockwork sneaking on through, EG keen to pick it up.
Yeah, guess Clockwork, I mean, Clockwork is fine. Maybe they could have looked for like a Nyx or something instead, like a bit better versus Dawnbreaker, but this is the sort of hero they need, right? Someone who goes in. And this guy doesn't need Blink Dagger, so can even put him on Fly, right? Probably put him on Fly. Play the Shadow Fiend Clockwork lane. Like a nice substitute for Sven, right?
Yeah, and actually this is EG experimenting a little bit. This is their first Clockwork of the tournaments. Usually they ban it out, actually. They've banned it 9 times this week. So that's been their most banned hero. And this time, against RNG, they decide to, you know, try it out for themselves.
Yeah, and this Dawnbreaker hero is a little bit from Thunder Awakens, right? Like, this is their counterpick to Shadow Fiend. I'm kind of surprised how well it works, but it does really well in lane. Like, you get on top of him real quick, right? But that's when the Clockwork comes in, and kind of can put a barrier in between you and the Dawnbreaker. So yeah, if you want to see like how to play a Shadow Fiend lane, EG is definitely the team to watch. Like they're very crisp in their execution.
Yeah, and I think RNG as well, looking to try this out, because this is also a first pick for them in this group stage. Speaking of the Dawnbreaker, I was looking through the previous drafts, didn't see it, and yeah, maybe it is going to be the solution. Let me try and find in their drafts what they've previously ran against SF, because of course I don't expect this to be the only time they've been into an SF offlane. Sometimes it's been the Enigma, sometimes it's been, looks like a Darkseer, interestingly enough, a last pick Darkseer into an SF versus Gaming Gladiators. Oh, but looks like the Luna was there. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, okay. So the first time they're trying this one out then.
Yep. Yeah, and they kind of counter it with the Silencer. Just the second he uses ultimate, you global. So it's one of the more annoying heroes for Dawnbreaker to play into.
Yeah, and not a lot of counterplay there compared to like a Nyx Assassin where you just, I mean, it sucks, right? But you buy BKB to make sure you don't get stunned by Carapace. It's nothing you can do here.
Yeah, I mean, and the Nyx also has to get in there. Like Silencer can be wherever he wants.
Right, good point.
Morphling, okay, so wonder how they'll do their lanes here. Maybe they'll put the Tiny with the Morph against Brood, or maybe they keep the Lich. Because like so far, I'm not seeing a real answer to this Broodmother. Because generally what you want, like, you don't have to think about the carry too much. Like most carries can lane okay versus Brood. I mean, she's a strong laner, so she will get her stuff. But it's that you need very good lockdown for later to kill her. Like here's to go on her. And I guess they do have Tiny here, but maybe they're actually thinking about putting him mid because he needs a dagger to like really go on this Brood.
Yeah, I think one of the only heroes, especially that I've seen that completely crushes this Brood out of lane, has been that Naga Siren. Actually, and that's a hero we're seeing more and more of.
Oh yeah,
EG keen to ban it out there in their phase. If you take a look there.
Yeah, I mean that's nice, right? With the you get to pick Broodmother and immediately ban 3 heroes. So
yeah,
4 heroes actually. Sorry.
And for RNG, then into their final banning phase, EG looking to cover their mid lane a little bit more. RNG also banning out some mid laners, of course. I think the Lina still is in the pool right now, is a big one.
Yeah, so like for me, heroes that usually counter Shadow Fiend are these range heroes, like the Lina, like Sniper, like what is there one more? I mean, I'm only thinking of Lina Sniper right now, but I feel like they're usually pretty good against Shadow Fiend. Other ones, like Morphling is okay. It can be both good and bad, but like when you get your BKB, if you keep up in farm and you have BKB Skadi and you get on top of him, it's not that much that he can do.
Yeah, I suppose mid laners in the range that aren't banned yet, it's kind of a smaller number now, as the Void Spirit as well is going to be taken out. I suppose Death Prophet is actually still in the pool here, but EG, a vintage, and a good one here. I'll go to the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, Abed Storm.
Yeah.
Never seen.
Great. He's great on the hero, man.
Yeah.
I know he gets memed on. Listen, I know, guys. I know. But he's good on the hero.
Yeah, for sure. One of the best Storm players. It's a blind matchup, so I don't know. What would RNG do here? So a lot of mid laners are banned out. There's an Invoker in the game. Perhaps they'll go for that. You can still go for the Lina. There's a hook shot, but other than that, it's a pretty free game. I guess the Brood... Yeah, I still have to think about the Broodmother too. What did they end up choosing here? Oh, Nyx Assassin. Okay.
Is that a Nyx mid?
No, it's Tiny mid. I'm guessing.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's a very good matchup for Storm. And the Nyx, I'm not really sure what he's for. Seems like a kind of rough Nyx game here.
Yeah, and it'll be crit laning this Silencer. I wonder if they'll lane it alongside the Broodmother. I kind of suspect so, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And if he's actually going to get that position for farm, and what that'll end up looking like. But yeah, the Storm Spirit, right, he does usually have a little bit more mana to play with, lots more damage to play with, with the mana, so he can get through a little bit of a tankier Tiny. Storm also with some pretty good base stats, so like, the tree cleave isn't really all that, damaging to him in the laning stage.
Yeah, no, usually you can right-click him way more. You have the pull in, like, so you're just going to harass him a lot. Like, the only bad thing that can happen is a tossback, because you're so close to the creep wave. But other than that, like, it's definitely favored. And I think Storm is one of the better spirits versus Nyx Assassin. He doesn't have this thing he usually throws out that's easy to Carapace, and he goes for a fairly early BKB. And you also dodge the Carapace. Like, if you're in the air and you proc it, like, you completely ignore it, so... Kind of a curious Nyx pick for me, but maybe they can make it work.
Yeah, the only thing that you can actually use to pull a Storm Spirit out of Ball Lightning is actually Vacuum. I always bring that up, Pi. It is a thing that I've only seen once. It happened against Endy. So, you know, I'll claim that till the day I die. But it is yeah, like you say, nothing actually to stop him in this game. And he even has a Global Silence out from Crit to back him up if he does actually start getting in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't see... I think Brood should have a really nice game here. Unless I'm missing something. Got a silencer to back him up. Yeah, I'm feeling really good for EG's draft there. Don't think RNG did enough to answer what they have here. I guess it's only like a really farmed Morphling for me that can run them over. And perhaps this Dawnbreaker can save people like whenever they go for these pickups, right? Like they might not have enough damage when the Storm or Clockwork goes in. So like they can always turn these ganks. But other than that, I feel really good for EG. And actually, I take that back too, because they have Global Silence to counter that. So, like, the Dawnbreaker cannot even save.
Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of the original purpose of the silencer,
Yeah.
it seemed. So, I don't know, man. Maybe this lane is the solution, right, to SF. They're going to likely, yeah, and they do have Fly here to act as that brick wall between him and Arteezy. And maybe that'll get the job done. But, like you said, the mid-game impact of the Dawnbreaker is going to be a little bit more limited. That cooldown on Solar Guardian is shorter than Global Silence. Slightly.
Barely, though, barely. And yeah,
not a big window.
Yeah. They're going for a cute play here.
Spicy?
Not fast enough.
No. An Arcane Curse level 1 for crit.
Oops.
I think it's runes 2 apiece, though, and just a little bit of parting damage for both sides.
Yeah. So overall, I greatly favor EG here, but I'm happy to be wrong. I'm happy for an amazing game, always.
I mean, I'm excited personally to see the return of Abed Storm. They did pick it yesterday, I think, in their match versus Hokord, and it won. So, but I think this is just a fine matchup for the Storm Spirit. There he goes, right? Not very many heroes at level 1. I mean, sure, he's using a spell, right? But can easily secure range creep against a Tiny with that Shri throw.
Oh, nice deny though by Somnus. Very good.
I love watching me some very high skill mid laners. Somnus definitely one of the best. Alice. And he's eating those early raises. Arteezy eager to be pumping out some harass, especially in the early levels where Fly is a bit weaker here.
Yep.
We do get a pause. The Malaysian safe lane of RNG with Ghost and X-Nova hailing from the KL area, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Lovely lad. I had a plane ride back with Ghost from a couple of events, and we got trapped in an airport together for some hours, so nice guy.
Yeah. I think RNG has had kind of a rough season, right? But
They have,
looked really
yeah.
good so far this TI.
Yeah, and I think what was really rough for them, right, they had Anna standing in, if I'm not mistaken, at the Arlington Major, and it was because of Ghost. He really did struggle, of course, with visa issues, but fortunately, no such problems here in Singapore, and the team is, you know, at least fully manned here.
Yeah.
So it's good to see him. Young gun, a little bit older actually for a carry. I think he's like 22, 23. Did have to finish college before his parents let him play good professionally. You know, I think, which is something you see a lot in the younger, newer generation, right? Yeah, he spoke quite a bit about his days grinding out on the leaderboards to really get noticed and eventually make the move. But yeah, good to see him here playing on the TI group stage.
Arteezy and Fly playing this lane beautifully right now. They really are like one of the strongest safe lanes. Really good together. Yeah, so far I don't really see this idea here behind the Nyx, but maybe it'll show itself soon.
Oh, and Flies, ooh, doesn't really want to chase for it too hard. Does have that Wind Lace, which gives him a little bit of an edge there, but wants to make sure he can keep Kaka, I think, zoned away from Arteezy is the point here, right? They don't want to allow any, like, you know, Starbreaker into Impale combos, pardon me, with, you know, the Celestial Hammer damage ticking up.
Yeah. Already 60 nice here for Arteezy. Very nice. And and when he hits level 3, maybe they'll go for some sort of kill here. Other lanes, the Brood 60 nice too, doing really well. It's a lot of creeps coming in here. Morphling only at 8 CS so far.
It does get that one as well. Even using the Silken Bola there to last hit. Yeah, nice moves here. Impact damage 100. That's not bad at all for Nightfall.
At least Xnova got a creeple off here, but this Broodmother is getting all she wants.
Yes, she is, and of course there's this kind of new brood, right? Insatiable hunger giving you just mad amount of lifesteal for the laning stage, making it impossible for Morph to trade into her.
Yep.
He's doing just fine, actually, going for a bracer early.
Going for a kill bottom here. He's hit level 3 on Shadow Fiend. Oh, he's hitting both of them. Oh my god.
He is, and Chalice, he might not be out of here just yet. Arteezy with the double kill. There we go. Easy for Arteezy.
Yeah, I just felt it in the air. Something like that was about to happen.
That as well. He's continuing to do just fine in this mid lane. At least there's a bottle refill for Somnus, so he is not going to fall too far behind here, and that'll force Abed to take the trip into his jungle, where Fly is also going to secure him this bounty.
Yeah.
Maybe a kill here into Kaka? No, they've got a ward, so he's not going to make that move.
Yeah, it's going to stick for the rune. Yeah, picks up the water rune, but oh, he might get caught here though.
Yeah, into the cogs, and Nyx Assassin, not a fun hero to be playing versus this Clockwork at all. You got very long animations.
Yeah, especially level 3 Clockwork. That's when the battery assault really starts dealing damage. And yeah, that's not a cool death because 40-second cooldown on your TP. To run somewhere. And I like Arteezy here. He's gotten very safe items. So like the chances for this Dawnbreaker to get a kill are like basically it's not happening.
Yeah, I like that. That's my favorite number.
Yeah.
It's not happening. Chalice, oh, Fly. Look, he set up on the hammer. Ready with the cogs. There's 3 already on the Shadow Rays combo. Chalice doing well to stay away from Fly, but he's got to head it straight into Arteezy, who has another short range Shadow Rays. Oh, but he's going to miss it here, actually, and has no more mana. Auto attacks canceling the salve as Chalice. Oh, it's a bit of a wild goose chase here, but Fly with the cogs traps him inside. Kaka is going to do what he can. Chooses to stun Arteezy. That might still save the life of Chalice, but oh, yes, it will. Fly really wants it, but can't quite reach for it.
Yeah, I guess this was the best case scenario, but running back to base here, it still doesn't feel very good, does it?
No, it doesn't. And Arteezy just has free reign over bottom, 29 and 16. Nightfall, I mean, he's looking to keep pace, even out-denying Arteezy here.
Yep. No, EG are just playing their lanes beautifully, and I think they just outdrafted them in like all the matchups here. I mean, I guess mid lane is okay, right? But even that is best to draw.
Have a toss here onto Somnus. Does hit level 6 actually prior to Abed, and he's going to do well to get in as much damage as he can here with the Avatar's combo.
Yeah, I mean, Somnus definitely the only shining hope so far.
Rotation as well from Kaka over to the mid lane.
Yeah, looking for the rune here.
6. And he's about to get a refill. Power rune here spawning soon. Abed, will he zip and zap over? No.
Unlucky for Somnus there. And Nightfall, okay, it's about to hit level 5. I mean, this lane already looks really hard for the Morphling. Like when he gets his spiders, I don't see how you play this anymore.
Yeah.
And killing, as we said, Shadow Fiend, like look at Arteezy's inventory. It's got a fluffy hat, it's got Belt of Giant Strength, got a bracer. Yeah, you're not killing this guy. Fully complete treads now too.
Yeah, I mean, this with strength treads on 1200 HP. It's, I mean, yes, he is 2 levels ahead of Chalice, right? We'll have to admit that. But even with the double gauntlets of strength, I mean, Seth, he's much tankier. Top lane, they're making a play now for X Nova as Nightfall. He's not going to quite get level 6 off this, but it is going to be a fairly easy kill for him.
Yeah. No, it's just so easy for EG to play here. Oh, Fly catching Kaka? Is he? Yeah, I think he can just chase him down here.
Arteezy, he's speeding over. And I think he's going to get this kill. Shadow raises. Oh, all right. I mean, come on, Arteezy. You got to check the inventory there for the raindrops. And I think... No, Rocket Flare.
Both accurate and precise.
Yeah. I mean, what they have to hope for is Somnus farming his dagger and then going absolutely insane. Because this game is spiraling out of control.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Can't be feeling too nicely from where RNG stand, especially because Abed hasn't even begun to rotate anywhere yet.
Yeah.
He's got his own power treads going for that next item, Soul Ring.
I just see Fly chasing after people. It's just so
Crit,
funny.
though, I think this will be the first blood here for RNG's side. As Fly, he's going to get stunned on and back, and indeed it is for Somnus.
Yep, nice. Definitely need anything they can get here. Rune is spawning, perhaps. The Tiny could pick up like a haste rune. Could be
Flies
good.
down bottom, ready to contest. Somnus is here, but Abed as well up on the high ground. He's going to scare away Somnus, and Rune is top. DD.
That's something.
Could be something. I think on Tiny, maybe you're always looking for haste early,
Yeah,
but this is still damage.
Yeah, I mean, the haste would have been great. Then perhaps you could get a kill on this Brood, but they're kind of, yeah,
Maybe into the triangle.
yeah, nice pathing here.
Crit. He is going to see a couple of couriers. That ward is going down instantly. Somnus pops the DD, and Crit dies where he stands a second time.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're bullied out of every other lane. You can see the Morphling heading to the jungle. Broodmother just doing whatever she wants. At the bottom lane, Arteezy is also feeling very comfortable.
Arteezy's still farming. He's doing a great job.
He's basically denying every creep as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I mean, especially for Nightfall, it's starting to look ridiculous, isn't it? 55 and 30, like, wow. RNG. Moving around the map, though, is Somnus with his, last couple seconds of DD room, but Fly, he's coming on in. Somnus grabs the tree, and that's going to break the cover, but Abed just deleted here. Excuse me, level 4 Avalanche, level 2 Toss, like that.
Oh, Arteezy, what are you doing, buddy?
He's tanking a lot of spells that maybe he doesn't want to be. Has a Requiem, and no chance to really get it off, as
He's
there's going to be the
here.
wand. Somnus now with the Ava. Toss Arteezy's going to die.
Somnus is, he's doing it. Like, he's the only hero here with a game going on, and he's killing the two fattest cores of EG.
Yep, and that, of course, is going to be space for Ghost, right? Who's going to be the carry behind all of this space.
Abed TPing bottom here, though.
Yeah,
Should get a kill.
And it looks, easy for Abed here onto Chalice. He's got mana, but probably doesn't want to zip after Kaka. Not at least into this spot, but he will walk over. Where Somnus is still here. The Impale catches 2, as well as the Frost Armor slowing them. But Abed, yes, the points from X Nova and Sinister Gaze. They'll get the kill. Arteezy as well reflects a bit of damage onto himself off the Spike Carapace at Kaka. The Arcane Curse isn't going to slow him enough. And that's 2 straight kills on Abed.
Yeah, that's huge. And the regen rune for Somnus here. He doesn't have to stop. So close to Blink Dagger now, too. This is exactly what RNG need. Like, I was feeling like this game was already over, but this definitely breathes
Look
hope
at net
into
worth.
RNG.
Look at the net worth. Look where Somnus is.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under
That is pretty much exactly what they wanted, as you say. And now, much closer to this Blink Dagger, almost already actually having this Blink Dagger, is Somnus.
Yep.
And that is going to be a big punch here to EG's momentum early on. Nightfall, though, he does eventually get this tower, and he's still a little bit of a problem. RNG, they've got spider problems.
Yeah, for sure. But now at least you have the chance of hitting some sort of smoke on him, right? With this early dagger. Like, you can kill him. Lich plus Tiny. I'm pretty sure easily kills this Broodmother.
What is X Nova skilled? So 2-2-1 built, okay. Soaking some experience, trying to get level 6 in the mid lane. That's a little scary now as he's lost his ward, as Chalice is going to have a Silken Bola in his face from Nightfall. He's going to make it out.
Bottom lane here, Kaka in Vendetta. But yeah, Fly places this sentry ward there.
A nice move by Arteezy, right? Over to the Strength Treads, just in case they try something, right?
Yeah.
Need not risk anything here. You've already taken a death. I don't want to get any more.
Okay, Blink Dagger ready. For Somnus. So it's basically all up to him. Can he make? No. Not make it there.
I know level 6 even for X Nova to try and get in a little bit of damage, right? But Kaka is chasing. There's a sentry ward there, and I think he knows he's been scouted. With Vendetta running out as well, he's not going to be a free kill here for Abed.
Right, smoking
But
up
the
here.
smoke.
Yeah, Rune is spawning. I wonder if they'll run for the Shadow Fiend or wait for the Rune there.
Fly in a pretty good position here. His Rocket Flare is not going to see much behind the tower. That's a little sus.
Oh, they want Abed. Oh, but Abed is out.
Zip, yeah.
Oh, Arcane Rune. He wants
breaks
that
the
Arcane
smoke.
Rune.
Okay,
Yeah,
so the
Fly's
blink
dead.
forward from Somnus. They'll take Fly, but Arcane Rune into the bottle for Abed.
Yeah, no, definitely worth it. But Somnus is beelining it down here. I don't know. Maybe Arteezy will bait this. He does have Global to back him up and a TP from the Storm Spirit with Arcane Rune, so might want to bait. Oh, Somnus. Just a little toss there.
Cheeky toss. Once again, Arteezy not taking any chances. He's not showing on this lane. This is terrifying. I don't know if he knows it, but there's 4 heroes here, and he knows at least Ghost is rotating on over. Level 8 for him.
Chalice dying in the top lane.
Yeah.
See if they go here, bottom.
That's actually last word. Back down bottom, Arteezy still completely alone. Has Requiem, but there's lots of stuns here.
Yeah,
that
they
want to
defend this. They want to defend this.
And here comes EG now. Arteezy playing with the Requiem of Souls. He's going to release it now. There's going to be the fear. From long range comes Abed, and they get the nuke damage perfectly calculated onto Ghost. Salmon is still alive, but dying quickly despite the Frost Shield as Abed tanking. Oh, the Chain Frost is not enough damage fast enough as Abed jumping around the fight. It's EG. They completely wipe RNG off the map.
Yeah, very well played. I mean, RNG feel a little pressure there, right? Not TPing to save their Dawnbreaker, so they feel like they have to go. And yeah, EG just get to set up very nicely there. Super well played with them. Okay, game just got back to hard mode, I feel.
Yeah, right.
It's very hard for this Tiny to just do everything by himself here.
Nice coordination though, right? Arteezy on that Requiem of Souls, catching the fear, right? That's the important part. And then using that global silence to allow Abed to safely jump in and get the kill onto Ghost. Just a great fight, really.
No, for sure.
Pretty much, I think, is exactly how they drew it up. But now, maybe going for Chalice. They missed the Arcane Curse. Abed doesn't want to commit the Vortex. Hook shot though. Well, round 2. Abed's actually out of the cogs, pulling him back in. A couple more overload attacks, not nearly enough.
Yep.
Careful, because Ghost is in the area. But without Somnus, it just doesn't really seem like RNG can take a fight.
Yeah, now they're gonna try to smoke up. No global, so they can pull off a combo here with Dawnbreaker plus.
Abed showing.
Yeah, here we go.
The toss back. There's going to be now the ult in from the Dawnbreaker, and that looks pretty easy. As far as kills onto mid laners go, it is 5 heroes mid as well. And Fly, you can fight in this one. So is Arteezy, and Crit doing some damage from range as Somnus is going
Nightfall
to
is in from behind there. He's killing everyone.
From behind, look at X-Nova. He's breaking apart like paper. There's an wow, okay, nice stun there. Doesn't catch Nightfall, but Kaka might be able to outrun him out of mana here, but with plenty of webs is Nightfall. Can't touch Kaka with the Spike Carapace, and he makes it out alive.
Just about, huh?
Well, what an angle to approach that fight from, huh?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, get that close to Broodmother's jungle. Angry Spider. She's coming for you.
What do you mean, Pie's in this Dire's jungle?
Ah, that's her jungle. No,
that certainly is.
Don't kid around her.
Nightfall coming out like a homing missile, like a sidewinder there, basically. Pretend about that fight. Still a good one, though. Abed is going to take his 3rd death here after he receives the Kaya, going for that Sanch next, but hasn't exactly been the freest Storm game. RNG have been quick to shut him down.
Yeah, but his team definitely have gotten a lot out of his deaths, except the first one, I guess. But after that, like that death, you know, can't really do much about it. Big smoke with like every hero in the game, plus an ultimate, so what you gonna do about that?
What can you do, brother? Right now, you decide Roche. And with the Vlad's offering here, even full Wraith Pact, right? Fly as well to tank.
Yeah.
Crit offering moral support, as he says, yeah, guys, hit him. There goes Abed. They actually get through this Roche, not bad at all.
Yeah. Crit has global ready too, right? Like, fighting this is basically impossible.
And that is the moral support, right? He says, go ahead, guys, I'll cover us.
Yeah.
And again, Storm Spirit, I think, in my opinion, one of the best Aegis users in the entire game. Is going to be having that first Aegis.
Yeah. And important to stop Abed's 4th death here too. Don't want him dying too much. Okay, they're finding Nightfall, but he's just so sneaky in how he's playing.
And I like how he positioned himself, like, just really awkwardly on the cliff while he's, like, scanning the map, probably.
Yeah.
Even if they do make a jump onto him, it's just, like, it's awkward for RNG to jump him there. If he even moves a little bit down the cliff, like, he's fine.
I don't even... With global, like, they're not killing him there. Like, if they expand the global, like, he's not dying.
Dominus nearly at Echo Saber, though, so his damage output not to increase just that little bit more. They can help reach for some more kills, but it's EG right now who are looking for some of their own. They are looking daring, basically. Anyone to show bottom. Arteezy far. No tier 1 tower down here, so EG, you know, RNG, they know Arteezy's not farming this completely isolated. They know there's probably support behind him. There is.
I mean, there's always support as long as you have global. I don't think with the global up, RNG cannot burst anyone.
Kaka TP's in, immediately activates Vendetta, but no longer has a tier 1 tower to fight around. There's an observer here as well, watching, I think, Nightfall farm. So RNG know that
Oh,
their
the-
triangle's not a safe space.
The sentry showed Kaka.
Yeah, and Arteezy not going to get stunned on the Carapace either. Instead, Fly just tanking there. Somnus,
Oh,
they could
global
hope
mid,
for a
mid.
jump, but
Going
mid
for
is where they
Morphling.
go. Abed going crazy here underneath the tower, and Ghost actually dies. That little damage from Fly making the difference.
Oh, they're going
Yeah,
Arteezy.
they're going.
Yep.
Arteezy, he's alive now. Dead to the Chain Frost, but now the Spiderling's going to soak up plenty of those. Somnus now trapped inside the cogs of Flies. Chain Frost bouncing mostly harmlessly to the lesser spiders. The Lion Broodmother now free access to Somnus, who has no spells to use but an Avalanche. Does get that kill actually onto Fly. The fight still not going swimmingly here for RNG. They'll lose the Morph. They'll lose the Tiny.
Yep. I mean, trying to fight back. That's a very good goal. Global is used. Like burst is Shadowfiend. Arteezy a little too cocky, but unfortunately, Morphling dies. Tiny dies, and yeah, sure, Charlotte survives, but he's not really farming up a storm, is he?
Yeah, no. Farming up a storm. Farming up on a storm is Abed.
Yep.
In fact, he's
Oh, another Arcane Rune, right?
Yeah, that'll be nice here for him.
Oh,
Oh, Kaka.
Kaka.
Yeah, nice stun.
Haha,
That's
nice,
huge.
yeah.
There's a sentry here, but of course he still has Spike Carapace, and I don't think Abed really wants to waste his
Oh,
time.
he's
trying
kind
to
of
kill the
stuck in here, though. All right,
Concerned noises.
he gets out. They're pinging him out, though.
Yeah, I mean, look at the warding, especially from EG, right? I mean, this is a great ward that RNG had. I actually can't believe it's half duration. EG have not checked the cliff, but it's hard for Kaka to get in here. I mean, he's still under he's still under coverage. Not bad. Okay, a little zip up to the cliff.
Yep. EG is posturing here, looking for anyone out of position. Oh, they try to smoke RNG, but Nightfall is right
broken.
on them.
Yeah, but that's an
He has
initiation
pipe.
onto Fly. And that's just a kill immediately
Yeah.
onto X-Nova. Somnus, though, in the trees from behind. It can burst either Fly or Crit, almost 100-0, and there's no global for 20 seconds here. But Kaka being chased down.
Yep.
Somnus still in the trees here, as actually Chalice decides it's quite cozy in here. He'll join him.
Yeah.
And Nightfall, I think, well, somehow doesn't see him there. Okay.
Quite lucky for Chalice there. No, it's just so hard to burst anyone. When the Wraith Pact is down, and if he pops the pipe, like... I think even, yeah, the Silencer, yeah, I don't think the Tiny can burst anyone. Like, if the Broodmother is around. I think he gives too many auras right now.
Yeah, now Arteezy with BKB. Oh, even sees Ghost here trying to farm up his own Manta style. Arteezy playing this one patiently, but yeah, I don't think was too likely to get a catching on to Ghost. But with Global Silence up, you know, every time there's been a Global, it's been for this Morph.
Yeah.
You should know that his life is maybe a bit in peril.
Yeah, he's quite far from the Manta style too, isn't he? Only 7k net worth there. They're gonna try on Arteezy here. Let's see how fast they are with the global.
Oh, and it's pretty fast. Arteezy is going to be able to get off the BKB. Going now for the Requiem of Souls and Ghost. I don't believe he got the shift off in time, and even if he did, it's a level 2 shift. Not nearly fast enough for 5 heroes beating into him now, as Somnus does live quite a while there with the Frost Shield, but the hook out from Fly is going to sniff out X-Nova. 3 dead. Arteezy lives that time around. They were quite
Look at
fast.
Nightfall though. He wants to keep going.
He does, but I don't quite think he can yet go high ground against RNG.
Yeah, no, and they need a Storm Spirit with full mana there. Then maybe you can do it.
I mean, crit at the ready there on the silence.
Yeah. Okay, so global used. They have, yeah, they still have Shame Frost, so they could try for some, you know, tiny Lich play here. Pick someone off.
Yeah, a big tiny Lich play, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest play they have. You gotta bring it.
It is. See if they can get that one done. Chalice, in the meantime, still farming his way towards his BKB. Needs himself a Dispel. And, well, Somnus is not building a Dispel for himself. He decides Axe Scepter is going to be the best bet here for RNG later on. I don't necessarily disagree with him either. But again, not having a Dispel means he might be a little bit more vulnerable to that Global Silence as X-Nova. Okay, Somnus does find his man here. Abed zips away, though. He's got level 2 bot Lightning. Wow, that's a big old adaptive
Nightfall.
strike. But here
Cannot
is
fight
Nightfall.
this guy.
Fly as well did hookshot into this one. Nightfall, he's actually put his ward on the cliff there, but it was swiftly taken down. Nice move to get rid of the Wraith Pact.
Yeah, I mean, Crit is just going in there.
Yeah, and that's a silence down to the Morph, but he did at least get off the strength gain. Does not have Manta style yet. He's so far off. And unfortunately, now Chalice even set back a bit further from his BKB.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's EG. I mean, it just feels like they move anywhere they please on this map.
Yeah. I mean, the only question now is, will they try to finish the game before or after this Roche? Still 2 minutes until it potentially can respawn, so... Yeah. I wonder if they'll try to go high ground or if they'll just keep doing this, right? Just chasing heroes around. Getting these last tier 2 towers. Seems like they're gathering up for mid here. I mean, RTC actually doesn't care. He's just moving towards where the farm is. Also queuing up a moon shard, like having a little bit of fun, right? Wants a lot of attack speed. It's fun to hit fast.
Fun to hit fast. It's fun to see SF animations break.
Yeah.
He's got those big, wide shoulders, so when you do get Arcane Blink and lots of attack speed, it just doesn't look right. He's got that 15 talent, Presence or FX ability.
Oh, look at Abed.
Yeah, a big zip
the
down
global.
bottom. Again for Ghost. Yeah, there they go. Ghost, I mean, he's just not safe to farm anywhere. But he just needs to get somewhere on the map to get this Manta. It's so difficult for him. And look top, they're hunting for Somnus. The Spiders actually scout him. Fly has him within hookshot range.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, it's getting harder and harder to hit it there, but damn, that's good.
Fly, he knows his trees here. And Somnus, oh, he doesn't even have a toss target. The creep wave, I think, just a little bit too far away. So Fly gets the full duration cogs, and Battery Assault is finally crit. He's going to come on in, force-staffing himself forward. Do they have enough damage here? Not quite. And he is just going to barely live in the Ancient, or sorry, in the Fountain. That was close, though.
Yeah.
The Vessel debuff, you never really know.
Nova trying to set up some player with Chainfrost, but no, quickly turns into a pig and scurries out of there.
It's just surrounded by spiders. Fortunately, he's a bug, so he's probably not freaked out by them.
Yeah, no, I just don't see how RNG fight at all. It's just the EG show here, getting to do whatever they want.
It is. Yep, and now Kaka trying to TP away, and he will. Nice job on the Carapace there. But yeah, EG just kind of beating back RNG into their base. They have very little moves to make, especially now. You know, without a Dispel, they just can't leave. Somnus, there you go. Lots of numbers there appearing on screen for him. It's a decent amount of gold.
Yeah, unfortunately, RTC decided to be more better. He went for the Assault instead of the Moonshard. A little sad, but understandable. This is TI after all. Okay, I let it go on mid here.
Yeah,
no global.
Nightfall, very tanky. Storm immediately onto the back lines, trying to get on top of X Nova with the right-click damage. Nearly has it as the hook shot from Fly now cutting in and finding Somnus here. Chalice doesn't have a lot of spells to use. Still has a BKB though, but Abed out of mana now, actually getting jumped by Ghost. Steals his Vortex and uses it as the global is out now. Can Abed still fight through this one? The answer is yes.
Wow. Global back just in time.
GG.
Save him there. Yeah,
that's it.
GG. That's a valiant last fight there. You saw a little bit of potential, right? But it's just not enough. It's too much. This EG is too fat.
Yeah, the EVG draft just online and I mean immediately fighting very quickly, right? Very great usage of the global science. I think about half the times it was used defensively in the sense that they were using it to initiate, right, and cover up a shift or a morph waveform away. And the other half of it was, you know, trying to turn around. And Arteezy, basically with one BKB, kind of seals this game. I'm sure we'll see that highlight in a little bit.
Yeah, you can see this. What kicks off the amazing laning stage for Arteezy. Just play after play by EG, right? Just RNG basically being a involuntary highlight reel here.
Unfortunately, especially for another amazing Abed Storm Spirit game, right? They've certainly looked good here in this one.
Yeah. And I think this Brood experiment seems to be working out. Here, yeah, they do pick up RTC here, but you can already see that Morphling is down dead, and yeah, even Somnus. Yeah, Somnus ends up dying here.
And X Nova, and then the next highlight we'll see here, there's going to be a BKB for RTZ, and the fight looks a little bit different. You can see Chalice lives, but it's quite a difficult game here.
Yeah, this is the last fight, right? Yeah, it's where they try. They managed to blow up the Broodmother, but you know.
I mean, it's not. I mean, Abed, a good mana burn, right?
Yeah.
And that actually kind of does put him in danger of dying as he zips up to the high ground. And Ghost, sensing an opportunity, does jump in. Nice stuns here. And they're just shy, aren't they?
Yeah, the global just comes up in time, and Arteezy is there.
Alive, and it's going to be EG taking game one here, which is going to further solidify their top position here right now in the group stage. So well played to them. Of course, they want that #1 seed, and they want to make sure that they can choose their opponent.
Yeah, see the scoreboard here. Not much to say for RNG. Not a lot of hope. Ghost 0-5-1. Somnus the only shiny. Like, I had a little bit of hope there in the early game, but Somnus picking up all these kills. Got an early Blink Dagger, but they shut him down too, and RNG's chances like slowly dissipated.
Yeah, and EG just playing super well, playing phenomenally right on the enemy side of the map, and really removing any sort of hope for Ghost to try and get that, you know, Manta style online. They were hunting him down using Global when he dared to show for one wave down bottom, and he wasn't even that far out. You know, against many other heroes mid lane, Abed doesn't catch him there, but Fly as well, right, with a phenomenal game.
Yeah.
I think on this Clockwork made tons of space for RTZ and set up for what really felt like this game, you know, the first domino, right, if that makes sense, with his Cogs play down bottom that set up RTZ for a double kill.
No, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think throughout the entire event, him and RTC in the safe lane have, I don't know if they've lost a single lane. And usually it's turned out like this, like a pure domination. And then later on, yeah, he helped check the runes. And I mean, he was basically just chasing around heroes for the first 10 minutes. And after that, like, he had a very nice hook shot at the end, though. Unfortunately, Somnus managed to live, but yeah, very well played. Very nice. Can play more heroes than Sven, it appears.
It does appear, even though RNG do ban out the support Sven, he'll take a whirl on the clock, and he finds out there's a decent reason why people are picking him. First game for Fly's Clockwork here is going to lead EG to a quick 1-0 win here over RNG. We'll see what's in store for us here for game number 2, as we're going to be going to a quick break. But when we return, Evil Geniuses versus RNG, game 2.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the TI11 group stage matches. We are about to round out our third day of full 50 games of Dota a day action on 5 streams. Pi, this is it. We're starting our last match here on the B stream. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage, as we do have a little bit of a shakeup. I think we were supposed to do Liquid Boom. That one I think has been moved because of the earlier Liquid OG series and its delay. Right now here we're live with RNG and Evil Geniuses for game number 2. And game 1, quite one-sided. Abed pulling out the Storm Spirit and looking fantastic, supported by the entire staff and players, right, of EG.
No, for sure. I mean, everyone looked really good. They got Nightfall, one of his signature heroes, the Broodmother. Picked it quite early too, but I mean, it felt for every pick that EG had, RNG didn't have an answer. I don't feel like they had an answer for anything. So what I'm hoping for game 2 here is that RNG can step it up a bit in the draft, because like EG first picking Shadow Fiend or first picking Primal Beast should not be a surprise to you. And yeah, I would hope they'll have something ready.
Yeah, and I'm just curious here, as we are still waiting in lobby, ready to get going, what RNG has chosen for their priority. It seems like EG won the coin toss last time. I'm not sure what they selected, but maybe first pick. RNG this time are actually going to choose first pick with their choice, and EG are left to choose between sides, of which they choose Dire. So we'll see how that affects things, because now EG are going to have second pick.
Yeah, but I don't think that that makes it like worse, like anything. I guess what they can do is try to like, they can ban the Primal and like steal away the Shadow Fiend. But I mean, whatever. It's a Shadow Fiend. I'm pretty sure EG have plenty of things to pick. Yeah, I mean, that's at least a very simple idea you could try to pull off.
Right, right. Talk to me a little bit here, Pi, from your perspective, a little bit about this idea of teams having so many different openings and how hard it is to draft and play against that as a result, right? Because for more of us outsiders, right, that haven't played on a team or been in a drafting room, when we watch things like True Sight, it's always something that's being discussed, right? But why is that so important? What around that is so defining?
Like about the what, the preparation or the draft?
Yeah, I guess specifically like with teams having openings, right? Because you always hear like I think I just watched True Sight 8 the other day, right, with my girlfriend, and it was like, oh, if they ban this, we pick Shaker. If they do this, like why is that always so crucial, and how does that always come so paramount, right? These opening picks and drafts.
I mean, the obvious thing is just like some heroes are good versus other heroes. And then, yeah, of course, the second step is recognizing, like, what are those heroes? And if you're ahead of the meta, you have some heroes that no other people know about. And that can be the case, especially here early in the group stage. And it can also be the case that, you know, RNG have been playing games all day, right? So it's not like they're like us, just sitting watching every game. So they don't know EG as well as, you know, the spectators. They don't know how, like, predictable they are. And it is quite different to like watch a game or like just look at a draft.
Right.
So like when you see the Shadow Fiend, and then like preferably though you would want to come up with some better ideas, because it kind of feels like they didn't even do any research and they're like kind of just winging it. But yeah, especially for group stages, the way EG are drafting is like it's a very consistent way, and
right.
Teams are not like prepared enough for it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, we'll see if that does come back to bite EG a little bit more when the volume of matches slows and everyone gets to maybe be a little bit more prepared. But again, EG, right? In case you guys, NA fans, haven't had the chance to celebrate yet, they're in. They're into the playoffs. They're guaranteed now, especially with this 13th point, super locked in for upper bracket. They still, of course, have one last match to play versus Boom Esports. That'll be for tomorrow, as this is going to be the last match for Group A today. RNG really thinking about this next ban as well here, Pi. We can see the draft on our screens. The pick order and sides plainly obvious here. And it's going to be a second ban Lich for RNG.
Okay. I guess they consider this a counter to something they're about to first pick here. Let's see. Are they gonna go for the Shadow Fiend or? Oh, Marcy. All right.
That makes some sense, right?
Sure.
Sinister Gaze, Frost Shield, neglecting a lot of the damage. I think RNG safe to flex this as a 3 or a 4.
I mean, what a surprise! There he is.
Who would have thought?
And there he is. Yeah. No, man. I think EG have found like what is good. Like at the games you watch, you just feel like almost every time they outdraft the enemy. So they're definitely onto something. Unless we get something new here, like or something you can believe in. I don't know. EG could just run away with it again. But I mean, so far only one pick, right? At Marcy. So let's see what they want to pick.
Lots more heroes still to be played out here, but EG picking what is and has been a pretty strong safe lane, right, for them, with the SF carry for Arteezy and Fly Tal picking up the support Sven. And it's looked convincing. I think the first time we saw it, you in particular weren't so convinced by it. Have you changed your mind on it, or do you want to maybe talk about that as we get into game and we can see how it does?
No. We can talk a little bit now.
Okay.
I still think the Clockwork is honestly stronger, but I mean the Sven kind of fills the same role, right? Where yeah, it's just a body for the Shadow Fiend. I think it's more that the Shadow Fiend is just extremely strong laner, and Arteezy knows how to play it. And you just need a melee here with a stun, and you're good. So they're gonna try Batrider. I think that's a fair try. Like I can see that working with the Bat versus Shadow Fiend, and wherever he goes, the off lane, mid lane. I like that. We get 3 bans too, so already looking better for RNG here, from what I think.
Yeah, the opening, right, does give them moves to take this draft into, directions, I should say, to take this draft into versus what EG are proposing, which is a little bit more straightforward. So even though it is a strong and known lane for RNG, they still can maybe look to have a couple of cards hidden up their sleeves in the next couple of phases. But for now, as you say, going on forward to get a couple more bans in. And I'm always looking immediately towards these Nightfall heroes. Enigma still in the pool. Sure, the Broodmother banned out, but already RNG, right, paying some respect to the offlaner from EG.
Yeah, removing the Beastmaster. It's fair enough. I mean, the thing is, he's gonna have a way wider hero pool now, because they're gonna pick Crit's hero now at like out of the gate, and then they're gonna get to counter both the other core heroes. So Nightfall could end up on anything, right? He could maybe play a Tidehunter if it's good. He could play, like, there's so many things he can play here. So manning him out will be very, very difficult.
We'll take a stab at it, at least remove a hero that's been rising in popularity. Most recently, I don't recall if it was banned in our last draft. I'll go ahead and pull up that draft now to reference it. But the Pango, right? He's been really getting up there. We've had lots of games with him today. Don't know how successful he's been on our stream, personally, Pi. My memory does fail me a little bit towards the end of these longer days, but he certainly is impactful in that mid to early game, especially with that first item, Diffusal, being as popular as it is.
Yeah. I mean, some of the bans here are kind of, for me, making Enigma a little bit better. I don't know if RNG can still pick it. And it would kind of signal that this bat is going mid. They don't have any bans for it, so maybe EG will just be looking for it on that 4th pick, like the 2nd pick in the 2nd phase here.
So EG did actually ban Pango in the last draft. It was the final ban of the 2nd phase for them. And instead, RNG are going to take him out of the pool.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, but EG, they would get first stab out of this pick phase. Can you afford to pick an Enigma right here for EG on what would be, I believe, 15th pick?
I mean, you can, but I think you would have to ban a little more for it. I think it's just way simpler to pick position 4 here. Like, what is left? They can just get a Nyx Assassin. They can get, if they want a range here, they can go for the Oracle. I actually think it's fine here to deal with the bat. Maybe even a Vengeful if they want to get crazy about it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I was thinking along the lines of something like, for example, if they wanted to keep the Enigma pick open and prevent RNG from feeling really confident in picking it and flexing the bat to mid, you can go for something like that Venge, right, with a bespoke counter to bat as well as the Enigma, or even Rubik is a little bit less, I think, tempting because he doesn't really do so much to address the Bat Rider, but, you know.
I mean, that instant lift is really strong. Yeah, no, I think all of those heroes are okay.
Okay.
I mean, they could even go for the Silencer again if they feel like it.
True. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because this Sven point and click AoE stun, sometimes it's good enough to win you a couple of skirmishes, and from there your game opens up a bit more.
Yeah. No, it looks very simple for EG to draft. Yeah, No wonder they're feeling so good. They're picking so fast too. Yeah, they go for the Venge. Yeah. No, but we listed off like 4 or 5 heroes there, right? I think all of them are playable.
So RNG take the silence with them. That's going to be their response. I mean, they were fast to do that as well. And again, I think you and I were pretty on the money in reading this draft right now. You know, they're expecting an Enigma, right? Obviously, it's been unbanned. It's the elephant in the draft right now. RNG don't want to give Nightfall a free Enigma game, so they're going to take the Silencer and at least give them some pause, give them something to think about, right?
Yeah. I mean, Silencer is also just decent versus all of this, right? Like, if you start a fight, you cannot swap out. You can cancel the Requiem if he's Beaky Beat, so there's already like enough utility for this hero to be good.
Very good point. Very good point. It was a snap pick, though. I did really like that from RNG.
Yeah. But then they lost confidence real quick.
And then they're like, crap, maybe. It's like chess, you know, you get that 15 seconds plus, you know, 5 minutes, right? You sometimes it's better off to utilize all your draft time here because RNG, they still have a 23rd pick to go, right? EG with last pick, so RNG might have to scratch their chin a little bit in the next phase. But for now, they're going to go with the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, so far I like it. They banned out a lot of the annoying heroes, like Broodmother's gone, Beastmaster's gone. So, but this is what I'm saying. Like, he has so many options now on Nightfall. What he wants to do. I'm not really sure exactly what the best counters in lane here are. He could go for like a Tuskar if he wants to be, early tempo.
That'd be pretty cool too, right? Offering another save into Batrider for like a Blink Snowball. You can kick someone eventually with the Acceptor build, which is really fun.
Yeah.
Especially because you can kick in the middle of Snowball, which I don't know why they allow that, but somehow he sticks his boot out there.
Other than that, like maybe you could even still do the Enigma. It's not the best here, but might be playable. Let's see. I mean, I think he knows. He knows what to do. He is the offlaner.
Yeah, I'm sure Bulba and Nightfall probably exchanging words here. And that'll leave, of course, Adbetiro for last. They have an opportunity to pick some Adbetiro here if they want and ban for it, but then RNG do get some really good bans of offlaners.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, most likely you should just pick the offlaner. Yeah, and they go for Lycan. Okay. I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, seems pretty good, right? Silencer, not going to really enjoy those summons. Neither is Drow early.
Yep.
And the move speed, all right.
I think in general, he's pretty strong versus Bat too. You can scout him out with the Wolves. You're really fast. Obviously, no one enjoys being lassoed, but I mean, Lycan has a bunch of units around him, right? You can't lasso everything.
That's right. And only lasso too with Acceptor on that Batrider.
Yeah.
And I wonder now if EG, because, you know, you always see this Lycan, and eventually late game, he does sometimes scale into that Acceptor build. SF not really a hero that wants to take advantage of that, though. So I'm wondering, yeah, RNG banning out the Oddbit, so I'm wondering if they want to run like a melee hero in the mid lane to try and take advantage of that, but that also, I mean, I don't know, right? It's maybe not super necessary here to think about, but I always like having something for like into Wolfbite if the game does go that late.
I mean, it's a nice utility option to have, right? But as you said, like, it's not necessary. He can get an earlier Assault Kuras, or he can maybe they're gonna need like a Nullifier if they have a lot of ghosts. Like, there's a lot of things he can buy, so I think he'll be okay. He'll have his impact. I mean, his job is just to scout out everything, right? And then get on top of them. And then for the Shadow Fiend to clean up.
No, that's right. Actually, the vision game for EG looking really good right now between the Invis Wolves and the Wave of Terror from the Vengeful Spirit to set up for some swaps or, I don't know, fly blink-ins or whatever have you. Actually, EG are going to be the ones not to ban out the Enigma. Remove that option entirely.
No, I think that's a good ban. It can definitely. I think we've seen earlier Shadow Fiends playing versus Enigma, and it's not that easy. Like, even if you have a Sven backing you up, I think EG would do better than most teams. But like, if you play that Enigma +1 lane really well, eventually it gets very hard for Shadow Fiend. Especially when you hear like a Marcy, just toss him back in, stun him, gets beat up by the Eidolons.
I'm wondering now. Oh well, what's
that was 2 seconds.
Yeah, this is scary. Okay, no, it's okay. Sometimes the game lags and you don't get to pick in. But it'll be the Brewmaster for RNG. Looking forward to that guy. I think that I've seen some tweets about some Brewmaster supports. This isn't a Brewmaster support, of course. I don't believe it is. But we'll keep our eyes out for that in the meta as it continues to develop. But still, I was convinced earlier by, I believe it was KP's Brewmaster, right? Going for that first item Acceptor the Drinking Companion. Sorry, I've talked over this last pick, but it'll be a bed puck.
Yeah. Oh, solid hero. I mean, they kind of give it away there, right? They pick the Brewmaster, so you know the Batrider's mid. Just pick a guy that does fine. I think Batrider, this lane is not that bad for him, but the coil later on is very annoying. But I don't like what RNG did here with the offlane. Like, What do they have here? Yeah, especially if it's Brewmaster Marcy, right? I'm just watching. I feel like Arteezy will just have another completely free game here.
Yeah, because he's got the Sven. Maybe not as good as the Clockwork, as you say. I think Flying gave that a little bit of a tester in the previous game and says, I actually prefer the Sven, thank you very much. And we'll go back to that, but they do have some really good protections for this SF, don't they? So Kaka and Chalice getting on top of Arteezy, going for some kills. It might be a bit difficult here, especially with Abed Puck more or less free to rotate on over, right? Batrider never really going to push your tower that quickly, and probably shouldn't even find a lasso onto Abed Puck in this laning phase.
Yeah. I mean, overall, though, I think RNG's draft is better than the last one. Like, I think they have a way better chance here. I'm not exactly sure how the matchup, the Drow versus Lycan, plays out. But since Nightfall got to counterpick, and he's an amazing laner, I expect them to do very well in that lane. And I also expect... I don't see how Arteezy has any problem down there. I guess you could, like, end up doing a little weird feed there if they hit level 2 before you.
Right.
But I mean, if they're both level 2, I think the Sven can, like, when he buffs you up with that, what is it called? The cry?
The war cry.
The war cry, yeah. I think you should be able to get out.
A shriek, just a regular, you know. He watches The Notebook and just cries instead. That'd be a little bit less overwhelming. But yeah, I mean, I agree, especially because, I mean, Arteezy can always just raise the wave, right? And just guarantee he gets level 2 faster. A little bit of a less likely move, of course, with less regeneration brought with him compared to like mid lane SFs, which have a couple mangoes to munch on. But yeah, that's what to look out for in that bottom lane. Level 2, good call.
Yeah. They're also going for the cute play here. They have 2 stuns, right? So guaranteed 3 races. Perhaps they could find a first blood, but yeah, RNG are not even close to their own jungle, so not gonna find anything here.
Not bad. Fly moving on through, but as you say, RNG properly positioned. Shouldn't be in any difficult places here. That's ominous. Yeah, he's safe under tower, though, and even gets a little bit of vision there onto Abed for a tower shot.
I think they pinged out the warder. Do they have a sentry? Yeah. Let's see if Fly plops it down here in the river. How confident is he that he knows?
Yeah, I think Sominus tried to sell him. No, it was definitely my napalm. I'll see if Fly buys it. For now, at least the ward lives a bit longer. There's another ward to be dewarded in the mid lane as well, where we can see down bottom, maybe a bit of a skirmish here, but it'll still settle down for runes 2 apiece. And yeah, I don't think Ghost is super happy to be laning against these wolves. You can see already, like, the Frost Arrow's underwhelming level 1, the wolves getting a little bit of free damage in. You can imagine how that looks, right, when there's a creep wave to contest.
Okay, I like this by RNG too, though. They do what we've seen other teams do. They send a range hero with their offlaner. So this lane is now a little bit stronger, at least. And the Marcy with Drow perhaps can pick up some kills. Because at least Vengeful is not the most powerful laner. So maybe they can do a little better down here.
Yeah, I think it's actually, interestingly enough, Chalice that cuts down all these trees. I was expecting, or I was maybe thinking EG had cut them down in this top lane. You can see on your left panel there, thinking that Marcy, you know, would be hiding in there. They don't want to rebound, but not the case here. Marcy, of course, in your right panel, already getting the dispose onto Crit, who is forced to shoot out the magic missile early. But otherwise, is still healthy.
Yeah.
Are you still concerned then for this level 2 into the lane of Arteezy, or not so much? Is it more bot lane that needs to watch out for this Marcy rebound?
Yeah, I think if RNG get a kill top, it's going to be later, perhaps level 3, or if they overextend. But I mean, you can see how Fly is playing here. He's like so aggressive, really abusing the stats on Sven.
There he is, Kaka. Ooh, nearly taking a death down bottom. I think the dispose, maybe getting the wolf out of range might have made a bit of a difference there. And the movement speed slow. Doesn't stun anymore, but that slow is decent.
Yeah. So far, I'm already feeling better for RNG. See how the lanes develop here. Kaka, unfortunately, not close to level 2 yet, but maybe after these 2 range creep go down, he'll be a little closer at least.
So he was kind of zoned away, right? Had to help up.
Yeah, because you really want to abuse this hero as soon as possible.
This lane's a little bit scary, though. You can see his meager 3 armor is completely neutralized by Crit. And I think Crit actually a little bit of a mistake there. He probably meant to block the camp with his body and left a bit too soon. And actually now it's probably the worst camp he could have found. He might die here.
Ghost
okay, the Ghost
man.
Finally is going to hit Kaka once, now twice, and that'll get Crit out of here. But Crit having to battle his inner demons there to escape Kaka. Oh, man. Mid lane, but you know, it's deceptive here, right? It looks like he is dying, but I mean, the stick and wand and all his mobility spells should be keeping him alive here. Somnus, though, with some good damage. Somnus rushing the bottle. Flame break leveled early. It's just not enough damage, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't hit that last sticky there, so Abed lives. But that was quite far away from bottle. Somnus is playing this lane really well.
That he is. You're absolutely right.
And they're doing way better in the offlane than I thought they would. Like, the silencer is quite strong, so... Like, every time EG tried to go, he just plops the Arcane Curse on RTC, and he gets a little hesitant.
And there's a rebound here, actually, for crit. Yeah, so they're going to go for more. Nightfall doing what he can here, and has lots of damage here, but not nearly enough. Maybe if there's a wave of terror on Akaka, he lives, but or he dies. But crit dies all the same.
Yeah, no, I like this. RNG definitely showing up for the second game. I think even the safe lane here for EG might start getting a little annoying. Like, Chalice will just spam this Cinder Brew on Shadow Fiend, right? And heal Arcane Curse. He'll just keep taking this little dot damage.
It's a lot of damage. Fly doing a good job. Basically, anytime X Nova comes up to harass Arteezy, he's losing about half his HP. Yeah, and here he goes again, right? That time doesn't even get close to Arteezy. Fly is so fervently defending his safe laner, and potentially at the risk of his own life here. But he does trigger the TP. He's all the way back home, though, so Arteezy alone for some time.
Yeah, okay, they have a Bass here, so they're gonna get their mana back. Arteezy denying creeps in their face there.
He's up to 10 denies already. I mean, game one, okay, game one was, I mean, maybe a wash for RNG, right? But he was up to like 33 denies by the end of the laning stage. Not nearly as high this time around.
Yeah. Abed really trying to deny the rune here from Somnus.
Oh, just can't, though.
Yeah, he's got boots already, so... Oh, no, he's doing the play. He's TPing, yeah. Very nice.
There he goes. Somnus. He's going to have an empty bottle for him. So now he's, I think, going to be granting some of his supports permission to die and refill the bottle mid, right?
Yeah.
How that goes.
I mean, otherwise he has to run home, right?
So Xnova, you're low on mana. Get in there. Fight Arteezy. Actually, well, no, okay, they're not going to go too aggressive here. Lots of damage on Arteezy, though. That's certainly no joke.
Yeah, no, this is going to be very annoying. Yeah, unfortunately for Somnus, he's going to miss like 1.5 wave here. It's quite bad. Maybe just 1 wave. Maybe he'll be back for the last couple of creeps here. The Brewmaster, yeah, I mean, Brewmaster is falling a bit behind on CS here, but
hold that thought, Chalice. Okay, the Arcane Curse applied, but Arteezy still throws that third long-range raise, and it connects. Fly will get the kill, but a nice turn there from Arteezy. That was just Chalice very eager to get the Cinder Brew ignited, and at peril of his own life.
Yeah, got a little too cocky there. He had to keep it patient. I think he was doing okay up here, but now with that death, it's just way worse. Or the level 5 on RTC.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling pretty good after that. Heading into this Mask of Madness from next, I think that's going to be the Morbid Mask coming his way. That's for a little bit more lifesteal. He'll be pretty good from here on out, but they are going a little bit for more. That is until Arteezy decides he doesn't want to fight this. He'll be right out of there. Down bottom, though, there's a rebound onto Nightfall. Kaka as well fighting. Has Wave of Terror debuff. Has Nightfall actually not making the TP scroll up. Wait a second, Fly, or not Fly Pie is what I mean to say. Are there stun issues here for RNG? This is, what, 3 TPs out in their face?
Slight stun issues, but not that much. I mean, Kaka has 2 TP cancels, right? And they have a lasso. But, yeah, not too many disables otherwise.
Well, the 6-minute power rune is going to be into the bottle of Abed, and this is one... Oh, well, hold on. Actually, they're not going to have to wait too long to use it. As in, they go immediately. The Arcane Curse applied to Abed. Magic Missile, though, as Crit rotates on through the mid lane, and they cancel that TP. Yeah, nothing to be done there. Abed with a kill. Crits even getting the credits, but Somnus dead all the same.
Yeah. Oh, nice play there. I mean, it all comes back to that when Abed took both runes, right? Forced him back to base, hit level 6 before, and then they just rotate. Very nice. Very nicely done. Because Somnus was looking quite dominant, but now falling a bit behind.
Yeah, and even Chalice, right, with that one death, I think this is certainly one of those lanes where Chalice gets level 6, and then he goes, okay, I'm going to press my buttons and hail the pandas and dive Arteezy.
Yeah.
That's just, you know, he's now Arteezy's got even more time in lane where he's farming very easily.
Yeah.
Denying also fairly easily, it should be said.
Yeah, I have to say, like, Ghost is doing really well down here. Already level 6 on Drow, highest net worth. And Nightfall only level 4, so I think they played this lane very well.
Marcy really showing her salts here, and I think it was the right call, right? Because, of course, Kaka normally in the top lane alongside Chalice. But there they go. Kaka, he might have been up a bit more than he could chew. Look at that. The physical damage overwhelming. Yeah.
Abed is here too, coiling in 1 second.
And I think Ghost, they might not even need it. Fly as well connecting here, throws the stun. Ghost surrounds, getting up the multi-shot crit, forced to eat a couple of extra arrows as Abed says, no thank you, I don't want that damage, but a kill onto Ghost.
Yeah, no, very poor dive there. I mean, if you do a dive like that, it should only be to force TPs, right? And then there's no need to right-click and force aggro on yourself, so... Yeah, he kind of just killed this most farmed hero there.
Up high, TP's forced, and now RNG, they look towards the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, they're pressuring the tower here really well.
It's almost gone. RTZ wants to stick around and continue farming. He's got this little Tumblr's toy. I don't know if that'll make the biggest difference in the world, but there's a 4th TP now coming here from RNG. So RTZ doing well to read the map. No one defending the bot lane push, and only Somnus showing mid. So he's going to back up. But Kaka, he's hunting him down. Or maybe it's RTZ who's going to lose Kaka.
Who's killing who here? I'm pretty sure, yeah, Abed got the rune again.
It's okay, RTZ wants to farm though.
Yeah.
Zoning Shadow Raises. Get out of here, Kaka.
Abed can just kill him here though if he wants
there's
to.
a DD. That should be a fairly easy kill in the duration of the silence. Maybe not. There's a rebound. They could look to counter-initiate, but no, they don't get the stun in time. Not going to matter because the Arcane Curse finds the silence onto Abed, and it's Ghost who TP top as well to help with the Tier 1 Tower Siege, getting a kill.
Okay. Finally a little nice turn of events there for RNG. I was starting to get a little worried there, like they made 3 kind of weird moves in a row, but now finally something going their way.
They even steal a little bit here of the farm that RTZ was otherwise set to get. So he's going to be a bit upset.
I mean, they're feeling powerful here. Chalice has his primal split, like lurking around the mid lane here. Unfortunately, they're on a ward, so EG know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, and they even scan to find the last hero. They see 4 heroes mid, and they have scanned the 5th hero top, but aren't going to be too aggressive. It's just going to give Nightfall the confidence to push bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Abed TP top. He's smoking himself, like he's doing a solo smoke here. He's going bananas, honestly. Ghost is already out of there, so very, very optimistic by Abed.
Abed ganking the easy camp, but unfortunately they've been farmed.
Yeah.
And I don't really think he goes into the triangle completely. Then again, 3 heroes showing mid. X-Nova not yet level 6.
Yeah, so they're trying to pressure this mid tower, right? But they need Drow, like otherwise they can't do it. And Drow does not want to be there because he's just gonna get coiled and killed. So.
Yeah, the push is pretty horrendous, I have to say. Yeah, without I mean Primal, right? Or sorry, not Primal. Make that Brewmaster does not want to be on the tower either.
I see Abed here, but nah, he's fine.
He wants to be able to split and use the Primal split.
Somnus?
RTZ, he's only got the short range Shadow Rays left, but it'll be the summons here as Nightfall pops the shapeshift immediately onto the Tier 1 tower before they catch another mark here. Chalice, he's going to force the Primal splits as maybe Crit in a bit of trouble here. I think they dispelled a haste rune on him is what he had, and that'll guarantee a pretty easy kill onto the Venge.
Yeah, David, EG should be kind of scared here. Not too scared
onto
though.
RTZ.
They're going for Abed.
He's in the fight as well as Abed is kind of dancing around here, has found a coil here.
Yeah,
to
they
hold
got
down
Ghost.
And a nice little microplay there from Nightfall to snap the coil with the Hurricane on that Wild Ring Ripper. But Ghost is going to be pretty tucked far behind. Abed TPing out. Fly though, he's got no chance.
It's like you brought out, they don't have too many disables there. And RTZ playing it very safe, just popping that ultimate. Mask of Madness running away. Yeah.
I respect that from RTZ. Not wanting to die here. And, well, not getting the tower either for EG is kind of bad news. They'll have to come back and make another push here. But RNG, for what they use, especially Primal Split being on cooldown, it does seem like EG and RTZ especially can afford to farm for the next couple of minutes. Maybe minutes, double.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, RNG do have very nice thing going for them is this fat Drow. Like, because it's so easy. I've seen many games where the Drow just has no spot place to farm, just constantly falls behind. Okay, let's go and fighting more here.
Whoa, Somnus, he's dying to wolves here, and now with Abed in, that's a kill. The swap as well for Crit, a little bit of damage block there, is now Chalice, he's going to be chain stunned, and chased even further using the Seeds of Serenity, but he's going to hold on to the Magic Wand charges. I don't think he would have lived there anyway.
Yeah, and at the same time, RTZ picks up the mid tower here. Another very poor move here. No Primal Split, so I mean, I guess they didn't expect that many EG heroes to be around.
Right. But Crit, he puts the ward down at the very start of that engagement, so EG, they fight with confidence.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe if Ghost is nearby, maybe it doesn't look any better for RNG, but that might at least give EG some pause.
Yeah, I mean, the problem there is Ghost is farming with 200 HP, right? Like, he cannot show up to fight. Yeah. And Somnus just can't catch a break. He's not getting any of these power runes. Oh, he's so underfarmed now. At least Abed is not that farmed after going for his solo smoke play, but still almost 1,000 gold ahead of the Batrider.
Very keen to point out there the underutilized smoke of Deceit, are you?
Yeah, no, I mean, I appreciate it. I love it when my mid player actually tries to do something.
Okay.
So,
I like it.
and it could have worked, but...
It worked. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it had chances, right? I think the logic was there, but the timing, it was a little bit optimistic.
Yeah.
Abed. Sorry, make that X Nova, actually. Look at Nightfall. He's chasing him down with the summons. My goodness. Of course, this Dark Troll Summoner, right, he's changed a little bit. He doesn't have the Ensnare anymore. He's got these little skellies, so bonus damage. It's the ideal creep to have, really, for these summons, because now the wolves and everything else here in the wave hits way harder.
Yeah, now look at him. He wasn't doing that well in net worth, and now he's almost most farmed here on the map.
And a Fly running up this ramp. RNG learning their lesson, are in position here to repel any EG invaders. Fly's just going to tank a couple spells. I
think the Batrider needs to get the Ancients here. I think they need to, like, just... Obviously, the Drow wants to farm them, but it's just so far behind. Like, I don't see... Maybe this is fine. Like, maybe he can get a kill somewhere. But he's going to get Boost to Travel now, and I think the fights are just so hard for him. Like, just imagine getting coiled and then this... Just the Lycan minions will just kill you, right?
I'm also scared, like, what the initiation looks like as well. And I guess if as long as Kaka and Chalice aren't both coiled, I think they have a way into these fights, right? Essentially, because otherwise, like, Arteezy just, I think, kills Batrider while he tries to land a lasso. Like, it just... Wow. The fights seem a little hard right now for RNG. They're going to smoke, though, and this is opportunistic. I like this move from them. They are going to have the initiators alongside with them. Sominus maybe trying to bait around. Moves into the jungle of EG.
Very aggressive. Only 3 heroes here. Batrider has supposed to travel, but obviously can only join up if there's a creep around.
Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe they can kill Crit.
Yeah, and I think Crit's going to be happy to take a death here. Gets off the swap, so he lives a little bit longer.
Abed is on his way, though.
Oh, yeah, with the haste. Oh, he has an opportunity here for a Dream Coil. It's going to connect onto 2. In goes Fly like he's the carry. Of course, it's Arteezy channeling the Requiem, trying to stop the split from coming through.
This can be a fight, though,
Will
for
still
them.
Collect the kill.
They have Ghost coming.
RNG, they're reinforcing, and Somnus especially here.
Yeah.
He bots in on the wave, is making haste towards Arteezy, has himself a lasso. They might not even need it, as Arteezy completely isolated, trying to fight versus the Pandas. Arteezy still farming here as he dies, but eventually RNG, they will be able to salvage that into a kill on the carry.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. At least EG recognized quite early that it was time to get out, but picking up that kill is nice.
Whoa,
sure.
and Abed and Fly. Okay, I think this is the death of Fly and nearly Abed. So that's, as you call them, a questionable move, especially when RNG were just there. They're still there, Fly lives.
Yeah. I mean, Nightfall is ready now, though. He has the Ancient... Look how much damage that Ancient Granite Golem has. Almost 300. Absolutely insane.
Oh, hello. And likely, pardon me, goodbye to Somnus Crit as well with a nice swap just to guarantee it. Chalice, of course, he can do nothing but watch his X Nova. Oh, he gets out.
Oof. That's a lot of damage.
Are they... Bro, Sean, this easy these days. 15 minutes in, no Slardar, no TA, just straight into the pit.
Yeah, I mean, Lycan is very good at this, right? Especially Lycan with Helm of the Overlord. No split, right? So contesting this seems very difficult. And they're just so far away. Somnus dead, yeah. I don't see how they stop this.
It looks good for EG here. Arteezy is going to come out of the jungle and likely claim this Aegis, perhaps going towards Abed. Nah, I'm not sure, actually. Who do they give this to?
I think they give it to... okay, I thought they were going to give it to Arteezy.
Me too.
This is fine. It's all good.
I'll be happy to have that one on the puck. Is he scared about, you know, respawning into anything dangerous, respawning into a gust potentially, respawning into a rebound, right? Could catch him. So that's still not the freest puck game like we've highlighted, but not a bad one either from Abed.
No, I mean, you're also right. They don't have that many stuns on RNG. They have the little Hurl Boulder, though. That's an extra. Yeah. But the main stun is definitely this lasso.
It's my favorite spell name in the game, Hurl Boulder.
Oof. Nightfall, the positions is so well here.
Yeah, he's still going to get Flame Break back. Oh, Somnus, he's going to rethink that lasso, but now coiled himself here. It's going to snap surrounded here as the Ancient Granite Golem rushing towards him. And Kaka and Ghost both in. The Global Science, Arteezy hexed up and in a lot of trouble, likely just dead. He pig-pulled to get into this fight, maybe trying to get away from it. As Abed fighting here through the Aegis will not get the kill on Somnus. I thought he had it with Witchblade. Not the case here. And this fight, not looking so great for Evil Genius. pieces as Fly at least gets the kill into X-Nova, but that's 2 straight deaths there through Aegis for Abed.
Yeah, he hit the gust somehow. It was very nicely played there.
Crit. I don't think he's in this one either. Yeah, Ghost. Yeah, stands his ground and it fires. Fly with a nice stun onto the 2, but well, they used the shapeshift there for the Roche, so Nightfall couldn't really offer much in that fight. He doesn't even have boots.
Oh, for sure. Quite a different hero when he has ultimate and not. I mean, yeah, RNG keeps making these amazing plays, and then these random feats too, you know?
Yeah, it's a little bit of yin and yang, isn't it, from RNG? That's Arteezy quickly collecting a couple of souls right on back.
But I really like how Ghost keeps showing up like just at the perfect timing here, and he still managed to keep the top net worth spot here. So, yeah, no, they're definitely still in it. You can see like when EG are missing a crucial spell here, the team fights are not that hard for them.
A completely different story, especially now with a little bit more and more gold coming online for the RNG cores. They've done well to hold this net worth at 2K, right? This game at one stage was looking fairly good for them. EG then taking that nice first Roshan. They've lost Aegis, but have not yet lost momentum, at least while RNG don't have their spells. It's EG setting the tempo, sieging tier 1 towers, and moving into the enemy triangle.
Yeah, I mean, they're feeling quite confident, right, when they have the shapeshift ready. I mean, Arteezy doesn't have a BKB, so it still definitely beat them in a fight, but right now this big bad wolf is probably the scariest hero on the map.
And not even the richest, but of course that modifier, the crits, the damage, especially with the Vengeful nearby, right, for that base damage increase, even just level 1 on a crit, that's always a really nice multiplier.
Yeah. I mean, you can just click the dragon, for example, like, doesn't even look real how high its damage is.
A bit scary, right? And a bit of minus armor as well at play here between the Presence of the Dark Lord, Pardon, and that Wave of Terror. I mean, this EG lineup, it just feels well-rounded, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe you could say they lack just a little bit of team fight, right, with the puck and maybe Arteezy's SF providing the bulk, if not all of it, right?
Yeah.
That's perhaps the one weakness.
Yeah. I mean, it's the stuns through BKB, right? They have the swap, though, which is nice. And they have a lot of auras on Lycan. But okay, RNG are setting up here.
You want to defend. There's still no Aegis. Well, of course, they've removed Aegis, so it hasn't magically
Might
reappeared.
swap him out here.
It looks like it. Crit is going to go for it. Can't reverse him in time. Global Silence. Look at the damage, though, just on the summons. And in trouble now is Crit and Fly. 2 supports. Worry not. Well, at least for EG, especially if they can still get out of here. Arteezy is actually farming up.
He has BKB ready. But the Ghost is here. He got the silence. Ooh.
That doesn't. Arteezy's going to go in for the Requiem and Kaka. Oh, he goes on in. Nightfall, though, he's actually being stunned up. Has had Shapeshift active this entire fight, and now
this
just
fight
gets
is
a
bad
kill.
for EG, I think. Can he get the lasso? Yeah.
He is lassoed. His BKB duration is expired, but Ghost, he's been hit by the coil, but another silence, and Arteezy, no chance to actually use Requiem here. Abed, look at the damage from Ghost. Gets off an Elusive Orb. Somnus giving chase, and the escape of Abed. Oh, it's a story not written here.
Yeah. No, RNG really playing well together here. Like, that was a beautiful bait by the Brewmaster. Like, knowing he has the global silence behind him, just walks up there. EG think they're making a play, but they forget. There is silence.
There is silence, and a couple of them, right?
Yeah.
This Ghost Gust, which is pretty fun to say. But the Ghost Gust has been really on point, I want to say, this entire match, right? It's the entire reason, actually, that they got rid of that Aegis that Abed was holding earlier. Abed is going to build into the Eul Scepter, right? So definitely acknowledging the threats of global silences, but they do have a couple of spare ones. They've got a Cyclone as well to take some heroes out of the fight. That's why Nightfall didn't really get much done in that last engagement. So RNG, man, they're kind of out fighting EG when they have the uptime and the ultis.
Yeah. I mean, the last word there stopped Arteezy from. He never got off his Requiem of Souls, which is... Like, if he gets it off there, I think they might be able to turn that fight, but... Yeah, just as you said, too many silences.
Now, especially for RNG, if they avoid some silly deaths, right, in this next window before they get their Primal Split back up in 30 seconds, before they get now the Lasso up in 30 seconds. Well, I guess, to be honest, it wouldn't be
they're
much of a
smoking.
silly death. EG, yeah, they want to go for something here. Oh, and Chalice is quite the jump, but
They
Ghost
wanna
is
get
an even
Ghost,
bigger
yeah.
one. Yeah, and he's going to force staff himself voluntarily to snap the coil here. Ghost trying to evade and has lots of backup now, but Nightfall shapeshifted up. There's going to be crits
Somnus,
shard,
look out.
which does bounce twice on the stuns, and Somnus swap back in, potentially into his death, but the Firefly pathing, getting him
Gets a
out of
regen
here.
rune.
And the regen rune in the river. Thank you very much, Gaben. RNG, they will hold. They even pull back Crit there, using a pretty nice dispose. Take him down. RNG, they're going to be really weak now. RNG, sure, they're not going to have, pardon me, this BKB online for Somnus, but they're going to have Primal Split.
Yeah.
And Lasso.
Oh, they're feeling confident. Like, this Drow Ranger is very hard to get to now, it seems. Sitting on 3,000 gold too. Maybe even thinking of, like, not buying BKB. But yeah. Because they think they can just get him wherever, but he has 4 steps himself out, and it's too deep.
It is, yeah. Even if he's stunned, right, and taking a fair amount of damage, e.g. they just can't quite go diving that far. Perhaps if they can swap him back at that stage, but, I mean, Abed just jumping in a little bit ahead of his team there. And they can't quite string together that kill. RNG feeling good. They take down a tier 1 tower. They're going to wait for their cooldowns, their BKBs, and go again.
Yeah. Okay, so what does he... Okay, yeah, he goes for the BKB anyway. Better to be safe than sorry, I guess.
Who's that on?
Ghost.
Okay. Yeah, and he's going to have that one up, yeah, right now? Yeah, right now.
I mean, another huge deal is Kaka has already finished BKB too. Like, all these good fights, I don't think he's been dying much, so... Level 12 Marcy with BKB is definitely gonna do work here.
Yeah, get that extra attack on the Unleashed is gonna certainly get some work done, and eventually, you know, well on his way towards the Bastion. I mean, it's a 23-minute BKB on a position 4. Is it upgraded boots? Yes.
Yep.
So it's actually just good. It's just straight up good. Not bad. Making his way towards his own Blink Dagger now. And Fly does have, this is, I think, a big opportunity, or a big reason, sorry, I should say, why people are picking the support Sven, and why it kind of works is this Ag Shard, right? This Warcry, 7 undispellable armor in this generous AoE does help a lot. Example, this game, right, Drow Ranger, her passive goes through base armor, but not through bonus armor. So he's going to give them a little bit of survivability here.
Yep.
Especially with that Warcry active, it's a lot of armor.
No, for sure. I mean, that's also why they have the Panda, right? They can dispel at least the majority of that effect.
Yeah, he will dispel the 15 from the Warcry active. Oh, but what's going on here? Not bad. I've seen an illusory orb, but otherwise very patient. Arteezy, I think he just needs a couple more dispels for himself. Right? He's got BKB, but BKB global, and then he can't do anything, and then BKB ends, and then he's not in a position to use Requiem, and then he's hit by Last Word or Gust, but now
RNG smoking up here, but I don't think they can find a very relevant kill. It's quite hard.
No, actually, and Crit just manages to sneak out in time. I believe Kaka would have seen him there with the day vision without smoke breaking, but EG, they actually teleport on back, and they're going to go for a play themselves.
Yeah, they're moving towards Roche, though. This is correct play. I don't know if RNG even timed Roche, because I feel like they would do the smoke then. Yeah, okay, so RNG kind of get lucky here. Like, this Roche would go down very fast, it was up. But they're trying to take the high ground here, but RNG's already here.
Arteezy as well, he's out in front. The
Kaka,
Arcane Curse last
Kaka's
word
just
that we had
dying.
before, but Kaka trying to fight through this one. Global Science activated as soon as BKB is activated for Arteezy, but this fight, it's going awfully. Look at Chalice. I think that's his last bear, and he just barely manages to get it out alive. Abed counter-initiating. He's found Ghost here as they're beautiful. To swap into it. Fly even at the ready. He's doing his part now as out of the Primal Split.
Look at the damage, man.
Chalice doing what he can. As, my goodness, Soundness barely makes it out alive there. Did not want to feed that gem. EG eager to go for more, but what a fight out from the great swap into Requiem.
Yeah. Luckily for RNG, the Roche is not up, so perhaps they get another shot here. Unfortunately for them, they use Global and Primal, so I don't even know if they can contest if they want to.
Man, this EG, I mean, the way that they use this Requiem of Souls on Arteezy is just... I mean, I imagine he's got to be the one calling it, right? The play when he found someone in trees comes to mind, right? Just cancels the TP, I think, day 1 of the tournament. And here he goes, still really making some amazing combos here alongside Crit, of course, to win that fight.
Yeah. Oh, the fight started horribly for RNG there. Kaka, like, popping BKB, but just dying immediately.
Yeah, I mean, he just runs into 5, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's the scout that never returned from battle, as Kaka is doing a little bit of scouting himself now. Has a ward up on this cliff.
Yeah.
Roshan is up, but it's going to be EG still holding this ramp. That's not going to allow Chalice and X-Nova to connect with the rest of their team. But from behind is Somnus and now Ghost boosting up Kaka, holding the ward. It's EG now moving.
Somnus is going in here.
But the vision here is amazing from RNG.
Ooh, Ghost in a little bit.
He's been cliffed. He's actually stuck here. They're actually going to take the time to kill him, though.
Yeah.
Arteezy glad it's not him for once, but that's going to trigger a buyback, pardon me, out from Fly. As EG with a DD run on Abed, thinking about making a move here.
Yeah, so what are the cooldowns like here? 10 seconds. Okay, so they need 10 more seconds here on their Primal and Global. Like, if EG go right now, they're way stronger. RNG need to be a little careful there. Like, let's relax, buddies. Let's wait a little longer. And I think they're ready now. Okay.
They're ready. Yeah, there's Global and Primal. And now, immediately down the ramp they go. RTZ once again the swap. This time, he's faster on the BKB as Crit being stunned up. RTZ lassoed back, being controlled. Kaka now trying to unleash his fury and death onto him. But Ghost, he's got enemies on top of him. And it's this darn wolf Fly as well, chasing him down. Abed here, 3-on-1 versus Ghost. They're going to kill RTZ. They're going to kill Ghost.
Buybacks.
But the buyback's favoring EG now. That's 3 used in this fight. Fly kicking him off here with the first, and the coil connects onto 2. There's no primal split. There's going to be no global science, and there's going to be no more RNG here to contest this Roche as they're falling one by one. Kaka doing what he can here, and it might be enough to get Chalice out of this one. Somnus, though, without a lasso, very limited in his impact here as Nightfall with the kill on the Chalice.
Swap.
He's even in danger. The swap now from Somnus, who was trying to skirt around the outside of this fight. They're going to completely ignore Kaka as Somnus is the big catch here. 4 dead. Evil Genie says it does cost him some buybacks, but they're going to get Roche and even a little bit of tower damage.
Yeah, well worth it. Sometimes it's very hard to decide when like the appropriate time to buyback is, but every buyback worth it there. Completely dominating the fight and now securing a Roche.
Yeah. And I'd love to see a replay of that. Our camera work there, I have to shout out, was phenomenal, catching both kills. It was really just RNG, you know, getting Ghost from RNG getting ran at, and Arteezy also getting ran at. We'll take a look at it here. Let me know what you're seeing here, Pi.
Oh yeah, sorry. So they lasso Arteezy, right? And probably the call is to burst him, like kill Arteezy, kill Arteezy. Ghost starts hitting him, pops BKB, but the same call goes for EG, right? Like they see this Drow Ranger, so you end up in this chase where both teams go for the carry, and I think especially this fight, it favored EG heavily since Arteezy had buyback.
And they're fighting again here, and it's a good fight for RNG. That's 2 diebacks, I believe. But EG still keen to try and take this gem on the deck as Ghost holding onto his BKB charge. Kaka is going to die, but Abed taking a fair amount of damage. Is now Nightfall, shapeshifted up. He wants to go for more. He wants
in good position here.
Oh, but the wand charge is trying to keep him alive. This ancient granite golem, though, my god, no chill, is going to chase him down. And now Somnus in trouble, has BKB, has Blink Dagger, but it's EG who are actually on the run here.
Yeah, Ghost is very powerful right now. Still has BKB up.
Oh, what? Abed, wow. Okay.
That's messing with him.
Yeah, seriously. The 3 cores of EG feeling strong enough at least to equalize here on the supports and will prevent RNG from really getting any good wards up or moving across the map and trying to, you know, break out here. But didn't cost EG the Aegis or anything, but a scary fight for them momentarily.
Yep. So yeah, I think like the conclusion after that Roche fight is it's more important to protect the Drow than it is to like chase down the Shadow Fiend, I think. Like they need to stick as a team. Like in every fight except that fight, Ghost has always been in the perfect position. Like just a little further behind and getting free shots.
Right. Yeah, and I mean the buybacks favoring EG in that scenario, right? Because they're the ones that are not worthily. But it does cost them a buyback on Arteezy, right? So it's not a completely, pardon me, a 3-and-1 fight.
Yeah. They're pinging out Somnus here. Abed pops BKB fast.
Oh, and he actually turns to lasso
Crit is here with swap though.
There's the swap. That's going to stop the lasso. Fly chasing after him. The double stun's just not enough damage here. But Abed with a single Lucio Orb has the kill. Primal split triggered in the meantime. Here's Arteezy fighting and beating down Kaka, but Ghost once again standing his ground here. Another shapeshift in. Oh, but the blink out from Abed, and he's not silenced either. He was in phase shift, I suppose, or Yule Sceptered himself. Yep. Kaka running for his life under the cover of the BKB as Crit does find X-Nova hiding in the trees, trying to TP away. The Requiem of Souls from Arteezy, canceling it, and is going to make 3 dead in favor of EG. Immediately onto the tower, immediately taking it down, and I think Pi, they're going up to high ground.
Yeah, they're going high ground, and you have to watch out here with RNG, because Crit has picked up a Blink Dagger, and Nether Soap is ready. So like if they step up just a little too far here, he's going to blink in.
And I think he's about to get Aether delivered. Yeah, here it comes on the courier. Okay, Ghost gets the BKB off there, but that is only in exchange for the coil.
There he goes, though.
Oh, he actually force-staffed him back, too. I'm not sure how that happened, and Ghost is dead.
Beautiful. Yeah. I mean, they knew they were going to do that, but they still kind of fell for it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they did, and now...
No BKB on bat here.
RNG struggling to even get back into the fountain. X-Nova and Kaka respawning, but
Oh,
they're
the throw,
watching their
look
tier
at the
4 towers
buildings
crumble.
dying.
EG, they're looking for the game, and they're
Yeah.
going to get it. RNG call it. Evil Geniuses get the 2-0 over RNG.
Very nice game. RNG definitely showing up more than the first game. Definitely impressive to like actually put up a fight there. Did not expect much after the first game, but this is, I mean, EG continuing their dominance. Only lost one series, right, to Liquid. The rest, like, clean sweep. So, yeah, most impressive there.
Yeah, certainly looking good, and that, I think, for Evil Geniuses means that they can rest very easy for tonight. They won't have to worry too much here about their games tomorrow. Not going to be super stressful. They are secured upper bracket 100% now, and only their seeding here can take a little bit of a hit, but they're not going to have to, compared to some other teams in their groups, they can breathe very easy. I believe it's now 14-2 here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're guaranteed first even. I think it's just, for them, the group stage is basically done here. I'm not completely sure. It's not official, but yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, looking like a favorite, I'd say, for that first place for sure. We'll take a couple look at the highlights here, and we can see RNG definitely with some good fights here, but this is the one that really is a game changer here, right? Ghost, not protected by RNG. They make the call instead to take down our Tor, but our farmers got buyback, and that is going to be RNG then facing a very difficult fight, especially as now the longer fights, going EG's way.
Yeah, just getting chased down here. The number advantage, basically playing a 5-on-7, 5-on-8, right?
And well played to Crit, because he's like, I see Somnus, I swap Somnus. Hello.
Yeah.
We don't want Kaka anymore.
Very nice performance by Crit there. The lane was a little harder than they expected, I think. Like, Ghost did really well. And Marcy, obviously, super strong laner. But later on, he got the correct items. Did a lot of very nasty swaps. Like that swap into Requiem, right? That was beautiful.
Yeah, and Ghost had BKB. They just weren't ready for it, right? And the timing was.
No, it's so fast. It's like swapping to Arrow, right? It's just you can't react.
Somnus also getting, Somnus getting the BKB off once in that fight, right? Kicking off that whole Roche shebang that we saw in the highlight reel, but still not enough to get RNG here out of that game. And as we can see on the scoreboard, it's a victory for Evil Geniuses, though much more closely contested than Game 1. Nightfall, what a performance from him, though. 7-0-16 here. Definitely a standout player in that game. Perhaps even the MVP, as we'll see in just a second, but he played phenomenally.
No, he did. Maybe it could have been a bit more clear when his ultimate was on cooldown, but it might have been other people like calling for fights. Because there was a couple of moments there where Nightfall was definitely their most impactful hero, but when he doesn't have ultimate up, he's just not the same big bad wolf, right? It's just
absolutely
just a walking man.
And I imagine someone very vocal on the team and calling for fights, especially on a bit of a comfort hero, is going to be Abed, right? Who I believe is actually going to be our MVP, as we can see, with an impressive scoreline on the mid lane puck, who faced a much more difficult lane. I think Somnus really brought it in the landing stage here. Those first 10 minutes, pardon me, weren't so easy for Abed, especially compared to Game 1. So certainly a more difficult time, but did outmaneuver, out-rotate, and generally outfight Somnus, it felt like, this game, earning in the MVP here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the biggest play was he was losing the lane quite badly up until 4 minutes, I think, where he got both the water runes, and that like completely changed the entire mid lane. He got level 6 before, and killed Somnus and basically rotated around the map.
Absolutely. Well, now we can go ahead and take a look at our groups here and see how this 2-0 is going to affect things for tomorrow, of course, because this is the last round of matches for today. We might have finished a little bit earlier here on the B stream. We did have a couple of fast series, it would seem. So still plenty of Dota to watch, guys. Stay tuned. We'll go ahead and send you over to one of the channels. But first, catch up now on the matches that have concluded. Looks like Team Liquid's still in their series. No, actually, they've completed theirs as well. But yeah, EG, man, 14-2.
Yeah.
Certainly don't see a way that they fall into the lower brackets.
No. No, I was only wondering about if they were absolutely secure at first place, but I guess LGD still... No, LGD have 4 losses. So it's like they can at most go even, right? If EG lose 2-0 tomorrow.
LGD, they can only go 12-4, right? Because you...
you're right.
Yeah.
No, wait.
No, I'm wrong.
You're
LGD
wrong.
have 2 matches.
They have
I'm
2
wrong.
more matches.
They have 2 more matches. Yeah, you got to add up to 18. I'm still thinking about last year's TI, but you need the sums to total 18, and that's when a team has played all of their matches. And of course, for Group B, things looking a lot closer, right? Of course, that 1-1 day, or the 1-1 round in day 1 to start us off, that round is not as secured, although it does look like Talon and TSM certainly needing to claw their ways back into some tiebreakers to force those. But even along the line here for upper and lower bracket, there could be some tiebreakers for tomorrow. So still plenty to look out for here, even if EG's berth is looking pretty safe right now.
No, yeah, for sure. Yeah, even the bottom of Group A here is okay. Anything can happen.
And speaking of tomorrow's games, we'll go ahead and take a look at them now, right? Secret versus Aster kicking us off here on the B stream. Following that is BetBoom and LGD. We'll see if BetBoom can get any surprise wins here. And then TSM FTX versus Fnatic. Fnatic still, in the running for that upper bracket. It is looking a little bit more difficult for them now after they did get 2-0'd by Talon, but certainly not out of it by any means. And of course, TSM desperately, and I mean desperately, needs those points. They are running the risk of going home.
Same for BetBoom, right? TSM, BetBoom, they basically need 2-0 victories there, right? And Fnatic to hit upper bracket, they probably need to beat TSM 2-0.
Right.
So that match means a lot for both teams.
Absolutely. And the teams, how much this tournament means to them, it's even hard to describe, right? They've been boot camping here in Malaysia or even Singapore, some teams, for the past 3 weeks, some even a month, right? After ESL won Malaysia. And it's coming down to this already, folks. Tomorrow, the group stage comes to a close. Lots of exciting games to watch, but at the end of the day, we're going to have to say goodbye to 4 of the very best teams of the world, as we are going to be moving on without them. Does mean, of course, teams at this stage have nothing left to show, or nothing left to hide, sorry. So that means they're going to show whatever strats that they have left, and is going to make for some amazing Dota on day number 4 of group stages ahead of us.
Yeah, no, for sure. Nothing yet decided except that EG are probably going to be number 1.
Well, we'll see how long that'll last, Pi. Knock on some wood there for all the EG fans out there. But this match certainly looking a little bit too easy for Arteezy and the boys in blue or aquamarine, whatever color that their jersey is these days. But that's going to do it for us, Pi, here.
Yep.
That's going to finish us up on the B string. Thank you guys so much for tuning in throughout the day. On behalf of Pi and myself, thanks again for tuning in. Stay safe, and we're going to catch you tomorrow when we're going to be here wrapping up the TI-11 group stage. Until then.